Muing said lightly, the various pill refiners in the heaven-seeking palace pill pagoda each have their own merits. Granny Linglong is an exceptional pill refiner from the heaven-seeking palace pill pagoda. At the same time, my master is also an exceptional pill refiner from the pill pagoda. As he heard this conversation, Mo Wuji's heart sank. From Mu Ying's tone, he could hear that she had some animosity towards Granny Linglong. If not, as a fellow member of the pill pagoda, she wouldn't utter such words. Zhang Ding said in an awkward tone, of course that's the case. Any one of the senior pill refiners of the pill pagoda is a true source of admiration. My goal is to be like senior apprentice sister and enter the heaven-seeking palace pill pagoda. In the entire younger generation, of course it's Mu. Without waiting for Zhang Ding to finish speaking, Mu Ying interrupted Zhang Ding's words, Pillmaster Zhang, you're wrong again. In the younger generation, the alchemist, one, with the greatest contributions isn't you nor me. It's not even any of the pill refiners here. At this point, many of the pill refiners were astonished by Mu Ying's words. It could be said that the most outstanding young pill refiners have been gathered here. Unless it's some young pill refiner they didn't know? If this young pill refiner was even more impressive than Mu Ying and Zhang Ding, wouldn't he be too overpowered? May I ask who this pill refiner is? Zhang Ding could not help but ask. Mu Ying's eyes swept across the crowd before silently saying, the person of interest is a simple drug refiner from the mortal world. After his family fell, he was left without a proper place to live and food to eat. But, it's exactly this person who created a healing drug known as the 9 Lives Healing Ointment, which was later called penicillin. This healing drug can prevent the infection of wounds, and save the lives of thousands of millions of ordinary citizens, and billions of injured soldiers. For these rescued soldiers and citizens to remember this drug refiner, they renamed it to Mo's Drug. If we're talking about the title of the alchemist with the greatest contributions, I believe that it belongs to Mo. Zhang was speechless. If the other party wasn't Mu Ying, he would have left a long time ago. Even so, he argued, senior apprentice sister Mu, that is a mere drug by a drug refiner. Even a tier 1 mortal pill refiner would be able to concoct something better than that, right? How dare he deserve the title as the alchemist with the greatest contributions? He's just a mere drug refiner. Many people agreed with Zhang Ding's words. Like Zhang Ding, they would have ridiculed the person if she was not Mu Ying. Mu Ying shook her head and said solemnly, this alchemist Mo's drug only requires a few copper coins for each bottle. Can everyone here tell me, which pill can be purchased using copper coins? Let's not talk about copper coins, which pill can be bought using a few gold coins? Let's assume that pills can in fact be bought with copper coins, then can everyone tell me now, how many pill refiners are needed to concoct enough pills to save thousands of millions of our injured? As she got to this point, Mu Ying became overly excited. She took a deep breath before continuing, after this drug refiner innovated this Mo's drug, he did not monopolize it to earn money. Instead, he gave the formula out for free. If not for him, how many innocent lives would perish every single day? How many of us have his generosity and open-mindedness? How many of us have his spirit of contribution? Perhaps it's because everyone here is a cultivator, so we view ordinary mortals' lives as air. But then I would like to ask everyone, how many of you weren't mortals before you started cultivating? Or did everyone magically appeared out from a rock, and immediately became cultivators? 2. Aren't your parents and siblings also mortals? If not for the foundations of mortals, where would cultivators come from? Moreover, we're just cultivators, and our lives are simply longer than mortals. But ultimately, we'll still be like mortals and return to the earth. In other words, we're just mortals with a longer lifespan. Since that's the case, who are we to look down on mortals? As she finished, Mo Wuji really felt like applauding for her. This Mu Ying had an honest and genuine nature, which he appreciated. However, he was not as noble as Mu Ying had described him to be. The reason why he gave penicillin away was to protect his own life. However, he did not expect that after he left, the people who benefited from penicillin would actually rename it as Mo's drug. This really made Mo Wuji's face turn red. At the same, he was celebrating that he created penicillin here. Many people who remembered kindness were actually these ordinary mortals. Mu Ying's words induced silence in the crowd. Everyone here were all high and lofty cultivators, and their positions were even higher as pill refiners. However, Mu Ying's words were not wrong. Before they cultivated, they were also mortals, and after they cultivated, they still have some family members who were mortals. Mu Ying's eyes swept across the pill refiners before she suddenly clasped her fists towards the sky. I would like to thank drug refiner Mo on behalf of all those billion mortal lives. Senior apprentice Sister Mu was right. We were all once mortals. Now, how about we welcome Senior apprentice Sister Mu to share with us how she created the channel restoring pill. Zhang Ding was very soon able to recover his usual state, and he was the first to applaud for Mu Ying. Seeing this, Mo Wuji felt that this Zhang Ding was rather pretentious. Clearly, Zhang Ding felt differently from Mu Ying, but he did not disagree just because Mu Ying was in a higher position than him. Mu Ying waved her hands. On the path of pills, I've just merely started taking a few steps. I'm not much further than everyone. But since it's an interaction session, let's all discuss our theories. Also, another reason why I'm here is to exchange for spiritual herbs. A middle-aged pill refiner immediately said, Senior apprentice Mu is right, exchanging spiritual herbs is a main reason for this session. How about we start now? I have the following Tier 3 spiritual herbs: Earth Cloud Silk, Floating Star. With this middle-aged man taking the lead, many pill refiners started taking out their spiritual herbs. At the same time, many started erecting signs with the herbs they wanted. In a short time, this interaction session became a herb exchange session. Mo Wuji stood by Zhang Ding's side, and he coincidentally saw a trace of unwillingness flash across his eyes. However, this was just a fleeting flash, as he soon recovered a smile-filled expression and took out the herbs he wanted to exchange away. This person might be very talented, he was also very jealous. Seeing that his limelight was taken away the moment Mu Ying arrived, his heart should have been filled with unhappiness. Mo Wuji decided to keep an eye on Mu Ying. The moment she left, he would follow her. However, he would also not give up on this opportunity to exchange spiritual herbs. It was only in these large conventions when he could obtain the exceptional and rare spiritual herbs. He needed a lot of these exceptional spiritual herbs, such as a 100,000-year-old pine tree vein, fire essence stones of higher purity, 10,000-year-old lingji and dark yellow ginseng, and 1,000-year-old longyan grass. 3. In reality, Mo Wuji knew that were limits to what he could obtain. For spiritual herbs exceeding 10,000 years in age, many of them would be approaching Tier 4. Luckily, the dark yellow ginseng and lingji were rather common things. Even though they were 10,000 years old, they should still be Tier 3 spiritual herbs. On the other hand, for the 100,000-year-old pine tree vein, even though it was considered a Tier 4 spiritual herb, it should not be overly expensive. The reason why he wanted these spiritual herbs was due to this premonition he felt. His new channel opening solution might not be able to help him open all 99 meridians. If such a day were to suddenly happen, he would need to upgrade the ingredients of his solution. By then, he might not have as good an opportunity to obtain these spiritual herbs. Just as Mo Wuji was writing down the herbs he wanted, and was about to write treasured blood lotus, he caught a glimpse of the herbs Mu Ying wanted. Among her list was also the 100,000-year-old pine tree vein and the treasured blood lotus. The only difference was that she also wanted the 100,000-year-old pine pulse. Senior apprentice Sister Mu, I have a 100,000-year-old pine pulse here. Please take a look. A young pill refiner brought in jade box in front of Mu Ying and presented it to her. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. A person's reputation is truly a treasure. Whatever Mu Ying wants is delivered to her. He didn't even negotiate with her for the price. Many thanks, Mu Ying smiled and casually opened the jade box. Mo Wuji hurried to take a few steps forward to take a closer look. Within the jade box, there were some pale yellow rhizomes, which even emanated a gentle and clear fragrance. Mo Wuji just needed a single look to know that it was far more valuable than the pine tree vein he wanted. At this moment, an idea sprouted in Mo Wuji's mind. This pine pulse grossly surpassed the pine tree vein he wanted. It was definitely more suitable for his channel opening solution. He had to get his hands on that. This is a well-maintained pine pulse. Even among Tier 4 spiritual herbs, it's rare. It's extremely suitable for me. Come, state your price. Mu Ying's eyes also flashed a hint of pleasant surprise, and she immediately closed the jade box. 1. Alchemist is used to broadly describe drug refiners and pill refiners. 2. The illustrious Sun Wukong is one such creature born from rock. 3. These are the ingredients for his channel opening solution, just older. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 119, Immediate Reversal. Chapter 119, Immediate Reversal. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. After seeing Mu Ying's appeal, Mo Wuji did not continue to write out the treasured blood lotus. Now that Mu Ying was interested in the only thing he had on his hands, he would simply find Mu Ying to exchange afterwards. Pill Master Mo. At this moment, a surprised voice sounded beside Mo Wuji's ears. Mo Wuji turned his head around to see Yen Xianyin walking over. Beside Yen Xianyin was Pill Master Zhu, whom he did not wish to see. Junior apprentice brother Mo, I was so worried for you. I am finally relieved to be able to see you here, Yen Xianyin said with a lot of agitation. Mo Wuji laughed. Thank you, senior apprentice sister Yen. My luck seemed to be not bad as I managed to escape death once, but... Yen Xianyin said apologetically, I am sorry, junior apprentice brother Mo, for being the reason you ended up in danger. Mo Wuji knew that Yen Xianyin could not be blamed for this matter. This was because she did not know that he killed Meng Baoyu and hence, caught off guard by the second elder. Senior apprentice sister Yen, you can't be blamed for this matter. Moreover, everything is over already. Mo Wuji shook his hand as he said this. Humph. A person of bad character like you will end in the hands of Elder Su eventually. Pill Master Zhu saw Mo Wuji and was feeling extremely unpleased. Mo Wuji frowned and asked, Senior apprentice sister? Who is this fella? Yen Xianyin gave a slight smile and replied as if she did not realize Mo Wuji already recognized Pill Master Zhu. This is Formless Blade Sex Pill Master Zhu Feiyang, a peak Tier 3 pill refiner. Mo Wuji laughed coldly. From the way he speaks, I still thought he was a heavenly pill refiner or one of the pill lord from one of the 5 big empires. In other words, which root of spring onion are you? At the Formless Blade sect, Mo Wuji had already nursed enough grievance. Furthermore, they were no longer at the Formless Blade sect. Zhu Feiyang's face turned so ugly that he had to control his tone and calmed himself down when he realized where they were currently at. Indeed, I am neither a heavenly pill refiner nor any spring onion. However, I, Zhu Feiyang, will never murder a brother from the same sect. The argument between Mo Wuji and Zhu Feiyang from the start had already attracted people's attention. Now that Zhu Feiyang mentioned about killing your own sect's brother, it drew almost every onlooker's attention. Even Mu Ying, who only just collected his pine pulse, revealed an expression of disgust. Killing people from the same sect? How bad a character must you have? Yen Xianyin wished to help Mo Wuji refute but had no idea how to help him. She guessed that Mo Wuji really did kill Meng Baoyu, but given her understanding of Mo Wuji, she knew that he must have had his reasons for doing so. Mo Wuji used his eyes to sweep across Zhu Feiyang coldly. You are still not on par to debate with me. You have no idea how many forums and world genius expert medical debates I have attended in my previous life, so why would I be scared of a lowly Zhu Feiyang who only knew how to concoct pills? I am not afraid of competing with you in terms of concocting pills and even more so debating. At the same time, he knew he had to change Mu Ying's impression of him in the shortest possible time. Other people could feel disgusted with him for all he cared, but not Mu Ying. Fellow pill refiners, before I explain myself, let me tell everyone a story. There was a highly respected mister and he accepted several disciples. There was a disciple called Yen, and because this disciple did not like to talk or socialize, the other disciples did not like him. Because Mo Wuji started by wanting to say a story for everyone, therefore, the entire hall quietened down. Mo Wuji's deep voice in this quiet hall made him sound even more convincing. Famine hit everyone hard this year, therefore, this mister and his disciples had to survive on kanji every single day. To show their respect, the disciples will always offer the thickest portion of the porridge to the mister. One day, as per usual, Yen served a bowl of kanji to the mister. However, some dirt landed on the kanji on his way to the mister. Yen used a ladle to remove the kanji with the dirt on it and felt that it would be a waste to throw it away, therefore putting this spoonful of kanji into his mouth. This whole process was witnessed very clearly by the mister as well as another disciple of his. The only difference was that the disciple did not witness the part where the dirt landed on the kanji. He went to tell the mister that Yen secretly ate some of his kanji. All the disciples despised Yen, which made the mister sighed and thought to himself, sometimes what you see may not be the full story. My friends, if what you see with your own eyes may not even be true, how true could words from one person be? Muing slightly pondered a little before apologizing to Mo Wuji. Previously, I jumped into conclusions way too quickly and felt disgusted with you without actually judging the situation rationally. Mo Wuji hurried to say, Senior Apprentice Sister Mu cannot be blamed for this. Anyone who heard about someone killing a brother from the same sect would have felt the same way. Zhu Feiyang's face turned gloomy as he did not expect Mo Wuji to be able to simply use a story to turn the tides in his favor even before he started debating. Since this was the case, I guess Pill Master Mo did not murder his fellow sect colleague. Muing hurried to add on. Mo Wuji scanned the surrounding before saying, Fellow pill refiners, I was previously a guest pill refiner from the Formless Blade sect. Before leaving the Formless Blade sect, I did murder a Tier 2 pill refiner of the sect. His name was Meng Boyu. The entire square quietened down as all the pill refiners listened to Mo Wuji, expecting him to refute the fact that he killed a sect colleague. However, nobody expected him to admit his act, and it seemed as though Pill Master Zhu did not accuse him. Because of the story Mo Wuji told everyone, nobody stood up to question him. All the pill refiners knew that there was still a second part of the story. Mo Wuji continued, I managed to become a Tier 2 pill refiner due to many fortunate events and was therefore invited to become a guest pill refiner at the Formless Blade sect. I was staying by the Blood Lotus Lake and then moved to the Lotus Sword Summit. As the spiritual energy were lacking at both places, nobody wanted to compete with me for the location. The majority of the pill refiners nodded their head as they agreed with how the story was flowing. From what they heard, they believed that a Tier 2 pill refiner, especially a guest pill refiner, would indeed not be allocated too good a place to stay. A few months ago, I had a steward who managed to dig up a treasured blood lotus from the Blood Lotus Lake. Mo Wuji attracted everybody's attention back again with this sentence. Mu Ying's eyes lit up as she stared at Mo Wuji. The number of treasured blood lotus were getting lesser by the year, and even if there was a few, it would usually be defective as well. Now that she needed a treasured blood lotus, she would obviously pay her fullest attention to Mo Wuji's words. Even Yen Xianin was staring at Mo Wuji intensely. She did not expect that the root cause of this story was a treasured blood lotus. At this moment, Meng Boyu arrived at the Blood Lotus Lake and naturally saw the treasured blood lotus. He was envious and wanted to snatch it away. My steward was obviously not willing to let go of the treasured blood lotus and ended up being badly wounded by Meng Boyu. I reached in the nick of time just as Meng Boyu was about to kill him. Attempting to steal my things, murder my man, and even murder me in my territory. Fellow pill refiners, what would you have done if you were in my place? If I were you, I would have smashed his head into pieces, just as Mo Wuji ended his sentence, Jin Shaoru said in his roughest voice. This fellow was looking all around for Mo Wuji after he finished eating his spirit fruits. Pill Master Mo, do you know where is the treasured blood lotus now? At this juncture in time, nobody cared about Meng Boyu or how loud Jin Xiaoru was. Everyone only wanted to know where the treasured blood lotus was now. With so many people asking, Muing hurried to inquire about it as well. Pill Master Mo, is the treasured blood lotus still around? Mo Wuji sighed in his heart and thought to himself, indeed, nothing else matters other than the treasured blood lotus. Mo Wuji, don't you think a service disciple like you can say anything you want now that Meng Boyu is dead? Zhu Feiyan was raging as he saw Mo Wuji controlling the whole crowd and could even possess the treasured blood lotus. If he knew that Mo Wuji found a treasured blood lotus at the Blood Lotus Lake, Zhu Feiyan would never have let Mo Wuji go even if Yin Xianyin intervened. To be able to find a treasured blood lotus, it was an opportunity that came by only once a few hundred years. However, it was all too late now that Mo Wuji got away with the treasured blood lotus. Pill Master Zhu, even if you have something against Pill Master Mo, you should not be calling him a service disciple, an unpleasant pill refiner from the crowd shouted. Zhu Feiyan replied coldly, he was recruited as a service disciple from the start at the Formless Blade sect. It was only because he got lucky that he could end up becoming a pill refiner. Muing hurried to ask, Pill Master Mo, your name is Mo Wuji. I wonder if you are related to the drug refiner Mo who developed the Mo drug. Mo Wuji replied, thank you Senior Apprentice Mu for the flattery compliments. I am indeed the drug refiner who publicly released the penicillin formula. I originated from a royal family, but my family was destroyed when the throne was overturned and the king was assassinated. As for my pill Dao, I inherited my pill Dao from my ancestors too. At where they were, Mo Wuji did not need to hold back in the things he said, as even if Sita Qian was right in front of him, he would still dare to say this. Jin Xiaoru shouted in an instant, there are people snatching a small throne. Which birdman is it? Tell me and I will knock down his eggs. How about the monarch of that country? Was he an idiot? A monarch of a country would definitely not mean much in Jin Xiaoru's eyes. Nobody bothered about the words of Jin Xiaoru because of the compliments Muing gave Mo Wuji. Now that everyone knew that Mo Wuji was the one who gave out the formula of such an incredible drugs, their impression of Mo Wuji improved tremendously. So you are drug refiner Mo, Muing want to thank you on behalf of the numerous mortals who benefited from your contribution. Muing bowed slightly after finishing her sentence. Mo Wuji hurried to reject her bow and then took out a box of treasured blood lotus. Senior Apprentice Sister Mu, I do not have much spiritual stones with me, therefore, I would like to use the treasured blood lotus to exchange for a few spiritual herbs. However, I do not know the value of the treasured blood lotus, hence, I was not sure if I could exchange for a. Muing grabbed the jade box that Mo Wuji passed over and opened it in an instant. A crystal-like ruby-colored treasure blood lotus lied inside the jade box, emitting a faint fragrance. Every pill refiner sighed out loud as they witnessed this. Muing saw the treasured blood lotus and immediately said, this is almost 100 years old treasured blood lotus and it is worth a lot. I had not seen such an old treasured blood lotus for many years already. The only pity was that there was no longer the lotus root, which would decrease the value of the treasured blood lotus tremendously. Mo Wuji regretted immediately after he heard what Muing said. He did not regret the fact that he extracted the root, but he regretted the fact that he made one big mistake. He thought that the treasured blood lotus which Fei Bingzhu nurtured would be worth the same as the one he was holding in his hands. However, after hearing Muing, he realized that the number of years old a treasured blood lotus made a difference too. The pity was that he used up almost all of the older treasured blood lotus already. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 120, 5 Elements Pill Competition begins. Chapter 120, 5 Elements Pill Competition begins. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. There are 5 100,000 years old pine poles which I will buy later. I will give 3 of them to you. I will then give you another 3 more 1,000 years long yangrass to exchange for your treasured blood lotus. What do you think? Even though Mo Wuji knew that the treasured blood lotus was worth quite a bit, it was still only a Tier 3 spiritual herb. Whether it was the 100,000 years pine pulse or the 1,000 years longyan grass, these were still Tier 4 spiritual herbs. To exchange all of these for his one treasured blood lotus, he definitely gained a lot out of this deal. Muing must have offered this because of her relationship and impression of him. "Thank you, Senior Mu, I am more than willing to exchange," Mo Wuji said without any hesitation. "Great, that was straightforward," Muing nodded her head with a lot of satisfaction. She used the 2 Tier 4 spiritual herbs to exchange for the pine pulse very quickly and then gave the 3 pine pulse and 3 longyan grass to exchange with Mo Wuji. After the exchange with Mo Wuji was completed, Muing asked, "Pillmaster Mo, I have a lot of admiration for you after your contribution of the Mo's drug. How did you actually become a Tier 2 pill refiner when you started off as a service disciple?" From the start, Mo Wuji wanted to be on good terms with Muing. When Muing asked this, Mo Wuji naturally did not hide anything. "Senior Mu, the main reason why I could become a Tier 2 pill refiner is because of Senior Apprentice Sister Yan's help. Senior Apprentice Sister Yan taught me a lot of things which gave me the opportunity to become a Tier 2 pill refiner." So it was because of Senior Apprentice Sister Yan's guidance? "Senior Apprentice Sister Yan, why didn't you tell me that you knew Pillmaster Mo?" Muing was looked as though she was very close with Yan Shenin as she turned around immediately to ask her. "It was because Junior Apprentice Brother Mo's understanding of pills were already decent when I met him. All I did was to give him some small pointers." Yan Shenin gave a slight smile as she knew she had no credits to claim for Mo Wuji's success in becoming a pill refiner. However, she did not say it out because she guessed that Mo Wuji did not want others to know about how talented he was in this area. Finishing, Yan Shenin continued to ask Mo Wuji, "Junior Apprentice Brother Mo, are you going to participate in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition too?" Mo Wuji gave a smile with gratitude. "Yes, Senior Apprentice Sister Yan. I only just managed to advance to become a Tier 3 pill refiner and I'm here to try my luck." "Ah, you are already a Tier 3 pill refiner?" Yan Shenin exclaimed as she predicted that Mo Wuji could never advance beyond Tier 2. However, in a blink of an eye, he is a Tier 3 pill refiner already. Could it be that she misjudged him? She suddenly thought of the Formless Blade sect head Guran and wondered if he would have regrets if he knew Mo Wuji had advanced to become a Tier 3 pill refiner. Mo Wuji laughed out loud. "I was just lucky. Inspiration came and I suddenly became a Tier 3 pill refiner." Mu Ying's face turned stern as she said, "Junior Mo, I do believe that there is no such thing as luck in concocting pills. I believe that Pillmaster Mo must have had a very impressive understanding towards pill refinement, therefore being able to advance to become a Tier 3 pill refiner. This would explain your development of the Mo's drug too. Pillmaster Mo, I will be waiting for you at the Heaven-Seeking Palace Pill Pagoda. I trust that with your talent, you will definitely be able to step into the Heaven-Seeking Palace and enter the Pill Pagoda." Mo Wuji said in his heart, "Even if I wanted to enter the Heaven-Seeking Palace, I will not go to the Pill Pagoda." Pill refinement was only his side career. What he wanted to be was not a heavenly pill refiner but to pursue the greatest cultivation realm. "Thank you, Senior Apprentice Sister Mu, for your auspicious words. Actually, I have some personal matters to discuss with you in private and I wonder if you are able to spare me some time?" Mo Wuji made use of this opportunity to ask. Muing shook her hand and the things in front of her disappeared without a trace. She then smiled at Mo Wuji and said, "I was planning to leave, but if Pillmaster Mo has something to talk to me about, then please go ahead." Mo Wuji was very envious of people who could do such things and thought to himself, "This woman does things very cleanly." Mo Wuji hurried to bid goodbye to Yan Shenin and then told Jin Xiaoru to head back on his own first before leaving the pill refiner's interactions hall together with Muing. Finding Granny Linglong was crucial to him, therefore, he would not let a lunatic like Jin Xiaoru spoil it. At Mu Ying's residence, Mo Wuji told Muing about his hope of meeting Granny Linglong. "You hope to plead Granny Linglong to help you save your friend?" Muing frowned as she heard Mo Wuji's wish. "Yes, it is because no one else other than Granny Linglong can save Yen Er. Mo Wuji looked hopefully at Muing after cupping one fist in the other hand as a sign of respect. Muing let out a sigh and said, "It is not that I refuse to help you. The fact is that my grandmaster and Granny Linglong had some disagreements before, and that if I were to bring you to meet her, it would most likely result in a counterproductive outcome." Mo Wuji's heart went cold for about half a second as he heard this. Furthermore, even if I managed to help you meet Granny Linglong, she might not even extend her helping hand. If you can find the immeasurable soul-forging crystal, even without my help, you would definitely be able to meet Granny Linglong, Muing explained. Mo Wuji cupped his fist once again and said, "If this is the case, I shall not disturb Senior Mu anymore. I shall take my leave." Muing could not bear but still told Mo Wuji, "You have quite a close relationship with the young housemaster of the Nine Moons Pill House. When the time comes, you could ask him for a placing to enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain Pill competition. In the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, you could even find an immeasurable soul-forging crystal if you're fortunate. The placings that were awarded to me all belong to the Heaven-Seeking Palace, therefore, I am unable to promise you a placing." It was very obvious that Muing did not expect Mo Wuji to be able to do well enough in the competition to be awarded placings too. "Alright, I got it." Mo Wuji gave a bitter smile and then bid his goodbye. Ask Nine Moons Pill House young master for a placing to enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain? I wonder how Muing would react if she knew that the two brothers Jin Shaoke and Jin Xiaoru were both waiting for his placings to enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain. Despite not meeting Granny Linglong before, he had a rough idea of the type of person she was through the numerous descriptions of her. Mo Wuji's guess was that she was an extremely eccentric old lady who seldom socialized and needed a direct benefit to her for her to help. It seemed like even if he was awarded the placing in the competition, he would not have the chance to meet Granny Linglong. The only way was to enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain and retrieve the immeasurable soul-forging crystal that she wanted. Mo Wuji clenched his fist tightly as he knew he had to win placings in this competition to enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain. The competition was only about half a month away, therefore, he shut himself in to cultivate the moment Mo Wuji returned to his residence at Nine Moons Pill House. He constantly concised his spiritual willpower and used both the spiritual stones and energy-gathering pill concurrently to upgrade his cultivation level. To him, cultivation did not require the use of any pills. In order to be able to concoct a Tier 4 Earth pill as soon as possible, he had no choice but to increase both his cultivation level as well as the power of his spiritual will. Knowing that Mo Wuji was cultivating, Jin Shaoke did not bother him at all. Even Jin Shaoke was restrained by Jin Xiaoru to not disturb Mo Wuji. Half a month passed by very quickly, and in only half a month, Mo Wuji's spiritual willpower improved by a lot. Mo Wuji believed that he could advance past channel opening stage level 7 in no time. Just as he was about to advance into channel opening stage level 8, Jin Shaoke knocked on his door. Mo Wuji looked at the many pieces of spirit stones on the floor with disappointment as he lamented how close he was. He needed only a few more days and he could have successfully advanced into channel opening stage level 8. Jin Shaoke knocked on the door because the 5 Elements Desolate Domain Pill competition was about to begin and had no other choice but to find Mo Wuji. Indeed, as Mo Wuji opened his door, he saw an apologetic Jin Shaoke saying, "Wuji, the pill competition is about to begin. I had to interrupt your closed-door training." "No worries, I shall clean up first," Mo Wuji shook his hand as he answered. Half an hour later, a fresh Mo Wuji and Jin Shaoke arrived at the heart of the square. The square was filled with a lot of people early in the morning. There was a humongous round altar in the center of the square, and in front of it, there was close to 1,000 empty seats, and in front of every seat, there was a pill furnace. The most eye-catching words on the humongous round altar were Heaven-Seeking Palace. Around the Heaven-Seeking Palace were the individual big sections. Mo Wuji saw Heavenly Temple, Jade Net Sect and Distant Fire Sect, but not the Formless Blade Sect and the Nine Moons Pill House. It seemed as if only the quasi-sky level sects would make it on the round altar. Even though there were many people on the square, it was not messy or noisy. Most people were just standing there quietly or engaging in small discussions. A long-bearded man wearing a caramel-colored robe walked down from the empty sky and landed on the center of the square's round altar. This person is so incredible. Mo Wuji was so impressed as this was the first time he witnessed someone walking down from an empty sky. Jin Shaoke was standing beside Mo Wuji as he introduced, "This is the heaven-seeking palace's true god expert, the second dean, Senior Fengjinshu." Fengjinshu stood on the round altar and cupped his fist to all four directions. Fellow friends and pill refiners, the 5 Elements pill competition had become the 5 big empires' first competition together, and this is not just because this is a pill refiners competition of the highest level. It is also because this affects who gets to enter the 5 Elements desolate domain. The 5 empires have been called by others as the lost continent, not without any valid reasoning. This is because even though we have quite a lot of cultivators and geniuses, we have very little cultivators who can advance into the heaven realm's 3 great heavens. Up to here, Fengjinshu paused on purpose. When Fengjinshu first arrived, it was already very quiet, but it was close to pin-drop silent now. After the pause, Fengjinshu continued, "The 5 big empires cover such vast land and countless of geniuses, so why is it so hard to produce a heaven realm cultivator? Is it because our geniuses are all pseudo-geniuses? I can tell you now that the answer is a definite no. This is because the lost continent lacked a heaven-earth regulation, and the lack of this regulation not only prevent the tier 7 spiritual herbs from growing, it also blocks us from realizing the profound mystery of the heaven realm's 3 great heavens." There were finally some discussions on the square, but it was not loud. This was apparently not their first time hearing this. Now that the 5-element desolate domain is finally being opened, there are a great number of tier 7 and above spiritual herbs as well as numerous flower of the true god. To prevent everyone from killing each other and then going in to destroy all sorts of precious spiritual herbs, we decided to hold this pill competition once every few years to decide who gets to enter the 5 elements desolate domain. This would be our third 5 elements pill competition. I hereby announce the start of the pill competition, and I hope that every pill refiner will be able to produce great results. Fengjinshu retreated the moment he said his piece. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 121, The Difficult First Round. Chapter 121, The Difficult First Round. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. After Fengjinshu left, a middle-aged woman walked to the middle of the round altar, bowed towards the 4 directions and said, "I'm heaven-seeking Palace Pill Pagoda's Ming Ning. I am the chief presider over this 5 elements pill competition." Dean Feng was right, there are very few in our 5 empires who can step into the heaven realm's 3 great heavens. As the saying goes, heaven never seals off all exits. The 5 elements desolate domain is this way out for the people of our 5 empires, and the opportunity to enter it will be decided in this competition. In this competition, there will be 5 tier 6 earth pill refiners, including myself, as the judges. I believe that as long as you can achieve good results, you will be able to obtain a good placing. The first round will be an elimination round. May all participants use the jade tokens to guide you to your pill furnace. Wuji, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. Just let loose and don't get too worried. We can always come again during the next competition. Previously, we only managed to get 97th place. So it won't be too much of a drop if we don't get anything this time around, Jin Shaoke said to Mo Wuji encouragingly. Mo Wuji nodded. Mr. Jin can be rest assured. Regardless, I will put in my best effort in this competition. Even if Jin Shaoke could come again in the future, it might not mean the same for him. On the other hand, the fact of 9 Moons Pillhouse obtaining the 97th place in the previous competition didn't really come as a surprise to Mo Wuji. How many big sects and powers were there within the 5 empires? In truth, 9 Moons Pillhouse really didn't count for much. Being able to enter the top 100 was already a pretty good result. Holding the 9 Moons Pillhouse Jade token, Mo Wuji was brought to a pill furnace near the side. Even though the intervals between the pill furnaces were big, the pill furnaces near the sides were still relatively squeezed. After waiting for the participants to settle in place, Pillmaster Ming Ning announced loudly, due to the relatively large number of contestants, and to have a more convincing test of ability, our first round will be on purification. It will be graded upon 100 points, and the first 300. Hearing that it was about purification, Mo Wuji celebrated in his heart. This was a topic which he had no worries about. He was confident that he would not be worse than typical Tier 4 Earth Pill refiners even when it came to Tier 4 spiritual herbs. The ingredient we'll be purifying is the Tier 4 Iron Core Bodhi fruit. Everyone will be entitled one fruit and a red firestone. You can find them in the pill furnaces. May all participants now place the jade tokens into the side of the pill furnace to open it. The competition will now begin. Hearing Pill Master Ming Ning announce the start of the competition, almost all of the pill refiners immediately placed the jade token into the sides of the pill furnace and retrieved the iron core Bodhi fruit and red firestone. However, Mo Wuji stood by in a daze, and did not immediately retrieve his items. The initial joy he had when he heard about the purification topic had long disappeared. The iron core Bodhi fruit was one of the hardest spiritual herbs to purify among Tier 4 spiritual herbs. This fruit had a tough exterior. It would be difficult to extract the essences even with earth fire, much less the lowest grade red firestone. It could be said that this round was the most difficult for him, as his cultivation was the lowest among all the pill refiners. To purify this tough spirit fruit, a higher cultivation would naturally make it easier. A low-grade firestone could be made up with by using elemental energy and hand techniques. The lower the grade of the firestone, the higher the elemental energy needed. Now, he was using the lowest grade red firestone. What could he do? Jin Shaoka's gaze landed on Mo Wuji. Seeing the others starting while Mo Wuji stood unmoving, he could not help but sigh in his heart. As the young house master of the Nine Moons Pill House, how could he not know the difficulty Mo Wuji was currently facing? He had already calculated his odds, but he did not expect that the first round of the competition to have an emphasis of cultivation level. With Mo Wuji's channel opening stage cultivation, purifying the iron core Bodhi fruit was already not a simple thing, much less emerge in the top 300 among these thousands of pill refiners. The reason he chose Mo Wuji was because Mo Wuji's pills seemed to transcend grades. According to his experience with previous competitions, the final round would definitely be a pill concoction round. It was not impossible to enter the top 100 with a supreme grade Tier 3 mortal pill. In the previous competition, there was exactly a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner who trumped over a Tier 4 earth pill refiner because of the grade of his pill. But looking at the current predicament, Mo Wuji could very well be eliminated in the very first round. After being at a loss for a full minute, Mo Wuji finally placed the jade token into the side of the pill furnace and opened it. Despite the difficulty, he was not going to be eliminated in the very first round. After opening the pill furnace, he could see a fire-red firestone, as well as a fist-sized black fruit. Besides those items, there was also a jade vase. There was a number of the jade vase which corresponded to the number on his jade token. It looked like this number was only imprinted after the jade token had been inserted into the pill furnace. Mo Wuji placed the jade vase to the side before igniting the red firestone. Since he had already started, there was no time to be doubtful and be filled with hesitation. The fire beneath the furnace raged. Mo Wuji slapped the exterior of the pill furnace consecutively. With these simplest of hand techniques, he cleaned the pill furnace. Resolutely, Mo Wuji inserted the iron core Bodhi fruit into the pill furnace. Mo Wuji continuously activated the fire below the furnace, but the iron core Bodhi fruit continued to melt slowly. After 10 more minutes, the iron core Bodhi fruit only melted by half. By this moment, Mo Wuji could already smell the aroma of the iron core Bodhi fruit essence. Mo Wuji was clear that this smell wasn't from his pill furnace, but the fruits from others' iron core Bodhi fruit. This meant that others have already started purifying the medicinal essences while he had yet to melt his fruit. It can't carry on like this. Mo Wuji took a deep breath. Others could afford to lose this round, but he definitely couldn't. Mo Wuji carefully inserted his hand into the pill furnace and immediately activated his hand techniques. In reality, he had concealed pill techniques within the hand techniques, and was using the pill techniques to start purifying. In Mo Wuji's initial plan, he did not intend to use his pill techniques from the on-go. He was prepared to only use his pill techniques during the essence fusion or pill condensation stage. As for purification, it should have been simple enough to do without pill techniques. However, the competition had just started, but he already had no choice but to reveal his killing ace. This made him extremely helpless, who asked his cultivation to be so low. Among these 1,000 pill refiners, he might be the only one still in the channel opening stage. The pill techniques landed on the iron core Bodhi fruit, the original slow rate of melting sped up. However, the speed was still not fast. After all, the firestone used was a mere red firestone. This is not good. This might be able to extract the essence of the iron core Bodhi fruit, but it won't get me in the top 300. As Mo Wuji thought of this, he gritted his teeth and directly used his hands to stir the iron core Bodhi fruit. On the surface, he looked like he was stirring, but he was actually increasing the effectiveness of his pill techniques through direct contact. He had no other choice. Who asked his cultivation to be low, and his spiritual will was also not strong enough to sustain for a long time. Luckily, this round was only the purification of the spiritual herbs. If it also included the fusion of the medicinal essences, he could only stare as others trump over him. It felt like he was holding the firestone itself, and Mo Wuji's skin was instantly charred. Mo Wuji would not have cared if this was lightning, but this searing heat caused Mo Wuji to groan aloud. Even so, Mo Wuji did not dare release his hand. If he did, he might not have a second chance. Seeing the iron core Bodhi fruit melting faster, he was reminded of the previous derision he had towards Shurjun previously. He ridiculed Shurjun's pill concoction as stir-frying vegetables, but wasn't he doing the same thing now? At least Shurjun used a spatula. Mo Wuji was directly using his hands to stir-fry. Mo Wuji suddenly had a form of revelation. Regardless of the time or the place, he should not look down on other people. It's not because this person might be stronger than you, but because you might end up being like him. A whole half an hour passed, and Mo Wuji truly could not endure the pain any further as he withdrew his hand from the furnace. Within the pill furnace, the iron core Bodhi fruit had already fully melted, and Mo Wuji had already used his stir-fry method to purify a good half of the medicinal essences. As he had overutilized his spiritual will, Mo Wuji felt a little groggy. However, he did not dare stop, nor take a break to consume a pill. He was afraid that it might not be within the rules, and everything he did would have gone to waste. He did not partake in this competition to attain glory, but to save yin air. Thus, he could not make a single mistake. Mo Wuji had already completely ignored the burning pain he felt on his hand. Now, he was concentrating all his efforts on the iron core Bodhi fruit in the pill furnace. With his painstaking effort, the iron core Bodhi fruit started to emanate a faint medicinal fragrance. Mo Wuji did not dare to be careless, and he continued to concentrate all his efforts. He did this to the very end when he started to separate the dregs. He expended all the spiritual energy in his body and used his pill techniques to expel the herb dregs. Pata! A trail of herb dregs was sent out of the pill furnace. At the same time, the essences within the pill furnace was also extracted and sent into the jade vase. If things were as they were usually, Mo Wuji would have definitely purified the essences for a second time. However, he really couldn't take it anymore. Even if he tried to forcefully purify the essences, he might waste all his previous efforts and turn the essences to dust. After sealing the jade vase, Mo Wuji exhaled strongly. As he lifted his head to face the surroundings, he discovered that he was among the last to complete. At this time, the fiery hot sensation pervaded again. Mo Wuji took a look at his right hand. It was already a whole patch of black, as though it wasn't a part of him. Even though the purification was complete, Mo Wuji did not dare consume any healing pills until his jade vase was collected. This competition was too important to make any mistakes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 122, Things Aren't Permanent. Chapter 122, Things Aren't Permanent. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Dang! A little after Mo Wuji finished his purification, a gong sounded. This gong seemed to sound right into Mo Wuji's mind, causing Mo Wuji's brain to hum. At this moment, Mo Wuji could smell charred odors. Due to this gong, the few pill refiners who had not completed their purification immediately failed. Mo Wuji secretly celebrated. Luckily, he managed to finish his purification in time. Luckily, he did not try a second round of purification. If not, he would have met his dead end. This 5 elements pill competition really did not care about the feelings in face of the pill refiners, using such a crude manner to stop the remaining pill refiners. Once again, Ming Ning walked to the round altar and announced in a clear voice, "Time is up. May all pill refiners cover their pill furnaces and place the jade vase on top of the pill furnace." She did not even bother asking the pill refiners to stop. The moment the gong sounded, any pill refiner who had yet to complete their purification would have immediately failed the purification process. Mo Wuji covered his pill furnace and slowly placed the jade vase on top of the pill furnace. He noticed that Pill Master Ming Ning's gaze seemed to land on his right hand, but he did not put that to heart. The pill refiners by Mo Wuji's side could not help but snicker at him. This was the first time they met a pill refiner whose hand ended up like this due to purifying. Mo Wuji acted as though he did not notice these derisive gazes as he continued staring at his own jade vase. His jade vase was labeled 632. After roughly 2 minutes, Mo Wuji felt a gentle wind blow, and the jade vase on top of his pill furnace disappeared. Thereafter, rows of jade vases appeared on the judging table atop the round altar. Behind the judging table, there were 4 people. Including Pill Master Ming Ning, there would exactly be 5 people. Now that it's finally ended, they can't stop me from taking a pill, right? As he thought of this, Mo Wuji retrieved a healing pill and put it in his mouth. His hand was burnt black by the heat, and the Tier 3 pill he consumed was able to control the injury. In a few minutes, his injuries started to recover at a rapid pace. After collecting the jade vases, Pill Master Ming Ning also walked to the back of the judging table and sat down. The 5 judges started their evaluation as they opened the jade vases one by one. In less than an hour, the 5 managed to examine more than 1,000 bottles, among which 300 were selected and placed by the side. Once again, Pill Master Ming Ning stood up and walked to the center of the round altar. At this moment, all eyes were concentrated on her. Her next words would determine whether they would be able to qualify for the second round or not. Pill Master Ming Ning's eyes swept across the 1,000+ pill refiners, before she announced loudly, "After the first round of the pill competition, 300 people have been selected. Pill refiners whose numbers have been reported, please stay behind. On the other hand, pill refiners whose numbers weren't announced, please leave the testing grounds immediately." 18, 39, 176, 98, 244. Every single time Pill Master Ming Ning announced a number, the competitors' hearts skipped a beat. They deeply desired for the next number to be theirs. Mo Wuji was the same, he also hoped for his own number to be called. As more pill refiners were called out, Mo Wuji's heart got heavier. After all, his cultivation was low, and he had to use that stir-fry method to purify the iron core Bodhi fruit. At that time, he had already overdrafted his energy in the purification, and he was not fully confident on his purification quality. 34, 711. Pill Master Ming Ning was still reporting, while Mo Wuji was trembling with his fists clenched tight. There were only a little more than 10 places left. 491, 56. Pill Master Ming Ning finally stopped announcing. Mo Wuji's fists were clenched so tight that his skin started to tear. His right hand had yet to recover, and started to bleed profusely. He had not heard the number 632. As Mo Wuji was about to fall into an abyss of despair, he seemingly felt Pill Master Ming Ning's eyes landing on him. Before he could react, Pill Master Ming Ning sounded out, 632, 21, 2, 80. Mo Wuji did not manage to catch the numbers at the back, he only heard 632. He had succeeded. He had emerged within the top 300 and got past the first round. He was so ecstatic that he ignored the fact that Pill Master Ming Ning took a long pause before announcing his number. As Mo Wuji was about to recover his calmness from his excitement, he heard Pill Master Ming Ning saying, "The pill refiners whose numbers have been called, please stay behind. The rest are to leave the testing grounds immediately." The pill refiners whose numbers did not get called could only retreat out of the testing grounds dejectedly with their heads sunk low. By the side, Jin Shaoke clenched his fist tightly and waved it. Mo Wuji had succeeded. Mo Wuji actually managed to emerge in the top 100. Only he was clear that it was extremely difficult for Mo Wuji. For a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner who was only at the channel opening stage, to actually survive with the Iron Core Bodhi fruit as the test, was truly a miracle. AI, isn't that person? A lady among the crowd spotted Mo Wuji, and momentarily called out. Previously, among the 1,000 people, Mo Wuji was inconspicuous. After eliminating 800 to 900 people, with only 300 pill refiners left on the grounds, she immediately noticed Mo Wuji. "Wan Air, you know someone among the pill refiners?" There was an old man with a black beard by Chu Wan Air's side. When he heard Chu Wan Air's call of surprise, he immediately questioned her. One must know that a pill refiner who could get through the first round was definitely not a simple person. It might not be a bad thing for them if Wan Air actually recognized one of these pill refiners. One must not overestimate the Heavenly Temple just because it was the number 1 sect in Xinghan Empire, or that it was the guardian sect of the empire. In the grand scale of the Lost Continent, the Heavenly Temple was not truly outstanding. Moreover, pill concoction had never been the niche of the Heavenly sect. It had many earth pill refiners, but they were mostly old fogies who were above 100 years old. In terms of young pill refiners, the Heavenly Temple could not even compare to some earth sections. Chu Wan Air nodded, "I do know someone." But, at that time he was a mere mortal. Due to his indomitable and unyielding character, I casually helped him out twice. However, that had happened more than half a year ago. Chu Wan Air truly did not expect to see Mo Wuji appear during this 5 elements pill competition, and to even get past the first round. She said that she had helped Mo Wuji twice. The first time was when Xiao Feng wanted to kill Mo Wuji but Qin Jinxiang and her intercepted him. The second time was back in Changluo, where she found an excuse to help Mo Wuji purchase his drug refining equipment. "You said he was a mortal?" the black-bearded elder asked in shock. Chu Wan Air replied hesitantly, "He can't really be considered a mortal. He has spiritual roots, but of poor quality. Initially, I saw him kill 2 6-footed lightning crocodiles, and he really had to pit his life to do that. He should not have cultivated then." Previously, when she questioned Mo Wuji did not tell her the truth about his mortal roots, but claimed that he had low-grade spiritual roots. Thus, Chu Wan Air did not know that Mo Wuji was a true mortal with mortal roots. The black-bearded elder nodded and spoke in a tone of instruction, "Wan Air, you're far too innocent. You think that a person who has never cultivated can actually kill 2 6-footed lightning crocodiles just because he put his life on the line? Do you think a person who had never touched cultivation half a year ago could actually stand on this stage and even get past the first round? Master, you're saying?" Chu Wan Air looked at the black-bearded elder disbelievingly. The black-bearded elder said resolutely, "Not only did he cultivate before, he must have his secrets. It's precisely because of these secrets that he had to act like he's a mere mortal. However, Which one of the world's experts doesn't have their own secrets? Chu Wan-er looked at her master doubtfully. When she first saw Mo Wuji, he really did not look like he was acting. However, seeing the change in Mo Wuji, she did feel that her master's words sounded logical. Wan-er, if that person is able to get in the top 100, do you think you can arrange a meeting? The black-bearded man said. Master, you want me to ask him for a placing? Chu Wan-er understood the meaning behind her master's words. The Heavenly Temple's pill Dao had never been impressive. The number of exceptional, young pill refiners who could enter the top 100 could not meet the demand for placings. This was because the Heavenly Temple was a huge sect, with many internal divisions and peerless disciples. The number of people who actually wanted to enter the Five Elements desolate domain far exceeded the actual number of placings they could win. It was not easy for Chu Wan-er to actually obtain a placing. The black-bearded elder nodded. If he can enter the top 100, even if we can't get a placing, there's no harm in forming relations with him. Such a young pill refiner would definitely have a bright future. Chu Wan-er pouted her lips but did not speak. She previously bought a simple herb from Mo Wuji for 100,000 gold coins because she appreciated his unyielding fighting spirit. At the same time, she also did it out of pity. She did not want to see someone she appreciated to be fallen due to 100,000 gold coins. Life went on her, and she had never thought about Mo Wuji after that incident. However, the situation seemed to have turned. She had an indescribable feeling in her heart, and she even wished that Mo Wuji would not enter the top 100. Then, she didn't need to bow down and request anything from Mo Wuji. Even if she met Mo Wuji, she would only want to talk about the past, and not ask him for any sort of placing. This wasn't merely an issue of her pride. More importantly, she knew that it would be difficult for Mo Wuji to give her a placing even if he won. After all, Mo Wuji must have been representing a sect in this competition, and it wouldn't be up to him to decide who to allocate the placings to. At this moment, the eliminated pill refiners had left the testing grounds. At the same time, Mo Wuji and company were brought to a different place to rest. The pill furnaces were brought out of the grounds, and in just a short period of time, 300 things which resembled flower bed were put in place. Pill Master Ming Ning stood up and said, "May all the participants now stand in front of your medicine bed." So this thing is called a medicine bed. Mo Wuji hurriedly walked to the medicine bed with 632 on it. After Ming Ning saw that the various pill refiners had stood in place, she announced, "Let the second round of the 5 Elements pill competition begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 123, The Dumbfounding Second Round. Chapter 123, The Dumbfounding Second Round. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji's hand had yet to fully recover. At this point, he was extremely worried that he needed to purify another difficult spiritual herb. Even though the possibility of that was low, but if it did happen, he would immediately be eliminated. The grounds were completely silent. There was only Pill Master Ming Ning's voice. "I believe that among those who wish to enter the 5 Elements desolate domain, 90% of you are searching for the flower of the true gods. The flower of the true gods is a peerless treasure which can give a cultivator at the nihility god stage of the earth realm, to actually ascend into the heaven realm's true god stage." Hearing Pill Master Ming Ning touch upon the flower of the true gods, Mo Wuji immediately controlled his breathing and concentrated on listening. His understanding on the flower was shallow. On the scenario where he wasn't able to find the immeasurable soul-forging crystal, he could try to find the flower of the true gods and offer it to Granny Linglong. Maybe she might still choose to help him out. The flower of the true gods requires 100,000 years to mature. It could be said to be the spiritual herb with the longest maturation period. Perhaps some of you might question me, there are countless of spiritual herbs which are more than 100,000 years old. And some of these herbs are only in Tier 4 or Tier 5. So why is the flower of the true gods the herb with the longest maturation period? Pillmaster Ming Ning's speech enraptured Mo Wuji. He truly did not know the answer to her question. Furthermore, he was just thinking about how the 100,000-year-old pine pulse was a mere tier 4 spiritual herb. What made the flower of the true gods so amazing? Pillmaster Ming Ning continued, this is because the flower of the true gods can only be used when it reaches 100,000 years old. A 99,999-year-old flower of the true gods is completely useless, it's only as good as wild grass. Mo Wuji finally understood, in all the spiritual herbs he had interacted with, the age didn't affect whether the herb could be used or not. It only affected the grade of herb and the quality of its medicinal properties. However, this flower of the true gods was truly unique. If it was below 100,000 years old, it would be as effective as any ordinary flower. It's no wonder why Pillmaster Ming Ning claimed that the flower of the true gods had the longest maturation period. It's also no wonder why the flower was so valuable. It simply could not be grown. After all, who would be able to live for 100,000 years? If a pig could live that long, then you could call it a true god too. At the same time, there's a characteristic of the flower of the true gods which many people do not know. Just like cultivators' spiritual roots, every single flower has its own elemental affinity, albeit the 5 elements, or the unique elements wind, ice, and lightning. So for a cultivator at the great circle of the nihility god stage who wishes to ascend into the true god stage, he can't casually pick a random flower of the true gods. He needs to obtain a flower which matches his own spiritual root's elemental affinity, then would he have the opportunity to ascend. Pillmaster Ming Ning's speech was no longer confined to the topics of the competition, as she now extended to sharing this cultivation knowledge. As everyone was engrossed with her words, Pillmaster Ming Ning's tone suddenly changed, and she continued in a higher volume, today, our second round is to grow a flower of the true gods. Astonished gasps could be heard, even Mo Wuji inhaled coldly. Grow a flower of the true gods? 100,000 years? Was Pillmaster Ming Ning crazy? Even if she wasn't looking for a fully matured flower, growing a flower is not something that can be done within 1 or 2 days. Pillmaster Ming Ning used her hands to calm the rousing crowd. Everyone, calm down. The flower of the true gods may require 100,000 years to mature, but it only needs a short time to germinate. Under a suitable condition, a flower of the true god can sprout and flower in a single day. If we complement this with rich spiritual energy and human interference, the time required would be much shorter. Hearing this, the crowd came to understand the situation. So it's only a case which required 1 to 2 days, this was something acceptable. After all, cultivators would also take a few days every time they closed their doors to cultivate. During the first journey into the 5 elements desolate domain, someone found a batch of seeds of the flower of the true gods, which numbers in the hundreds. There are all the various affinities of seeds here. Each pill refiner will obtain a flower of the true god seed, as well as a compatible elemental spirit stone and 10 Xian grade spirit stones. May all pill refiners pick the seeds and spirit stones you need and wait for the round to begin. Mo Wuji was not a total stranger to the idea of elemental spirit stones and Xian grade spirit stones. Spirit stones can be classified as elemental and non-elemental spirit stones. Most of the time, people use non-elemental spirit stones on cultivation in trade. Elemental spirit stones can take the affinity of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire and earth, or the unique elements, wind, ice, and lightning. Their value far exceed the non-elemental ones. Mo Wuji had also heard about the grading of spirit stones. The grades were Huang, Xian, Earth, and Heaven. Some people would call Huang grade spirit stones as low grade spirit stones, and Xian grade ones as intermediate grade spirit stones. Usually, the spirit stones used in transaction, unless specified, were non-elemental spirit stones. As Pillmaster Ming Ning finished, 10 service disciples carrying wooden trays walked down from the round altar. A service disciple brought a wooden tray in front Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji saw all kinds of crystal clear seeds, each seed was about the size of a broad bean. At the same time, he also saw energy-rich spirit stones. When choosing a flower of the true god seed, naturally, one must pick a seed with the same elemental affinity in order to speed up its growth. However, Mo Wuji was clear about one thing: he did not even have spiritual roots. If he didn't have spiritual roots, how would he choose a seed? Sir Pill Refiner, please choose a seed. Seeing Mo Wuji stand unmoving, the service disciple got anxious and interjected Mo Wuji's thoughts. Sure. Mo Wuji forced himself to randomly pick a seed followed by 10 Xian grade spirit stones. This was the first time Mo Wuji saw Xian grade spirit stones. Previously, he had only used low-grade spirit stones, aka Huang grade spirit stones. As he held the Xian grade spirit stones in his hand, he could truly feel the spiritual energy density and purity. A low-grade spirit stone truly could not compare to it. Sir Pill Refiner, please pick an elemental spirit stone as well, the service disciple reminded. Mo Wuji's gaze landed on the elemental spirit stones by the side. Their colors were different from the usual white non-elemental spirit stones. There were all kinds of different colors. Fire affinity stones were red, wood affinity stones were green. Just as Mo Wuji was wondering about the elemental affinity of the seed he picked, his eyes landed on a blue spirit stone. Within the spirit stone, there was even flashes of lightning. That's a lightning spirit stone? Mo Wuji's heart suddenly trembled. He immediately placed the seed he picked back into the wooden tray as he laughed to the service disciple, I picked the wrong one, but... Without waiting for the service disciple's reaction, he immediately picked a seed which also contained traces of lightning. The flower of the true God's seeds were truly easy to identify, and the lightning affinity seed looked especially unique. After picking the seed up, Mo Wuji hurried to pick the lightning spirit stone before saying, many thanks, I have already chosen carefully. The service disciple looked at Mo Wuji speechlessly before moving on to the next pill refiner. In his wooden tray, there was only this one lightning spirit stone, and he was sure that no one would actually pick it. To think that someone would actually choose it. Did this fella actually want to fail? Even a service disciple like himself knew that the difficulty in growing flowers of the true gods with unique elemental affinity was more than several times higher than the usual 5 elements. Mo Wuji suspected his own senses as he felt Pill Master Ming Ning looking at him again. But when he turned towards her, it seemed like that wasn't the case. It didn't matter whether Pill Master Ming Ning was paying attention to him, Mo Wuji could not care that much. Mo Wuji never had spiritual roots, but he had been using lightning to open his meridians for a long time, and his spiritual energy actually contained traces of lightning within. Perhaps it was due to the small possibility that Mo Wuji chose the lightning affinity seed and spirit stone. After another half an hour, almost all the competitors had received their seeds. This was when Ming Ning continued, all the pill refiners have picked their seeds, the round will now begin. The time given is 20 hours, and the round will also be graded upon 100. After this round, the scores from both the first and second round will be added, and the bottom 150 with the lowest scores will be eliminated. Following Pill Master Ming Ning's announcement, almost all the pill refiners started arranging the soil within the medicine bed. At this moment, Mo Wuji finally understood the purpose of the medicine bed. It was actually to plant the seeds. The medicine bed was a square with sides of 1 meter. By the side, there was even a bucket of clear water. Even though Mo Wuji was a tier 3 mortal pill refiner, he had never grown spiritual herbs before. The only plants he grew were his medicinal herbs back on Earth. To think that the first spiritual herb he would grow would actually be the flower of the true gods. This truly left him speechless. Mo Wuji glanced at his surroundings. Some pill refiners crushed the spirit stones before infusing them into the soil. Thereafter, they planted the seed and started to water it. There were also refiners who placed the spirit stones in the water before watering the plants. There were even some who simply held both the spirit stones and the seed in direct contact within their hands, as though they were directly passing spiritual energy. Regardless, these pill refiners' actions were fluid and honed. Clearly, it wasn't their first times growing a seed. Mo Wuji hesitated briefly before finally deciding to use his methods back on Earth. He dug a small hole within the soil, placed the seed within it, covered it up, then gave it some water. Pill Master Ming Ning, who had been concentrating on Mo Wuji, looked at his actions in shock. Ultimately, she could not help but laugh out loud. Was this fella growing the flower of the true gods like an ordinary bean sprout? Poochie. Shuaner, who was always worried about how she was going to face Mo Wuji, could not help but laughed out loud too. Even though she wasn't familiar with the pill Dao, and didn't know anything about growing spiritual herbs, she did know that it definitely wasn't what Mo Wuji was doing. He was simply treating it like a typical bean sprout seed. If he could actually win like this, they might as well get some farmers to compete in this competition. By her side, the black-bearded elder shook his head. He did not know whether this Mo Wuji was still acting or he truly didn't know how to grow spiritual herbs. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 124, Life and Cultivation. Chapter 124, Life and Cultivation. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. No matter how silly Mo Wuji was, he would not just stop there. After he finished this, he started using the lightning spirit stone to flip the soil surrounding the seed. The truth was that Mo Wuji was circulating his elemental energy to stimulate the lightning spirit stones. Even if Mo Wuji did not know the purpose of doing so, he had no other ways to nurture or grow a spiritual herb. After about 2 hours, Mo Wuji stopped and took a look at the lightning spirit stones in his hand. Realizing that the spirit stone was reduced to less than half its original size and with most of its spiritual energy gone, Mo Wuji looked at the soil on the medicine bed with doubt. The spiritual energy of the soil on the medicine bed did not increase by much. Where did all the spiritual energy go? Very soon, Mo Wuji was able to get a good grasp on the situation. Could it be that the spiritual energy from the spirit stone was absorbed by the seed? At the thought of this, Mo Wuji used a normal spirit stone together with a lightning spirit stone and placed it within the soil. He started using his elemental energy to stimulate the spirit stone once again. Another 4 hours had passed and the lightning spirit stone in his hand gradually disappeared. Even the size of the normal spirit stone had been reduced by more than half. Similarly, Mo Wuji did not feel that the spiritual energy in the soil had increased significantly. This gave Mo Wuji a huge boost of confidence. After changing 2 spirit stones, Mo Wuji continued his way of stimulating the spiritual energy. After the spiritual energy of another 2 spirit stones were absorbed, Mo Wuji finally felt something slightly different. The elemental energy and spiritual energy that he stimulated seemed to be absorbed by a force coming from the soil before disappearing. This was a force Mo Wuji had not experienced before, as if it felt like it contained an endless lease of life. Mo Wuji was so excited that both his hands were shaking. He was sure that this was the life force of the flower of the true gods. If he managed to feel the power of the flower of the true gods, this would signify that the flower of the true gods was about to germinate. At this moment, Mo Wuji's focus was solely on nurturing the flower of the true gods as he closed his eyes to shut everything from his surroundings out. After the 6th spirit stone was exhausted of its spiritual energy, Mo Wuji heard what seemed like the world's most touching sound. Kacha, a small green shoot broke out from the surface and a new life was born. Even though the sound was so soft that it could barely be heard by the others, Mo Wuji heard it very clearly. It was at this same instance that a brand new sensation penetrated Mo Wuji's entire body, as if a rapid stream flushed open a shackle on his body. Majestic elemental energy flooded into his dantian and Mo Wuji hurried to open his eyes. Channel opening stage level 8. His previous incomplete closed-door training resulted in him not being able to advance into the next level, but when the shoot of the flower of the true gods appeared, he somehow advanced to the channel opening stage level 8. This was not end. At the moment when Mo Wuji advanced into channel opening stage level 8, something seemed to have broke out of its shell within his mind. Following this feeling, everything around Mo Wuji became crystal clear to him. As his hand trembled, he could not believe it as he saw the 2 leaves that he personally nurtured. When his cultivation base was broken into channel opening stage level 8, the power of his spiritual will entered a whole new level. While the power of his spiritual will was constantly rising previously, he never had this feeling of such a breakthrough before. Mo Wuji did not have any spiritual will cultivation technique or handbook, so he would not know which stage he was in now. However, he was sure that if he was in stage 1 previously, he had to be in stage 2 now. The difference in nature of these 2 stages made Mo Wuji so excited that he was trembling a little. If he were to purify the iron core Bodhi fruit, he was sure he need not use his hand to fry it anymore. If the power of his spiritual will was not enough then, it had to be enough now. Thank you. Mo Wuji murmured as he saw the 2-leaved wrinkled shoot from the seed. His heart was fully filled with gratitude. He understood that there was life in cultivation too. If one was to treat cultivation like a pool of dead water, only adding water to it, then there will eventually be a limit. Because he had no master to guide him along, he knew very clearly that this principle had a great impact on him. After taking a deep breath, Mo Wuji carried a heart of gratitude to do his best with the spirit stones in his hand. The 2-leaved wrinkled shoot took in the spiritual energy so quickly it started to extend itself. It was like a tender young girl maturing, slowly revealing her beautiful figure. Only at this moment, Mo Wuji could truly feel his improvement. With his previous cultivation base and spiritual will, the growth of the flower definitely wasn't so fast. His speed had increased by more than 10 folds. Mo Wuji was fully focused on this shoot of the flower of the true gods. He was confident that in half an hour's time, the growth of this flower of the true gods would multiply and blossom into a real flower. Dang! A loud and clear sound of a gong interrupted Mo Wuji's entire spirit and he became clear-headed again. Time was up and Mo Wuji felt a quiver in his body. He immediately looked around at the flower beds of the other pill refiners. It was as if a bowl of cold water was poured all over his body, causing him to feel indescribably lost and disappointed. The shoot of the flower of the true gods right in front of him was at most 10 centimeters tall with only 2 leaves. On the other medicine beds that he saw, the highest flower of the true gods was already half a meter tall. There was even a green-colored flower at the top. The flower was surrounded by many green leaves. It looked extremely beautiful. Out of those whose flowers did not blossom, the poorest one was already above 20 centimeters tall and had at least 4 leaves. Mo Wuji sighed and resigned to fate. After his cultivation and spiritual will advancement, he knew quite a lot about nature of the flower of the true gods. If only he was given just an hour more. No. Just half an hour more. He was sure that he could grow it to at least half a meter tall. If he was given another 1 hour, he could outdo all the other flowers of the true gods to claim first place. It was a pity that he only managed to advance, and just as he understood the nature of the flower, his time ran out. This was a pill competition where nobody would bother listening to him lament about what he could do in another half an hour's time. Jin Shaoke, who was standing far away, released his tight fist as he saw that Mo Wuji did his best. Given Mo Wuji's cultivation base, the fact that he was able to nurture the flower of the true gods was a success in itself. However, this was still a pill competition after all. AI. The black-bearded elder beside Chuaner let out a sigh as he could tell that Mo Wuji was weaker than most of the other pill refiners. I guess he tried his best. Chuaner's gaze shifted from the poor shoot on Mo Wuji's medicine bed to Mo Wuji's disappointed and slightly lost face. The black-bearded elder shook his head as he kept quiet. Whether or not he tried his best would not matter here. What truly mattered was success over the others. Pillmaster Ming Ning walked onto the round altar and said while laughing, "After a grueling 20 hours of competition, the second round has come to an end. May I invite all the pill refiners to stand by the side as we wait for the results." Mo Wuji followed the crowd of pill refiners to the side like a zombie. Since young, Mo Wuji had participated in countless of competitions and examinations, however, never was he so concerned and worried about the results like he was today. He knew that the result would determine if Yen Er would be able to recover. Mo Wuji, who only just realized the relationship between life and cultivation, had lost all forms of happiness. Currently, he would rather not have realized or understood anything at all and get into the top 100. Mo Wuji, I really did not expect you to make it into the second round. However, you really do not have to wait here anymore. You should be standing with the rest of the spectators, a sarcastic voice sounded beside Mo Wuji's ear. Mo Wuji subconsciously lifted his head and saw Zhu Feiyang staring at him with no motive of hiding his killing intent. This fella does have some skills up his sleeves as he made it into the second round too. Looks like he has been noticing me from the start, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a comment. Don't look at me like that. I saw the flower of the true gods that you nurtured. I mean, it was way too eye-catching to not notice it anyway. Zhu Feiyang saw Mo Wuji looking his way and he felt extremely pleased. As long as Mo Wuji failed to help 9 Moons Pillhouse earn their placings, they would probably not keep him there anymore and he would have the chance to finish Mo Wuji off. Pillmaster Zhu, junior apprentice brother Mo, had already said before that Bo Mingyu courted his own death. If you keep insisting that he was at fault, aren't you going overboard? Yan Xianyin said with a lot of dissatisfaction. Mo Wuji was so focused on getting into the top 100 that he did not notice Yan Xianyin made it in too. Junior apprentice brother Mo, do not worry. If I were to be able to get into the top 100, I will definitely give you a slot. Yan Xianyin was very clear why Mo Wuji was risking his life for this. Since the first round where Mo Wuji used his hand to fry the iron core Bodhi fruit, Yan Xianyin made her decision. Even if the sect head were to object, she would still force out a slot for Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji gave a slight smile and the disappointment in his eyes disappeared in his smile. So what if he failed to get a slot or enter the 5 elements desolate domain? As long as he stayed alive, he would find a way to save Yen Er. He was even planning to use his spirit strengthening pill to exchange for a slot to enter the 5 elements desolate domain. He knew the value of the spirit strengthening pill better than anyone else and he was confident it was worth a slot to enter the domain. Even if he were to run out of options in the end, he could offer to give Granny Ling Long his wordless pill manual. Whatever the case, he would not be dejected and give up on saving Yen Er. In his dictionary, there were no such words like lost or disappointed. Thank you, senior apprentice Sister Yen. I have never been worried. I believe that as long as I am alive, I will find a way. I have gotten over the incident where I was bitten by a dog. As long as you are alive, you are bound to be bitten. However, when bitten, how can you not fight back? Mo Wuji said calmly and his eyes regained his fighting spirit and determination. Chu Wan-er was watching Mo Wuji from afar and saw him regain his fighting spirit. She subconsciously clenched her fist as she knew the strong-willed man who killed 2 lightning crocodiles was back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 125, 632. Chapter 125, 632. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Including Pillmaster Ming Ning, all 5 judges traversed across the 300 medicine beds and made their assessments on the individual flower of the true gods. To be able to participate in this competition, and to enter the top 300 meant that these pill refiners were definitely not weak. None of the 300 pill refiners met situations where their seeds didn't sprout. Moreover, there were very little instances like Mo Wuji's, where the flower grew to be less than 10 centimeters tall. After approximately an hour, the 5 judges returned to the round altar. Pillmaster Ming Ning stood alone in the middle of the altar. Everyone knew, the results were finally out. The pill refiners waited with bated breaths while Pillmaster Ming Ning prepared to announce the results. Pillmaster Ming Ning nodded to the crowd of pill refiners before announcing loudly, the results from the second round has been decided. With the combined results from both rounds, the top 150 pill refiners are 81, 711, 1021, 98, 34. Even though he knew that he was obviously eliminated, Mo Wuji still held a bit of hope as he listened to Pill Master Ming Ning's announcement. It wasn't just Mo Wuji, the rest of the pill refiners were the same. They all wished to hear their own number. 113, 632, 2. Pill Master Ming Ning had finally reported all 150 numbers. Mo Wuji was crestfallen. 150 numbers should have taken a long time to report, so why did it feel so fast? Congratulations to the pill refiners who have gotten through the first 2 rounds. At the same time, all pill refiners whose numbers have not been called are to leave the testing grounds. We will immediately start our 3rd round of the competition. Pill Master Ming Ning's voice was clear and crisp, transmitting into the ears of every single pill refiner. This is not fair. Senior pill refiners, I know my words are going to sound outrageous, but I am not saying them just because I was eliminated. But the 2nd round simply wasn't judged fairly. An abrupt voice broke the silence in the grounds. All eyes landed on the person speaking. It was a young-looking pill refiner. An expression of unwillingness and unfairness could be seen on his face. All this while, no one actually dared to question the decisions of the 5 Tier 6 Earth pill refiners. After all, their discernment was impeccable. They definitely would not make a mistake in their judgment. However, someone actually stood up to question them after the 2nd round. Was the judgment really unfair? If it was, despite the immense prestige held by the heaven-seeking palace, all hell would break loose. In fact, the various powers might simply decide to end the practice of a pill competition there and then. Mo Wuji looked at Zhu Feiyang in shock. He never saw Zhu Feiyang to be a person with such guts. He actually dared to cry out for injustice? Did this fella really think he could definitely get past the 2nd round? He was originally going to leave the testing grounds, but because of Zhu Feiyang's cry for injustice, Mo Wuji momentarily stopped in his tracks. As he gradually stopped walking, Mo Wuji suddenly felt as though he was missing something. Before Mo Wuji could recall what it was he was neglecting, Pill Master Ming Ning coldly said, "You dare doubt the standards of the 5 Tier 6 Earth pill refiners, and the fairness of the heaven-seeking palace?" Zhu Feiyang seemed to understand that there's no way back for him, so he took a step forward with his fists clasped as he said, "I don't dare do that. But I'm very familiar with competitor 632. He was among the last to finish his purification in the 1st round, but he entered the top 300. However, I did not know the degree of his purification, so I kept quiet. However, he was definitely among the last for the 2nd round. His flower of the true gods is not even bigger than a palm. Such a pill refiner actually managed to enter the top 150. That's why I would like to ask, where is the fairness?" After these words left Zhu Feiyang's mouth, the crowd started to get restless. Zhu Feiyang's words were not without logic, and he even had evidence. If that's the case, there was only one possibility: the judgment was truly unfair. The whole crowd started to surge, and there were even calls for a riot. Everyone down in the grounds are to calm down. Whether the judgment is fair or not is up to Pill Master Ming Ning to decide. A voice thick in killing intent descended from the sky, and seemed to strike into every single person's hearts. It caused many restless footsteps to momentarily calm down. Mo Wuji was also shocked as he heard this voice. His mind started to clear up. He finally made sense of the situation. Previously, he was simply waiting for Pill Master Ming Ning to finish reporting the 150 numbers, and he forgot that he was number 632. In actuality, 632 was called out, but he did not notice it and connect the number to himself. A sense of excitement inundated Mo Wuji's entire body. He had already completely ignored the legitimacy of Zhu Feiyang's words. No wonder why Zhu Feiyang would actually call for injustice. He thoroughly hates me, and can't wait to kill me. Now that I managed to pass while he didn't, he must definitely be shocked and jealous. Pill Master Ming Ning glanced coldly at Zhu Feiyang before she said loudly, to all the participating pill refiners, "As to the matter of pill refiner 632, even if no one fingered him out, I would still have talked about him. Actually, I have been paying attention to pill refiner 632 for a very long time. In the first round, where the iron core Bodhi fruit was to be purified, his speed was among the slowest. However, he still managed to purify the iron core Bodhi fruit within the time limit, and his purification degree was graded 71 out of 100, which was within the top 10. This result would already be outstanding for a Tier 4 Earth pill refiner. To him, it would be even more so. Does everybody want to know why I said that? It's because he's just a channel opening stage cultivator. It's already a miracle for a channel opening stage cultivator to become a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner. Not only did he achieve that, he even managed to purify a Tier 4 iron core Bodhi fruit with a red firestone. Pill Master Ming Ning's words aroused various discussions within the crowd. Clearly, many people felt her words to be absurd. Perhaps some of you might find my words preposterous. But if you all know how he managed to achieve these results, you would no longer think so. Let me tell you, he got this results by frying with his hands. For a pill refiner, as long as it's not a permanent injury, it might be worth it to use your hands to fry the herb, and achieve such stellar results. But I'm sure all of you can only imagine the heart-wrenching pain experienced from putting your hand through the heat of a firestone. How much determination was required to endure that pain? Also, I believe all of you should know the huge damage this hand-frying method does to its user. Once it reaches an irreparable state, his pill concoction foundations would be utterly ruined. I believe that a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner would not actually have a pill which can mend an irreparable hand. As Pill Master Ming Ning said this, the whole crowd quietened down. There were many pill refiners in the crowd. Even they couldn't dare confirm that they would achieve success through using the hand-frying method. Moreover, they would not be willing to try it even if it got them selected. It was as Pill Master Ming Ning said, the gains would never outweigh the risks. What if it caused a permanent damage to the hand? Not only would their pill concocting future be ruined, their cultivation potential would be lost as well. Furthermore, it was only the first round. Using such a harmful method might even affect their performance in the future rounds. Pill Master Ming Ning continued solemnly, "This wasn't the greatest thing I appreciated about this pill refiner. What I appreciated the most was that after he finished his purification, he endured the pain of his burns and forced himself to not consume any sort of pills. Initially, I did not understand the reason for his actions, but I came to understand when the jade vases were collected. He probably isn't very familiar with the rules, and he thought that it was against the rules to administer pills during the competition. That's why he chose to forcefully endure the pain. He is the most devout pill refiner here. His sacrifice in this competition, and his desire to enter the 5 elements desolate domain definitely exceeds everybody else here. To obtain a placing, he did not even care about how his future could be ruined." By the side, Shuaner looked at Mo Wuji and sighed. This fella's determination is still the same. Others might have doubts towards Pill Master Ming Ning's words, but she completely believed it. She had seen Mo Wuji's determination before. As he was struck by bolt after bolt of lightning, he still chose to pit his life against the lightning crocodiles. At this point, Pill Master Ming Ning specially took a pause and looked at Pill Master Ju disdainfully before continuing, "But these are just what I appreciate about him. As a judge, I definitely wouldn't specially give him additional points for that. If I knew that there would be such a person who was so sincere, and so determined, yet had such a low cultivation, I would have suggested rounds which have lower requirements of cultivation level. But there are no ifs. For the second round, it was the growing of flowers of the true gods. Besides having high requirements of a pill refiner's understanding towards spiritual herbs, this round had higher requirements towards a pill refiner's cultivation. Among the 300 competitors, 163 pill refiners chose the wood affinity flower, 90 chose the fire affinity flower, and 46 pill refiners chose from the earth, water, and metal affinities. Pill Master Ming Ning's gaze swept across the crowd, before speaking in a higher tone. Out of 300 pill refiners, only one person chose a flower of the true gods of a unique affinity. This is understandable. After all, pill refiners with unique elemental affinities are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. At the same time, there is also another reason. The difficulty of growing a unique affinity flower of the true gods is multiple times higher. At this moment, everyone in the square started to probe around in the crowd. No one knew who 632 was, but everyone knew that Pill Master Ming Ning was definitely going to talk about 632, and Pill Refiner 632 was definitely within the crowd. Looking at the crowd's glancing eyes, Pill Master Ming Ning's tone became a little gentler. Yes, everyone guessed right. The pill refiner who chose a unique affinity flower of the true god seed was Pill Refiner 632. The lightning affinity flower he grew is already as wide as a palm. Even though his results isn't the best, it's definitely within the top 10. Pill Master Ming Ning turned back, stared at Zhu Feiyang and snapped loudly, "Do you still think that our judges are pretentious, and that the 5 elements pill competition is unfair?" I didn't know. Zhu Feiyang's entire mind turned cold. The jealousy he had towards Mo Wuji had utterly vanished. In its place, was only a deep, intense fear. He hated Mo Wuji, which was why he momentarily lost his reason and cried for injustice. Who would have guessed that it would turn out like this? If everyone was like you, and decide to question the credibility of the 5 elements pill competition, then the 5 elements pill competition cannot carry on. Pill Master Ming Ning's voice was icy cold. As her voice descended, an incomparably huge shadow of a fist appeared in the sky. Pang! This shadow descended onto Zhu Feiyang. Zhu Feiyang didn't even have the chance to plead for mercy. He was directly minced into bits of meat. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 126, the third round. Chapter 126, the third round. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji looked at the fist mark and the mess of blood on the floor in shock. He did not derive a half bit of joy from Zhu Feiyang's death, but a strong sense of crisis. Zhu Feiyang was a Tier 4 Earth Pill refiner. This was a high and superior existence within the Xinghan Empire. Even in the Formless Blade sect, he had a status comparable to the sect head. However, he was crushed to death like an insignificant ant. If he were to plead with Granny Linglong, and his words dissatisfied her, would he be casually killed too? Mo Wuji wasn't afraid of being targeted, he was only afraid that he might be too helpless to even fend for himself. Power. He needed much more power. Within the crowd, the Formless Blade sect head Guran saw Zhu Feiyang being killed with a single fist. His lips curved into a frown, but he could only silently acknowledge this outcome. If he were to be honest with himself, he definitely had some regrets. If only he had listened to Yan Xinin's words and allowed Mo Wuji to take part in the 5 elements pill competition, then his Formless Blade sect would have more to reap. But now, not only did he lose Zhu Feiyang who he had poured much resources into, he had also offended Mo Wuji, this pill refiner with a bright future. Fortunately, Yan Xining also managed to enter the second round, which gave him a tad bit of solace. The square quieted down, no one else felt that there was anything wrong with Zhu Feiyang's death. To dare question the fairness of the competition, Zhu Feiyang truly got what he deserved. No one else was like Mo Wuji, who developed this deep sense of crisis. Everyone felt that it was normal. To offend an expert's pride, naturally, you would get killed. Moreover, Zhu Feiyang offended the 5 elements pill competition and the heaven-seeking palace. Killing him 100 times over would also not have been enough. The only feelings which were aroused from the crowd was envy towards Pill Refiner 632. A channel opening stage Tier 3 mortal pill refiner actually managed to emerge within the top 10 in the first 2 rounds of the competition. Many people had already started inquiring about the origins of Pill Refiner 632, and had already prepared to find him to purchase some placings. Zhu Feiyang's death was but a small matter. Pill Master Ming Ning had already continued with the program. The third round is pill concocting. May all pill refiners stand in front of your pill furnace and choose the pill you wish to concoct. The testing grounds had already been cleaned, and 150 pill furnaces had been put in place. Mo Wuji walked towards pill furnace 632 and stood firm. He took a quick glance at his surroundings and saw that Yan Chenin was not too far off on his left. Noticing Mo Wuji's gaze, Yan Chenin smiled gently. "Junior apprentice brother Mo, your results in the previous 2 rounds were not bad. In the 3rd round, you just need to choose a tier 3 mortal pill. It should be enough to get you within the top 100. Many thanks senior apprentice Sister Yan." Mo Wuji hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Now that Mo Wuji's cultivation had advanced, and his spiritual will had also taken a huge leap, Mo Wuji felt that he could even take up the challenge of a tier 4 earth pill. However, knowing that his previous 2 results were within the top 10, and that the final results were cumulative of all 3 rounds, he gave up on doing so. He did not wish to attain a higher ranking, he just needed to be within the top 100, and at least had a ranking higher than 97. As the pill refiners all got into position, Pill Master Ming Ning's voice called out, "In the pill furnaces in front of you, there are more than 10 pill formulas for you to choose from. May everyone open your furnace and pick a pill formula. Thereafter, report the pill formula you have chosen to obtain the required spiritual herbs." Like the other pill refiners, Mo Wuji opened his pill furnace and saw more than 10 slips of paper within it. On the papers, they wrote, Tier 4 Earth Pill, Earth Yuan Pill, Evolution Pill, Earthly Soul Protecting Pill, Thoughtless Fire Pill, Devil Cleansing Pill. There were 5 types of Tier 4 Earth Pills. If Mo Wuji had confidence in concocting Tier 4 pills, he would definitely have chosen the Earthly Soul Protecting Pill. Even though there wasn't any introduction to the uses of the pill, from its name alone, Mo Wuji could roughly guess that this pill should be used to recover spiritual will. He had the Spirit Strengthening Pill, which could enhance one's spiritual will. However, it was not able to recover spiritual will. If he had the Earthly Soul Protecting Pill, whenever his spiritual will was depleting, he could simply administer it to carry on. This would be extremely beneficial, albeit in combat or pill concocting. However, Mo Wuji did not dare take this risk. What he truly needed now was a placing for the 5 elements desolate domain, so that he could save Yener's life. However, not choosing this pill meant that he would not be able to look at its full pill formula. Mo Wuji dejectedly shifted his attention towards the Tier 3 pills, Mortality Transcending Pill, Emptiness Pill, Spirit Depositing Pill, Phaseless Pill, Bone Tempering Pill, Facial Restoration Pill. Wait. Facial Restoration Pill. Can this pill restore Yener's face? If he had such a pill, he could fix the scar on Yener's face. The rest of the Tier 3 pills were also useless towards Mo Wuji. Without hesitation, Mo Wuji picked the Facial Restoration Pill. Mo Wuji pressed a button by the side of the pill furnace, and a service disciple immediately walked to his side. "Sir Pill Refiner, may I ask whether you have made your selection?" Mo Wuji nodded and pointed to the Facial Restoring Pill. "I'll pick the Tier 3 Facial Restoring Pill." "Yes. Sir Pill Refiner, please wait." With a simple response, the service disciple immediately left and quickly returned with a pile of spiritual herbs and a pill formula for Mo Wuji. Seeing that the other pill refiners were still making their choices, Mo Wuji did not rush to start concocting the pill. He had already reached this stage, he did not wait to make any mistakes which might flout the rules. After half an incense's time, a gong sounded from the round altar. At the same time, Pill Master Ming Ning stood up. The various pill refiners have made their choices of pill formulas, and have also received their ingredients. The 3rd round will now begin. The time allocated is 2 hours, and it will be graded out of 100. Following Pill Master Ming Ning's announcement, the various pill refiners ignited their red firestones. Everyone here knew that when compared to concocting pills in one's own pill room, the difficulty in concocting a pill here was much higher. This was the same, even for the same pill one might have concocted before. Firstly, there wasn't an earth fire here. The fire source was a red firestone. Secondly, the pill furnace was not the same pill furnace as one would usually use. Thus, there was some sense of unfamiliarity. Thirdly, there were various sources of disturbances. Not only was there the noise from the crowd, the failures of neighboring pill refiners would be a huge source of disturbance. Mo Wuji opened the pill furnace and immediately got a shock. The first spiritual ingredient on the pill formula was a gold rockvine. In terms of tiers, it was a tier 3 spiritual pill. Even though it was his first time seeing the actual herb, Mo Wuji was not a stranger to the gold rockvine. It was an extremely tough spiritual herb which was not inferior to the iron corbodi fruit. The only difference was that one was a tier 3 spiritual herb while the other was tier 4. Mo Wuji stared helpless at both his hands. The hand which was injured while he purified the iron corbodi fruit had yet to fully recover, yet he had met with another tricky ingredient. If not for the advancements in his cultivation and spiritual will, the spiritual ingredient alone would have failed him. Fortunately, he did have advancements in his cultivation and spiritual will. Even though it might be rather difficult, he should be able to concoct the facial restoring pill within 2 hours. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji no longer bothered diverting his attention to look the other pill refiners. He hurriedly cleaned his pill furnace before starting to purify the gold rockvine. If he was not able to purify the gold rockvine in time, Mo Wuji had already set his determination down to use the hand-frying method again. Regardless of the danger, he would have to concoct the facial restoring pill. Even if he had performed well in the first 2 rounds, he would fail to get within the top 100 if he did not manage to even concoct a pill in the 3rd round. Under the instigation of Mo Wuji's spiritual energy, the red firestone lit up. Mo Wuji inserted his hand into the pill furnace. He wasn't using his hand to fry the herb, but used the pill techniques hidden within his hand techniques to purify the gold rockvine. The reason why he inserted his hand into the pill furnace was because he was afraid of people discovering his pill techniques. However, Mo Wuji did not expect that he could easily control the gold rockvine with his pill techniques. The gold rockvine easily melted, and its medicinal essence was quickly extracted. Intense joy overwhelmed him. He did not even need to use the hand-frying method. Mo Wuji would never have thought that a simple rise in cultivation level would have made such a huge difference. No, that's not the whole truth. Mo Wuji came to realize that this big difference wasn't solely due to his advancements in cultivation, but his spiritual will. Even though he was using the lowest grade red firestone, his strong spiritual will allowed him to easily control the gold rockvine. Spiritual will was truly a good thing. In less than half an incense's time, Mo Wuji had already purified the gold rockvine. Thereafter, Mo Wuji added the rest of the spiritual herbs into the pill furnace, one at a time. Under the power of his strong spiritual will, the spiritual herbs within the pill furnace were speedily purified. After an incense's time, Mo Wuji slapped the side of the pill furnace, and sent a pile of medicinal dregs out of the furnace. After purifying the spiritual herbs, the fusion of the medicinal essences, the splitting of the pills and the condensation of the pills was simply a piece of cake for Mo Wuji. In just a short hour, Mo Wuji had already started to retrieve his pills. This time, he did not specially use his pill retrieval techniques, but used his hand techniques to retrieve the pills. 12 light green pills were collected by Missouri Wuji and sent into a jade vase. Mo Wuji extinguished the fire under his pill furnace, and started to observe the people around him. This time, he was one of the first to complete. He was no longer among the last. There were not more than 10 people who had also completed their concoction. Many of the pill refiners were still in the process of pill concoction. Countless charred odors from failed essence fusions, and loud explosions from failed pill condensations could be heard. But all this did not matter to Mo Wuji. He was sure that his score should be able to get him a placing. His ranking did not really matter. Mo Wuji mainly focused his attention towards Yan Xianyin. After all, she was the pill refiner he was most familiar with. At this moment, Yan Xianyin's state did not look very good. Her expression looked rather heavy and forced. Pang! The sound of an explosion resounded. Yan Xianyin was already not far away from Mo Wuji, but her failure sounded so much more clear to him. Yan Xianyin had failed, Mo Wuji sighed. He had seen Yan Xianyin's expression, and he already had some doubts. According to his understanding of Yan Xianyin's standards, even with a red firestone, she should not have failed to concoct a tier 4 spiritual pill. Unless she chose an extremely hard to concoct pill? Seemingly noticing Mo Wuji's gaze, Yan Xianyin turned over. Mo Wuji gestured to her not to worry. If he could obtain excess placings, he would definitely give her one. Yan Xianyin nodded, and started to clean up her mess. Mo Wuji turned and saw Zhang Ding. He had already finished his pill concoction, and he had a resolute expression on his face. It looked like he had concocted a pretty good pill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 127, The End of the 5 Elements Pill Competition. Chapter 127, The End of the 5 Elements Pill Competition. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Dang dang dang. After another half an hour, the gong rang thrice and the time for concocting pills was up. A few pill refiners who were close to finishing the concoction their pills were distracted by the sound of the gong and the pills within the furnace exploded, disintegrating to a pile of waste. 10 service disciples had already started collecting the jade vases. For every jade vase that they collected, they would place a sign by the side of the furnace indicating the name of the pill that the pill refiner had concocted. As Mo Wuji's jade vase was taken away, the sign beside his furnace indicated facial restoration pill. Mo Wuji scanned through all 4 directions before realizing that out of the 100+ pill refiners, he seemed like the only one who chose the facial restoration pill. Most of the pill refiners chose to concoct a tier 4 earth spiritual pill, and out of the few who chose a tier 3 mortal pills, they chose the phaseless pill or the bone tempering pill. Mo Wuji guessed that these 2 tier 3 mortal pills must be worth a lot, if not there would not be so many people choosing it. Those who saw Mo Wuji's choice of pill to concoct went speechless. In the world of cultivation, the facial restoration pill was one of the most worthless pill. If it was the facial retention pill, more people might choose it. A pill like the facial restoration pill was not only worthless, it was also not easy to concoct. Only Yan Xianyin knew Mo Wuji's true purpose of choosing the facial restoration pill. Soon, all the jade vases were collected and placed on the table of the 5 judges. The 5 judges started taking turns to open the jade vases, check on the color and the quality of each pill. After another hour, Pill Master Ming Ning stood up, and that was when everyone knew that the results of the 3rd round was out. Pill Master Ming Ning said in a very refreshing tone, after 3 rounds of exciting and intense competition, the 5 Elements Pill competition has come to an end. The names of the top 100 pill refiners are out. When I announce the names, those who were called out please come up to the stage to receive the bracelet which will allow you to enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain. The top 10 in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition would also receive a reward, but nobody really cared about the reward at this point in time. Everyone was concerned about the name list. Compared to the chance of entering the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, these rewards really meant nothing. The first number is Pillmaster 37 with 261 points, second is Pillmaster 9 with 257 points, third is Pillmaster 2 with 256 points, fourth is Pillmaster 113. Pillmaster Ming Ning called out all 10 pill refiners in one breath before pausing for a while. Number 632 was not reported yet, but Mo Wuji was not too concerned as this was still within his expectations. Even though he managed to concoct a perfect batch of tier 3 mortal pills, he clearly knew the difference in value of a tier 3 mortal pill and a tier 4 earth pill, hence he knew that the 3rd round would definitely pull his score down. Zhang Ding was the first person that received the award from Pill Master Ming Ning, therefore, he knew that fella must be Pill Master 37. Congratulations on coming in first in this year's competition and welcome to my heaven-seeking palace Pill Pagoda, Pill Master Ming Ning said with a genial smile. This scene made a lot of people on the square very envious. Most of them wanted to enter the five elements desolate domain so that they could find some top-quality spiritual object which could earn them a place in the heaven-seeking palace. Before he even entered the five elements desolate domain, he had already received the good grace of a Tier 6 pill refiner and a personal invitation to the heaven-seeking palace pill pagoda. Who wouldn't want such a great honor? Mo Wuji thought to himself, this fella really received both fame and benefits. Not only did he come in first, receiving such generous rewards and slots to enter the five elements desolate domain. He even got an invitation to the heaven-seeking palace pill pagoda. Many thanks Senior Ming Ning. The heaven-seeking palace was always a place a junior like myself admires a lot, and to be able to enter the heaven-seeking palace is my greatest honor. Zhang Ding received the award very formally and then retreated out of the round altar. Mo Wuji expected Muing, not Zhang Ding, to win the first place. What surprised Mo Wuji even more was that Muing did not even win second place. Pillmaster 9, who came in second place, was a man with yellow hair. He did not talk much, only saying thanks after receiving the award from Pillmaster Ming Ning before leaving. Third placing was won by Pillmaster 2, who was Muing. Even though Mo Wuji could not see any disappointment on Mu Ying's face, he knew that Muing was probably not feeling too pleased about it. As the gods favored one and the one all the elders expected great things from, it was such a disgrace that Mu Yang did not win the competition. Furthermore, she did not even get second place. This was not just a disgrace to herself but also to the heaven-seeking palace. More and more numbers were read out and more batches of young pill refiners took turns to walk up the round altar to receive their awards. When almost 50 numbers were read out, Mo Wuji started to worry as he expected his number to appear soon. Unless Pillmaster Ming Ning was lying previously about his top 10 position in the earlier two rounds. It was as if Mo Wuji's worry was heard because at that moment, he heard Pillmaster Ming Ning's touching voice. 50th place goes to Pillmaster 632 with 201 points. Mo Wuji rushed out of his seat as if it was a classical conditioning. His name was finally called and he had gotten the 50th place. This would mean that he won 51 placings to enter the five elements desolate domain. Regardless, he would not need so many placings. Congratulations junior apprentice brother Mo, don't get too excited on stage, Yan Xianin congratulated Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji finally calmed down and hurried to reply, thank you senior apprentice sister Yan. You do not have to worry, no matter how many placings you want, I have it here. These extra placings were of no use for Mo Wuji, therefore he did not mind giving some to help Yan Xianin. Ha ha! Jin Shaoke from far away waved his fist in the air as he really did not misjudge Mo Wuji. Not only that, it was a big harvest for him. He knew what kind of person Mo Wuji was and he knew that Mo Wuji was definitely not a heartless person. He believed that Mo Wuji would give him some of the placings and with the placings, he would be able to draw over the support of more elders in Nine Moons Pill House. Big brother, is this even surprising? With Wuji's top-quality pill concoction techniques, it would be more surprising if he did not win any placings. You're exaggerating this, an unhappy Jin Shaoru muttered by the side. The usually polite Jin Shaoke could not help but shout, what do you know? As Jin Shaoru was about to reply, the smiling second housemaster walked over. Shaoke, Shaoru, you are both here. This time around, Shaoke has really contributed a lot to Nine Moons Pill House and your Pillmaster 632 was really not bad. Alright, let's hold a welcome ceremony for him after the award ceremony. Jin Shaoru was just about to rage when Jin Shaoke stopped him and said, I don't agree with second housemaster because the placings that Wuji won have nothing to do with my Nine Moons Pill House. I promised him that he would have full control over the placings that he won and he need not give any to the Nine Moons Pill House. Second housemaster face turned serious, how could you do this? This is after all my reward for participating in the pill competition, Jin Shaoru felt enraged and shouted at the second housemaster, stop bullshit ting old hag, these placings obviously belongs to my older brother. I heard it with my own ears that you said if big brother was to win some placings, it will have nothing to do with the Nine Moons Pill House. How can you go back on your word? Just how smelly can your mouth get? Second housemaster's face became solemn and her tone turned cold. Shaoke, I know Xiaoru liked proper teaching since he was young, but don't you think he crossed the line in being this rude to a senior? Jin Shaoke cupped his fist with another hand. Second housemaster, please forgive him, as my younger brother has always been this straightforward. But second housemaster shook her hand and said, forget it, we should discuss about the placings for the 5 elements desolate domain. Jin Shaoke said with an indifferent tone, Housemaster Chang, I've said it before. I have no say in who the placings go to. After this sentence, Jin Shaoke lifted his hand to signal for second housemaster to not say anything as he continued, even if I have a say in this, I am still the young housemaster of the 9 Moons Pill House after all. I need not consult or discuss with anybody for the things that I do. Jin Shaoke said the last sentence with a lot more seriousness, and the second housemaster blanked out as she did not expect Jin Shaoke to become so much more unyielding. Before she managed to react, Jin Shaoke already brought Jin Xiaoru away. It was only then that she remembered that she was only the second housemaster. The real housemaster of the 9 Moons Pill House was the old housemaster, and before she became the old housemaster, Jin Shaoke was the true heir of 9 Moons Pill House. The reason why Jin Shaoke could become so unyielding was because he now had the placings to enter the 5 elements desolate domain, which was capable of helping him garner more support. Concurrently, the black-bearded elder beside Chu Wan sighed and said, this young man called Mo Wuji has quite a bit of willpower. A Tier 3 mortal pill refiner actually managed to make it into the top 50. His future would have been so bright if his spiritual roots were not of such low quality. Chu Wan did not reply, as she already knew what her master was about to say. Indeed, the black-bearded elder sighed again before continuing, Wan arrange to meet him later no matter what. Furthermore, try to meet him as early as possible. If he had the say of who to give the placings to, a lot of people will snatch for it. If you were to go late, even if he wants to give you, he might not have enough. Even though he was representing Pill House, having won these placings, he should be able to have a little authority over who he wants to give his placings to. Yes, master, Chu Wan said in a low voice. She did not want to do this, but she knew she had no other choice. Up till now, no one from the Heavenly Temple made it yet, and it was likely that they might only be 80th placed or worse. If this was the case, it would be really hard for her to even be distributed one placing. Congratulations on winning the 50th place in the 5 Elements Pill competition. May I know your name? Pill Master Ming Ning passed Mo Wuji a golden silk bag filled with 51 bracelets as she casually asked. Thank you, Senior Ming Ning. Junior's name is Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji took the golden silk bag with a lot of excitement, as this signified the success of his first step. Mo Wuji, not bad at all. I see you are no longer that young. Why are you only at channel opening stage? Are your spiritual roots poor? Pill Master Ming Ning nodded as she asked again. Mo Wuji felt very grateful as he came up with 9 other people, but Pill Master Ming Ning only spoke this much when it was his turn. It was clear that Pill Master Ming Ning regarded him with special respect. Indeed, I have low-quality spiritual roots and only fortunately managed to cultivate a lightning-attributed flesh-hardening technique, which was why I have the chance to even be standing down here, Mo Wuji replied respectfully. Pill Master Ming Ning's face showed flashes of disappointment, but understood what was going on at the same time. This was why his hand was not damaged and was capable of nurturing a lightning attribute flower of the true gods. Great, do not give up on your own dreams. Please head down first. Pill Master Ming Ning wanted to accept Mo Wuji as her disciple, but changed her mind when she found out about his spiritual roots. No matter how talented one was in pill concoction, having low-quality spiritual roots meant that the talent will go to waste. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 128, Red Hot Bracelets. Chapter 128, Red Hot Bracelets. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. As Mo Wuji walked down the round altar, he opened the gold silk bag in his hands. There were a total of 51 jade bracelets inside. These were the keys to enter the 5 elements desolate domain. Each jade bracelet signified a placing in the desolate domain. On the stage, Pill Master Ming Ning was still reporting the names, but it no longer mattered to Mo Wuji. It took a total of 1 hour for Pill Master Ming Ning to award all 100 pill refiners, and present them with their jade bracelets. The 5 Elements desolate domain square erupted with noise and activity. Crowds started to form and the sects and powers which won placings were among the noisiest in the crowd. Pill Master Ming Ning increased her volume. Everyone, quiet down. Even though everyone was eager to obtain the desolate domain placings through trade or transaction, they were halted by the authority of Pill Master Ming Ning's words. In a short time, the bustling crowd quietened down. A few had to forcefully suppress the eagerness in their hearts and listen to the final words of Pill Master Ming Ning. This pill competition has officially come to an end. Congratulations to all pill refiners who obtained a placing, as well as their sections. 3 days later, the transfer array for the 5 Elements desolate domain will be activated. To enter, one must wear the bracelet and must not be more than 50 years in age. This 5 Elements desolate domain trial will last for 3 months. Anything found there will belong to you. 3 months later, you will need to find your own way out. The heaven-seeking palace will not be held responsible for anyone who failed to come out. With the end of Pill Master Ming Ning's announcement, the whole square instantly bustled up. The crowd became loud and messy, with no sense of order. On the other hand, Mo Wuji was still thinking puzzledly. If a person doesn't leave after the 3 months, won't he be able to obtain more spiritual herbs? At the first possible moment, Jin Shaoke and Jin Xiaoru arrived by Mo Wuji's side. Wuji, congratulations. Haha, I just knew that you wouldn't disappoint me. Come, let's go back and talk. Mo Wuji hurriedly said to Yen Xianyin, Senior Apprentice Sister Yen, I will wait for you at the 9 Moons Pill House. As there were far too many people here, it would not be convenient for him to simply pass Yen Xianyin the bracelets. Just as Mo Wuji finished that sentence, the human traffic had squeezed him out to the side. He hurriedly followed Jin Shaoke to leave this human mess. Mr. Jin, there's a huge harvest. I don't need so many 5 Elements desolate domain bracelets. I can give you as much as you need. After returning to the 9 Moons Pill House encampment, Mo Wuji elatedly placed the gold silk bag on the table. Even he did not expect that he would have obtained so many placings. Jin Shaoke stood up and bowed to Mo Wuji. Wuji, I roughly need 20 placings. You really helped me out this time. I also won't be courteous now. These are things I've prepared to exchange for your placings. Even though it's a bit lacking, but we're friends after all. With that, Jin Shaoke retrieved a small cloth bag and pushed it in front of Mo Wuji. He was genuinely grateful towards Mo Wuji. With Mo Wuji's 20 bracelets, he could definitely topple the second housemaster's regime. In the pill house, which elders and pill refiners wouldn't have descendants and disciples who would want to enter the desolate domain? Mo Wuji hurriedly rejected him. Shaoke, you helped me when I was facing crisis, and the rights to participate in this competition was also granted by you. How can I accept your things? Even though Jin Shaoke was borrowing his abilities, he did not use any underhanded schemes, but openly sought Mo Wuji's friendship. Mo Wuji also changed to address Jin Shaoke as Shaoke to truly recognize him as a friend. Hearing Mo Wuji's change in address, Jin Shaoke was elated. He smiled and pushed Mo Wuji's hand back. Wuji, these are things you need. You just need to take a look to know. Mo Wuji seemed to suddenly think of something, and he immediately grabbed the small cloth bag into his hands. He discovered that the opening of the bag seemed to be blocked by some complex lines. How familiar. In an instant, Mo Wuji finally understood what was going on and asked excitedly, Shaoke, is this? Jin Shaoke nodded, that's right, this is a storage bag. This was the largest storage bag I could find. There are even some spirit stones inside for you to use in your cultivation. How do I use it? Mo Wuji asked hurriedly. He could reject other things, but he definitely couldn't reject the storage bag. He had far too many things he needed to carry. Just the drug refining equipment alone was already an inconvenient baggage. You control it using your will. With your will, you can freely retrieve or store things inside. If your will isn't strong enough, you can wait till you've advanced to the spirit building stage to use it. Additionally, you can bind with this storage bag so that it only allows your will to open it. Jin Shaoke had not even finished speaking, but Mo Wuji had already used his spiritual will to see what was inside the storage bag. A mountain of crystal clear spirit stones, clearly of the Xian grade. At the same time, there were also many orange firestones. Mo Wuji had used orange firestones before, and he knew that it was a level higher than red firestones. What surprised Mo Wuji the most was an intricately carved pill furnace placed at a corner of the storage bag. With all these items, the storage bag still had close to 2 cubes of space. Shaoke, this is too extravagant. Even though Mo Wuji knew that the things inside were things he needed, he still felt that it was far too extravagant and excessive. After all, his competition rights were given by Jin Shaoke in the first place. Wuji, you can casually see the things inside? Jin Shaoke asked in pleasant surprise, and soon came to an understanding. That's right, you're a pill refiner, so it's natural for your will to be stronger. If not, you wouldn't be able to concoct tier 3 pills. But Wuji, even though these things are worth a lot, it's worthless compared to the treasures within the 5 elements desolate domain. Your 20 bracelets are the keys to obtaining those treasures. I'm not exaggerating when I say this. As he said this, Jin Shaoke started to whisper, Wuji, don't think that the 5 elements desolate domain only has the flower of the true gods. Actually, there are our valuable and priceless treasures there. You might even find the immortal cave of a fallen expert. Finding one would actually equate to finding the legacy of a huge sect. With Jin Shaoke speaking so much to persuade him, Mo Wuji no longer declined his intentions. He retrieved 25 jade bracelets and passed it to Jin Shaoke. Shaoke, you can take these. I just hope that you can help me with one more favor. I wish that you can help me keep a lookout for anyone who finds the immeasurable soul-forging crystal in the 5 elements desolate domain. Don't worry, Wuji. Even if you didn't remind me, I would have done that. When you've entered the desolate domain, do help me take care of Xiaoru if you meet him. You know that Xiaoru is a musclehead, and he is very straightforward, so he might get taken advantage of. Regarding these bracelets, I won't be overly courteous with you. Shin Xiaoru kept the 25 jade bracelets. Since Mo Wuji had treated him as a friend, acting too courteous would just be hypocritical. Mo Wuji asked doubtfully, Shaoke, you're not going in, Jin Shaoke shook his head. I need to win over the internal elders of the pill house. This is the biggest opportunity one have to officially obtain the position as the main house master. Also, there's also Yan'er and your friends. With me here, you wouldn't need to worry about them. Mo Wuji was just thinking about the situation with Yan'er when he enters the 5 elements desolate domain, but with Jin Shaoke's words, he was immediately reassured. Pack your things up. I believe that you would soon be very busy. Don't casually sell these bracelets away, every one of them is extremely valuable. Oh, please don't sell them to the second housemaster. Jin Shaoke was worried that Mo Wuji did not know the value of the bracelets and sold them away at dirt cheap prices. Thus, he specially reminded Mo Wuji. I know. Mo Wuji nodded. Even if Jin Shaoke didn't remind him, he wouldn't have sold the bracelets to that overbearing lady from the pill house. Alright, Shaoke, I heard from Pill Master Ming Ning that we would have to leave by ourselves after 3 months. But if we choose to stay, wouldn't we be able to reap bigger harvests? Jin Shaoke smiled gently, you're overthinking it. The reason why the pill competition can only be held once every 3 years, and the reason why they chose this 3 months, is because this is the period where the 5 elements desolate domain is relatively safe. The huge demonic beasts will roam into the deeper regions of the domain, and the poisonous fog would be dispersed. If you don't leave after 3 months, you would definitely end up dead. There's poisonous fog in the 5 elements desolate domain? Mo Wuji asked flabbergastedly. Jin Shaoke was just about to continue, but the attendant standing outside Mo Wuji's door called out, Young house master, the pill house's elders and pill refiners wish to see you. Jin Shaoke hastily stood up. Wuji, I would give you a book entailing all the dangers in due time. I'll head off first. With that, Jin Shaoke hurriedly left. This was his most key and critical moment. Just as Jin Shaoke left, and Mo Wuji had yet to delve into his storage bag, Fei Bingzhu entered. Senior apprentice brother Mo, Pill Master Yen is here. Mo Wuji enthusiastically stood up. I'll fetch her. By the door, Yen Xianin's voice called out, Junior apprentice brother Mo, I'm already here. Mo Wuji eagerly brought Yen Xianin in, and poured her a cup of tea. Senior apprentice sister Yen, please take a sit. Mo Wuji genuinely felt that it was a waste that Yen Xianin did not manage to obtain within the top 100. He felt that with her abilities, not only could she enter the top 100, she could even be within the top 20. Thank you. Yen Xianin sat down, and spoke in an apologetic tone, Junior apprentice brother Mo, if not for your luck, I would have really let you down. Mo Wuji waved it off, let's just forget about the past. Yen Xianin did not truly let him down, in fact, she gave him a huge deal of help. Mo Wuji was a person who cherishes old favors, he would definitely not be stingy to people who had helped him before. Yen Xianin was indeed acting on her own self-interests, but who was it like that? Yen Xianin and him also did not have any special relationship, the help she had rendered him was already very terrific. Mo Wuji's living principle was to not ask too much of others. He would usually keep people who request for too much at arm's length. He can interact with such people, but he wouldn't befriend them. Senior apprentice Yen, I still have many placings here. Feel free to take as much as you want. Mo Wuji went straight to the point. Yen Xianin did not immediately respond. Instead, she retrieved a piece of paper and passed it to Mo Wuji, Junior apprentice brother Mo, I believe that you would need this. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 129, How People See Mo Wuji. Chapter 129, How People See Mo Wuji. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji opened the paper suspiciously. When he saw the contents on the paper, he immediately lifted his head and asked astoundedly, the earthly soul protecting pill formula? Senior apprentice sister Yen, you chose to concoct this pill in the competition? Mo Wuji finally understood why Yen Xianin had failed. He had concocted the spirit strengthening pill, and he knew that it was far more difficult compared to other tier 3 mortal pills. The earthly soul protecting pill was a tier 4 earth pill, naturally, it would be exponentially harder. Furthermore, she had to use the low-grade red firestone, and was restrained by the time limit of 2 hours. Her failure was not without reason. Senior apprentice sister Yen, with your abilities, if you chose a typical tier 4 pill, you would have succeeded. Mo Wuji said a little doubtfully. Because he needed the earthly soul protecting pill didn't mean that Yen Xianin needed it too. Yen Xianin laughed faintly, I was just taking a gamble. If I succeeded, I would very likely enter the top 10. If I failed, didn't you already promise me some placings? Also, I thought that you would need this pill formula. Many thanks, Senior Apprentice Sister Yen. I will gratefully accept this pill formula then. Just tell me how many placings you need, I have many in excess. Also, I have one question, why does Senior Apprentice Sister say that I need this pill formula? Mo Wuji poured this burning question out from his heart. Yen Xianin laughed once more, others do not know your cultivation and would definitely think that you're at the great circle of channel opening, or even half a step into spirit building. However, I'm very cognizant that you are only at channel opening stage level 4. For a channel opening stage level 4 cultivator to purify the iron core Bodhi fruit, or to even concoct tier 3 mortal pills, definitely isn't possible with cultivation alone. Furthermore, you're not some experienced old fogey, so I believe that the only possible reason is that you've cultivated your spiritual will. With your cultivation, even with your spiritual will, concocting tier 3 pills would still be difficult, so this pill would definitely be very useful for you. However, I knew that you definitely wouldn't choose that pill because of yen air. So I decided to simply help you. Mo Wuji's heart started pounding. He really had to depend on his spiritual will to concoct pills. It was as Yen Chenin said, others must definitely think that he was in existence at the great circle of channel opening or even half a step into spirit building. And Yen Chenin knew that his cultivation back when he was at the Formless Blade Mountain was merely channel opening stage level 3. According to her logical deduction, with his poor quality spiritual roots, his advancements should not be too fast, and he should at most be at channel opening stage level 4. It was precisely because of this deduction that Yen Chenin inferred that Mo Wuji had trained his spiritual will. It was akin to a shot in the dark, but Yen Chenin guessed correctly. He really did cultivate his spiritual will. However, his cultivation wasn't merely in channel opening stage level 4 but channel opening stage level 8. Mo Wuji stood up and took a bow. I did not have some spiritual will cultivation technique, but I did manage to develop some spiritual will by chance. Senior apprentice Sister Yen, please help me keep this a secret. Mo Wuji truly did not have a spiritual will cultivation method. But he did have the spirit strengthening pill, and he could not easily take that out. Yen Chenin smiled. Have I never helped you keep a secret? You don't need to worry. You can keep this pill formula. Previously, I underestimated you, but now I'm sure that you would definitely be a tier 4 earth pill refiner. Regarding the bracelets, I only need 3. I need 1 for myself and the other 2 are for sect head Guran. After this 5 elements desolate domain, I will be leaving the Formless Blade sect, so I need to return his favor he's given me over the years. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to take out 4 bracelets and passed it to Yen Chenin. Many thanks Senior Apprentice Sister Yen for helping me again. I have 1 more bracelet here. I will need to trouble Senior Apprentice Sister to help me pass it to Qin Shen. Qin Xiangyu's cultivation was too low, so Mo Wuji did not pass a bracelet to her. Thus, he would give the bracelet to Qin Shen instead. After all, he owed her a favor. Even though Qin Shen might have some biases against him, he would still need to repay the favor. Rest assured, I will get it done. Yen Chenin also wasn't overly courteous. From a certain perspective, she did intentionally pick the earthly soul protecting pill to help Mo Wuji. This was also because she did not manage to fulfill her previous promise with Mo Wuji, which filled her heart with a tinge of guilt. Senior apprentice brother Mo, there's another person outside who wishes to meet you. By the door, Fei Bingzhu called out again. Yen Chenin stood up. The bracelets in your hands will definitely be very popular in the next 2 days. Remember that the value of this bracelet is very high, so don't sell it out for a cheap price. I'll take my leave first. Maybe we might meet again in the 5 elements desolate domain. Mo Wuji sent Yen Chenin to the door, and he saw who had come to meet him, Chu Wan-er. Back on the ship, Chu Wan-er helped him out once. At Changluo, Chu Wan-er helped him again. He believed Chu Wan-er to be a proud person. If it was for something ordinary, she definitely wouldn't have taken the initiative to find him. Now that Chu Wan-er had come, it meant that entering the 5 elements desolate domain was very important to her. Mo Wuji greets Senior Chu as well as this senior. Please enter. Mo Wuji recognized Chu Wan-er but not the black-bearded elder by her side. Since he had come together with Chu Wan-er, he should be someone close to her. Pill Master Mo, this is my master. My arrival must have disturbed you. I'm truly. Chu Wan-er was speaking awkwardly. She truly did not know what to say. In her eyes, Mo Wuji and her should have been people from 2 different worlds, worlds which were as different as the gap between heaven and earth. Helping Mo Wuji was a natural thing. It was like how immortals bestowed fire onto mortals. However, she, an immortal, was now seeking help from him, a mortal. It would be weird if she wasn't awkward. On the other hand, the black-bearded elder acted very casually as he laughed and said, Pill Master Mo, I am the Heavenly Temple's 16th elder, Zhan Yuanji. I'm also Wan-er's master. I hope that you're not disturbed by our visit today. Mo Wuji eagerly said, Senior Chu had helped me immensely before. Your visit here is my pleasure. Please come take a sit. Zhang Yuanji's gaze landed on Chu Waner, but Chu Waner's eyes were darting around, not meeting her master's gaze. Zhang Yuanji helplessly said, Pill Master Mo is so young, yet your understanding towards the Pill Dao is so profound. Your future is truly limitless. Mo Wuji chuckled, Senior exaggerates. I'm limited by my innate talent. For me to advance is far harder than others. You're really in the channel opening stage? Chu Waner finally retracted her gaze and focused her attention onto Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji nodded inside, I'm really in the channel opening stage, but my achievements today required me to exert painstaking effort and I had to go through countless life and death experiences. Mo Wuji wasn't kidding when he said that. To advance his cultivation, he needed to perforate new meridians, which was an extremely difficult process. He was not wrong about the life and death experiences, he had to constantly get shocked by lightning in order to open his meridians. Yuan Jinji's gaze swept across Mo Wuji before he sighed. Standing so near to Mo Wuji, he could make a clear evaluation. His body did not emanate a hint of spirituality, but an aura of mortality. Mo Wuji truly did not have impressive spiritual roots, much less lightning affinity ones. What a pity! He was still guessing whether Mo Wuji had unique affinity spiritual roots. If Mo Wuji did, coupled with his talent as a pill refiner, Yuan Jinji might have tied Chu Waner and Mo Wuji together. Since Mo Wuji had typical spiritual roots, he was naturally not a match for Chu Waner. He felt such a great pity that his alchemy talent was wasted by his poor innate roots. Seeing that Chu Waner remained silent for some time, Yuan Jinji said, Pill Master Mo Waner and I are here today because... He did not wish to continue wasting any more time. Yuan Jinji intended to immediately ask about the jade bracelets and leave as soon as possible. Mo Wuji had already predicted the reason for Chu Waner's visit. Before Yuan Jinji even finished his sentence, Mo Wuji took the initiative to pass a bracelet over to Chu Waner. Senior Chu, my luck is not bad, and I managed to obtain some placings. I'll give this one to Senior Chu. Many thanks, Pill Master Mo. How many spirit stones is this worth? I will give. Chu Waner carefully accepted the bracelet. She was still unsure of how to pop the question, and she did not expect that Mo Wuji would simply pass it to her. Mo Wuji laughed lightly, Senior Chu, you've helped me out before, and did not ask for anything in return. If I had to take Senior Chu's spirit stones for a simple bracelet, I, Mo Wuji, would be far too ungrateful. Since Mo Wuji had put it that way, Chu Waner no longer mentioned spirit stones, but embarrassedly expressed her gratitude. Yuan Jinji understood his own disciple, and knew that she definitely did not wish to stay there. He also did not expect for things to go so smoothly, so he simply stood up and said, Pill Master Mo Waner and I did come here for the bracelet. Since Pill Master Mo isn't willing to accept spirit stones, if you meet with any difficulty, you can find me at the Heavenly Temple. We'll no longer disturb Pill Master Mo. After sending Yuan Jinji and Chu Waner off, Mo Wuji shook his head. If that Yuan Jinji truly intended to help him, he would not have simply said that sentence. At the very least, he could offer some sort of identification token for Mo Wuji. However, Mo Wuji did not mind as he had never intended to look for Yuan Jinji for help. Master, you said that Pill Master Mo can always look for you, but why didn't you leave behind your identity token? After leaving the Nine Moons Pill House encampment, Chu Waner regained her usual countenance. Yuan Jinji sighed before saying, his spiritual roots should indeed be of low grade. It might even be the lowest of low-grade spiritual roots. He must have encountered some luck to be able to cultivate to the late levels of the channel opening stage. However, this is where it ends, so he definitely wouldn't go to the Heavenly Temple. Then, you. Chu Waner gave her master a baffled look. Yuan Jinji said directly, those were just empty words. Even if he did go to the Heavenly Temple, what would I gain by helping him? Even though his cultivation talent is horrible, he understands a bit about human relations. Didn't you see him offer you the bracelet even before I opened my mouth? He is a pill refiner with little hopes of advancing his cultivation, but he was entitled by the 9 Moons Pill House to allocate 1 or 2 bracelets. This meant that he must have some capabilities. Naturally, he would understand the intention behind my words. He also offered the bracelet to repay your help. After this, the two of you will be clear from all your ties. Yuan Jinji did not know that Mo Wuji did not merely get to allocate 1 or 2 bracelets, he could allocate all of his bracelets. If he did, he would not have been in such a rush to leave. But the help I offered and the help he returned are not on the same level. Xu Wan'er was still a little troubled. Yuan Jinji chuckled, that's just from your perspective. Let's stop thinking about such useless matters. Even though we already have a bracelet, we can still get some from the sect. The Heavenly Temple had a pill refiner who was at 84th place, so there were still 17 available bracelets. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 130, 5 Elements Desolate Domains Bracelet Sale. Chapter 130, 5 Elements Desolate Domains Bracelet Sale. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. When things finally quietened down, Mo Wuji took out his storage bag once again. He had longed for a storage bag for a really long time and his wish finally came through today. As for how to refine the storage bag, Mo Wuji did not have the chance to ask Jin Shaoke, so he could only figure it out himself. Jin Shaoke said that he would be able to use the storage bag only after he reached the spirit building stage. However, Mo Wuji thought otherwise, as he had the power of spiritual will even in the channel opening stage. Mo Wuji's spiritual will penetrated through. Even though he had never refined such an item before, he was met with a mark the moment his spiritual will came in contact with the storage bag. Without any consideration, he immediately started refining this mark. After just half an hour, Mo Wuji managed to make it his own mark. At this moment, Mo Wuji could clearly feel that the storage bag truly belonged to him now. If anyone else's spiritual will was to penetrate through, he would be able to detect it. Concurrently, Mo Wuji was also able to understand why Jin Shaoke said that the storage bag could only be controlled using one's will. This storage bag was a botched trick used by low-level cultivators. Different people possessed different level of willpower in which some were stronger than the others. Those with stronger willpower would be able to control the things inside the storage bag. Those cultivators with weaker will had to make use of their yuan force to use the storage bag. And as for a space object like the storage bag, the longer one used his yuan force to control, the shorter one's life would be. If one was to reach the spirit building stage and had not cultivated his spiritual will, it was still possible to refine the storage bag. Once the storage bag was refined, it would be much easier to control the items inside. Mo Wuji could not help but sigh. Spiritual will is such a great thing. Without his spiritual will, he would never have become a Tier 3 pill refiner, been able to purify the iron core Bodhi fruit as well as use the storage bag properly. After keeping the storage bag, Mo Wuji took out the golden silk bag containing the 5 elements desolate domain bracelets. He had a total of 51 bracelets at the start. Jin Shaoke took 25, Yin Shenin took 4, Xu Wan'er took 1, and after keeping 1 for himself, there were still 20 bracelets left. Having participated in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain Pill competition, Missouri Wuji saw that there were a lot of people who longed for the bracelet. There were at least a few 100,000 people who came over and there was still a steady stream of people flooding in. The total number of bracelets given out was only a few thousand. There was clearly more demand than supply of the bracelets. The 20 bracelets in his hand would surely amount to a fortune. As for how to turn these bracelets into things that he needed, Mo Wuji decided to listen to Jin Shaoke's advice. After all, Jin Shaoke had so many more years of experience doing business here than himself. Senior apprentice brother Mo, young housemaster, brought a person over and he's asking if you're free. just as Mo Wuji was about to find Jin Shaoke, Fei Bingzhu reported that Jin Shaoke was here. Bingzhu, you've worked hard. Please go and rest while Shaoke and I talk. Mo Wuji guessed that Jin Shaoke was here because of the bracelets. Fei Bingzhu laughed and said spiritedly, I am not tired at all. To be honest, I never thought I would ever have a day as spectacular as today. Young House Master gave me a treasured mortal technique which I will begin making use of now. Spirit building stage shall be my ultimate goal. Mo Wuji laughed and said, you are not ambitious at all. Don't worry, after I return from the 5 elements desolate domain, our targets will be further than what they are now. Mo Wuji knew that Jin Shaoke gave Fei Bingzhu the treasured mortal technique because he wanted to show some face. A person who knew how to give and take was a person worthy of befriending. I do believe. Fei Bingzhu nodded his head in determination and then stood to the side. When he was escaping from the formless blade sect with Mo Wuji, he did not consider what the future would be like. However, he was all the more sure that Mo Wuji was a man with high aspirations, and as long as he followed behind senior apprentice brother Mo, he would have a great future too. How many people were able to compete and get into the top 100 of the 5 elements pill competition? No, how many sects were even able to get into the top 100? Furthermore, senior apprentice brother Mo came in the top 50. To think that half a year ago, he was still discussing with the many other service disciples about the 5 elements desolate domain pill competition, and now he was standing on the competition square itself. If his cultivation level was a little higher, he could easily get into the 5 elements desolate domain too. One had to know that these placings were not something a heavenly disciple could easily get, and here he could just greet senior apprentice brother Mo to get this opportunity. It was a pity that his cultivation level was really way too low, such that entering the 5 elements desolate domain meant seeking death. Wuji, I hope I did not disturb you. Jin Shaoke was all smiling away, and even though they only separated for a while, Mo Wuji could feel the difference in his feelings from the smile on his face. It seemed as though in just an hour, Jin Shaoke managed to reap good rewards. No worries, I was just preparing to go out. Mo Wuji originally decided to find Jin Shaoke, but after seeing the people beside Jin Shaoke, he quickly changed his words. From his experience, Mo Wuji could tell that the people beside Jin Shaoke had the wits and capabilities of a businessman. It was highly likely that Jin Shaoke brought these people here for the 5 elements desolate domains bracelets. He would be able to fetch higher prices if people were to find him instead of the other way round. Wuji, let me introduce them to you. This is the person in charge of the 5 big empires' biggest chamber of commerce, One Dao House. His name is Deacon Lu Ping, Jin Shaoke introduced as he pointed to the middle-aged man beside him. Before waiting for Mo Wuji to say anything, the middle-aged man cupped his fist and said, Pillmaster Mo, I've admired you for a long time. Even though you are not placed first or even the top 10 in the pill competition, you left the deepest impression on me. I, Lu Ping, visited suddenly. I hope Pillmaster Mo does not mind, but Lu Ping had an average build, and other than being witty and capable, he had a crowd-pleasing face. The way businessmen spoke really enlightened people. Mo Wuji laughed and said, I am very happy to meet Deacon Lu. I just happen to be very fortunate, that's all. Shaoke and Deacon Lu, please take a seat. After the 3 of them settled down, Lu Ping started laughing and initiated the conversation. Pillmaster Mo, I believe you know the purpose of my visit. There are 3 days before the opening of the 5 elements desolate domain, and these 3 days will be the most intense in terms of fighting for the placings to enter the domain. Most sects will not even have enough placings for themselves, hence there will be very little sects that will have extra placings to give out. I was very excited when I heard that you get to choose who you want to give the placings to. Pillmaster Mo, if you hand these placings to One Dao House, we will make sure these placings fetch a satisfying price for you. Wuji, Deacon Lu is a very trustworthy person, Jin Shaoke added. Mo Wuji did trust Jin Shaoke's words as he immediately replied, Deacon Lu's right. I was intending on selling these 20 bracelets away. There are still 20 bracelets? Don't worry, I have an auction sale here before the opening of the 5 elements desolate domain. If you were to hand these bracelets to me, I am confident I can help you sell at the highest possible price. After hearing Mo Wuji had another 20 bracelets, Lu Peng could not be any more ecstatic. Jin Shaoke said, Wuji, I suggest you follow down to the auction sale. Even though the 5 elements desolate domain is huge, and about 1,000 over people can go in at once, you have to watch out for the demonic beast and poison fog. You even have to be careful of some underhanded tactics by some cultivators. You could choose some self-protection tactics and gadgets like some talisman, magic treasures, etc. Mo Wuji had no prior experience on such things, so he did not consider all of these possibilities. Now that Jin Shaoke reminded him, with so many people entering the 5 elements desolate domain at once, there were bound to be robbers. Moreover, his cultivation level was low, so all the more he had to be careful. Alright, I will hand these over to you and I will head towards the auction sale too. When exactly will this auction be held? Mo Wuji handed the golden silk bag to Lu Peng and tagged along for the auction sale. Lu Peng took out and handed a jade slip to Mo Wuji. Pill Master Mo, this jade slip allows you to enter any of my One Dao House's auction sale for free. Thank you Pill Master Mo for your trust, and this jade slip is for you. The auction sale will be held tomorrow night at One Dao House's auction place. After sending Lu Peng off, Jin Shaoke took out yet another bag to pass to Mo Wuji. Wuji, I sold the extra bracelets on behalf of my friendship to my friends. These are 1,000 earth-graded spirit stones which you could use in the auction sale. Furthermore, the slip that Lu Peng gave you is quite something. Not only can it get you into any auction sale, you can also use it to overdraw some credits. You must not lose it. That much? Mo Wuji knew that 1,000 earth-graded spirit stones were equivalent to 10,000 Xian-graded spirit stones or 10,000 Huang-graded spirit stones. This was a fortune he never had. Furthermore, people usually used earth-graded spirit stones to exchange for the Xian-graded spirit stones and not the other way round. This is nothing much. Because I wanted to make some friends, I used the lowest possible price to sell these bracelets to them. At the auction sale, you will realize that these bracelets will be able to fetch prices up to even a few hundredfold. I told you before, the flower of the true gods is not the most valuable item in the domain. After entering the 5 elements desolate domain, there wouldn't be anyone who returns alive with nothing in their hands, Jin Shaoke said in a cautious tone. Alright, I will accept it then. Mo Wuji knew that without any spirit stones on his body, it would be tough for him to buy the things that he was interested in. He had to prepare himself before entering the 5 elements desolate domain. The whole 5-element desolate domain square became a crowded and noisy market with people asking for bracelets everywhere. After someone found out that number 632 belonged to 9 Moons Pill House, there was a crowd that surrounded the 9 Moons Pill House. Afterwards, Jin Shaoke needed to step out and said that all 51 bracelets were distributed before the crowd decided to disperse. After hearing that all bracelets were distributed, nobody bothered to find out who pill master number 632 was. He was at best a pill refiner representing 9 Moons Pill House. Mo Wuji was not aware of such things because after he handed the bracelets to Lu Peng, he went to have a chat with Yan Er. Afterwards, he stayed at his house to research on the earthly soul protecting pill because this was very important to him. Similar to the spirit strengthening pill, he could concoct this, so concocting tier 4 earth spiritual pills should be easy for him. However, the only drawback was that the earthly soul protecting pill itself was a tier 4 earth spiritual pill. To be able to concoct this, he had to advance to a tier 4 earth pill refiner. There were 3 main spiritual herbs for the earthly soul protecting pill: Dynasty Wood, Jaded Bud, Glowing Fruit, and Icy Radish Grass. The value of these 3 spiritual herbs were definitely not low at all. The rest of the tier 4 and 3 spiritual herbs could all be bought easily. Mo Wuji thought for a while before writing a clear list of herbs for Jin Shaoke to buy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 131, One Dao House Auction. Chapter 131, One Dao House Auction. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. People heading to the 5 Elements Desolate Domain were clear of one thing: even though there were more than 1,000 placings to enter the Desolate Domain, the value of each playing could not be underestimated. Each and every one of those placings were invaluable, and sex definitely wouldn't put them up for sale. A few people had to depend heavily on their relations in order to obtain a placing, and they were still need to offer up a large fortune for it. To think that the One Dao House's final auction would actually release 25 Elements Desolate Domain jade bracelets out for sale. These were placings for the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, so who would be willing to sell them? But this was precisely what was happening now. Cultivators heading to the 5 Elements Desolate Domain were all admiring the One Dao House's capabilities, and at the same time, finding any means to enter the auction. As Mo Wuji walked to the entrance of the One Dao House auction venue, he was in utter disbelief. The entire entrance was flooded with people, and many were still finding ways to purchase tickets to enter the auction. Unfortunately, there weren't any scalpers, so they naturally couldn't get any tickets. Don't tell me all these people are here for the 25 Elements Desolate Domain placings? With so many people, not even 2,000 placings are enough, much less 20. Mo Wuji suddenly felt as though he had always been underestimating the value of the 5 Elements Desolate Domain bracelet, or more accurately, the value of 5 Elements Desolate Domain. It looks like besides looking for the immeasurable soul-forging crystal, he needed to use this opportunity to improve his foundations in cultivation. Stop, the auction is starting soon. Those without tickets are to leave immediately. As Mo Wuji was walking into the entrance, he was stopped by 2 cultivators. Mo Wuji raised the jade token which Lu Pang gave him. I have this, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Seeing the jade token in Mo Wuji's hand, one of the cultivators hastily said, of course there's no problem. Esteemed guest, please follow me. Not bad. Mo Wuji kept the jade token and followed the cultivator into the auction venue. Once inside, Mo Wuji got a bigger shock. The number of people outside was inundating, but the number inside wasn't few either. It was a huge patch of black. The cultivator brought Mo Wuji to the second floor, into box 76. This was when he said, esteemed guest, please enter. If you need anything, you can just call for help. As Mo Wuji entered, he found that not only was the space not small, the box had a view encompassing the entire lower hall. After the cultivator left, Mo Wuji closed his box door and sighed at this amazing Lu Pang had given him. In this auction where obtaining tickets itself was onerous, Mo Wuji could actually get a box. It was simply a luxury. Besides 2 chairs within the box, there was even a small bed for rest. In front of the chairs, there was a table. On the table there was a light board. Mo Wuji was no longer a stranger in this world. He knew that this light board should be some sort of transfer array. By the side of the light board, there was a red lever which was labeled Anonymous Purchase. Without the need for explanations, Mo Wuji already knew the purpose of the level. It should be used to purchase things without revealing the buyer's name. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to pull the red lever down. Regardless of what he was going to buy, it would be best to remain anonymous. Mo Wuji sat down and calmly awaited the start of the auction. He did not wait for long. In less than an instant's time, a clear, crisp gong sounded from the auction venue. After this crisp gong, the various sounds of discussion in the hall disappeared as everyone quietened down. Everyone was on the edge of their seats, preparing themselves to purchase the things they needed during this auction. A cylindrical crystal altar, around 3 meters wide, rose from the ground. On the top of the crystal altar, there was a big screen which could be seen from all directions. This One Dao House was truly rich and powerful. Under impromptu conditions, they managed to host such a grand auction. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked up the crystal altar. He clasped his fists towards the crowd in all directions before saying loudly, the 5 Elements Desolate Domain will soon be opened. I believe that all the geniuses entering the Desolate Domain would wish to have more self-protection treasures, and our One Dao House auction is specially here to provide that service. I am One Dao House's Bin Shichi, and I will be the host for this auction. Besides the 25 elements desolate domain bracelets which all of you already know about, there are even more mystical treasures awaiting you. Time is of the essence, so I will stop with the chit-chat and begin the auction. The first item is a set of poison antidote pills. There are a total of 12 pills in the set, and they are all Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills. The starting price is 300 Xian grade spirit stones, and price increments are no lower than 20. As Bin Shichi's speech entered, the price of the set of poison antidote pills rose rapidly. Soon, it rushed to 500 Xian grade spirit stones. Mo Wuji could not help but acknowledge the reason why pill refiners were so rich. This poison antidote pills were the most ordinary of Tier 4 pills, but they were worth so much. Even though this set of pills might be useful against the poison fog in the desolate domain, Mo Wuji did not have any intentions of buying it. He was a pill refiner himself, so why would he purchase the pills concocted by others? As for poison antidote pills, he had at least 3 kinds of them in his storage bag. Ultimately, the set of poison antidote pills were purchased with 630 Xian grade spirit stones. After the first transaction ended, a lady brought a jade tray out onto the altar. Then Shichi picked up something extremely small from the tray and raised it up. This is a low-grade spiritual item, self-disguising mask. The starting price is 3,000 Xian grade spirit stones, and increments are no less than 100. Let the bids begin. Mo Wuji secretly cursed, spiritual equipment are actually so expensive? A low-grade spiritual equipment like a self-disguising mask was priced at 3,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Moreover, this was just the starting price, the final price would be a lot higher. Being a smith really had bright prospects. It seemed to have a better future as compared to pill refining. Mo Wuji sighed in his heart. Despite this, he still did not intend to learn smithing. He was primarily able to concoct pills because of his previous occupation as a botanist and biologist. Later on, he was also got lucky when Xin Lian gave him the wordless pill manual. He might not have as much luck when it comes to smithing. However, this self-disguise mask aroused Mo Wuji's interest. His cultivation was too low. With this self-disguising mask, it would help make things safer. However, it was really a pity that its price was so high. Mo Wuji was momentarily hesitating over whether to purchase it. When the price of the self-disguising mask rose to 6,000 Xian grade spirit stones, Mo Wuji gave up all hopes on bidding. He also knew how to simply disguise himself. Although it wasn't at a master level, it was not at a level where he needed to spend 6,000 Xian grade spirit stones just to do it. The mask was eventually purchased anonymously for 8,700 Xian grade spirit stones. The third item for action was another low-grade spiritual equipment, a long saber. The starting price was already over 3,000 Xian grade spirit stones, and Mo Wuji had no interests in it. The fourth was another set of pills. Following which, the fifth, the sixth, all the way to the 11th item were put out for sale, but they weren't things Mo Wuji wanted. Next, we have the Tier 5 Ice Burst Talisman. Although this talisman can only be used once, it would be enough to handle any opponent under the True Lake stage. Even against a True Lake stage cultivator, you might even be able to give him a run for his money. This talisman's starting price is 4,000 Xian grade spirit stones, each increment is no less than 100. Bin Shichi's words made Mo Wuji lament deeply. He truly wanted this talisman, but he only had a total of 10,000 Xian grade spirit stones. In a split moment, the price of the talisman rose to 6,000 Xian grade spirit stones. As Mo Wuji thought about how the jade tokens overdraft function, and as he was reminded about his measly cultivation, he decided to purchase this talisman. 7,300 Xian grade spirit stones. Mo Wuji wrote this price on the bid quotation card. Immediately, the price rose to 7,500. 9,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Mo Wuji directly raised the price by 1,500. His cultivation was weak, and he could not do without such self-protecting means. This price seemed a bit excessive. After all, the Ice Burst Talisman was only for a one-time use. Bin Shichi's voice sounded. Someone anonymous offered 9,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Are there any higher offers? 9,000, going once. Mo Wuji focused his attention worriedly onto the screen. If someone offered more than 9,000 Xian grade spirit stones, he would have to give up. After all, this was just the beginning. He couldn't spend all 10,000 Xian grade spirit stones he had on him on just this talisman, right? 9,000 going thrice, deal closed. After Bin Shichi shouted those last two words, Mo Wuji could finally heave a sigh of relief. Immediately, a line of words appeared on Mo Wuji's lightboard. Please place 9,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Mo Wuji had never taken part in high-class auctions, but he had heard of them. Seeing this line of words, he knew that the lightboard was truly a small-scale transfer array. While Mo Wuji knew that his token could overdraft funds, doing so would no longer make him anonymous. Luckily, he had enough spirit stones on him. Mo Wuji placed 900 Earth-grade spirit stones on the lightboard, and in the split of an eye, the 900 spirit stones disappeared under the envelope of faint light. At the same time, a jade box appeared on the lightboard. Mo Wuji opened the jade box. There was truly a talisman within. Strong spiritual energy circulated around the talisman, and there even seemed to be rows of lines intersecting on the talisman. A forceful aura of the ice affinity emanated from the talisman. Although it hadn't been activated, Mo Wuji could still feel chilling waves surging over. Those 900 Earth-grade spirit stones truly did not go to waste. If he were to meet with danger in the 5 elements desolate domain, this thing could save his life. Next, we'll be selling what all of you have been waiting for, 1 5 elements desolate domain bracelet. Bin Shichi's voice sounded into his room, and Mo Wuji hurried to keep his ice-burst talisman. The 5 elements desolate domain talisman was his item. He naturally needed to pay attention to its price. The higher it could go for, the more things he could buy later. 5 elements desolate domain bracelets start at 100,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Increments are no less than 1,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Hearing the price, Mo Wuji let out a breath of cold air. No wonder why Jinshaka told him that his 1,000 Earth-grade spirit stones was already a really low price. Here, the starting price was 100,000 Xian-grade spirit stones, and it was merely the starting price. This was far too brutal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 132, Threatened. Chapter 132, Threatened. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. 150,000 Xian-grade spirit stones. It was right after Bin Shichi's words that someone else shouted a higher bid. The auction sale allowed people to keep quiet and write their quoted price and then flashed it on the bidding screen. Similarly, it did not restrict people from shouting their bids out to increase one's imposing manner. Right after this cultivator shouted 150,000 Xian-grade spirit stones, the venue momentarily went quiet. The previous price was 100,000 and an increase of 50,000 spirit stones was indeed brutal. 160,000 Xian-grade spirit stones. After Bin Shichi's call, someone else finally raised his bid. Perhaps he felt embarrassed if he were to raise his bid by a little, so he raised it by 10,000 spirit stones. 300,000 Xian-grade spirit stones. The person who shouted was the same cultivator who had raised the bid by 50,000 spirit stones the previous time. This time, he shouted with more passion and raised his bid by 140,000 spirit stones. One could imagine that if there was anyone willing to raise the bid again, he would definitely raise it to 400,000 spirit stones without hesitation. The quotation of 300,000 spirit stones shook many people. Maybe it was not the amount itself that shook people but the increase in price. For something only worth 100,000, an increase of 160,000 spirit stones in one call was really unbelievable, even if it was a representative for a sect to auction for a bracelet. How badly must one want the bracelet? One could imagine that if someone was to increase the bid yet again, this fight would definitely cause both sides to suffer. Someone has bidded 300,000 spirit stones. Are there any higher bids? If there aren't any, this 5 elements desolate domains bracelet will belong to this friend here. 300,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Calling once, calling twice, calling thrice, deal. After the word deal was shouted, Bin Shichi put down the wooden gavel as the first 5 elements bracelet had finally been sold. Mo Wuji sighed. If one bracelet could sell for 300,000 Xian grade spirit stones, how many could 20 bracelets sell for? Without question, he would really strike it big this time round. What we will be auctioning now will be an incomplete magic skill, as there is only one style in it. The pity is that this one is not complete, hence we do not know the grade it belongs to. However, based on our experience, this is at least Earth grade elite tier and above. This announcement was greeted with cheers from the crowd because as long as it is Earth grade and above, it was a treasure. Even if it was incomplete, it would still attract countless of people to fight for it. One had to know that even a treasured mortal grade technique was rare, so what more of a Earth grade magic skill? However, the incompleteness of this magic skill was too ridiculous, because if there was only one style and was incomplete, how are people going to fight for it? Mo Wuji predicted that even the price of this incomplete skill would not be too low, as he had never seen a skill or technique that was Earth grade. Even if the magic skill was of a top grade, Mo Wuji did not intend to make a move. He believed he had seen the world here at the auction sale. He knew that for a real treasure, not even a few 100,000 or a figure with a few more zeros behind would be considered a lot. Spirit stones had to be used sparingly and not splurged. But this 5 elements pill competition was not something you see day to day, so who knew what the future would bring? This incomplete magic skill is called 7 style lightning sky. Its minimum bid is 50,000 Xian grade spirit stones, and each increment must not be less than a 1,000 Xian grade spirit stones. The auction shall begin now. Bin Shichi's voice sounded out from the auction stage. Mo Wuji was not intending on purchasing the skill, but immediately changed his mind the moment he heard it was the 7 style lightning sky. He did not consider himself to have any skills at all, as the revolving star passage technique could not really be called a skill. Invisible sword might be a sword art, but he had not really practiced it yet. If it was any other incomplete skill, he would definitely not care or purchase it. His body had accumulated lightning sources, and therefore, a lightning affinity magic skill could be very important to him. This was the magic skill that he wanted. 52,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Mo Wuji was the first to bid. 80,000 Xian grade spirit stones. The moment Mo Wuji placed his bid, a rough voice sounded across the entire scene, after which the bidding screen displayed 80,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Even if it was the complete 7 style lightning sky, 800,000 would not be enough. However, for an incomplete lightning affinity skill which only contained one style, a bid of 50,000 Xian grade spirit stones was not considered low, while 80,000 was far too ridiculous. Therefore, when this bid was out, nobody else dared to increase it except for Mo Wuji. This increment of 28,000 Xian grade spirit stones might have scared others, but definitely not Mo Wuji. There were 3 types of people who would increase the bid like that. The first type would be a poor person who did not have this much spirit stones to begin with, and his only intention would be to scare the rest. The second type would be a very wealthy person who could not be bothered to haggle over every penny. The third type would be a person who longed for the item very badly. From what Mo Wuji saw, the person who increased 140,000 in one bid for the bracelet previously should be the third type. 80,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Calling once. 90,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Someone there has increased the bid yet again. Bin Shichi only called out once before a person increased his bid to 90,000 Xian grade spirit stones. 150,000 Xian grade spirit stones. That same rough voice increased the bid once again, and this time his tone was a bit more aggressive. The increment of 60,000 was to indicate his unhappiness towards Mo Wuji's bid. 160,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Mo Wuji would not budge at all, because when he found something useful to him and he had enough spirit stones with him, why should he let someone else have it? My friend, are you sure you want to go against my Yulin lightning plan? This lightning skill is only useful for my lightning clan, so I hope this friend here will go easy on us and we will be really appreciative. If you have to go against us, then we are bound to meet again. Before this rough-voiced man could finish his sentence, Bin Shichi interrupted. One Dao House's auction do not allow any form of threatening. If you were to continue, I will have to invite you out. The man seemed to realize how powerful One Dao House was, and as he had said what he needed to say, he casually shouted 170,000 Xian Great Spirit Stones. Mo Wuji could not believe there were still people like him. An auction was supposedly a place where people compete with each other, and it was very normal to outbid each other to win the auction. In fact, every time this fella increases his bid, it is in hundreds of thousands, and he dare say I'm going against his lightning clan? Is his lightning clan even impressive because I have not heard of it before? 171,000 Xian Great Spirit Stones. Mo Wuji increased his bid without any hesitation, as he was bidding anonymously with nothing to be afraid of. Since you claim that I'm going against your lightning clan, I will not have mercy, and I shall increase by 1,000 each time. Heh, you have guts. The guy with the rough voice did not continue increasing his bid, as it seemed like he reached his limit. Bin Shichi called out 3 times, but still nobody increased the bid. Therefore, the 7-style lightning sky belonged to Mo Wuji now. Mo Wuji realized that he did not carry so many spirit stones with him only after Bin Shichi said deal. He bid it anonymously, so what should he do if he did not have enough spirit stones? At the same moment, he saw the light board on the table in front of him lighting up as it showed deal is above 100,000 Xian Great Spirit Stones. Please complete the transaction at the back of the auction place before leaving the venue. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. In no time, Mo Wuji understood the reason for doing so. If he were to transfer all 170,000 Xian Great Spirit Stones via the light board, it would take about 1 hour to do so. Nobody bothered about the insignificant man who threatened Mo Wuji during the auction. This was a common scene in many auctions, and such tactics were used often. As the auctions continued, Mo Wuji did not make his move anymore, as he saw that most of the items were either medicinal pills or attack-type magic treasures. The most intense auctions belonged to those that were offering the 5 elements desolate domains bracelets. Every single bracelet resulted in a fierce competition, and the prices were all above 400,000 Xian Great Spirit Stones. Most auctions ended when the bid went above 500,000 Xian Great Spirit Stones. Mo Wuji could not help but admire the first person who bought the bracelet. This fella increased his bid so ridiculously that it frightened the others, and he ended up purchasing the bracelet for only 300,000 spirit stones. The next item on our auction will be a map, and it depicts the way around a specific area in the 5 elements desolate domain. Other than a stock of flower of the true gods, this area also has more valuable treasures than the flower of the true gods. Back then, it was only because the cultivator who found it was not strong enough to retrieve it. Once Bin Shichi talked about this, the entire venue became extremely lively. This auction item made people even more excited than the bracelets did. Why did a lot of people desire to have the bracelets? Isn't it to find the flower of the true gods? Many sects have spent tremendous efforts to train their disciples to enter the 5 elements desolate domain for the flower of the true gods too. Try imagining an expert at the nihility god stage advancing to the true god stage, and how much it could help the sect to improve their position. Now that the location of the flower of the true gods was to be auctioned, how could people not be interested? Furthermore, there was not only the flower of the true gods but something even more valuable than it too. There was a little excitement in Bin Shichi's voice too as he raised his tone and said, I believe that this item here has made everyone here crazily excited, as it is indeed one of our secret treasures of the night. This map has about 80 to 90% credibility, as the person who brought this map over swore upon his soul. The starting bid for this map would be 200,000 Xian Great Spirit Stones, and each increase has to be at least 100,000 Spirit Stones. Mo Wuji sighed as he realized how this Spirit Stones were easily spent. Just a map alone would cost a few 100,000 Spirit Stones. He really should use his Spirit Stones more cautiously. As for this map, Mo Wuji had no intention to join in the bid. This was because he was not interested in the flower of the true gods, and more importantly, he knew there was definitely more than one copy of this map. If that person could sell this map to one Dao house, this meant that he could also have sold it to the others. As long as there was more than one copy, even for those who owned the map and found the place, there would be a life and death battle to fight for the flower of the true gods there. Given his level of cultivation, even if he won the map, he would not dare to go locate it. Mo Wuji was not interested in the map, even though a lot of people were. Very quickly, the price increased to 300,000 Xian grade spirit stones. This map was eventually sold for 460,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Bin Shichi was very satisfied with this price before he took out a pitch-black item from a jaded plate held by a woman and said, "The next item we are going to auction for is a very precious treasure. It was something that I have personally longed for, and I believe everyone would want it as much too." Even Mo Wuji was intrigued by Bin Shichi's words because for the whole of today, this was the first time Bin Shichi used the word longed for. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 133, The Deadly 7-Style Lightning Sky Skill. Chapter 133, The Deadly 7-Style Lightning Sky Skill. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. This is a spiritual armor crafted using the Heaven Crow's natural silk. This only drawback is that this armor is a low-grade spiritual equipment. With that, he shook his hand and a thin outer upper garment appeared within it. The reason why he said it was a pity was because the Heaven Crow's natural silk was an exceptional smithing material, and it was extremely hard to obtain. Typically, even the worst of smiths would result in intermediate-grade spiritual equipment, the better ones would always be high-grade. To actually craft this low-grade spiritual equipment would mean that this was a failed product. Mo Wuji immediately got tempted. This piece of garment could cover the entire region above the waist and below the neck. Clearly, this was no simple armor. Furthermore, in Mo Wuji's heart, there was another use for this armor. When he's making use of lightning to force open his meridians, this armor would lessen his pain. And this wasn't the main point. If he were opening his meridians in the lightning lake, he might encounter sudden huge bursts of lightning. If he was unable to react in time, he would be screwed. After all, would the lightning bolts within the lightning lakes be like those in the lightning tempering room? Would it always remain in the same intensity? With this armor, even the most sudden of deadly lightning bolts would not immediately kill him. He had to have this armor, regardless of the price. The starting price of this Heaven Crow's natural silk armor is 300,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Increments are no less than 10,000 spirit stones. Let the bids begin. 310,000 spirit stones. 330,000 spirit stones. After Bin Shichi announced the start of the bid, the price listed on the bidding screen rose endlessly without stop. Ostensibly, Mo Wuji was not the only one who had his eyes on this Heaven Crow's natural silk armor, many others were the same. 500,000 spirit stones. When this bid appeared, the jumping prices slowed down significantly. 500,000 was a threshold, not anyone could casually produce that many spirit stones. 550,000 spirit stones. Mo Wuji bidded, increasing the price by 50,000 spirit stones in a single go. However, he was very clear that this definitely wouldn't be its final price. If he did not have enough spirit stones, then this would have been a very painful bidding process. Fortunately, he was not short of spirit stones. 600,000 spirit stones. Before Mo Wuji's bid could fully form on the screen, it was immediately replaced with a new bid. Mo Wuji did not hesitate to write 650,000 Xian grade spirit stones. With each increment at 50,000 Xian grade spirit stones, this was no longer a playing field for ordinary people. Everyone in the auction venue knew that there were only two people left on this playing field. 1 million spirit stones. Seemingly enraged by Mo Wuji's unceasing raise of bids, the other competitor directly raised the price to 1 million. Mo Wuji remained unflustered and wrote 1,050,000 Xian-grade spirit stones on his bidding slip. His decision was already firm. Even if the price got to 5 million Xian-grade spirit stones, he would not give up. This Heaven Crow natural silk armor definitely wasn't worth that much spirit stones. However, Mo Wuji did not buy things by just looking at the prices, but by how they could be of value to him. An attire which could readily protect his life, how could Mo Wuji still be stingy with his spirit stones? Naturally, spirit stones were valuable, but no matter how valuable they are, it won't be as important as his life. The other parties seemed to feel Mo Wuji's determination to continue bidding for a long time. Furthermore, Mo Wuji raised 50,000 spirit stones at each bid. Clearly, he's not lacking money. More importantly, this price had already exceeded the value of the armor by huge margins. The moment Mo Wuji raised to 1,050,000 spirit stones, he stopped bidding. Is there anybody else? 1,050,000 Xian-grade spirit stones going once, 1,050,000 Xian-grade spirit stones going twice. 1,050,000 Xian-grade spirit stones going thrice, deal. Binshichi emotionally slammed his wooden gavel. The fact that the price of Heaven Crow natural silk armor could exceed 850,000 spirit stones was already out of his expectations. He never thought that it would even end up at 1,050,000 spirit stones. How could he not be emotional? The auction continued. There were several things that Mo Wuji wanted, but not vehemently. After a few failed bids, he would directly give up on them. Mo Wuji did not purchase anything else for the rest of the auction. When Binshichi brought up the second mystical treasure, a high-grade spiritual longsword, Mo Wuji still felt that it wasn't as valuable as his Heaven Crow natural silk armor. When Mo Wuji finally returned to the Nine Moons Pillhouse encampment, it was already the afternoon on the next day. Mo Wuji, who only had a few pieces of low-grade spirit stones, now had more than 10,000 earth-grade spirit stones and a spirit stone card on him. Subtracting the 1 Dalhouse auction fees and the prices of the 7 styles Lightning Sky and the Heaven Crow natural silk armor, his card still had 780,000 earth-grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to 7,800,000 Xian-grade spirit stones. This spirit stone card could be used at the various 1 Dalhouse branches to withdraw spirit stones. It was very convenient. If not for his storage bag being too small, he definitely would have kept all the spirit stones on himself. Back at his living quarters, Mo Wuji first spent an hour to equip the Black Heaven Crow natural silk armor on himself before retrieving the incomplete 7 styles Lightning Sky. The first few words on the leather scroll were still clear, but as you continued reading, the words started getting illegible. Mo Wuji could barely read the name of the first style, Electric Storm. Then, there was only one spiritual energy circulation diagram. Thereafter, the rest of the scroll was ripped off. The words of explanation couldn't even be read at all. Mo Wuji shook his head. How was this the first style of an incomplete manual? There's only 2 names off. Oh, and that obscure circulation diagram. Still, this thing was purchased for an exorbitant price. Naturally, he wouldn't simply throw it away. Clenching an earth-grade spirit stone in his hand, he started to circulate spiritual energy according to the diagram. Spiritual energy flowed smoothly within his meridian network. The spiritual energy brought a faint warmth as they perforated in his meridians. Mo Wuji celebrated. It looks like he was really suited to cultivate lightning affinity techniques and skills. This was just an incomplete lightning skill, but he seemed to be doing well in it. Mo Wuji's glee did not last till 3 seconds. A terrifying pain burnt within his meridians. Yes, burnt. It felt like his meridians had been lit on fire by a red firestone. The tearing pain caused him to despair. Put on. Mo Wuji landed heavily onto the ground. Even though he had been using lightning to open his meridians, and had experienced various kinds of pain and torture, none could compare to what he was feeling now. At this moment, he felt like a fire was burning within his meridians, and this fire wanted to burn his body to ashes from the inside. Trails of lightning seeped out from his body. It was as though they were forced out by the fire in his meridians. They bombarded against the ground, ravaging and wrecking it. At this moment, Mo Wuji would pay to jump into a cave of ice and let the icy coldness permeate into his body. The impending sense of death shrouded Mo Wuji's heart, and he dared not faint despite his pain. He clawed the hard soil on the ground and tried to maintain his consciousness. He suspected that if he were to fall unconscious, his life would just end there. After half an incense's time, Mo Wuji managed to forcefully circulate using the immortal mortal technique. The moment the technique was activated, the internal fire seemed to subside by a little. Mo Wuji finally had some space to breathe, and started to madly circulate with the immortal mortal technique. He found that the immortal mortal technique had some ways to control the internal fire. After an incense's time, the fire within his body had been completely extinguished and disappeared without a trace. Mo Wuji slowly staggered his way up. On the ground, besides the scars formed from the lightning expelled by his body, the rest were clawed by him. A pair of slender white hands was now riddled with scars. Even his nails had been completely peeled off. As he walked to the front of a mirror, Mo Wuji saw an extremely pale white face, and a completely wrecked attire. His heart was beating strongly. If not for the immortal mortal technique, he would have been dead. With his bloodied hand, Mo Wuji grabbed the incomplete 7 Styles lightning sky, and he had this unquenchable urge to rip it to pieces. If he knew that this thing would play with his life like that, he would have given it to the guy who threatened him. But this was bought with hundreds of thousands of Xian-grade spirit stones. In terms of the low-grade spirit stones which he used previously, it would be in the millions. Mo Wuji ultimately did not bear to tear it apart and throw it away. Instead, he dumped it within his storage bag. Thereafter, Mo Wuji felt that there was something strange. This would be been a lightning skill. Why did it feel like there was a fire burning when he started practicing it? After contemplating for half a day, Mo Wuji still could not understand what was going on. Perhaps it was because this technique was not complete, which led to his spiritual energy corruption. Wuji is not in? Just as Mo Wuji sat down and poured himself a cup of water, Jin Shaoka's voice sounded from outside. Mo Wuji opened the door and saw Jin Shaoka lugging a big bag. His emotions took a turn for the better. Jin Shaoka should be here to deliver spiritual herbs. Before he left for the auction, he asked for a favor from Jin Shaoka. He requested Jin Shaoka to help him purchase the spiritual herbs required for the earthly soul protecting pill. Wuji, this is? Seeing Mo Wuji's appearance, Jin Shaoka momentarily got a shock. Mo Wuji looked like he had just climbed out from hell. Mo Wuji limply waved his hand. I'm okay, I just met with some problems in cultivation. Shaoka, this must be the spiritual herbs? Senior apprentice Sister Mu, he's the pill master Mo you were speaking of? A clear, crisp voice could be heard. Mo Wuji noticed that there were 2 people standing not too far away. He recognized one of them, Mu Ying. By her side was a young teenage girl with an oval face. The one speaking should have been her. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 134, Entering the 5 Elements Desolate Domain. Chapter 134, Entering the 5 Elements Desolate Domain. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Jin Shaoka hurried to make introductions. Wuji, you should be familiar with Heaven-Seeking Palace Pill Pagoda's Pill Master Mu. This is the Heaven-Seeking Palace Sword Lake Suishawi. Between his words, Jin Shaoka gestured between Mu Ying and the oval-faced lady by her side. Mu Ying also smiled and said to the lady called Zuishawi, yes, he's the pill master Mo I wanted to introduce you to. Not only is his attainment in the pill Dao high, he also has a big heart. Heaven-Seeking Palace's cheap goods? 1. Jin Shaoka's pronunciation was not particularly accurate, which caused Mo Wuji to mistake Sword Lake as cheap goods. However, Mo Wuji was sure that Jin Shaoka definitely wouldn't say cheap goods, thus he hastily asked, Shaoka, you said heaven-seeking palace is what? Sword Lake. It's similar to the Pill Pagoda. In the heaven-seeking palace, there's the Pill Pagoda, Sword Lake, Smith Summit, etc. These are the heaven-seeking palace's most talented. Jin Shaoke seemed to be finding a more apt phrase to describe them, but Mo Wuji could infer what he was saying. These were the heaven-seeking palace's various specializations. Senior Mu, Senior Zhua, please come in. Even though he did not know why these two were doing here, Mo Wuji still made an inviting gesture. After his gesture, he was suddenly reminded of the wreck that was his room. Just as Mo Wuji was about to suggest to use Jin Shaoke's room to host the guests, the lady called Zhua Shaoyi furrowed her brows and said, "Senior apprentice Sister Mu, I'm suddenly feeling a little unwell. How about we do this some other time?" Muing immediately understood the meaning behind Zhua Shaoyi's words, and she could only apologetically say to Mo Wuji, "Pill Master Mo, Junior Apprentice Sister Zhua is feeling unwell. We'll come visit some other time." Muing also didn't understand how Mo Wuji could get himself into such a miserable state. It's okay. Mo Wuji hastily waved his hands. He didn't even know why these two ladies were here. After sending the two ladies off, Mo Wuji and Jin Shaoke entered the room. As Jin Shaoke entered Mo Wuji's room, his mouth went ajar. What was Mo Wuji doing in here? Mo Wuji patted Jin Shaoke's shoulders. "Shaoke, let's ignore the state of my room. Come tell me, why were Muing in that heaven-seeking palace's Zhua Shaoyi doing here? Don't tell me they're lacking placings? Other sects might lack 5 elements desolate domain placings, but Mo Wuji was sure the heaven-seeking palace wasn't one of them." Jin Shaoke chuckled. "That Zhua Shaoyi is a genius in the heaven-seeking palace Sword Lake. Her reputation is no lesser than the Pill Pagoda's Muing. She was here to befriend you. From the looks of it, you didn't meet her expectations, so she turned and left." Mo Wuji stared at Jin Shaoke with his eyes wide open. Only after some time, he determined that Jin Shaoke wasn't lying to him. "Shaoke, even if I was the 50th place in the pill competition, I wouldn't have gained the attention of a heaven-seeking palace genius, right? How preposterous is that?" Mo Wuji wasn't ugly, but he was not world-shakingly handsome either. Moreover, the cultivation world had no lack of handsome lady killers. He really found it hard to believe that Zhua Shaoyi, this heaven-seeking palace genius, would actually pay him a visit to befriend him. That simply sounded absurd. Jin Shaoke continued chuckling. "I unintentionally overheard their conversation just now. It seems like Zhua Shaoyi is not looking for you to be her Dao companion. But Zhua Shaoyi actually has an older sister, and her older sister's spiritual roots are also ordinary." Without needing Jin Shaoke to continue, Mo Wuji had completely made sense of the situation. It looks like his performance had earned her acknowledgement. Even though his spiritual roots were trash, at least he could concoct pills, and could be considered to have good prospects. That's why she wanted to introduce him to her older sister. "Kiki, so she wants to be my little sister, ah?" Mo Wuji chuckled as well, acting like it was nothing important. Jin Shaoke bashfully scratched his nose. "That seems like the case. I believe, in her eyes, introducing you as her brother-in-law is your good fortune." Mo Wuji waved it off. "Let's not talk about her. Did you get my spiritual herbs?" Jin Shaoke passed the bag in his hands to Mo Wuji. "There are 3 batches of earthly soul-protecting pill ingredients here. I couldn't get any more. This is more than enough." Mo Wuji opened the bag and examined his herbs. They were preserved properly, and there were even some energy-gathering talismans inside. He no longer acted courteously in front of Jin Shaoke, and directly threw the spiritual herbs into his storage bag. At this point in time, he wouldn't concoct pills or even practice. That would have to wait till when he entered the 5 elements desolate domain. These are some brief introductions of the 5 elements desolate domain and some simple maps. Take them. Jin Shaoke retrieved another 2 pamphlets and passed them to Mo Wuji. Seeing Mo Wuji store them properly, Jin Shaoke continued, "The 5 elements desolate domain is opening in day. Hurry and rest, I'll no longer bother you." He could easily tell that Mo Wuji desperately needed rest, so he didn't say anything else. Regarding the matter with Zhuo Xiaoyi, he would not talk about it. Even though Zhuo Xiaoyi was a heaven-seeking palace genius, Mo Wuji's achievements were no lower than hers in Jin Shaoke's eyes. She had underestimated him. On the other hand, even if Zhuo Xiaoyi hadn't underestimated Mo Wuji wouldn't have bothered befriending her older sister or become her brother-in-law. After Jin Shaoke left, Mo Wuji immediately checked his meridians. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with them, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. Even though he had just experienced some inhuman pain and devastation, his meridians remained fine and did not seem to have any signs of damage. A day passed by quickly. Today was the day the 5 Elements Desolate Domain would open. Jin Shaoke and Jin Xiaoru came to visit Mo Wuji far earlier than the supposed time. If they missed the supposed time, they would not be able to enter even if they had the bracelets. Mo Wuji first bid his farewells to Yan Er before detailedly instructing Xiong Xiuzhu and Fei Bingzhu to take care of her. Only then did he leave together with Jin Shaoke and Jin Xiaoru to the 5 Elements Desolate Domain entrance. He had also requested for Jin Shaoke's help. If he truly failed to come out from the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, he requested Jin Shaoke to help take care of Yan Er for a few years, on account of their friendship. This was so that Yan Er could quietly and peacefully leave the world. With his understanding of Jin Shaoke, he believed that Jin Shaoke would definitely do it. After all, this wasn't something difficult for Jin Shaoke to do. Isn't this the heaven-seeking palace encampment? Mo Wuji followed behind Jin Shaoke, and he actually ended up at the heaven-seeking palace encampment. Jin Shaoke laughed, "That's right. The entrance of the 5 Elements Desolate Domain is being protected by the heaven-seeking palace. So this is also the entrance to the 5 Elements Desolate Domain." Mo Wuji saw many cultivators heading over and entering into the heaven-seeking palace gates. "Wuji, Xiaoru, put on your bracelets and enter. I can only follow you two to this point. Good luck inside and reap bountiful harvests. Xiaoru, if you meet Wuji within the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, you need to listen to Wuji, don't simply do things unrestrainedly." With that, Jin Shaoke continued to specially instruct Jin Xiaoru. The heaven-seeking palace encampment. Mo Wuji and Jin Xiaoru had came here before for the pill refiners interaction session. This time, as they entered the gates of the encampment, they only saw a long, bluestone-paved path. Countless cultivators were hearing into the 5 Elements Desolate Domain. All of them were wearing their jade bracelets and walked in through this path quietly. Mo Wuji and Jin Xiaoru followed behind the crowd and entered this long, winding path. He did not feel anything peculiar when he first entered, but after walking for a few minutes, Mo Wuji felt a chill across his entire body. After walking for close to half an hour, Mo Wuji and company arrived at a humble round piazza. This piazza seemed to be the end of the path. There wasn't any road left to go. The piazza was surrounded by fog. With more than 1,000 people in this piazza, it felt a little squeezy. This was where Mo Wuji came to see the heaven-seeking palace's Dean Feng again. He stood with his hands behind his back, at the periphery of the piazza right next to the fog, looking especially illusory and mystical. No one made any noise, nor did they move unnecessarily. Everyone on this small piazza was a cultivator. They all silently waited for Dean Feng to make his speech. After an incense's time, this Dean Feng took a huge step forward. His eyes swept across the crowd of cultivators before he spoke loudly. Being able to enter the 5 Elements Desolate Domain is an opportunity. I hope all of you can properly grasp this opportunity and live up to the expectations your sects have placed on you. With that, he turned to face the empty space within the fog. Brother Ji, let's open the way to the 5 Elements Desolate Domain together. But as Dean Feng's voice descended, a shadow appeared in front of the crowd. He was obscured by the shroud of fog and Mo Wuji was not able to clearly discern this person's appearance. As this person landed, he did not say a word, but simply threw out a number of array flags. Dean Feng also took a step forward and threw some of them out. Mo Wuji seemed to heard some rumbling noises and the fog surrounding the round piazza started to part. A hazy path seemed to appear from the round piazza, and it seemed to extend to somewhere deep. However, the path was covered with fog and it was simply impossible to clearly see the situation. After a whole 5 to 6 minutes, the rumbling sound gradually subsided. The path seemed to be wider, but it remained as unclear as before. Dean Fong stopped his hand actions and announced loudly, "The passage to the Five Elements Desolate Domain has been opened. I would like to remind all of you heading to the Five Elements Desolate Domain that the passage has just been opened, so it is still filled with poisonous fog inside. Please use the shortest time possible to traverse this passage and leave the area shrouded in poisonous fog. If not, you might just get poisoned to death at the entrance of the Five Elements Desolate Domain. The Five Elements Desolate Domain will be opened for 3 months. After 3 months, this Five Elements passage will be opened once more. Everyone will need to return from the same passage at the end of these 3 months. Everyone, enter quickly. Following Dean Feng's words, many cultivators charged into the passage and disappeared within the hazy fog. Jin Xiaoru said to Mo Wuji, "Wuji, when you enter, definitely don't wait there. Immediately head to somewhere safe. If fate allows it, we might meet within the Five Elements Desolate Domain." Finishing this sentence, Jin Xiaoru also charged in with huge strides. Mo Wuji did not dare to fall behind. He grabbed 2 poison cleansing pills and swallowed them, before rushing in as well. 1. Cheap goods is pronounced as Jianhu in Chinese, while Sword Lake is Jianhu. Hence, the misunderstanding. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 135, A Great Shock. Chapter 135, A Great Shock. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Charging into the tunnel filled with fog, Mo Wuji felt as though countless needles were pricking his body. He noticed that many of the cultivators that rushed in with him had already slowed down considerably, likely circulating energy to resist the pricking sensation. The pain from the pricking also affected Mo Wuji, but instead of circulating energy to reduce the effects, he picked up his pace. Pain and suffering was something he had experienced too much of, so this level of pain could not affect him yet. As one of the lowest-leveled cultivators present, if he circulated energy to resist the pain, perhaps he would end up as one of the last few to leave the tunnel. Mo Wuji not only did not fight the pain, but also increased his speed gradually, leaving most of the cultivators behind. From their point of view, Mo Wuji seemed like one of those people who had an advanced level or cultivation, so as he charged towards them, they quickly opened up a path for him. In a moment, the scenery that Mo Wuji saw suddenly became much more spacious. He could see hundreds of shadows splitting up, thus he knew that he had already exited the tunnel and finally arrived in the Five Elements Desolate Domain. While there was still some fog around, it was much sparser than before. Mountain peaks and forests lay hidden in the distance, giving off a feeling of spaciousness and a slight murderous aura. The dense spiritual energy present caused Mo Wuji to exclaim, "No wonder there are so many precious spiritual objects and herbs around." The spiritual energy is already so dense just at the entrance of the Five Elements Desolate Domain. There was no time for hesitation. Mo Wuji chose a direction and quickly sped off. At the square outside of the Five Elements Desolate Domain, no one dared to make a move on him. But this was now inside the Five Elements Desolate Domain. If he were killed, there would be no difference from an ant dying. One day and night soon passed, then Mo Wuji came to an abrupt stop. It wasn't that he could not carry on, but now he suddenly realized, what if he could not find his way back? Thinking back, Mo Wuji could still remember where he came from, but whether he could still remember this after 3 months would be another problem. At this point, he frantically took out some paper and pen to make a rough map of the area. But as he looked down to the bracelet on his wrist, the bracelet had a conspicuous arrow which pointed in the direction that he had just come from. Even after he moved to a different position, and the arrow still pointed towards the same place. Phew! Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief. This is even more useful than a compass. It seemed as though the bracelet was not only required to enter the five elements' desolate domain, but also to leave it. It could clearly guide him towards the location that he had come from, which indicated that there was some form of directional array controlling it. While Mo Wuji was a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner, and had a frightening cultivation speed, he did not have a master. Thus there was no way he knew anything about smithing, arrays, talismans, etc. The arrays that he had encountered previously were either large-scale sect protection formations arrays or transfer arrays. The smallest was still a light projection array. Regardless which kind of array it was, he never had the chance nor the audacity to use his spiritual will to analyze them. Now that the bracelet in his hand had a control array, it piqued Mo Wuji's interest. Carefully slipping his spiritual will into the bracelet, countless crisscrossing runes immediately appeared within his field of vision. This should have been the rumored array runes, but it was a pity that Mo Wuji did not understand any of it, and could only withdraw his spiritual will. Crack! A loud sound boomed through the air, followed by a bright streak of light that broke his concentration on the bracelet. As Mo Wuji raised his head, another crack exploded, and a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky. The whole sky became overcast, and after the large lightning bolt fell, many other small ones came pouring down continuously. Was it going to rain? Mo Wuji looked to his surroundings, instantly spotting a small mountain nearby. Regardless whether it was about to rain, he had to find shelter to hide in, then take a quick nap before understanding what was going on around here. Circulating his spiritual energy, Mo Wuji speedily arrived at the base of the mountain. He chose a cliff wall, and climbed straight up until he was nearly 20 m above ground. There he began using his sharp blade to dig a cave. This was a decision made based on his past experience. Digging a hole on the side of a cliff would both avoid any assault from poisonous insects, and also would be much safer than propping up a tent on the ground. The pace of digging was rather fast, and within an hour, he had dug a cave sufficiently big for sleeping in. His coat and bracelet came off and were placed to the side. Since he entered the five elements' desolate domain, he had ran for one full day, and hence was fatigued. Now that it was about to rain, this was a good time to take a quick break before carrying on. The lightning strikes continued to fall. The crackling sounds coming wave after wave. After Mo Wuji lay down for a good deal of time, the sound of rain failed to appear, which made him suspicious. He had encountered instances of lightning without rain, but with the lightning striking for so long, and not a single drop of rain falling at all, this was something he never seen before. Mo Wuji got up out of curiosity, and peered out of the opening of his cave. Bang! Another thunderous boom exploded in the sky, but what truly made Mo Wuji shudder was the sight of a gigantic demonic beast charging up and punching its fist onto the thick lightning bolt. The lightning blew the demonic beast away and into a large crater. Mo Wuji could not get it wrong now. He knew that it was not about to rain. Instead, there was a demonic beast undergoing heavenly tribulation. He had met Yuan Dan stage experts before, like Yen Chenin, but he did not hear anything about heavenly tribulation. This meant that for the 3 stages of the Earth realm, there would not be any lightning trials. Yet a demonic beast was going through a heavenly tribulation before him, so how strong was it? It could not be any weaker than Heaven-Seeking Palace's Dean Feng. If he were to land in the hands of this demonic beast, would he be able to survive? I have to leave immediately, that was the only thought that ran through Mo Wuji's mind. However, even before he climbed down from the cliff, the demonic beast leapt out from the crater and in his direction. This demonic beast must be unable to endure the lightning trial, so it's trying to escape. Mo Wuji's mind filled with regret. If he knew that the source of the lightning was a demonic beast undergoing heavenly tribulation, even if he were drenched in the rain, he would not stay a minute longer here to dig any *TTY cave. Rumble, crack. Crack, crack. 3 consecutive lightning bolts landed, the first 2 square on the muddy demonic beast's body, which opened 2 wounds all the way to its bones, the third blocked by the gigantic fist of the demonic beast once again. The beast obviously would not be able to dodge the lightning bolts of the lightning trial. Wherever it went, lightning bolts would follow. At this point, Mo Wuji finally saw the whole situation clearly. The pasty mud on the demonic beast's body was a mixture of mud and its blood. Its whole body was riddled with wounds, all caused by the lightning strikes. A thought suddenly came to mind. What if this demonic beast failed its heavenly tribulation and got struck to death by lightning? Wouldn't I profit immensely from it? Before Mo Wuji could finish the thought, the beast broke into deadly roar and leapt up, grabbing two people simultaneously. Bang! A lightning bolt streaked through the sky again. This time, the demonic beast threw those two people at it. The flash of light illuminated their shockingly pale faces. Mo Wuji's heart leapt into his mouth. He had seemingly seen these two people before he entered Five Elements' desolate domain's tunnel. Ka-cha! Ka-ka! Lightning landed on both their bodies, but they were simply useless as shields and got blasted to bits instantly. Another hit the entrance of the cave he was in, causing half of the cave to collapse. At this point, how could Mo Wuji leave anything up to chance? Staying at the same spot was equivalent to waiting for death. Countless lightning bolts kept raining down from above, and the demonic East was busy taking care of them. There was no better chance for him to escape. Mo Wuji directly leapt out of the cave 20 m above ground, then rushing away like a madman. Although he did not feel the demonic beast coming after him, he continued to flee. Sometime later, Mo Wuji was attracted by a rather unique fragrance, which made him stop. This was because the fragrance gave him a sudden mental boost, as though he just drank a cup of cool water from a spring after many days without water. Immediately he saw a beautiful waterfall in front of him, and in the lake below the waterfall, countless enthralling flowers floated on the water surface. Even though he was quite some distance away from the waterfall, the dense spiritual energy made him very comfortable. These are lotus flowers? Mo Wuji was elated. The flower's fragrance itself had elevated his mental state, so if he could dig up the root, they might even be higher grade than the treasured blood lotus. However, what he required the most then was higher grade lotus strips, only those could allow him to open up more meridians. The lightning strikes were thrown to the back of his mind, as Mo Wuji dove into the lake without any hesitation. Once in the water, a freezing cold sensation pierced through to the marrow of Mo Wuji's bones, almost causing him to freeze solid in the lake. But it was also thanks to the cold that Mo Wuji's greedy mind could be instantly calmed down. This lotus root must be a treasure, so why aren't there any demonic beasts around? The only reason could be that these roots already have an owner. With this thought, a cold shiver ran down his spine. He had just escaped death at the cliff, only to run into certain death again at this lake. Something's not right. If there's a demonic beast guarding this place, wouldn't it have appeared once he approached the lake? What is it still waiting for? Unless, this land belongs to the beast that's undergoing heavenly tribulation? Another shiver ran down Mo Wuji's spine, and the already cold lake water became even colder. At this point, he was almost certain that this was the territory of that beast undergoing heavenly tribulation. He only managed to go knocking on another door seeking for death. Leave quickly. The thought flashed in Mo Wuji's mind. But he's soon discarding this idea. Not only did he stay, but he dove into the depths of the lake. This was good fortune, not misfortune. Even if it was misfortune, it was unavoidable at this point. After all, he did require high-quality lotus strips, and since he had found some, he couldn't just leave empty-handed. This was simply not worth living in fear for a good half a day. Swimming as fast as he could, Mo Wuji swiftly arrived at the bottom of the lake. His hands began to trawl through the mud like two shovels attached to his arms. Minutes later, he had already dug up 6 lotus roots, before he quickly surfaced. It was not that he did not want to dig anymore, but he just could not stand the freezing temperature anymore. If he continued any longer, Mo Wuji suspected that he would freeze to death at the bottom of the lake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 136, Enemies Meet. Chapter 136, Enemies Meet. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. The wet and soaked Mo Wuji climbed out of the pool and found that more than half of the floating lotus flowers had disappeared. They had long been stuffed into his storage bag as though he had been picking weeds. Hurry and go, this was not a place to stay for long. Mo Wuji continued his crazed roaming. It seemed like since the start of the Five Elements desolate domain, he had been running unceasingly. This time, he ran for a whole 3 days and 3 nights before stopping. It wasn't because he wanted to stop running, but because he truly couldn't run any further. Over these past few days, he didn't even know exactly how many energy-restoring pills he had eaten. Taking large, deep breaths, and swallowing an Anidia pill, Mo Wuji started to examine and scan his surroundings. Over in front, there were some uneven hills. These hills seemed to extend boundlessly, with seemingly no end in sight. On his left was a patch of desert. On the desert, there were some dilapidated stone carvings and some staggered, slanting columns. On his right were some wetlands. Except for the occasional bubbles which formed at the center of the marshes, there were no other forms of life. Mo Wuji found that there was also the shadow of some abandoned buildings on the desert. No one could tell how many tens of thousands of years had passed for these buildings, only their sandy outline could still be discerned. Mo Wuji walked into the desert and found a relatively empty space before digging a huge cave. After entering, his fatigue finally kicked in. He had ran tirelessly without rest for 3 days and 3 nights. Furthermore, he had experienced the forceful struggle with the mud back in the pool. His entire body was fully drenched in dirt and sludge. Even though he was already at channel opening stage level 8, Mo Wuji had no inkling of any form of magic. He could only use some clear water to wipe his body and change his clothes. As for such matters, Mo Wuji didn't really care about them. After cleaning up, the first thing he did was to retrieve the 6 lotuses from his storage bag. He had grabbed these lotuses and dumped them in his storage bag. He didn't even get to properly handle the lotus flowers. The fragrance of the lotus flowers reassured Mo Wuji that the past few days had not been for waste. He carefully plucked the 6 flowers and stored them in 6 jade boxes. Thereafter, he neatly packaged the lotus stems and leaves. Even though Mo Wuji had no idea what lotus it was, he could guess that it was nothing simple. If not, it would not have such a refreshing and pleasant fragrance. The most important thing of the lotus was still its lotus roots. He didn't know the grade of the lotus, but if it was something guarded by a strong demonic beast, it would be absurd to think that it was simple. The first lotus had been washed clean and a purple lotus body was revealed. Mo Wuji lightly cut open the lotus node and a refreshing fragrance pounced towards his nose. Mo Wuji gleefully saw 5 to 6 lotus roots which were incomparably clear. Unlike the treasured blood lotuses, these lotus roots were green and clear like the highest grades of green jade. The roots seemed to have a life of their own as they brimmed with vitality. Ordinary lotus roots were connected, thin and fragile. On the other hand, treasured blood lotus roots were formed individually and had an extremely conspicuous structure and color. The lotus roots which he just obtained also had distinct structures, and it even had its own fragrance. This lotus truly wasn't something simple. Mo Wuji stored the lotus roots into a jade box, before taking a bite at the lotus itself. A trial of icy cold, yet fiery hot life energy gushed into his throat. This life energy seemed to bring his entire body to its most optimal and peak conditions. Mo Wuji's heart jumped in glee and he immediately clenched a few earth-grade spirit stones in his hands and started circulating spiritual energy. In half an incense's time, Mo Wuji could feel the resounding and unending rise in his cultivation. Not too long ago, he had just broken into the channel opening stage level 8, but now he was suddenly on the verge of advancing into channel opening stage level 9. The pieces of earth-grade spirit stones crumbled into dust, and Mo Wuji retrieved additional pieces of spirit stones. Passed in a flash in the midst of cultivation, Mo Wuji, himself, did not know exactly how much spiritual energy he had absorbed. At this moment, the elemental energy within his body stirred and seemed to overflow and shatter his dantian. His cultivation could not rise any further. It was like a bottle which was filled to the brim. It could no longer store any more water. Mo Wuji exhaled a breath of turbid air and stopped cultivating. He was far too familiar with this situation. He had met with a bottleneck, and he would need to find some lightning to open his meridians in order to continue advancing his cultivation. Mo Wuji sighed. If he wanted to make use of the rich resources here to advance into the spirit building stage, he would need to find a source of lightning to open his meridians. Dongluan, I've already surrendered the place to you. Must you be bent on killing me? An aggrieved voice could be heard, causing Mo Wuji, who wanted to go out, stop in his track. The stone in his hand was forcefully crushed into pieces. If there was another name like Xiaoruoin, which Mo Wuji would never forget till his death, it would be Dongluan. After hearing this name, Mo Wuji's hands trembled. It wasn't just his hands, his entire body was shaking. This was an extreme display of rage. At this moment, he desperately wanted to immediately rush out and simply swallow this Dongluan whole. After some time, Mo Wuji managed to forcefully calm himself down. He could not confirm that this Dongluan was the same young city lord as the one from Supreme Sword City. Only the dead are the dependable. A cold, indifferent voice replied. Mo Wuji cautiously peeked out from his cave. Two men were standing face to face. One of them was in gray robes and his entire body emitted a strong, self-confident, and vigorous aura. The other was in a robe which had been torn into a hideous mess, and there were bloodstains dotted throughout his robes. On his chest, there seemed to be a hole of blood. It was just that Mo Wuji was relatively far away, and at the same time, he did not dare reveal his hiding spot, thus, he could not clearly discern the situation. The Supreme Sword City is a big, esteemed sect. Your father, City Lord Luohua, is an expert with a wide, illustrious reputation. Even though the heavily injured man was guarding against the gray-robed man, his mouth was constantly dissuading the other party. The gray-robed man didn't even bother waiting for him to finish as he intersected both his hands and shot out 10 beams of light. These 10 beams of light wrapped around the speaking man. Under the blinding brilliance of 10 beams of light, Mo Wuji was momentarily unable to see the dire situation of the injured man. It seems like he was right. This gray-robed man was indeed the Supreme Sword City young city lord, Dongluan. Mo Wuji stealthily fetched the Tianji pole from his storage bag, and at the same time, he took in a deep breath. From Dongluan's actions, he could tell that he was as malicious as the Dongluan he knew. Now that his enemy was right in front of him, he was extremely unwilling to simply give up on avenging this blood feud for yen air. Bang bang bang. The two started battling. Mo Wuji could only a flash of white, and could not make out the exact battle process. Mo Wuji helplessly clenched his fists. If his cultivation was a little higher, he would definitely charge out and join that person to deal with Dongluan. However, with his current cultivation, going out was akin to sending himself to death. Even if they managed to kill Dongluan together, Mo Wuji would not be able to survive. The other guy will definitely eliminate him, and not let him leave with this information. Something's not right. Mo Wuji soon discovered that there was something peculiar about the situation. As the two fought, they were also moving towards him. Mo Wuji immediately understood what was going on. Even though he was hiding in a corner, he had been discovered by these two. It should be because of his over-agitation when he heard Dongluan's name. As it turned out, the man pursued by Dongluan called out breathlessly, "Friend, if I'm killed by Dongluan, do you think you would survive?" Dongluan is already in the transcending mortality stage level 1. After killing me, he will definitely come after you. Since that's the case, join me and deal with him. What a scheming fella, Mo Wuji cursed in his heart and did not respond. Instead, he cautiously prepared the Ice Burst Talisman in his hand. The Ice Burst Talisman could deal with a true lake stage cultivator, so there should be no problems with a transcending mortality stage level 1 Dongluan. However, Mo Wuji was worried about how to make it such that Dongluan would be unable to avoid his Ice Burst Talisman. Idiot, this old man here is already in transcending mortality stage level 3, but I'm not an opponent for this dong fella. You're still not acting. Ah. As the man pursued by Dong Luan was aggravated by Mo Wuji's inaction, a beam of light had pierced through his chest. Mo Wuji emerged and said with a voice full of fear, "Two seniors, I'm merely in the channel opening stage, this is none of my business. I don't know anything." The reason why Mo Wuji stood up was because he wanted to let the two know that his cultivation was low, and that there was no need for them to be concerned about him. If Dong Luan was on his guard against him, he would lose his opportunity. "Dong Luan, even if this old man here dies, I will not make things easy for you." The man received a huge shock. When he discovered that Mo Wuji wasn't someone who was able to help him, he knew that he would definitely die. If he had to die, he would make things hard for Dong Luan. With that, he opened his mouth wide and spit out a blood arrow. The blood arrow flew towards Dong Luan's throat. Even though Mo Wuji was standing relatively far away, he could smell the stomach-curdling stench of the blood. Dong Luan's face changed. Clearly he could tell the impressiveness of the blood arrow. He did not dare come into contact with the blood arrow as he threw his entire body forward. Almost at the same instant, another red light shot out from the heavily injured man, flying towards the direction Dong Luan jumped towards. Pooh! The red light flashed. Dong Luan staggered tens of steps back, coincidentally in the direction of Mo Wuji. Initially, Mo Wuji was intending to offer his lotus flowers to Dong Luan and surprise him with the ice burst talisman. However, he had apprehensions towards that plan. A ruthless person like Dong Luan might not even wait for him to talk and simply end him. Mo Wuji was sure that he had no form of resistance towards an expert of transcending mortality stage level 1. Now that Dong Luan was staggering towards his direction, he was clearly threatened by the other party's final, dying moves. Mo Wuji did not hesitate and immediately concentrated his spiritual will and elemental energy onto his ice burst talisman. In a short time, the ice burst talisman formed a dazzling white cloud which wrapped around the retreating Dong Luan. Mo Wuji was overjoyed. His scheme of exposing himself as someone weak had worked. Dong Luan dared to retreat in his direction because he simply didn't put Mo Wuji in his eyes. "I was only afraid you wouldn't come." After activating the talisman, Mo Wuji furiously raised the Tianji pole and charged forward with the white cloud. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 137, I've wanted to destroy you for a long time. Chapter 137, I've wanted to destroy you for a long time. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Dong Luan saw Mo Wuji activating his talisman and laughed coldly in his heart. A mere channel opening stage and dared to plot against him. It was as Mo Wuji had thought. He dared to retreat in Mo Wuji's direction precisely because he didn't put Mo Wuji in his eyes at all. Even though he was injured, and even if he stood still and let Mo Wuji attack him once, he wouldn't even furrow his brows. However, Mo Wuji truly plotted against him so naturally he wouldn't sit still. He had already nursed a lot of grievances from the other man's relentless attacks. Dong Luan's elemental energy surged to deal with Mo Wuji. However, at the very next moment, Dong Luan's face changed. His movements were slowed incredibly and an freezing icy energy permeated in the surroundings. This icy energy was rapidly freezing the surrounding space in place. Not good. This was not a talisman he could ever hope of defending against. Dong Luan's heart started racing rapidly and he no longer dared to reserve his energy. He madly activated his elemental energy to escape from this icy cold field. Unfortunately, he had already lost the opportunity. If he tried his best at the very first moment, perhaps he might have a chance of escaping. Now, he was completely unable to evade the attack of the ice burst talisman. Ka. In a mere few seconds, Dong Luan was frozen in place. Like an insect stuck in amber, he was unable to extricate himself. Mo Wuji exerted all his energy and swung the Tianji pole. Before his attack could land on Dong Luan, it was also frozen by the ice burst talisman. The astonished Mo Wuji hurried to retreat backwards. Luckily, the talisman had yet to fully act against him. There was a layer of frost which formed on his entire body, but he was still able to break free. This ice-burst talisman sure is impressive. But if there was another of such a talisman, Mo Wuji definitely wouldn't buy it. Even though it was powerful, it would even attack its owner. You could say that if not for the coincidence that Dongluan had chosen to stagger towards him, joined by Dongluan's extreme underestimation of him, his ice-burst talisman would not have been effectively put to use. If he chose to openly exhibit his ice-burst talisman, in the time taken to activate the talisman and for the talisman to burst out, Dongluan would have already ran far away. Even if Dongluan was stupid, he wouldn't idly wait for Mo Wuji's talisman to activate before running away. Furthermore, this talisman was bonded to him and could only be activated by him. If he did not have spiritual will, he also wouldn't have been able to activate the talisman. No wonder why this thing was only worth a few thousand Xian-grade spirit stones. Bin Shichi touted it well, but this was truly a rubbish talisman. Dongluan glared hatefully at Mo Wuji within the ice. He knew that if this talisman were to explode, his body would follow it and explode into bits and pieces. Dongluan completely couldn't understand how a channel opening stage cultivator like Mo Wuji could activate the ice-burst talisman. Not only could he activate it, he could even do it in such a short time. This was simply impossible. Furthermore, Dongluan was sure that his judgment was right. Mo Wuji was a channel opening stage cultivator. I've wanted to destroy you for a long time, and you actually sent yourself over into my hands today. You don't have to worry about being alone when you die. One day, I will go to the Supreme Sword City and raze it to the ground. I will not leave a single member of your Dong clan alive. Mo Wuji didn't even bother waiting the frost off his body. He walked in front of Dongluan and said in an ecstatic manner. He was truly very happy. Ever since Yan'er had suffered under the Supreme Sword City, he had always felt suffocated. Today, he could finally take a proper breath. Even though his Mo clan's prefecture had been robbed away, that was not something he had experienced personally. Moreover, he did not have much feelings towards the Mo clan and even viewed it with little affection. On the other hand, Yan'er had treated him so well, and was stolen right from his side and was thrown to die in the Supreme Sword City. How could he let it go? Dongluan could hear Mo Wuji's words and his two eyes turned red with rage and hatred. Unfortunately, he could not even say a single word. Pang! The interior of the ice-burst talisman let out a bursting sound. Dongluan's body was blasted into juice by the explosion. Trials of blood mixed in with the ice, staining the ice blood red. Before he died, Dongluan didn't even know the deep enmity he had with Mo Wuji. He didn't even believe that his death was related to the spiritual roots transfer. For many years, the Supreme Sword City's Dong clan had killed countless geniuses for their supreme spiritual roots. If each of their families came to seek revenge, even 10,000 Dong clans would not be enough to appease them. Mo Wuji walked over, picked up the Tianji pole and gave it a quick shake. The frost on the pole immediately disappeared. After the ice-burst talisman had lost its effects, the frost also turned into the most ordinary of frost. It was a great pity that Dongluan's belongings exploded together with him. If not, that fella definitely would have no lack of good items. This friend is so capable to actually kill Dongluan. Coo. Thanks for helping me seek revenge. Seeing Mo Wuji turned his head over, the man heavily injured by Dongluan stuttered as blood flowed out the corner of his mouth. You're really quite resilient, Mo Wuji responded coldly as he sat by the side. He was waiting for the other party to slowly die. Seeing this fella still trying to gain his favor despite nearing death, it's definitely not going to be for something good. If this fella survived, then when they leave the Five Elements desolate domain, it would be Mo Wuji's turn to die. You wouldn't even need to wait to leave the desolate domain. As long as this fella's injuries heal, then Mo Wuji would definitely die. It's just that Mo Wuji had no enmity with this fella, so he was unwilling to immediately end his life. I'm the heaven demon sex Zheng Hafei. If this friend is willing to help me once, I, Zheng Hafei, hereby swear. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Mo Wuji directly interrupted Zheng Hafei's words. 1. I can't save you. 2. I still want to live for a few more years. Zheng Hafei coughed unceasingly and did not continue to plead for Mo Wuji to save him. Perhaps he knew that Mo Wuji's words were true. With his current condition, even a Tier 5 Earth Pill refiner might not be able to save him. If you tell me why Dong Luan was chasing after you, then perhaps I might give you a proper burial and your corpse will not get devoured by demonic beasts. I'm sure you have heard this before. If your corpse gets eaten by demonic beasts, it would be hard for you to reincarnate. Seeing Zheng Hafei remaining silent, Mo Wuji took the initiative to talk. Regarding the difficulty reincarnating, it was all a story which he fabricated. He had a bit of interest in the place which Dong Luan and Zheng Hafei found. The 5 elements desolate domain truly had good stuff. He had personally seen it. Zheng Hafei constantly coughed out fresh blood. Mo Wuji did not mind and continued to wait quietly. Previously when he said that he couldn't save Zheng Hafei was indeed words of truth. With his current capabilities, he truly couldn't rescue Zheng Hafei from his current predicament. Okay. I'll tell you. But if you ever have the opportunity, you must definitely pass the jade flute in my storage bag to my heaven demon sex junior apprentice sister Yang Yingping. Tell her that I have already met my end in 5 elements desolate domain. Zheng Hafei had already put in a lot of his effort to say all of that. I agree. In the future when I think that I'm powerful enough, I can help you with that, Mo Wuji said lightly. Before he had the capability, he would not even think of helping Zheng Hafei. He didn't think that this Zheng Hafei would be such an emotional person, to think about his lover right before he died. Even though he understood the meaning of Mo Wuji's words, Zheng Hafei did not bother arguing as he continued to stutter. From here, walk in the northeast direction for a day's time. You can see an ice mountain. There. Before finishing this sentence, Zheng Hafei's head cocked to the side, his breathing stopped completely. Dead? Mo Wuji cautiously walked over and felt his pulse. Zheng Hafei was truly dead. He casually retrieved the storage bag from Zheng Hafei's waist. Thereafter, he dug a pit and buried Zheng Hafei within it. As for Dong Luan's meat juice, Mo Wuji couldn't be bothered to deal with it. After keeping his Tianji pole, Mo Wuji ascertained the northeast direction before unhurriedly running over. His cultivation was low, so if he met an expert like Zheng Hafei and Dong Luan, he would undoubtedly die. Thus on his journey, Mo Wuji was extremely careful. One day later, Mo Wuji stopped. He did not see an ice mountain, but he did see a lightning leopard. The lightning leopard was like the 6-footed lightning crocodile, it attacked using lightning. Unlike the 6-footed lightning crocodile, the lightning leopard attacked primarily with electroballs while the 6-footed lightning crocodile mainly used lightning bolts. The lightning leopard also had another characteristic, it was extremely fast. Naturally, Mo Wuji stopped for the lightning to open his meridians. His cultivation had reached the peak of the channel opening stage level 8 and had met with a bottleneck. For a typical cultivator who met with a bottle, perhaps they might use a spiritual will to advance into channel opening stage level 9. Thereafter, cultivate for a few more years before using pills to enter spirit building. If not for Mo Wuji having huge ambitions, he could easily use this method to advance into spirit building. He had opened 61 meridians and was completely capable of cultivating into the spirit building stage. Now that Mo Wuji could open his meridians, he naturally would not dig his own grave with such a method. He had long decided that his target would be the maximum possible number of meridians. If he was outside, he could use the lightning tempering room to perforate his meridians. Now in the 5 elements desolate domain, he was simply unable to find a proper lightning source. Now that he spotted a lightning leopard, how could Mo Wuji let it go? He was not going to let the lightning leopard attack him like the 6-footed lightning crocodile. That would be unrealistic and unsuitable. The lightning leopard attacked using electroballs, which would not be suitable for Mo Wuji to open his meridians. The reason why Mo Wuji blocked this lightning leopard was because there would definitely be a lightning source where this lightning leopard lived. Only places like the thunder fog forest's lightning lakes would be suitable for the lightning leopard to cultivate. Now that a lightning leopard appeared, there would definitely be a lightning source. Even though the lightning leopard was a class 2 demonic beast, which an ordinary channel opening stage cultivator could never hope to beat, under the provocation of Mo Wuji's spiritual will, it immediately ran away. Mo Wuji's cultivation was low, but his spiritual will was strong. He could use his spiritual will to pressure the lightning leopard and intimidate it. Demonic beasts were extremely sensitive to aura and power. The moment Mo Wuji's spiritual will came bounding over, the lightning leopard subconsciously took a few steps back and knew that Mo Wuji was not an easy opponent. The demonic beast's fighting spirit suppressed its urge to run away as it shot an electroball towards Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was least afraid of lightning attacks. He raised the Tianji pole and swung it towards the electroball. Pong! The electroball split apart into tens of electric arcs which landed on Mo Wuji's body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 138, Heaven Demon Sex Hoyucheng. Chapter 138, Heaven Demon Sex Hoyucheng. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. The tens of lightning bolts landed on Mo Wuji's body and formed trails of flashing lightning. Except for a trail of lightning which landed on Mo Wuji's arm, the rest of the lightning bolts burned holes on his outer wear. Except for a slight burning sensation on his arm, the lightning bolts which landed on his body did not affect him at all. The Heaven Crow's natural silk armor is truly a good item, Mo Wuji celebrated in his heart. Even without the Heaven Crow's natural silk armor, these lightning bolts would not have affected him. With it, the pain he suffered lessened by quite a bit. The lightning leopard saw that its electroball had no effect on Mo Wuji and immediately knew that Mo Wuji was much stronger than it. As a demonic beast who could cultivate to class 2, it had a bit of intelligence. The lightning leopard turned its tails and ran away, stopping its assault. The lightning leopard's attack power could not be considered its strongest feature. Its main survival feature was its speed. Mo Wuji had been awaiting the lightning leopard's escape. Now that the lightning leopard had started fleeing, he immediately started chasing after it. He did not mean to eliminate the lightning leopard, but he intended to find the lightning environment it was living in. As for the matter of the ice mountain, it had long been chucked away by Mo Wuji. Even if the ice mountain had a flower of the true gods, it would have to wait till he found his lightning. Chasing behind the lightning leopard made Mo Wuji realize how wrong he was. The lightning leopard's speed was multiple times faster than his. In half an incense's time, he could only see the lightning leopard's disappearing shadow. Some time later, even the shadow was completely gone. Mo Wuji helplessly stopped in his tracks. He had failed. Ka. Pang. Consecutive blasts broke the silence, followed by Mo Wuji's glee. The lightning leopard might have vanished, but he actually found a lightning lake. The lightning leopard had disappeared within the lightning lake. The lightning bolts within the lightning lake shot out unceasingly, barraging the pool of water below, causing a constant pattering sound. Why would Mo Wuji still care about the lightning leopard? He immediately ran towards the lightning lake. Luckily, the lightning lake wasn't very far away. Standing at the periphery of the lightning lake, he could feel the intensity of the lightning bolts. It was multiple times stronger than the lightning lake back in Thunder Fog Forest. Even the lightning tempering room's lightning bolt wasn't as impressive as this. However, Mo Wuji did not hesitate for long. He was now in the peak of channel opening stage level 8, and he had a set of Heaven Crow's natural silk armor. He would definitely be able to persevere under this high intensity. Mo Wuji landed within the lightning lake in a few steps. Just as he consumed a bottle of channel opening solution, 2 bolts of lightning descended. Without waiting for the lightning to land on him, Mo Wuji took the initiative to raise his hands against the lightning bolts. With the help of his spiritual will, and Mo Wuji's improved cultivation, this lightning was easily drawn into his meridians. Ka. With just these 2 lightning bolts, Mo Wuji's 60-second meridian opened by more than half. A few more lightning bolts landed. Under Mo Wuji's constant use of his spiritual will and cultivation technique, his 60-second meridian was blasted open. Too easy. Mo Wuji laughed and fetched a bottle of channel opening solution and downed it. This was the first time it was so easy for Mo Wuji to use lightning to open his meridians. Previously, he had always been struck near the doors of death. This time, he had the Heaven Crow's natural silk armor. With the exception of a few lightning bolts, the lightning would directly be blocked by the armor. Only his 2 arms would feel the pain. 63 RD. 64 TH. Ka. This time, Mo Wuji directly conducted 7 bolts of lightning into his 2 arms. The 7 lightning bolts ripped apart his entire robes and a bone-tearing force entered Mo Wuji's 72nd meridian. An intense pain struck him, causing him to lose his stability. That was too much. Luckily, Mo Wuji had experienced a much more devastating pain before, and he managed to guide the entire lightning into his 72nd meridian. In just this single strike, his 72nd meridian was directly struck open. The instant his 72nd meridian opened, Mo Wuji felt a qualitative change in his body, and his entire body felt lighter. Mo Wuji exhaled strongly and downed another bottle of channel opening solution. He still had another 5 bottles of channel opening solution on him. According to the current pace, he could at least open his 75th or even 76th meridian. As he swallowed the solution, he could feel a minor heat spreading down his throat before disappearing completely. Mo Wuji's heart sunk. He had been prepared for this situation, but when it really happened, he could not help but feel a little disappointed. This was already the second time this had happened. This first was after his 36th meridian opened. He had thought of ways to upgrade the channel opening solution, but the situation happened again after his 72nd meridian opened. It seems like he would need to upgrade his channel opening solution again. Mo Wuji turned disappointedly. This was the best place to temper and open his meridians, but unfortunately, he did not have any channel opening solution. Hon. Kacha. At the instant Mo Wuji turned, a lightning bolt 10 times thicker than the previous one descended and struck Mo Wuji's back. Ah! Mo Wuji coughed out a spurt of blood and his entire body was sent flying back into the lightning lake. The familiar tearing pain could be felt. It was difficult for Mo Wuji to even struggle. He knew that at least 7 to 8 bones of his spine and ribs had been broken with that strike, and his internal organs had suffered heavy damage. Luckily there was only one of that lightning. If another one were to come, he would definitely die. Mo Wuji painstakingly fetched a few healing pills and swallowed them as he struggled to leave the lightning lake. If not for the Heaven Crow's natural silk armor, he would have directly been struck to death by that thick bolt of lightning. He truly had good foresight when he purchased it. However, Mo Wuji would rather not have that foresight if he could avoid suffering like this. "Friend, do you need help?" An unhurriedly voice could be heard. Mo Wuji struggled to lift his head. Mo Wuji saw a handsome, young man standing outside the lightning lake. He had dashing eyebrows and a straight nose, his mouth wore a gentle and warm smile. The man did not look at Mo Wuji like he would view someone struggling to survive. Instead, he seemed to admiring the scenery of a full moon by a beautiful lake. Mo Wuji saw this and could not help but sigh deeply. If this was Earth, this fellow would definitely be superstar material. Not only was his figure perfect, he was handsome, and his voice and behave was perfect. All of this was extremely natural, and he did not seem to have a hint of pretense. "Pill Master Mo?" An astonished voice could be heard, this time from a lady. It belonged to someone Mo Wuji was familiar with, Chuan Air. Ostensibly, Chuan was here together with the handsome, young man. The effects of the healing pills had kicked in. With a strong pull, Mo Wuji climbed out of the lightning lake. Thank you, friend. I don't need any help for now. After climbing out of the lightning lake, Mo Wuji leaned against a huge rock, swallowed a few pills and replied laughingly. The handsome youth seemed to know Mo Wuji's thoughts. He smiled faintly and did not say anything much. Chuan had already taken a step forward and asked urgently, Pill Master Mo, are you okay? How did you end up in a lightning lake? Mo Wuji inhaled a few mouthful of airs before replying, I saw a spiritual herb within the lightning lake, so I wanted to dig it up. I didn't expect the lightning bolts to be so powerful, I almost didn't manage to climb out. AI, there's really a lightning splitting grass. The handsome youth's figure flashed and his shadow charged into the lightning lake. When he emerged, he held a blue grass within his hand. Lightning splitting grass? Mo Wuji got a shock. He was just blindly lying, but this youth actually managed to retrieve a lightning splitting grass. The lightning splitting grass's price was astronomical as it was an incomparably rare herb. This grass could only grow within lightning lakes. It absorbed the essence of lightning to grow, but it could also avoid lightning. Within a lightning lake, except for a few demonic beasts, it was extremely difficult for spiritual herbs to survive. This lightning-splitting grass was one of these few herbs. When lightning strikes, this grass would be able to divert it. Of course, a low-grade lightning-splitting grass would not be able to divert the thick lightning bolt which struck Mo Wuji. Even so, the lightning-splitting grass was invaluable. It was an especially peerless treasure for lightning affinity cultivators. At the same time, Mo Wuji was astounded by this fella's cultivation. From the speed he displayed, Mo Wuji could tell that this fella was much stronger than him. The handsome youth brought the grass in front of Mo Wuji. You discovered this first, so I helped you take it. Mo Wuji looked at this fella doubtfully. The lightning-splitting grass had such a high price, it was at least a tier 6 spiritual herb, but he's just giving it away? Unless he's trying to show his generosity in front of Chuan. But that's not right. With his figure and temperament, he would not need to give this lightning-splitting grass to gain Chuan's favor. You are the one you dug it, so it's not mine. Furthermore, this wasn't the herb I discovered. Mo Wuji shook his head and did not hesitate to reject this fella's good intentions. He was only blindly speaking previously. He had no part to play from the discovery to the harvesting of the lightning-splitting grass. He did not wish to take advantage of others. By the side, Chuan eagerly said, Pill Master Mo, this is the Heaven Demon Sect's Senior Ho Yuching. Senior Ho doesn't like to take advantage of others. Since you discovered it, you should keep it. There's nothing to be ashamed about. Mo Wuji lightly smiled. Ho Yuching doesn't like to take advantage of others, but did that mean that I would like to leech off others? Of course, that would depend on what I'm leeching off. This is merely a lightning-splitting grass, and not the immeasurable soul-forging crystal. This doesn't belong to me, and Brother Ho doesn't owe me anything. So I won't be taking this lightning-splitting grass. Mo Wuji spoke plainly, but he spoke with an unquestionable tone. Ho Yuching was slightly shocked before turning to Chuan and asking, Junior Wan, this should be the Pill Master Mo you mentioned previously? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 139, Humongous Icy Mountain. Chapter 139, Humongous Icy Mountain. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Yes, he is Mo Wuji. He was the one who gave me this bracelet, Chuan answered. Ho Yuching laughed and said, since that's the case, Junior Wan can have this stock of lightning-splitting grass then. Seeing that both Mo Wuji and Ho Yuching did not want this lightning-splitting grass, Chuan decided to keep it. Pill Master Mo, how did you end up here? Chuan asked after keeping the lightning-splitting grass. She originally wanted to ask Mo Wuji why was he here with his low cultivation level. And since he entered, why would he come so far? Given Mo Wuji's pace by foot, even if he did not stop to rest, he should not have reached here so quickly. What she did not know was that Mo Wuji had actually ran for a few days and nights just to get so far. Mo Wuji said helplessly, "I don't know. I just kept walking and when I finally stopped, I've arrived here." Shu Wan-er noticed Mo Wuji's reluctance to speak the truth, so she did not question him any further. Instead, Ho Yuqing took the initiative to ask, "Brother Mo, there is an icy mountain nearby and I've heard that it has 2 flowers of the true gods of the ice and water attribute. Do you want to follow us to check it out?" Mo Wuji stared blankly for a moment. Dong Luan was out to kill Zheng Hefei because he was afraid that the secrets of the icy mountain might be revealed, but everyone knows about it now? Shu Wan-er hurried to say, "Senior Ho, Pill Master Mo is only in channel opening stage while everyone who will be heading to the icy mountain are experts. I don't think it is suitable for Pill Master Mo to go." Ho Yuqing laughed. "I feel that despite being only at channel opening stage, Brother Mo has sufficient confidence to enter the icy mountain." "Senior Chu, how did you all find out about the icy mountain?" Mo Wuji was very curious about this. Shu Wan-er replied, "It is not just us, at least 100 others know about the icy mountain in this area too. They are also aware of the existence of the flower of the true gods on the icy mountain. Have you been to the One Dao House's auction sale? The map that they were auctioning depicts this area. Back at the auction, he predicted that the secrets of the map would not be safe, and he was right as the secrets were indeed revealed." Mo Wuji was never interested in the flower of the true gods, and since so many people found out about it, he dismissed the idea of heading towards the icy mountain. It would be a joke for someone like him to go and compete with these experts for the flower of the true gods. "Oh yes, Senior Chu, is it true that there is an immeasurable soul-forging crystal in the 5 elements desolate domain?" Mo Wuji casually asked Shu Wan-er before she left, as he remembered that he still had no clue on where to find the immeasurable soul-forging crystal. Ho Yuqing, who was standing by the side, said, "It is natural for the 5 elements desolate domain to have it because the immeasurable soul-forging crystal is a top-grade treasure. It is worth even more than the flower of the true gods. I've heard that this item could only grow under icy conditions, which is why there is a chance of an immeasurable soul-forging crystal appearing at the place we're heading towards." After hearing this, Mo Wuji's spirits were lifted and he said, "Senior Chu, Brother Ho, I would like to rest for a while first. Would it be possible for me to follow you to join the crowd afterwards?" Ho Yuqing smiled and said, "No problem at all. Please rest well, Brother Mo. We will leave 2 days later as we are a little tired too." One had to admit that Ho Yuqing spoke with wonderful demeanor, as he showed ample respect even to a channel opening stage cultivator like Mo Wuji. Since Ho Yuqing had already said it, Shu Wan-er naturally did not refute. Moreover, she still owed Mo Wuji a favor. The moment Ho Yuqing and Shu Wan-er left, Mo Wuji immediately took out a spirit depositing pill, clenched some earth-grade spirit stones and started to circulate his spiritual energy. This was the first time he used a pill to cultivate, and that was only because he was hurt quite badly by the lightning bolt earlier. Most of the spiritual energy in the surrounding was completely absorbed by Mo Wuji, who was originally at the pinnacle of channel opening stage level 8. He then managed to advance past channel opening stage level 8 into channel opening stage level 9. As the elementary energy around Mo Wuji started to circulate, the speed of his recovery increased tremendously. After more than 2 hours, Mo Wuji let out a loud cry before standing up. Channel opening stage level 9. Additionally, his wounds were recovering a lot quicker due to his advancement in level. Advancing from level 8 to level 9 was as easy as a canal forming when the water comes. 1. He cleaned himself up before changing to a fresh set of clothes. Even though he still looked battered, he definitely looked much better compared to when he first crawled out of the lightning lake. As Mo Wuji walked out, he saw Ho Yuqing and Shu Wan-er conversing from afar. Seeing Mo Wuji walked out, the duo walked over. As Ho Yuqing's eyes fell on Mo Wuji's body, his eyes lit up as he cupped his fist and said, "Congratulations brother Mo on advancing once again." Mo Wuji also cupped his fist as he replied, "Compared to brother Ho, my cultivation level is really nothing much." After hearing Mo Wuji's cry just now, Chuaner knew that there was an increase in Mo Wuji's strength yet again. She was very surprised because given his poor spiritual roots, he should at most be recovering from his wounds. Who knew that within just 2 hours, not only did Mo Wuji's wounds almost fully recovered, he managed to advance to the next channel opening stage level 2. Pill Master Mo, do you really have low-grade spiritual roots? Chuaner could not help but asked. Mo Wuji laughed out loud, "I wish I did not have such poor spiritual roots too. The pity was that the few times I tested, they all proved that I only have low-grade spiritual roots. Otherwise, I would not have been reduced to just a guest pill refiner at a sect. Fortunately, even though I have poor spiritual roots, my perceptions are still decent, which is why I could still advance every now and then." Ho Yuqing said with a serious tone, "Brother Mo has great perseverance and verve, so I am sure your future achievements will definitely not be lesser than mine." Chuaner knew that this was just Ho Yuqing's kind words, as Mo Wuji simply cannot be compared to a heaven demon sex genius who was about to enter the heaven-seeking palace. To prevent Chuaner from questioning any further about his spiritual roots, Mo Wuji took the initiative to ask Ho Yuqing, "Brother Ho, I've heard that the heaven demon sex senior Yang Yingping is really decent. May I know if this is true?" Brother Mo is indeed a man of temperament. Junior apprentice sister Yang Yingping is indeed my heaven demon sex genius disciple. Other than her unparalleled looks, her cultivation level is definitely not lower than mine. If Brother Mo is interested in junior apprentice sister Yang Yingping, I could introduce you to her. Ho Yuqing laughed as he said, without considering that Mo Wuji might not worthy of her. Mo Wuji shook his hand hurriedly. "How can a person with such low cultivation level like me ever woo senior Yang? I casually inquired about it because I've heard people talking about it." Ho Yuqing said without putting his words to heart, "Brother Mo need not belittle yourself, because given the quality of your spiritual roots, it is already very impressive to become a tier 3 pill refiner. This is not something anybody could easily accomplish. I believe that Brother Mo will eventually make it into the heaven-seeking palace. After getting out of the 5 elements desolate domain, both junior apprentice sister Yangping and I will be heading for the heaven-seeking palace. We will definitely have more opportunities to meet in the future. These are all things of the future. Senior Chu and Brother Ho, why don't we head over to the icy mountain now?" Mo Wuji guessed that Ho Yuqing might still have his doubts over him after watching him got hurt in the lightning lake. "All right." Chuaner realized that Mo Wuji did not have his bracelet on his wrist after finishing her sentence. "Pill Master Mo, did you lose your bracelet?" Mo Wuji answered awkwardly, "I probably lost it back at the lightning lake." "Forget it, I will just follow behind Senior Chu and I'm sure I will remember the route back." Mo Wuji did not lose his bracelet in the lightning lake but dropped it back at the cave. When he was frightened by the demonic beast, he did not even retrieve a single piece of clothing, let alone a bracelet. He did saw a bracelet back on Zheng Hefei's body. However, he did not dare to take Zheng Hefei's bracelet because who knew if he marked his bracelet with any special notation? It is just a bracelet, it doesn't make too much of a difference. Just as Brother Mo mentioned, I don't think they will not let one person out just because he did not have his bracelet with him. Ho Yuqing laughed as he added. The 3 of them changed direction before hurrying off. Both Chuaner and Ho Yuqing did not move at their fastest speed to make sure that Mo Wuji could catch up with them. Ho Yuqing even explained to him about many people, objects, and the origins of the different sects on their way. Even though they were rushing, Mo Wuji did not feel bored at all, and he even learnt a lot from him. Half a day later, the 3 of them started to feel the cold, which reminded Mo Wuji of the iceburst talisman. As they moved forward, it felt as though they were moving closer to the heart of the iceburst talisman. After half an incense's time, a continuous stretch of ice mountains appeared in Mo Wuji's line of sight. This continuous stretch of ice mountains resembled a boundless stretch of hills, one after another without any end in sight. Beyond the depths of the ice mountains, Mo Wuji saw a humongous icy mountain in which its peak was too high to be seen. This humongous icy mountain was located in between many shorter ice mountains similar to a crane in a flock of chickens. The reflection of the sunlight by the icy mountain made Mo Wuji's eyes a little uncomfortable. Mo Wuji had forgotten about the coldness in front of such a splendid scenery of the icy mountains. That is the tallest icy mountain which many people had already explored. We should hurry too, Chuaner pointed to that humongous icy mountain as she spoke. What she said was right, there was indeed a continuous stream of people traveling to and from it. It was very obvious as their shadows were reflected against the background. The trio sped up as they hurried to the region holding the many smaller ice mountains. After stepping into the region with the smaller icy mountains, Mo Wuji realized how difficult it was to run quickly in here. Everywhere was frozen and the icy road below their feet was so slippery they could easily slip and fall. If they were not careful, they could get hurt by falling onto a sharp piece of ice. The humongous icy mountain looked near, but it was actually very far away. The trio spent an entire hour to reach the foot of the icy mountain. Over 100 people gathered at the foot of the icy mountain, and there was actually even more people running here. Mo Wuji noticed that a few shadows were already scaling the icy mountain, but it seemed very difficult to do so because of its slippery surface. To climb up, one had to continuously carve out a foothold. However, the frozen ice were extremely hard and it took one guy half a day to carve out just half a foothold. Let's go check it out too, Chuaner turned and told Ho Yuqing the moment she saw that a few cultivators were already scaling the icy mountain. As soon as Chuaner finished talking, a strong wind blew and a cultivator scaling the mountain was thrown off and disappeared. Additionally, the foothold that he carved out previously was smoothened out too. 1. It is an English translation for the idiom which means that when conditions are right, success will follow naturally. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 140, I've always loved helping others. Chapter 140, I've always loved helping others. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Chuaner's mouth went agape as words no longer came out. She looked around at the surrounding people, and no one seemed to find it shocking. Clearly, this wasn't the first time such a thing happened. At the moment, the few cultivators who were blown away by the tempest hurried to slide down. They didn't even climb the icy mountain for a few minutes, but if they continued to climb higher, it would get more dangerous. No one can confirm whether there's truly a flower of the true gods up there. If there isn't and we climb up there, won't we be wasting our efforts? A female cultivator looked up at the towering icy mountain and lamented. The mountain was so high that even its peak could not be seen. No one responded to her words. Whether or not there was a flower of the true gods, they would know it well in their own hearts. Those who chose not to believe it can leave, then there would be one less competitor. Ho Yuqing suddenly stepped forward and said, "Friends, I feel that this solo act in competing among ourselves will not work. Even if someone here managed to reach the top, it would be hard to get down. What kind of thing are you?" A big man with a face full of beard coldly glanced at Ho Yuqing. He was already at the Yuan Dan stage, and this Ho Yuqing clearly wasn't in the Yuan Dan stage, yet he dared to spout such nonsense. Ho Yuqing maintained a smile on his face, not a half bit aggravated as he said, "I'm not a thing, I'm Heaven Demon Sect's Ho Yuqing." Hearing that Ho Yuqing was from the Heaven Demon Sect, the big, bearded man did not continue nitpicking on him. The Heaven Demon Sect was one of the three great Heaven sects, Heaven Sword Island, Heaven Arya Palace and Heaven Demon Sect. Don't underestimate it because it was the last among the three sects. The sect practices some strange and occult arts. You might suddenly die and you still wouldn't understand what happened. Does Brother Ho have a better idea? Another person stood up and clasped his fists towards Ho Yuqing. "I don't dare." Ho Yuqing graciously clasped his fists to return the gesture before saying at the mountain, "The cold wind is perennially blowing and whistling. The higher you go, the stronger the winds." What I'm suggesting is for everyone to work together to carve steps into the ice. This is the most effort-saving and safest method to go up. Won't the people who come after us get to freeload from our efforts? The big bearded man frowned and said. Ho Yucheng smiled faintly but did not respond to the big bearded man's words. The big bearded man snorted. Even though his cultivation was higher than Ho Yucheng, he did not dare cause a ruckus here. A thin and small cultivator took the initiative to say, as we are climbing the mountain, the strong winds will level the steps behind us in no time at all. But with so many of us going up, there definitely won't be that many flowers of the true gods. Then, distribution will be a problem. The big bearded man glared at him fiercely. Distribution? Whoever is capable will fight for it, the rest can just screw off. A few spirit building stage cultivators self-consciously retreated from the group. With their cultivation, taking part would only be paving the way for others. Seeing that Mo Wuji did not have any intentions of retreating, Chuaner slightly furrowed her brows and took the initiative to dissuade him. Pillmaster Mo, why don't you stay here for now? Mo Wuji smiled lightly. It's okay, I can also take part in digging the steps. It's always good to have extra help. Pooey. A lady heard Mo Wuji's words and could not help but laughed out loud. Mo Wuji's entire body did not pulse with spirituality, instead, it was plain and calm like an ordinary mortal. As a cultivator, anyone could tell that Mo Wuji's talent was low, and his cultivation was ordinary. After all, the stronger a cultivator, the stronger his spirituality. Little boy, you shouldn't even be at the spirit building stage, right? If you go up, all you would be doing is digging steps. You should just stay here. Even if there are a lot of flowers of the true gods, there won't be enough for you, the lady who laughed aloud added. The lady's looks were ordinary and her speech brought with it a tone of ridicule, but Mo Wuji knew she was not evil at heart. She should know that with his low cultivation, following them would only be a waste of his efforts. Ultimately, he might not even be able to reach the peak. Mo Wuji chuckled. Senior, many thanks for your warm intentions, but I've always liked helping others since I was young. I'm not even afraid to help up a fallen old man, what more digging some steps? Being able to help the senior brothers and sisters here is my honor. Many of the cultivators there were dumbfounded by Mo Wuji's words. Even Ho Yucheng didn't understand the intention behind Mo Wuji's words. But everyone could understand the meaning behind Mo Wuji's last sentence. Even with Mo Wuji's low cultivation, he was willing to take the risk to dig the ice stairs. On the other hand, it was the big bearded man who started chuckling as he said to Mo Wuji, "You're a promising lad." With that, he turned and stared at Ho Yucheng. Now there are more than 60 people who are willing to go up together. You'll allocate the manpower, and we'll start right now. The others also turned to look at Ho Yucheng, clearly wishing for him to lead them with his stair digging idea. Ho Yucheng clasped his fists and said, "Initially, I was about to suggest splitting into 2 groups, but since there's only 63 people now, I would advise everyone to work together to dig out a curved ice steps upwards. The icy mountain is tough, and it would be very difficult for a single person. But if we all work together, it would be more than 10 times easier." Okay, we'll do just that. The big bearded man clapped his hands and retrieved his magic treasure. It was an exquisite fine-scale awl. The others also did not have any disagreements and they each took out their magic treasures. Mo Wuji only had his Tianji pole, so he could only take that out. Your magic treasure is a metal pole? Chu Waner was a bit speechless. It was not as though there weren't cultivators who used the pole as a weapon, but they were as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns. For someone of Mo Wuji's cultivation who dared to use the pole as a magic treasure, he definitely had to be the first. Good. Unique. Ha ha. The big bearded man laughed as he took his spot. Ho Yucheng was also rather astonished. He had always thought that Mo Wuji's magic treasure would be something related to lightning. Never would he expect that Mo Wuji would just pick up a metal pole. He soon regained his countenance as he said loudly, "Everyone, let's begin." Hong 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 hong. The multiple magic treasures landed on the icy mountain at the same time, causing a powerful tremor. With elemental energy infused in the attack, a single attack was able to break open a step on the tough icy mountain. Everyone celebrated. Climbing the mountain truly required everyone's combined efforts. This definitely wasn't a simple outcome of 1 + 1. It far exceeded that. As Mo Wuji's cultivation was the lowest, he was assigned to be at the extreme side. This was the most dangerous place, but he was in no position to reject it. After keeping that this place might have the immeasurable soul-forging crystal, he had set his mind to climb up. Fortunately, Mo Wuji's attack power with the Tianji pole was not bad, and the rest did not deny his participation. Furthermore, to the others here, a channel opening stage cultivator like Mo Wuji definitely did not have a chance to obtain the flower of the true gods, so he was simply akin to free labor. Explosive sounds could be heard, ice dregs flew about, the crowd managed to slowly advance upwards. At their back, a winding S-shaped ice road could be seen snaking upwards. In just a single day, the group managed to climb to the mountain's halfway mark. The S-shaped road behind them was also gradually fading away. Friend, I think everyone here all underestimated you. I am Chung Chiyu from the Golden Spear sect. By Mo Wuji's side was a medium-built youth. As they got higher, his shock got higher as well. This was because the steps carved by Mo Wuji was no lesser than his, it might even be better. What confused him was that every time Mo Wuji dug a step, he would first punch a deep hole with his metal pole. This was simply wasting more elemental energy. From these acts alone, he could tell that Mo Wuji's abilities was not limited to the channel opening stage. Rogue Cultivator, Mo Wuji. Brother Cheng's name sure is unique, Mo Wuji smiled and said. Along this journey, he could tell that this Chung Chiyu should roughly be in the spirit building stage level 4. However, this Chung Chiyu's endurance did not seem to be much stronger than his. Along the way, he did not consume any pills but he still had energy. On the other hand, this Chung Chiyu seemed to be getting tired. Chung Chiyu laughed self-deprecatingly, I came up with this name myself. My original name was Chung Chiyu, 1. The Cheng clan gave birth to a genius cultivator, Chung Hushan, and we had to give countless of cultivation resources to that Chung Hushan. I was unwilling, so I left the Cheng clan, and with some luck, I managed to enter the Golden Spear sect. Doubts formed within Mo Wuji's heart, like how did this Chung Chiyu manage to get a placing to enter the 5 elements desolate domain? However, these weren't questions for him to ask. Brother Mo, as a rogue cultivator, you managed to get here. Chang Chiyu did not manage to finish his words when an icy cold tempest came bounding over. There were no signs, the wind just suddenly came crashing over. In the previous day, the group did not meet with the attacks of tempests and they all felt that their previous thinking had been far too conservative. None of them would have expected that in this moment when they lowered their guards, a mad tempest would blast over. The shadows of tens of cultivators disappeared along with the wind. The previous S-shaped road had also disappeared. Being carried away at this height, the chances of surviving was not much more than 0. Mo Wuji and Chung Chiyu were also subjected to the strong winds. Mo Wuji's reaction was extremely fast, at almost the same instant the wind came blowing, he threw his body to the ice step. At the same time, he fetched his sharp knife and stabbed it into the hole. His actions were smooth and fluid, with no time wasted. He seemed to have practiced this in his head multiple times. With all these, Mo Wuji still had the time to extend his hand and made a grab. Chung Chiyu, who had already been blown away, had quite good luck. One of his leg had been grabbed by Mo Wuji and his entire body fell onto the ice step. Once his entire body is planted down, the effects of the strong winds lessened by quite a bit. Chung Chiyu tightly grabbed a groove within the step, not daring to let go. The roaring wind came and left quickly. By the time the wind was gone, the group found that there were more than 10 among them who had disappeared. The group had now many empty spaces. Big Brother Mo, thank you. Even though Chang Chiyu's cultivation was higher than Mo Wuji, he still emotionally bowed and expressed his gratitude towards Mo Wuji. He even addressed Mo Wuji as Big Brother. Mo Wuji had just saved his life. His gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. One must know that in that kind of situation, even if they could make it in time to extend a hand, others definitely wouldn't do so. Those that extend their hands to save others would also put themselves in greater danger. Mo Wuji patted Chang Chiyu's shoulder and chuckled, "It's nothing much. I told you before, I've always loved helping others. Don't you see me here helping everyone dig ice steps?" 1. Confused? There are two different chi. His current chi means abandon, while his previous chi means gather. His yu refers to jade. He changed his name to reflect his changing attitudes towards riches and resources. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 141, I'm a good person. Chapter 141, I'm a good person. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. You're actually alright? The big bearded man stared at Mo Wuji in shock. There were only a little than 60 people, and now more than 10 of them were gone. Mo Wuji was at the extreme edge of the group, and his cultivation was also the lowest. Logically, Mo Wuji should have been the first one to be carried away by the tempest. However, in reality, among the people carried away, Mo Wuji precisely wasn't one of them. Mo Wuji snickered, "I came to serve everyone, and help everyone reach the peak. But we're not even there yet, so how could anything happen to me?" Not only is he alright, the guy beside him was saved by him, a tall and lanky man said as he sized Mo Wuji up. Chu Wan-er finally started to believe Ho Yucheng's words. Mo Wuji was truly a little peculiar. To remain unscathed after that situation, was it something possible for a simple channel opening stage cultivator? Only Chang Chiyu understood what happened. He was extremely impressed as he praised, "Big brother Mo, I finally understand why you would first dig a hole in the ice. So it's a life-saving measure." Mo Wuji was just about to say something when he suddenly thought of something. He immediately bent down and picked up a piece of ice dregs. As he felt the ice dregs in his hand, Mo Wuji was sure of one thing: the thing in his hands weren't ice dregs but some sort of jade stone similar to ice. This was already the halfway point of the mountain. An ice like jade stone would not appear here out of coincidence. There was only one possibility: someone placed it here. Why would someone place this ice-like object at the halfway point of the ice mountain? Unless... As he thought of this, Mo Wuji sat on the step and placed his hand into the ice hole. Mo Wuji's conjunctions were immediately confirmed. The thing at the bottom of the ice hole wasn't ice, but the same sort of material which felt like ice. Being able to protect your own little life with your cultivation is already impressive. I never expected that you would even think of saving others under that dangerous situation. The big bearded man looked at Mo Wuji and chortled. In his heart, he felt that a guy like Mo Wuji had long been extinct. Mo Wuji stood up and chuckled, "Because I'm a good person, I want to help everyone. Everyone's happiness is the true happiness, mine doesn't really matter." Chu Wan-er looked at Mo Wuji speechlessly. If she did not personally witness Mo Wuji borrowing the 6-footed lightning crocodile's lightning to kill Hua Zhenghu, she might have believed his words. Initially, she did think that Mo Wuji was truly helpless in that situation, and was unable to save Hua Zhenghu. However, as she recollected on what happened, it wasn't that Mo Wuji chose not to save Hua Zhenghu, he even intentionally led the lightning crocodile to attack Hua Zhenghu. After knowing that Mo Wuji was a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner who even managed to obtain placings within the 5 Elements pill competition, Chu Wan-er was definite that Mo Wuji wasn't the good person who helps others unconditionally as he had described himself to be. However, she did not feel disgust towards Mo Wuji, but Mo Wuji formed a deeper and firmer impression in her heart. She admired a person like Mo Wuji. On the other hand, the death of a trash like Hua Zhenghu was simply just another death. Ho Yucheng was also sure that he was not wrong. Mo Wuji was not simple. He also clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, let's continue to push hard. Please be more alert for the wind, after all, there aren't any warning signs." Mo Wuji had some apprehensions in his heart. He already lost his interest in digging upwards. He had a feeling that within this ice mountain, there might be an entire structure built entirely with this ice-like material. He was still contemplating whether it was possible for him to dig downwards alone. "Everyone wait, there's something here, it seems to be ice jadestone." A surprised voice called out, and a girl raised a piece of crushed ice dregs. Mo Wuji lamented, "It seems like he wasn't the only who discovered it." Just now, everyone threw their bodies to the ground to avoid the wind. It was expected that someone else discovered it. The big bearded man grabbed the ice dregs from the girl's hand, and after a short examination, he confirmed, "This friend is not wrong, we are not standing on ice." Ho Yuqing also took a step forward and accepted the ice dregs. After a few breaths' time, Ho Yuqing passed it over to another cultivator and nodded, "If I'm not wrong, there should be a huge palace below us. This palace should be built using the ice jadestone, but I wonder who would spend such effort and resources." After they heard Ho Yuqing's words, everyone exhaled a breath of cold air. An ice jadestone palace as massive as this ice mountain? How much ice jadestone would that require? And if all these ice jadestone were brought out, how many gold coins could they exchange it for? I suggest that everyone start digging downwards. After a brief moment of silence, another cultivator stood up and said, "Compared to the unreliable flower of the true gods at the summit, the huge palace below them was much more tempting." No one objected to that idea as everyone stared at the ground beneath them with a glimmer in their eyes. Perhaps what awaited them below was a palace full of treasures. Cheng Qiu saw Mo Wuji casually throwing away the ice dregs in his hand, and his heart thumped strongly. Even if he didn't examine that piece of ice, he could guess that it should be ice jadestone. That would mean that Mo Wuji had already discovered the ice jadestone, it was just that he chose not to say anything. He was reminded that Mo Wuji was just in the channel opening stage, but his true abilities were no lower than his. Furthermore, Mo Wuji was even able to maintain his own life during that blustering wind. That wasn't the only thing, Mo Wuji was even able to save him. One must know that Mo Wuji's position was actually the most susceptible to being blown away. Cheng Qiu decided firmly in his heart that had to form good relations with Mo Wuji. Not only was Mo Wuji his benefactor, Mo Wuji was a clever person who would definitely have a promising future. Tens of magic treasures no longer carved upwards but started attacking downwards instead. Huge chunks of ice flew into the air and the round hole enlarged. There really is an ice jadestone structure down there. The big bearded man grabbed a handful of shredded ice and chortled. The shredded ice in his hand was truly ice jadestone. It might still be possible that this is an ice jade mountain. A slightly cold voice broke the bearded man's celebration. The big bearded man's smile immediately disappeared. He snorted and did not say another word. Instead, he swung his fine scale awl and struck it forcefully downwards. It wasn't because he didn't want to say anything, but he knew that the other party was right. It might really be an ice jade mountain. Even though such a huge ice jade mountain had never been heard of before, it didn't mean that it didn't exist. On the other hand, Mo Wuji was especially clear that this wasn't an ice jade mountain and it definitely was a huge palace. Even if it was an ice jade mountain, the center of it had been cleared to form a huge palace. From the moment he set foot on this mountain, and as he slowly dug the steps up, he could discern that the sounds were completely different. Moreover, even though the hole they were digging was not even 3 meters deep, there was already a hollow sound, indicating that it was empty below. It doesn't matter whether this is an ice jade mountain, but there definitely is a huge palace below. I can already hear the difference in sounds. Everyone, keep pushing. At this moment, Ho Yuqing stood forward and said. Ho Yuqing did not have the highest cultivation, but he was from the Heaven Demon sect. Under the circumstances where there weren't any heaven-seeking palace cultivators, the status of the Heaven Demon sect was definitely one of the top. Additionally, he had his own capabilities, his suggestions had not failed them so far. Thus, no one had any dissentiment towards his call to continue digging. The hong-hong sound of magic treasures striking the ground sounded endlessly. No one skived and put in all their efforts to attack the mountainside. As they were digging, another strong tempest swept by, but no one was blown away. Everyone were already deep within the hole, and 90% of the wind's force did not manage to get to them. We've already dug for so long, but there's still nothing. How long more do we have to dig? A cultivator asked, his confidence wavering. At the same time this cultivator opened his mouth, a walla sound could be heard. Mo Wuji's metal pole had struck open a swarthy black hole. We got through. The incomparably excited bearded man was the first to reach Mo Wuji's side. The awl in his hand also struck towards the hole which Mo Wuji made. The hole got bigger, but it was pitch black below and nothing could be seen. Even as the crushed ice fell, no echoes could be heard. This lad's not bad, he's actually the first person to blast open this place, ha 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 ha. The big bearded man roared in laughter. At the moment, everyone stopped their attacks. The big hole bored by Mo Wuji and the bearded man was already big enough for multiple people to enter at the same time. There wasn't even a need to enlarge it any further. Moreover, it might even cause the palace to collapse, and that would be irreparable. Brother Mo, many thanks. This time, we benefited from your efforts. Ho Yuqing also walked to Mo Wuji's side and clasped his fists towards Mo Wuji. Ho Yuqing had always been acting as the leader and even he thanked Mo Wuji. Among the rest of the cultivators, many followed him to nod towards Mo Wuji or clasped their fists to express their appreciation. How do we get down? Anyone knows how deep it is? The bearded man frowned as he stared at the pitch black and unfathomably deep hole. No one was able to see the bottom of the hole, they weren't even able to hear the echoes from the falling ice. More accurately, except Mo Wuji, no one was able to see what was down below. Mo Wuji did not reveal any expression, but he was madly celebrating in his heart. He did not know that spiritual will could be used on such a manner. Like the others, his vision wasn't able to see what was below. However, his spiritual will was actually able to sweep and clearly discern what was through the hole. There was indeed a colossal palace below. It was roughly 100 meters from the hole to the ground. For an ordinary mortal, falling from 100 meters would definitely result in their death. However, no one here was an ordinary mortal. Mo Wuji estimated that if anyone here fell from that height, they would probably only receive light injuries at the most. The four corners of the palace seemed to have 10 huge gates. There were some unverifiable objects floating in mid-air within the palace, they looked like some sort of lantern. I will jump down first to help everyone find a path. As everyone was still contemplating over whether they should use a rope to abseil down, Mo Wuji suddenly said, "You're jumping down?" Not just the bearded man, everyone on the scene looked at Mo Wuji in shock. Was this fella mad? Did he really come to sacrifice his life for everyone else? Mo Wuji said with a straight face, "I've said it before. I'm a good guy who always liked helping others. Everyone, wait for my good news." With that, Mo Wuji unhesitatingly jumped into the hole. Who has an illumination stone? At that instant, someone remembered of the illumination stone. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, The Storage Ring and the Copper Key. Chapter 142, The Storage Ring and the Copper Key. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. This question alarmed everyone. Mo Wuji also heard it. Mo Wuji was secretly anxious. If someone takes out an illumination stone and throws it down, they would clearly see that this place was only 100 meters deep. Furthermore, there were even some places in midair which could be stepped on. There was clearly no danger in coming down. Mo Wuji treaded on those lantern-like objects and soon reached the ground. The ground was very hard and was built using some unknown material. Even as Mo Wuji landed heavily on it, there were no sounds. Airflow within the palace wasn't very smooth, and it was rather suffocating. In the shortest time possible, Mo Wuji scanned through the surroundings. There were more than 20 passages which led to some unknown destination. In the center of the hall, there was a stone cauldron. At the side of the stone cauldron hung a corpse. With his spiritual will, Mo Wuji could see that the corpse was grasping a copper key in its hand. The key was around 30 centimeters long. Mo Wuji immediately rushed over and threw the key into his storage bag. Perhaps his speed was too fast, as the corpse's robes were ruffled by his wind. Mo Wuji used his fastest possible speed to leave the corpse. At this moment, multiple illumination stones dropped in, illuminating the surroundings as though it was daytime. "Friends, it's very safe down here. You all can come on down," Mo Wuji lifted his head and shouted. In actuality, after the illumination stones were activated, there was no need for Mo Wuji to call out. Everyone could see that it was extremely safe. 40 shadows descended down, and soon, everyone was standing in this moldy, stuffy hall. No one bothered to care about Mo Wuji as they scanned the hall with eyes like an eagle's, searching around for clues. The corpse by the stone cauldron was the first to be discovered. The bearded man had the highest cultivation, so he was the fastest to arrive by the corpse's side. At this moment, the people discovered that there were also approximately 20 passages, and some simple drawings on the wall. The location which was most likely to have treasures would be the corpse on the stone cauldron. So as the bearded man landed by the corpse's side, everyone rushed to surround him. As everyone came over, they brought over some mild wind. With a walla, the corpse fell onto the ground and crumbled. Even its bones disintegrated to ashes. Ding! A seemingly imperceptible sound was particularly obvious in this silent hall. This light drew the attention, attracted the gaze of everyone there. A mottled ring landed and rolled on the ground. This ring coincidentally rolled to the side of a yellow-robed cultivator, and he immediately rushed to grab it. Storage ring? Everyone's eyes concentrated on this yellow-robed cultivator. Everyone was clear on the immense value of a storage ring. Let's not talk about storage rings, even storage bags were items not anyone could obtain. There were more than 40 people present, and not more than half of them possessed a storage bag. One must know that anyone who could enter the 5 elements desolate domain was definitely a sex genius disciple. Even so, not everyone here had their own storage bags. Since that's the case, a storage ring which was much handier to carry, much more storage space and had much tighter defenses was far more valuable. "Hand the ring over," the bearded man glared at the yellow-robed cultivator and spoke in an unkind manner. The yellow-robed cultivator was frightened. However, he was truly unwilling to give up this storage ring which belonged to him. In his eyes, this was his luck. Why? I'm the one who obtained it. You can't just unreasonably take. The yellow-robed cultivator gritted his teeth and spoke in a slightly quivering tone. Perhaps he knew deep down that he was definitely unable to keep the storage ring. Now, he simply wanted to ask for some benefits. Mo Wuji shook his head in his mind. If it was him, he would not hesitate to throw the storage ring away. Even if he wanted some benefits, he wouldn't speak in such a manner. Instead, he would be direct and say, "I don't want this ring. Exchange it with something else." The bearded man laughed menacingly, and the fine scale all in his hand began to be wrapped in countless phosphorescence. Elemental energy surged wildly, and even Mo Wuji, who was the furthest away, felt suffocated. A pressure of death came bounding down, making it difficult to breathe. The cultivators all parted ways and avoided the bearded man. The yellow-robed cultivator never expected that the bearded man wouldn't even negotiate and act immediately. At this moment, he couldn't even dodge. PSSH. Blood sprayed in all directions. The yellow-robed cultivator was killed with a single stab of the awl. The bearded man walked over and picked up the storage ring and wore it on his own hand, his eyes darting around the crowd. No one dared to speak, he was the only Yuan Dan stage cultivator here. The yellow-robed cultivator was roughly in the initial levels of the transcending mortality stage. He had no means of resistance against the bearded man. The crowd which originally surrounded the bearded man subconsciously moved to the side. After seeing firsthand the bearded man's prowess, no one dared to look for their own deaths. Mo Wuji could feel the killing intent in the bearded man's eyes and his heart instantly sunk. The bearded man was so powerful, if he put his mind to it, it would not be impossible for him to slaughter everyone here. I must go. Just as Mo Wuji was thinking of an excuse to enter a passage, he heard Ho Yucheng chuckle, since there isn't any more treasures here, then I will first enter a passage. Junior Wan Er, brother Mo, let's go together. As he was speaking, Ho Yucheng had already rushed into a passage. Shu Wan Er followed behind him closely. Mo Wuji did not follow behind Ho Yucheng. Instead, he chose the passage closest to him and charged in. The other cultivators also reacted and they each left the hall through the passages. The killing intent in the bearded man's eyes dispersed. At the instant he killed the yellow-robed cultivator, the intention to massacre everyone here ran through his mind. However, he was still worried. There were a few cultivators half a step into the Yuan Dan stage. If all 40 of them cooperated and surrounded him, he might not be able to kill them all. If that happens, things would get miserable for him. Ho Yucheng spoke up before he made his decision, causing him to give up on his idea. There were so many passages, who knew where each passage led? Mo Wuji used his fastest speed to rush within the passage. After madly running for a few minutes, Mo Wuji almost felt that he was actually in a hallucination. He was clearly beneath an ice mountain, but he actually felt an extreme, searing heat. And the further he went, his body felt hotter. In another few minutes, Mo Wuji stopped. In front of him was a huge stone room. In the center of the stone room, he saw an earth fire crater the size of wash basin. The earth fire was constantly spurting ember. If the ember was more like magma, Mo Wuji might have thought that he was in front of a volcano. The rich spiritual energy tempted Mo Wuji to simply sit down straight to cultivate. What agitated him even more was the red, fist-sized crystal at the mouth of the crater. The red crystal was floating above the earth fire, as though it was being blown up by the air below. On the floor, Mo Wuji also saw many fire crystals. The purity of these crystals were far higher than those he had before. Mo Wuji took a leap forward and swung the Tianji pole, slapping the red crystal at the crater. Mo Wuji immediately placed that fist-sized crystal inside his storage bag. Thereafter, Mo Wuji did not immediately retrieve the fire crystals on the floor. His spiritual will sensed the rapid approach of two cultivators. AI, so many fire crystals, and of such purity. One of the two immediately cried out in surprise. The other's eyes landed on Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was standing by the side, seeming as though he had just arrived. Seeing the positions of the fire crystals on the floor, it seemed like Mo Wuji had yet to pick any. There's nothing here for you. You can leave now. The person at the back, who was staring at Mo Wuji, said coldly. Mo Wuji snickered, 2 sirs, please. I was only here to scout for the 2 of you. Since there aren't any obstacles, I will leave first. Goodbye. He had to leave. Even though Mo Wuji knew that he had obtained the most valuable item here, seeing how the 2 fellas got him to leave in such an arrogant manner, without even offering him scraps, infuriated him. If they met again, he would find some way to pay them back. Trying to deal with these 2 fellas with his current cultivation was simply throwing an egg against a rock. That person sure is interesting. Seeing Mo Wuji took his leave, the person in front chuckled and said. The person who got Mo Wuji to leave snorted disdainfully, just a mere bug. If he didn't know his place, I would have swatted him with a single palm. Seeing how he worked so hard for free, and even risked his life to scout for us, I gave him a living opportunity. But Mo Wuji had already rapidly left that passage. By the time he returned to the hall, there was already no one there. Mo Wuji took a look at the surroundings and started to decide which passage he should enter. He knew that most of these passages were already occupied, so he would go all the way to the passage's end. Instead, he used his spiritual will to scan ahead for him. If there was already someone there, he would retreat from that passage. With his ability, even if he found something good, he would not be able to snatch it away. Besides the first passage where he found the fire crystals, he saw two cultivators fighting in the second passage. They seemed to be fighting for something. In the third passage, Mo Wuji saw a huge pool of water, and there were three cultivators staring by the side of the pool. In the fourth passage, Mo Wuji saw a huge round wood. By its side, there was a person analyzing it. Mo Wuji saw the bearded man in the fifth passage. Besides him, there were also two dead bodies. Mo Wuji did not dare enter any of these passages, especially the one with the bearded fella. Mo Wuji hurried to enter the sixth passage. Finally, there weren't any other cultivators in this passage. This was because this passage was blocked by a massive stone gate. From the conditions of this gate, it looked like it had been attacked by some cultivators. Seeing that their attacks had no effect on the stone gate, they retreated. Mo Wuji's eyes landed on the stone gate and he immediately got excited. On the stone gate, there was a huge keyhole, and he just happened to have a 30 centimeters long copper key. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, The Horrifying Cold. Chapter 143, The Horrifying Cold. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji did not even take time to consider as he immediately inserted the copper key into the stone gate's keyhole. If he was someone else, perhaps he might take some time to slowly examine the gate before acting. But here, he dared not hesitate as someone else might just come at the very next moment. Moreover, the gate was just forcefully attacked not long ago, reassuring Mo Wuji. If there were any traps in place, they would have already been activated. The copper key was the perfect match for the keyhole. With a gentle twist, the stone gate creaked open with a gotsy sound. An intense cold seeped out of the door. Inside was a vast expanse of white. Mo Wuji was unable to see anything with his vision, and could only scan with his spiritual will. Just as Mo Wuji was scanning, with his spiritual will approximately 100 meters in, two cultivators had already cautiously entered the passage. Mo Wuji immediately removed the key and shoved the gate close. However, no matter how hard he pushed, the gate did not move even a single inch. He could only leave it be and rush in despite the intense cold. "There's a stone gate here." A cultivator discovered the ajar stone gate and said gleefully. Behind him was a female cultivator. She also saw the stone gate and she soon noticed that it was in the process of closing. When he first opened the stone gate, Mo Wuji tried to forcefully close it shut to no avail. However, now that he had already delved deep in, this stone gate started to close itself automatically. "Shall we go in?" the male cultivator asked hesitantly. The girl didn't even answer his question. Her figure sped up and she rushed into the stone gate in the shortest time possible. Her actions had already told the male cultivator her answer to this question. Seeing the female cultivator entering, the male also increased his speed and followed behind her into the stone gate. After the two entered, the stone gate let out a deep sound before closing shut. "Junior apprentice Sister Xia, what place is this?" After entering, the male cultivator discovered that the entire place was pitch white, and immediately muttered slowly. Junior apprentice Sister Xia did not immediately answer and was clearly trying to ascertain their situation. Thereafter, she fetched an illumination stone. At the very next instant, she spoke cautiously, "Didn't think that an illumination stone wouldn't work here. Even though we don't know what place this is, but since there was a stone gate blocking it, it definitely isn't simple. Moreover, As she said this, junior apprentice Sister Xia lowered her voice, "Senior apprentice brother Sharon, we need to be careful." The stone gate was opened, yet it also closed by itself, meaning that someone else must have entered before us. Also, I keep having this feeling that someone is watching me. Mo Wuji was hiding by the side, not making a move. He had already seen this place clearly. This place was a much bigger hall compared to the hall they first landed in. This hall was very weird. Besides the vast expanse of icy fog, there was nothing else. Their only possible thing was the hidden entrance at the center of the hall. It seemed to be the entrance to a basement. With his spiritual will, Mo Wuji could only scan to the first tens of ice steps below. The male and female cultivators were still slowly exploring the hall. Mo Wuji knew that they would eventually reach his location. Fortunately, the illumination stone did not work here in this white, icy fog. Mo Wuji decided, his figure flashed and immediately entered the passage leading downwards. He landed on the ice steps below. An overwhelming cold spread over, intimidating Mo Wuji. He almost wanted to simply retreat out of there. Junior apprentice Sister Xia, I just saw a shadow flash past. That senior apprentice brother Shiran stopped and said cautiously. I saw it too, let's go over. With that, junior apprentice Sister Xia stepped down into the passage. Ostensibly, she had much bigger balls than her senior apprentice brother Shiran. Mo Wuji's spiritual will naturally detected the two following him in. The lower he went, the colder it became. Despite his concentrated efforts to circulate his spiritual energy, his body was still slowly frozen to be as rigid as a corpse. If there weren't these two fellas, he might have chosen to retreat upwards. Now that there were these two fellas following him down, he would definitely encounter them. With his cultivation, he definitely wouldn't be an opponent for the two of them. Bracing himself, Mo Wuji could only push himself forward. After walking for another 10 steps, he really couldn't take it anymore. This chill will freeze him to death. Gotcha! At this moment, Mo Wuji's feet seemed to step on something. His spiritual will was concentrated on the two behind him, and he actually forgot to pay attention to who was below him. At almost the same instant, an illumination stone flew down towards him. The illumination stone did not seem to work in the vast icy fog above, but it was able to clearly illuminate the situation within these ice steps. Mo Wuji had already tripped on something, and with the illumination stone landing on him, he could not help but roll downwards. I recognize him, it's that kid with the lowest cultivation, AI. The male cultivator did not finish his sentence as he cried out emotionally, there's an immeasurable soul-forging crystal below. Rolling down a height of more than 30 meters down knocked Mo Wuji senseless. All this wasn't important to him. In the first few seconds and landed on the ground, his entire body went numb. Even though he heard the immeasurable soul-forging crystal which he deeply desired, he had no means of getting it. He knew he was going to freeze to death here. The cold here was far too horrifying. Each thread of cold air seemed to seep into his very bones, with no means of resistance. Even his blood froze gradually, and the skin on his hands started to change color rapidly, turning into an extremely pale white color. If he were to accidentally knock into something, his hand might just turn into crushed ice. We can't go down, it's far too cold, we can't take it. The male cultivator walked to Mo Wuji's previous position and discovered that it was getting increasingly cold. Gotcha! The thing that Mo Wuji stepped on was also stepped on by the female cultivator. She lost her balance and grabbed the still-speaking male cultivator. Due to the extreme cold, the two's bodies were incomparably rigid and were unable to make an agile reaction. Like Mo Wuji, the two rolled down like snowballs. Mo Wuji had long stopped caring about those two people, his heart was engulfed in sadness. Before entering the five elements' desolate domain, he did consider that he might not be able to come out. However, he did not really think that he would stay in this place forever. Mo Wuji's vision gradually turned foggy, he felt his soul leaving his body. The two cultivators landed not far away from him. Even with their superior cultivation, they had to struggle to stand up. However, they weren't flailing to grab the immeasurable soul-forging crystal, but struggling to return back where they came from. But with a few steps, they sat paralyzed on the floor. The terrifying chill left them with completely no chance to resist. Seeing the female cultivator's face of despair, Mo Wuji's blurring mind was suddenly shocked awake. Perhaps it was the reflection of light, but Mo Wuji saw Yen Er's face. He saw the face that Yen Er would have if he died. I can't die. I definitely can't die. However, this devastating cold was not something which could be defended against with willpower. Even though he didn't want to die, death still slowly made its way into him. Mo Wuji suddenly thought of the earth fire crater he saw in the first passage. If only there was a huge fire cauldron. That would be good. At the instant he thought of a cauldron, Mo Wuji's misty eyes shone with light. He had thought of the 7 styles lightning sky. When he first cultivated the 7 styles lightning sky, an intense heat developed within his body, almost burning him to ashes. If he tried using the 7 styles lightning sky's first style. Since he was already going to freeze to death, Mo Wuji no longer had any fears towards the terrifying 7 styles lightning sky. He did not hesitate to use his last shred of energy to cultivate the 7 styles lightning sky's first style. In just half a circulation, the terrifying fire started burning within Mo Wuji's dantian before spreading to the meridians in his body. Mo Wuji began to madly circulate his spiritual energy according to the 7 styles lightning sky skill. Freezing to death, or burning to death, death will still be death. He no longer had any fears and apprehensions. The searing heat finally spread from his meridians to his bones, and from his bones to his flesh. The terrifying heat from the inside and the equally horrifying chill from the outside clashed. Mo Wuji's entire body started to steam, his hands gradually regained their softness, and his body could slowly begin to feel again. The intermittent hot and cold torture made Mo Wuji feel an indescribable pain. However, what filled his heart was incomparable joy. When he first cultivated the incomplete 7 styles lightning sky's first style, his cultivation almost went into deviation and he almost burnt himself from the inside. Now, in this freezing cold environment, cultivating the 7 styles lightning sky's first style only resulted in some torturous pain, but at least his life was not in danger. The same thing, but in different environments could actually have such a huge difference. A skill which almost terminated his life ended up saving it. As for the pain, Mo Wuji had already experienced a fair share of pain and he could still endure it. Gotcha. Mo Wuji felt as though something had broke inside him, and an indescribable power filled his dantian and meridians. Mo Wuji lifted his hands and waved it, countless lightning shredded the surroundings. The lightning obliterated a huge chunk of ice, and Mo Wuji could not help but stare at his own palm excitedly. He knew that his body contained some essence of lightning which would be occasionally exhibited without warning. But this was his first time actually controlling it. The inner fire seemed to diminish and the outer chill began to take advantage. Mo Wuji did not dare try the first style again and began to unceasingly cultivate it. Mo Wuji soon discovered that the feeling of the inner fire was disappearing gradually, which would mean that continuing in this style would not result in the terrifying fire. If this was a typical situation, it would be a call for celebration. But now, it was affecting his survival. The moment this inner fire extinguishes, he would have no means of defending against the cold. Mo Wuji's gaze landed on the 2 cultivators. They had long been frozen to death and had become 2 ice statues. Not far from them, from around ice altar, there were 2 ice flower-like things on that ice altar. There were no leaves. Below the flower was a 15 centimeters long stem which was like an ice cream. Mo Wuji had never seen the immeasurable soul-forging crystal, and he dare not claim that the flowers were immeasurable soul-forging crystals. He only heard it from the words from the male cultivator's mouth, and guessed that it should be so. This thing was like a living plant. It was unlike the dead and unmoving crystal which he expected. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Little Chicken and Chu Xingzi. Chapter 144, Little Chicken and Chu Xingzi. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. The chill from the surroundings gradually became stronger, and based on Mo Wuji's estimates, it wouldn't be long before he returned to his previous frozen state. A flame would burn within him while training in 7 styles Lightning Sky's first style, but now that he had succeeded in acquiring this technique, the intensity of the burning sensation was greatly reduced when he continued to circulate his energy based on it. Once the burning sensation left him, he would turn into the sorry state of the man and woman that entered with him. Mo Wuji dared not hesitate any further. He quickly harvested both ice flowers together with their 15 centimeters roots, and rushed back up the icy stairs. Half an incense's time later, Mo Wuji stood once again in the hall that he originally came from, panting heavily. Fear lingered in his heart as he peered down the icy stairs that led below. He had almost died down there. He was sure that the treasures that lay below were not only these 2 stalks of immeasurable soul-forging crystal. Perhaps there were even more valuable items there, but he dared not stay in that icy hell for a moment longer. Both stalks of ice flowers gave off a cooling aura in his hands, making him especially clear-headed. Mo Wuji was confident that even if these were not immeasurable soul-forging crystals, they should at least be something extremely valuable. 2 long jade boxes appeared in his hands, and Mo Wuji carefully placed the 2 stalks of immeasurable soul-forging crystals into them, before returning both into his storage bag. His reward for almost freezing to death down there was at least succeeding in the 7 styles Lightning Sky's first style. No, perhaps what he learned was not the real 7 styles Lightning Sky. After all, the pictures were incomplete, part of the energy circulation path unclear, and all these uncertainties were resolved based on his understanding in the Immortal Mortal technique. Regardless, he could control lightning attacks now. At this point, Mo Wuji circulated his energy, used various hand techniques, then thrust a single hand out. 6 to 7 streams of energy burst out, before a bright flash of lightning exploded around him. Sadly, 7 styles Lightning Sky's first style was not aesthetically pleasing. Only spiritual energy was released, and no electric arcs appeared. The spiritual energy only exploded into a flash of lightning after being released, instead of directly coming out as lightning. As a result, there was a distinct lack of artistic beauty to the technique, which made it seem neither here nor there. Once again, Mo Wuji formed multiple hand techniques. This time, he did not release streams of spiritual energy, but rather gathered them all together. Bang! A burst of lightning many times greater than before caused the ground a few meters ahead of him to blow up. The sturdy ground exploded with a bundle of lightning sparks, and ice fragments lying on the floor immediately got blown to bits. Mo Wuji satisfactorily looked at his hands. While the 7 styles Lightning Sky's first style was not pleasing to the eye, it was very practical. But the prerequisite would be that he could not let the lightning dissipate, which would greatly reduce the technique's impact. 7 styles Lightning Sky's first style was called Electric Storm, yet he was sure that this was different from what Electric Storm was supposed to be. Why not call it Lightning Flash? This name sounds much more stylish than Electric Storm. It's almost as different as the heavens and the earth. Mo Wuji sighed to himself one last time, before taking a final look at the icy staircase behind him reluctantly. There were good stuff down there, but it was a pity that all he could do was look from a distance. Leave this hall of ice quickly, it's really cold here. Frantically charging back to the stone door, Mo Wuji was still worried that it did not have a keyhole on the inside, which meant that he was trapped. After all, he was in a rush when coming in, so there was no time to inspect the door closely. Thankfully, these worries were unfounded, and there was an obvious keyhole in the stone door, identical to the one outside. Only then did Mo Wuji heave a sigh of relief, and took out the key. Just as he was going to put the key into the keyhole, a low rumbling sound came from outside. That's not good, someone's coming. From these sounds, they must be attacking the stone door. Hence Mo Wuji dared not open the door. After listening to the sounds by the door for some time, he realized that the attacks did not reduce in intensity, but rather became stronger. He no longer stayed near the door, quietly sneaking to a secluded corner of the large hall before stopping. At this moment, Mo Wuji kept praying that the stone door would not be opened. Once it did, this hall was only so big, thus he would be found eventually. A good 2 hours passed by, and the roaring and banging from the stone door's position carried on. However, the door did not budge at all, neither did it give any sign of opening. Now Mo Wuji could truly relax, but this was when the cold set it. Although the top level was much warmer than the freezing depths below, but after a prolonged period of time, it began to become unbearable. So Mo Wuji got to work. He placed a pile of earth-grade spirit stones beneath him, at the same time taking out spirit strengthening pills. The plan was to use cultivation to fight the cold. While cultivating with the immortal mortal technique was no help in resisting the sub-zero temperature of the lower floor, it would be sufficient for the top floor. Now that he had opened up 72 meridians, he could probably only cultivate until the peak of channel opening stage level 9, maybe the great circle of channel opening stage level 9. Once he hit that, there was no rush to advance to spirit building stage. As Xin Lian said before, if one could cultivate to channel opening stage level 10, at transcending mortality stage level 9, one would be able to attempt to advance into the extreme mortality stage. Since he had the channel opening solution, naturally he would want to enter the extreme mortality stage. If he could not concoct future batches of channel opening solution, he would not be able to reach channel opening stage level 10, and to choose to advance into spirit building stage, then it still would not be too late. Once he hit the great circle of channel opening stage, and had no way to advance into the 10th level, then he would just continue training his spiritual will. That was why Mo Wuji took out both spirit stones and spirit strengthening pills at the same time. As Mo Wuji began cultivating, the spiritual energy in the surrounding air came flowing towards him non-stop. Dense spiritual energy swirled around his body continuously, and the true yuan within him stirred, expelling all traces of coldness out. The dense spiritual energy, coupled with the pile of spirit stones that he took out, made his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. In only 3 days' time, he had reached the great circle of spirit opening stage level 9. As expected, he could not advance to the 10th level. Swallowing an Anidia pill, Mo Wuji carried on with training his spiritual will to the spirit strengthening pill. At this point, Mo Wuji knew having spiritual will was an advantage. If he did not have greater spiritual will than others, he would have been no different from other cultivators at channel opening stage level 9, much less able to come so far and obtain the immeasurable soul-forging crystals. Time gradually passed by as Mo Wuji cultivated. Initially, he was still worried that the stone door would get blasted open, but eventually he immersed himself in training his spiritual will. As for the stone door, this matter was thrown to the back of his mind. An unknown amount of time later, he felt that his spiritual energy had reached another extreme, then burst open again, seemingly advancing to a new realm. Mo Wuji then opened his eyes suddenly, sweeping his spiritual will out. His spiritual will, many times stronger than before, instantly swept through every nook and cranny in the hall. A feeling of power overwhelmed him, making Mo Wuji restless for a spirit-building stage expert to test out his new strength and see exactly how much of a gap there was. There was a certain level of confidence in his heart. Now that he had such powerful spiritual will, he stood a fighting chance against cultivators in the initial spirit-building stage. Ah! Mo Wuji stood up with a loud yawn, but before he checked which pills were left, his spiritual will abruptly stopped. He saw a patch of complex runes, which he thought he had seen before somewhere. Ah! The bracelet had some runes like this. Previously, when he found out the bracelet could give directions, and used his spiritual will to take a peek in it, the runes found inside were rather similar to what was before him now. These runes were very detailed, some even having explanations in words. Retracting his spiritual will, Mo Wuji decided to check on the stone door, then take a look at the runes. There was no change with the door, meaning it had not been opened. In his bottle of Anidia pills, only 5 were left. One bottle held 18 pills, so taking into account that he consumed 1 pill every 2 days, Mo Wuji realized that he had stayed in there for almost a month. As for spirit strengthening pills, he was almost out of them too. One pill remained out of 2 bottles of spirit strengthening pills. After keeping the pills and leftover spirit stones, Mo Wuji intentionally walked in front of the stone door to listen for any signs of people. Once he confirmed that there was no one attacking from the outside, he then turned around and headed for the corner of the hall with the runes. Walking closer, Mo Wuji could see them clearer with his spiritual will. This did not look like a stone wall, but instead a wall made out of some sort of metal. Countless words littered the wall, squeezed together. Not only were there words, but also various pictures and runes which took up a good half of the wall. 1. He walked in front of the very start of everything on the wall, which clearly wrote, "Little chicken, you want to use this ice hall to lock up your grandpa Chuxingzi? Have you eaten too much pig's brain? Wait till the day that your grandpa opens this shabby hall, then I'll come to show you how your grandpa goes about doing things. Little chicken, why don't you learn something from that woman's belly? Yes, you've trapped your grandpa for a day, but your grandpa wants to tell you little bastard one thing, that woman has been ked by me until she puked." Reading until this point, Mo Wuji had drawn an image of a man cursing furiously. One moment using your father, and another your grandpa, really reflected the immense rage that this guy called Chuxingzi held in his heart. Yet Mo Wuji was chuckling to himself. This Chuxingzi really did not act like an expert. Aren't all experts well-mannered? He seems like a hooligan on the streets cursing another, without a care in the world. Good, that woman has indeed passed you everything in her belly. Even though everything she has was given by Grandpa, but Grandpa is still very unhappy. Grandpa has actually been trapped for a month now. B*TCH, SL*T, trash that your father ked until he threw away. So what if you've given everything that your father taught you to that little chicken? Trapping your father for 10 years? Are you really able to confine your father here for his whole life? Little chicken, you actually went to F*CK that B*TCH just to learn your grandpa's array Dao? Kneel down and call me Grandpa, then Grandpa will personally give it all to you. Good, you've called me well, Grandpa will pass on his mantle of array Dao to you, little chicken. This is at least 10,000 times stronger than anything that B*TCH taught you. Mo Wuji's heart sank. He could almost see Chuxingzi cursing and swearing while he was trapped here. In the end, giving in to despair. Reading the last line of words, it was apparent that Chuxingzi had become deranged from the rage. Arrays are simple. Setting up an array is like making a cage. There's living ones, dead one, and those neither living nor dead. Look at Grandpa's runes. This first rune is called the Array Initiating Rune. Only with the best array initiating rune can one make the best array. As he carried on reading, he became more and more surprised. Chuxingzi's description of array Dao was detailed yet easy to understand. There were no esoteric terms at all. 1. TL, runes make up arrays that serve various purposes. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145, Monitor Rune. Chapter 145, Monitor Rune. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. In the following half an hour, Mo Wuji was completely engrossed with Chuxingzi's knowledge of the array Dao. When he saw something spectacular, he would immediately copy down the runes. Initially, he had no knowledge of arrays, and these runes were like rocket science, dizzying him. Now that he had immersed himself in it, he found the inexplicable charm and attractiveness of these runes. Even in his closed-door cultivation, Mo Wuji would remember to eat his Anidia pills. But now as he delved into his research into runes and arrays, he had completely forgotten about everything else. He was only aroused from his obsession only when his stomach started churning. Mo Wuji retrieved an Anidia pill, but he did not put it in his mouth. He was distractedly gazing at a particular array. Grade 1 Monitor Rune. It can the events which occur within the diameter of 10 meters. The monitor rune's speciality is that it could receive, then transmit. Mo Wuji's gaze shifted away from this rune and he started to furrow his brows. He somehow felt that this rune was very familiar. His suspicions were soon confirmed as he recalled the rune on the bracelet. No, that's not true. This rune was far more concise compared to the one on his bracelet. Mo Wuji was no longer a rookie with runes and arrays. He could subconsciously tell that Chu Xingzi's monitor rune was of higher quality compared to the one on the bracelet, and it was only a grade 1 monitor rune. No, the grade of the rune wasn't my main concern. Mo Wuji slapped his head and finally organized his thoughts. The bracelet just needed an azimuth rune to point towards the transfer array. Why was there a need for a monitor rune? The only possibility was that this rune was used to monitor the cultivators who entered the 5 elements desolate domain. Why would they do that? Mo Wuji's heart turned cold. If this monitor rune could transmit the information of what happened, then wouldn't the fact that he killed Dongluan, and even obtained the immeasurable soul-forging crystal already be sent out? No, that's not right. According to the knowledge he just learnt, this kind of grade 1 monitor rune can only transmit within 10 meters. With such a small functional area, it wouldn't be able to transmit the images of what happened within the desolate domain. If it couldn't do that, then what? As he slowly made his way with logic, he finally reduced the answer. The bracelet must also have a memory rune. When the cultivators leave the desolate domain, they would need to return the bracelets. The people who received the bracelets would then know what had happened within the desolate domain. Mo Wuji exhaled a breath of cold air as cold sweat trickled down his back. If he had not known of such stuff and simply handed over the bracelet obediently, everything he had done here would have been exposed. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji immediately went to look for the memory rune and found it not long after. His guess was confirmed. He did seem to see a similar rune on his bracelet. Chu Xingzi's knowledge of arrays definitely could not be left behind. This thing was far too useful to him. Seeing the portion which he had yet to read, his heart sunk. He spent the past 2 days relentlessly studying, but he did not even read 1% of the content. That would mean that he would require at least 200 to 300 days to finish reading everything, and that did not include the possible time he might spend pondering over his confusions. Then I will have to copy it. Mo Wuji decided firmly. Even if he had to spend all his remaining time cooped up in here, he would have to copy every single thing on this wall. Retrieving a pen, Mo Wuji started madly copying. Except for when he was young and he had to spend the last few days of his holidays madly copying his holiday homework, Mo Wuji had never copied so hard before. Days passed and he had already ran through 10 pens. This worried Mo Wuji. He only had a total of 20 pens on him. And he only developed this habit of bringing pens because of the incident with Lan Yu. Previously, Lan Yu did not understand what he said, and he had to write it out for her. Since then, Mo Wuji would always bring a few pens on him. Now with a storage bag, he threw a whole 20 pens into it. Logically, he definitely wouldn't have depleted his 20 pens. However, he would have never expected that 20 pens would not be enough for his time here in the 5 elements desolate domain. Luckily, Mo Wuji's worries came to naught. By the time he finished his 19th pen, he had already completely copied every on the wall. As he piled the pieces of paper together, the mountain that formed was as thick as several books. Mo Wuji stretched his numb wrist. He was already at the Great Circle of Channel opening stage level 9, but this 20 days of simple copying were already more than he could bear. If it were any other cultivator with a similar cultivation, they might have to spend a few months. It wasn't simply because he could write faster, but because he didn't even need to lift his head. His spiritual will could scan the information directly into his brain. He just needed to write unceasingly with his hands. Time to go out. Mo Wuji stored the papers within his storage bag. He should have spent a little more than 2 months in the 5 elements desolate domain. If he stayed cooped up here, he might truly stay in the desolate domain forever. Returning to the stone gate and inserting the copper key into the keyhole, the indomitable and impenetrable stone gate opened with a Jia sound. Mo Wuji plucked out the key and rushed out the stone gate. Perhaps one day he might come back again. As Mo Wuji was leaving, he suddenly thought of something. Xu Xingzi had been shut in there for so many years, and he left behind his array knowledge, but what about his actual body? Did he get out? Even if he had died inside, there should be ashes, right? Mo Wuji was sure that the corpse outside wasn't Xu Xingzi's. If it was Xu Xingzi, it would not have the stone gate's key in his hand. After thinking for a good half a day, Mo Wuji still couldn't make sense of the situation. He could only conclude that Xu Xingzi was down below. He should just rush out for now. These weren't things for him to think about with his cultivation. If his cultivation was higher and he returned to find Xu Xingzi, he would bring his ashes out for a proper burial. After all, Xu Xingzi was also an esteemed master. Mo Wuji hastened his pace and left the passage, returning to the main hall. There was no one in the hall, just two more corpses. The corpses had already been searched clean. With a quick sweep with his spiritual will, Mo Wuji found that everyone else had already left. Wielding his metal pole, he lifted his head, discerned his direction and jumped. Fortunately, there were those lamp-like things floating in the air. He was soon able to reach the hole they first entered in. The hole which led to the outside had already been covered entirely, but Mo Wuji wasn't worried. There was simply a thin layer of ice, that's all. Elemental energy surged in the Tianji pole and he thrust it upwards. After a few strikes, a fracture appeared in the layer of ice. With a final thrust of his Tianji pole, a hole appeared in front of Mo Wuji. It was pitch white outside. After confirming that there was no one else outside with his spiritual will, he jumped out of the hole and landed by the icy mountainside. The moment he emerged, the first thing Mo Wuji did was to use his sharp knife to dig two small holes. He was totally alone now. He was completely unable to carve ice steps down. However, he was heading down and not climbing up. He just needed to punch some holes in the ice and carefully punch his way down. After a whole day's time, Mo Wuji finally returned to the foot of the mountain. There was already no one here, and it was completely empty. Besides the blinding light reflected against the ice mountain, there was nothing else. Meanwhile, deep within a canyon 1,000 miles away from the ice mountain, the smell of blood filled with air. Tens of corpses laid all over the ground, and the area looked like a mess. A rare spiritual herb could explain what had happened here. Ho Yuqing slowly wiped the blood off his long flute and hung it on his back. His entire body remained clean, there wasn't even a speckle of dust on his body and his hair remained neat. On the other hand, everyone else seemed to have traces of blood over their bodies, and even their clothes were tussled. Junior Wan-Er, are you alright? It was only after all that did Ho Yuqing turn towards Chu Wan-Er, smiled and asked. Chu Wan-Er's hair was rather disheveled and there were many bloodstains over her body. She gratefully looked at Ho Yuqing and shook her head. After a while, she said, I really have to thank Senior Ho for just now. If not for you, I might have lost a limb. Ho Yuqing smiled faintly, we're companions, you don't need to care too much about it. If I was in danger, wouldn't you also have helped me? Chu Wan-Er went silent for a moment before she continued, if I wasn't greedy and tried to get that condensate radish grass, you wouldn't have been put in danger trying to save me. Ho Yuqing laughed gently and said, Junior Wan-Er, you think too much. To me, it doesn't really matter whether I have to help you once, or help you twice. I've said it before, we're companions after all. As he said this, he momentarily paused before he sighed, but it's a real pity with Brother Mo. We still don't know whether he managed to leave from that Ice Jade Palace. I was the one who invited Brother Mo to the Ice Mountain. If something happens to him, I will not feel at ease, but... Senior Ho seems to pay extra attention to Pill Master Mo? Chu Wan-Er could not help but ask. This was not the first time Ho Yuqing mentioned Mo Wuji. Ho Yuqing gazed blankly at the messy canyon before him and spoke in a slightly lower tone, because I feel that he is a different breed of person. He is vastly different from many of these people around us. Senior Ho is also from the Heaven Demon sect. Aren't you also different from everybody else? If not for me, Senior Ho wouldn't need to kill that person. Xu Wan said faintly. She liked Ho Yuqing, but Ho Yuqing treated her like a sister, and not that between a man and a woman. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146, Body Constructing Pill and Body Constructing Grass. Chapter 146, Body Constructing Pill and Body Constructing Grass. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. While Mo Wuji left the ice mountain as fast as he could, he realized he was lost. There was less than a month to the set timing for leaving 5 Elements Desolate Domain, and he did not have a bracelet. Thus it was now a priority for him to obtain one somehow. As for being lost, Mo Wuji was not worried. Over 5,000 people had entered the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, so he couldn't believe that not a single one would bump into him in the remaining month. But his greatest regret was that he did not manage to harvest many spiritual herbs, other than a few purple lotuses and lotus flowers. This was especially saddening since 5 Elements Desolate Domain was reputed to have countless top-tier spiritual herbs in it. This was because since his first day in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain, Mo Wuji had been either rushing around, or spending almost 2 months in the ice mountain. There was simply no chance for him to search for spiritual herbs. In fact, he did not even know which direction to go to search for them. Feeling the density of spiritual energy around him, Mo Wuji chose to move in the direction where spiritual energy was denser. It was 3 days of sprinting before he stopped. Finally, a cultivator appeared in sight. Although intercepting strangers was still very dangerous for someone with his level of cultivation, he had no choice. This was all for him to find his way out. What business do you have? The cultivator saw Mo Wuji suddenly appear, and with a flick of his wrist, a half-moon sword jumped into his hands. At the same time, he monitored Mo Wuji cautiously and asked. This cultivator's face was yellowish, and exuded a dangerous aura. Mo Wuji quickly bowed respectfully. My friend, because I've lost my bracelet, so could I ask which direction is the way back? If you also intend to go back to the starting point, would you mind traveling with me? This man had some bloodstains on him, hence while Mo Wuji was asking for directions, he still kept his guard up. Aren't you Pill Refiner 632 from the 5 Elements Pill competition? The yellow-faced man asked after observing Mo Wuji once more, seemingly more agitated this time. Yes, I am Pill Refiner 632, who obtained 50th place by a stroke of luck and entered the 5 Elements Desolate Domain. Mo Wuji did not deny it. Since this guy could recognize him, that meant that he had also sought his whole competition proceedings. Upon hearing that Mo Wuji was indeed Pill Refiner 632, the yellow-faced cultivator heaved a sigh of relief and kept the half-moon blade. Returning a respectful bow, he spoke, I am Wuji, a rogue cultivator. It's my pleasure to meet Pill Master Mo. He was aware of Mo Wuji's cultivation level, because Pill Master Ming Ning had announced this information. Mo Wuji was only at the channel opening stage. Even if Mo Wuji had entered the spirit building stage, it would not pose a threat to him at all, as he was already at spirit building stage level 9. Moreover, from his visual analysis of Mo Wuji, Wuji could see that his cultivation level was not very high. A strong cultivator would definitely be unlike Mo Wuji, who had an ordinary aura surrounding him, without any spiritual ripples or disturbances. So brother Yu is like me, also a rogue cultivator. Mo Wuji said with a smile. But deep inside, he was puzzled. Why would someone like Wuji, whose cultivation was much greater than his, treat a channel opening stage cultivator like him so courteously? Since Wuji knew that he was Pill Refiner 632, this meant that his low cultivation was no longer a secret. Ah, so Pill Master Mo is a rogue cultivator too. Wuji was pleasantly surprised, as he found something in common with Mo Wuji. This guy must want to make friends with me badly. Mo Wuji was certain of this, otherwise Wuji would not have been so exaggerative. After all, Mo Wuji simply asked for directions. "Pill Master Mo, why don't you join me?" Wuji agreed to Mo Wuji's request, but followed up after some hesitation. "But can I check if you can concoct Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills?" Mo Wuji paused for a moment, then replied, "I've not really concocted many Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills, but I believe that after some time, I will be able to make them with a 100% success rate." Indeed, Mo Wuji did not concoct any Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills, because all the few batches that he attempted had ended up in failure. At that point in time, he had never successfully produced a single Tier 4 Earth spiritual pill. As for his claim of being able to concoct Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills, Mo Wuji was worried that Wuji would request for some Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills to be made. But if he claimed that he could not do so, Wuji would disregard him immediately and things would be very bad. It took him 3 days to meet Wuji, hence if Wuji left, he was unsure how long it would be before he could meet the next cultivator. On top of that, he did not know if the next cultivator would entertain him for so long. Who knew, perhaps the next guy would not bother speaking a single word, but just eliminate him. However, he was not bragging when he said he would be able to concoct Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills without failure soon. His current level of strength was many times greater than the last time he concocted Earth spiritual pills, and his spiritual will had leveled up too. Even if he did not have spiritual will techniques, it was not difficult to feel that his spiritual will was at least 2 levels higher than before. If he could not concoct Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills at his current state, then the number of young pill refiners that could would definitely be very few. But in reality, he had seen young Tier 4 Earth pill refiners in the hundreds during the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition. Of course, in an area as large as the 5 Great Empires, with a few hundred Tier 4 Earth pill refiners thrown in, each of them would still be very valuable existences. Despite that, this reflected the fact that Tier 4 Earth pill refiners were not really that rare. "I would like to request for Pill Master Mo to concoct a batch of Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills. Please don't turn me down." Once he heard that Mo Wuji could soon concoct Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills, Wuji's knees immediately hit the ground, and spoke while choking back tears. This state was completely different from the rugged demeanor that Mo Wuji encountered initially. "Brother you, please rise, making Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills isn't something that amazing, why do you have to go so far?" Mo Wuji quickly pulled Wuji back on his feet. Now he understood why Wuji treated him so politely, it was to ask something of him. But with Wuji's strength and cultivation, he did not have to resort to such means for a batch of Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills, right? However rare Tier 4 Earth pill refiners were, he should at least be able to find a couple. There were already hundreds of them present at the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition. Wuji took in a deep breath, and answered with a sad tone, "My wife was wounded by some people, and every day between 3 to 5 p.m. she coughs up blood nonstop. If I didn't give her countless blood-recovering spiritual drugs to consume, she would have already." Speaking till this point, the image of his wife suffering appeared in his mind, and Wuji could not carry on. Mo Wuji instantly understood the situation, and responded with the question, "Brother your wife's day paving channel was severely damaged by others, right? Such a serious injury. If it is so, giving your wife blood-recovering drugs is akin to using poison to quench her thirst. The day paving channel was one of the spirit channels in the human body. Once it is severely damaged, the person will vomit blood in the evening daily. After a prolonged period of time, the day paving channel will become completely useless. When that happens, other spirit channels around it will begin to shrivel up, and the person will eventually shrivel up and die. While a person will cough up blood every day after his day paving channel is damaged, but he must not consume blood recovery drugs, as the more one takes, the more the day paving channel dries up." This was what Mo Wuji had read about in the wordless pill manual. What he read about was not the day paving channel, but the Tier 4 Earth spirit pill, body constructing pill. The body constructing pill is a Tier 4 Earth spirit pill that he knew was more valuable than even Tier 5 Earth spiritual pills, mainly due to the rarity of its main ingredient, the body constructing herb. The body-constructing pill can heal severe damage to various spirit channels, hence to a cultivator, this type of pill could be one of the most precious. Not only were its ingredients expensive, the pill formula was rare too. The number of body-constructing pills in the market now was far and few between, and even if a few pills turned up occasionally, they would be quickly snatched up. The only way to repair a severely damaged day paving channel was to use the body-constructing pill. Pillmaster Mo is spot on. My wife's day paving channel was severely damaged by others. I know that having her consume blood recovery items is actually bad for her, but there's no other way. If I did not do that, then she would have already. Wuji was on the verge of tears. One could see how much he loved his wife. You want me to concoct body-constructing pills? Mo Wuji saw the state Wuji was in, and did not beat around the bush anymore. Wuji fell to his knees once more, this time not only on one knee, but one both. Pillmaster Mo, if you were able to concoct body-constructing pills for me, I, Wuji, am willing to be your slave for the rest of my life. With a sigh, Mo Wuji replied, I can't help you concoct the body-constructing pill. Hearing this, Wuji could not mask the disappointment in his eyes. He slowly stood up, and finally spoke after remaining silent for a long time, I'm just dreaming of the impossible. I've begged many pill refiners before, and they either did not have the spiritual herbs, or didn't have the pill formula. Shaking his head, Wuji spoke no further. His plea to Mo Wuji was not made in the heat of the moment. Since the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition ended, he had been searching for Mo Wuji, but to no avail. From his perspective, for a channel opening stage cultivator like Mo Wuji to be able to emerge victorious out of so many earth pill refiners, even placing in the top 10 for 2 rounds, this meant that Mo Wuji must have an impressive master. So even if Mo Wuji could not help him concoct the pills, his master would be able to. Thinking of Yenair, Mo Wuji could empathize with Wuji, so he replied impatiently, Brother I can obtain the pill formula and other spiritual herbs, but as for the body-constructing grass. A large stack of spiritual herbs got pulled out of Wuji's bag and into his hands, and Mo Wuji's jaw dropped when he saw the stack. The pile was made of rare spiritual herbs. Even the lowest quality one was a Tier 3 spiritual herb. There were too many Tier 4 and Tier 5 spiritual herbs, and even a few stalks of Tier 6 spiritual herbs were present. Sky ginseng, treasured blazing fruit, red sun leaf. Various types of spiritual herbs, all mixed together messily. Mo Wuji took in a breath of cold air. He did not see a single stalk of spiritual herb since he entered this place. Did this guy rob a spiritual herb garden? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, The Fight for Lingji. Chapter 147, The Fight for Lingji. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Pillmaster Mo, I will place these 3 stalks of body-constructing grass here. Seeing how Mo Wuji was still staring at the spiritual herbs, Wuji grabbed the 3 jade boxes. Mo Wuji ceased looking at the bunch of spiritual herbs on the floor as he said to Wuji, Brother even with these spiritual herbs, we still lack a few other herbs to be able to concoct the body-constructing pill. However, I am confident I can purchase it outside as the herbs that are lacking are not hard to find. The truth was that Mo Wuji saw a few spiritual herbs that got him really excited, specifically the sky ginseng and the 10,000-year-old longyan grass. One must know that these were what he urgently needed. Both the sky ginseng and dark yellow ginseng had homologous attributes and belonged to the same type of ginseng. However, the difference was that the sky ginseng was a Tier 4 spiritual herb. To use this to replace the dark yellow ginseng, it would definitely increase the quality of his channel opening solution by more than 10 folds. These were the top-grade herbs which he needed to concoct the channel opening solution, and they were all well placed in front of him. Including the 100,000 years old pine pulse and the purple lotus silk which he had with him, he only lacked 1 top-grade Lingji. As for a higher purity fire crystal, the pity was that even though he had seen a few before, he was not fast enough to retrieve them before the others did. Even without a higher purity fire crystal, he had an even more impressive fire crystal body. The fire crystal body that he managed to take from the Earth fire crater would definitely be better than a normal fire crystal. Pillmaster Mo, would it be better if the herbs were fresher? Wuji suddenly asked an irrelevant question, having heard what Mo Wuji said. Mo Wuji nodded his head. Of course, it is only natural that the fresher the herbs, the more effective the concocted pills would be. However, it would not be easy to find very fresh herbs. These spiritual herbs that you dug up not too long ago are already considered fresh even though they were not kept well. Mo Wuji did not have much knowledge about the storage of spiritual herbs. He only knew that he could purchase some jade boxes from departmental stores which were designed to be able to keep these herbs fresh. Other than this, he knew that he could also turn these fresh spiritual herbs into dried spiritual herbs to keep it for a longer period of time. Even though it might reduce the quality of the spiritual herbs, it would not make much of a difference for a top-grade pill refiner. Now that Mo Wuji came in touch with the Array Dao, he need not purchase these jade boxes from departmental stores anymore, as he could simply refine his own jade box. Brother, you, do not worry, because I promise I will definitely find means to help you concoct the body constructing pill. I may not have the pill formula now, but I will get it somehow. You have some herbs that I'm rather interested in. I wonder if you would be willing to spare me some? Mo Wuji could not help but asked. The channel opening solution was way too important to him. The moment he left this place, it would be extremely difficult to even find herbs of the same grade, let alone the same freshness. Wuji swept all the herbs towards Mo Wuji together with all the 3 jade boxes before saying, Pillmaster Mo, these are all yours, as I only plead that you help me concoct a batch of body constructing pills. No, there's no need for a batch of pills, I just need 3 pills. Actually, even 1 pill would suffice. Mo Wuji looked suspiciously at Wuji. Brother, do you really trust me that much? Wuji smiled as he said, I believe Pillmaster Mo is someone worthy of my trust. In fact, Wuji was feeling extremely helpless as he had approached countless of pill refiners for help to concoct the body constructing pills. He had almost exhausted his entire fortune that was left behind by his ancestors, but was still nowhere near getting his hands on that pill. Many pill refiners could not even be bothered to meet him. Mo Wuji was not only the first and only one to agree to help, he even promised to be able to concoct this body constructing pills. Therefore, he had no other choice but to have faith in Mo Wuji. He made up his mind to follow Mo Wuji from now onwards till he successfully concocted the pills. As a matter of fact, Wuji had more than 3 stalks of body constructing grass. He managed to retrieve a total of 6 stalks, but kept 3 stalks with himself just in case. Compared to the other spiritual herbs needed for the body constructing pill, the body constructing grass was the rarest of them all. He had already spent all his wealth to purchase a bracelet to enter the 5 elements desolate domain just so that he could search for the body constructing grass. Ironically, Wuji's bracelet was sold to him by Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji saw through Wuji's thoughts as he hurried to say, hold on for a while. Mo Wuji ran to the foot of a hill not more than 10 meters away as soon as he finished his sentence. He took out a big bag and his Tianji pole from his storage bag before turning and shouting, I only have 1 backpack and I cannot fit all these spiritual herbs into it now. He did not dare to reveal his entire storage bag as he knew that it contained too many things that people coveted for. Without mentioning the rest, just the 2 immeasurable soul-forging crystals alone would be highly sought after. Without waiting for Mo Wuji to finish his sentence, Wuji took out a storage bag out of nowhere. Pillmaster Mo, this storage bag is for you to keep all the rest of the spiritual herbs, but... Ah! Mo Wuji looked hesitantly at Wuji as he was surprised at how much Wuji was willing to give up just for him to concoct the pills. Furthermore, it was not as if Mo Wuji was giving him the pill formula itself. If Pillmaster Mo is capable of helping me concoct the body constructing pills, a mere storage bag would mean nothing at all, Wuji said with a lot of conviction. Mo Wuji saw another storage bag at Wuji's waist area and he could immediately tell that it was probably stolen from the bloodstains on his body. Alright, I will accept it then. Thank you very much. Mo Wuji did not question any further as he was confident that he could help Wuji concoct the body-constructing pills. Only after seeing Mo Wuji kept the storage bag did Wuji continue to speak. Pill Master Mo, the reason why I asked you whether the freshness of the herbs matter was because I am aware of a place where there are tons of fresh spiritual herbs. After hearing this, Mo Wuji looked surprisingly at Wuji. Hurry, bring me over. Wuji might not be interested in the fresh spiritual herbs after finding the body-constructing grass, but Mo Wuji was not the same. Mo Wuji was after all still a pill refiner, and he still lacked a top-grade Lingji for his channel opening solution. Pill Master Mo, please follow me this way, Wuji answered without any hesitation. Mo Wuji kept all the spiritual herbs on the floor into his storage bag and then attached his storage bag to his waist before following Wuji to backtrack in the direction he came from. 3 days later, Wuji and Mo Wuji arrived within the depth of a gorge. Mo Wuji saw many corpses lying all around the area, making the whole place a complete mess. Back then, people found a gigantic herbal garden here which resulted in a huge fight to claim the spiritual herbs. I risked my life to snatch some of the spiritual herbs too, and this was also where I found the body-constructing grass. I've also heard that there is another herbal garden deeper inside this gorge. Wuji pointed at the depth of the gorge as he was talking. What are we waiting for? Let's go, Mo Wuji said without any shred of hesitation. He did not yearn for many top-grade spiritual herbs, as all he wanted was the Lingji. Even a 10,000-year-old Lingji was only classified as a Tier 4 spiritual herb, therefore, he did not believe anybody would start a huge fight for just one stalk of Lingji. As the two continued to explore deeper into the gorge, they saw yet another ground of complete mess after walking for half an hour. There were even residues of a few spiritual herbs that were destroyed, and in fact, they did not see any corpse at all. Mo Wuji was speechless, but he was glad that there was no other pill refiner around. If a pill refiner saw so many spiritual herbs destroyed to pieces like this, who knows how much blood he would cough out. As they continued walking forward, there were many more places where fights over spiritual herbs had very evidently occurred. It seems like this gorge was a place of spiritual herbs production. Mo Wuji stopped at this moment as he saw the two sides of the gorge. Wuji noticed the change in Mo Wuji's expression and said almost instantaneously, "It was rumored that there are spiritual veins under the two sides of the gorge, which was also the reason why so many top-grade spiritual herbs are able to survive and grow here." Mo Wuji suddenly came to his senses as he clearly felt the increase in concentration of spiritual energy in the air when he stepped into this region. If not for the spiritual herbs growing all around the gorge, Mo Wuji guessed that this two-sided gorge would have been dug up by people. Hon hon hon. Sounds of explosions could be heard as dazzling lights from magic treasures constantly shot up to the sky. Very soon, sounds of magic treasures colliding as well as grunts could be heard. "It is just ahead of us," Wuji sped up as he said this. Mo Wuji followed closely behind as the duo saw about 10 cultivators fighting for a spiritual herb the moment they turned past a corner of the gorge. Even as Mo Wuji and Wuji arrived, nobody stopped their fight for the spiritual herb. "Pill Master Mo, what was the spiritual herb that you wanted? I will go fight for it." Wuji stood beside Mo Wuji as he had already drawn his half-moon blade. "It is that stalk of Lingji." The moment Mo Wuji arrived, his eyes fell on the stalk of a meter-tall Lingji. As his spiritual will sensed the tall Lingji, he could tell that it was at least 100,000 years old. In the world of cultivation, Lingji was not worth a lot, which was why up till now, nobody was fighting for it. This was, however, something Mo Wuji dreamed of having. As he was saying this, he threw his entire body forward as he had to get this stalk of Lingji no matter what. Scram! Just as Mo Wuji was beside the Lingji, an angered voice thundered across as a huge scissors opened up ready to cut Mo Wuji's waist simultaneously. Mo Wuji did want to test his own strength as well as how much stronger could a spirit-building stage cultivator actually be as he dodged the attack and swung out his Tianji pole with all his might. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Mo Wuji used his Tianji pole to fight. Previously, he did want to use his Tianji pole to smash Dong Luan into pieces, but the pity was that his ice burst talisman was too vicious. Before the pole could land on his head, Dong Luan was already frozen to death. Ka! As the Tianji pole collided with the huge scissors, there was an explosion of elemental energy. A tremendous force hit Mo Wuji as he instantly felt as though his chest was struck by an iron hammer. The difference in strength was simply too huge. Before he could consolidate his thoughts, the force that was suppressing his Tianji pole suddenly dissipated. Mo Wuji was surprised, but he did not care what made the opponent's force dissipate. He swallowed a mouth of fresh blood and then fused his attack with even more elemental energy before swinging his Tianji pole. Just as he was about to launch his counterattack, Mo Wuji finally realized what made the opponent lose his strength. Yuji's half-moon blade was struck on his back, almost disemboweling him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148, Immeasurable Soul Forging Crystal. Chapter 148, Immeasurable Soul Forging Crystal. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. In this sort of situation, Mo Wuji could not be merciful at all, so he swung the Tianji pole straight at the neck of the guy wielding the gigantic scissors. With a crack, this cultivator's neck and his shoulder on one side was smashed to a pulp by the swing of Mo Wuji's pole, and he fell to the ground without making a sound. Mo Wuji quickly dug up the lingji and kept it in his storage bag. Yuji also picked up the guy's storage bag that fell to the ground. From the time Mo Wuji dug up the lingji, to this cultivator ambushing him with the giant scissors, then to Mo Wuji and Yuji joining forces to kill that guy, barely a few breaths worth of time had passed. Both of them worked together as though they had done so before, with impeccable teamwork. You dare kill my junior apprentice brother, kneel before me. A wild aura came extended in their direction, and a punch towards Mo Wuji and Yuji soon followed. Even with the both of them combined, they could not block this aura, and were pushed back to the point that both their legs gave out cracking sounds. Mo Wuji clenched his teeth, but just as he was prepared to release a burst of lightning flash, a wave of energy exploded forth from his side. This came as a shock. If that strong wave of energy landed on his back, he would have been dead meat. Bang! Two waves of spiritual energy slammed together, blowing up a gigantic crater in the ground. Mo Wuji could also feel the pressure surrounding his body lessen, hence he gave up using lightning flash. Following which, he heard a calm voice say, "So what if we killed your junior apprentice brother? Ho Yucheng, are you going to intervene?" A muscular man landed not far away from Mo Wuji. It was him that ambushed Mo Wuji and Yuji. "Brother Ho, thanks for the assistance. Senior Chu, I didn't think that we'd manage to meet again." Mo Wuji turned around to see Ho Yucheng and Chu Wan-er standing there. If it were not for their appearance, while he could have used lightning flash to resolve the previous strike, it would have been difficult to escape from this muscular man with his life. This guy was probably at least at transcending mortality intermediate stage, and he was just at channel opening stage level 9. Yuji was at most at the great circle of spirit building stage. Ho Yucheng grinned at Mo Wuji. After all, we're teammates that scaled the ice mountain together. After completing that sentence, he turned around towards the muscular man and said, "I'm definitely intervening in this matter. If there's any issue, come at me." The man gave a death stare at Mo Wuji and Yuji, and without saying another word, turned around to leave. Ho Yucheng was much stronger than him, and also belonged to a large sect. He could not stand up to Ho Yucheng at all. "Brother Mo, I knew that you were all right. And indeed you are." Ho Yucheng bowed respectfully to Mo Wuji. Chu Wan-er added on at the side, "Senior Ho thought that something happened to you, and always felt guilty in his heart, saying that it was him that asked you to come along. Thankfully, you're safe and sound." For Ho Yucheng, Mo Wuji still felt that he could not read him or see through his motives completely. However, this time Ho Yucheng acted to save his life. For this he was extremely grateful. While all of the spiritual herbs in the vicinity had been snatched clean, the three of them did not leave, but stayed to exchange stories about the past. In the process, Mo Wuji found out from Ho Yuqing that the two sides of the gorge was indeed spiritual veins, hence many spiritual herbs naturally grew in the middle of the two spiritual veins. As time passed by, the poorer quality spiritual herbs were competed out of the ecosystem, leaving the top-grade spiritual herbs behind. After that, Mo Wuji briefly explained how he managed to survive, being trapped in an icy hall, then enduring all that hardship before escaping with his life. He did conveniently leave out his haul from the icy hall, and Ho Yuqing did not ask about it either. Naturally, Mo Wuji did not question Ho Yuqing and Chu Wan-er about what they got from the ice mountain. Seeing that Mo Wuji was acquainted with Ho Yuqing and Chu Wan-er, Wuji quietened down. Previously, he agreed to stay by Mo Wuji's side because he was not afraid of Mo Wuji taking his spiritual herbs. Now that Mo Wuji knew people much stronger than Wuji, if he wanted to take all the spiritual herbs for himself, Wuji would not be able to do a thing. Luckily Wuji had left a few stalks of spiritual herbs for himself. Just when Wuji was in a state of unease, Mo Wuji called him over and said to Ho Yuqing and Chu Wan-er, "This is Wuji, his wife is ill, so he asked me to help him concoct some pills, hence we came here to look for spiritual herbs." Hearing Mo Wuji introduce him allowed Wuji to heave a sigh of relief, and quickly returned the greetings. A rogue cultivator like him felt extremely inferior and lowly in the presence of genius disciples like Ho Yuqing and Chu Wan-er. At least Mo Wuji had the title of pill refiner. "Oh, which spiritual herbs are brother you still lacking?" Ho Yuqing maintained his courteous attitude, which did not change a single bit despite Wuji's status as a rogue cultivator. Mo Wuji quickly replied, "We're still lacking the sky spider fruit and extreme orchid flower. These two spiritual herbs are relatively common, so I believe we'll be able to find some in the depths of this natural gorge." As he spoke these words, Mo Wuji felt quite ashamed of himself. His original reason for coming here was to help Wuji harvest sky spider fruits and extreme orchid flowers, but the first thing he snatched up was a 100,000-year-old lingji. By the time the lingji came into his possession, no other spiritual herbs was left. Chu Wan-er smiled, "Then there's no need to carry on searching, I have these two spiritual herbs with me." While she spoke, many stalks of spiritual herbs appeared in her hands. They were exactly the sky spider fruit and extreme orchid flower that he was looking for. Wuji saw that Chu Wan-er did not even probe any further, and just took out the spiritual herbs required to concoct the body-constructing pill, hence he swiftly moved forward to offer his thanks. Chu Wan-er waved him off. "This bit of spiritual herbs means nothing, the amount that I owe Pill Master Mo is much more than these mere spiritual herbs." If Mo Wuji did not give her a bracelet, even if she managed to get in here by herself, the price she would have paid would have exceeded these few stalks of spiritual herbs. Thus, deep in her heart, she was still very grateful towards Mo Wuji. On his side, Mo Wuji took no notice of this, and just asked curiously after keeping the spiritual herbs, "Senior Chu, there's definitely more spiritual herbs in the depths of this gorge? Why don't we carry on searching?" To this, Ho Yuqing replied, "If we venture further into the gorge, it would take at least 3 days to reach the next area that spiritual herbs grow at. So both to and fro would take us 6 days. If that's the case, we won't have enough time to make it out of here. Moreover, in a few days, the poison fog of the 5 elements' desolate domain will return to cover this whole area, and all sorts of demonic beasts will return too. Once that happens, we will have trouble ensuring our survival, much less talk about obtaining spiritual herbs." Indeed, Mo Wuji could see that other than the minority of cultivators that were hesitant, the bulk of them had left the gorge. If that's the case, then let's leave too. While spiritual herbs were good stuff, to Mo Wuji, Yan'er's safety was still the #1 priority. "That's my intention too," Ho Yuqing replied. Chu Wan-er herself had already made a great windfall, so naturally she agreed to leave too. Wuji's original aim for coming here was for the body-constructing pill, and since he had placed all his hopes on Mo Wuji, whatever Mo Wuji did, he would follow. When Mo Wuji's gang of 4 turned around to leave, the last few hesitating people also decided to follow suit. Valuable spiritual herbs incited greed among people, but if one lost their life in the process, everything would have been for naught. It's a pity for Brother Mo. 3 months in the 5 elements desolated domain is simply not enough, and Brother Mo even got trapped in the ice mountain for almost 2 months. While the 4 of them were on their way, Ho Yuching commented with a tinge of sympathy. Chuan smiled, "That's hard to say. In my case, if I did not have senior apprentice Brother Ho's help, I might have fallen here much earlier. Just as senior apprentice Brother Ho helped Mo Wuji when he was in danger." Mo Wuji could understand the meaning in Chuan words. It was that his level of cultivation was low, and if he did not get trapped in the ice mountain for 2 months, he might have been killed on the outside. In reality, Chuan was not making things up. For someone with Mo Wuji's cultivation, in an intense fight like before, there existed the possibility that he could die at any moment. Perhaps out of all the people that entered the 5 elements desolate domain, he spent the least time on searching for treasures, because most of it was spent on cultivating. Maybe if I did not intervene, Brother Mo would have similarly brushed off that guy's ambush. With 2 months of time, Brother Mo might have actually found a flower of the true gods. Ho Yuching said matter-of-factly. With this, Mo Wuji suspected that Ho Yuching knew that he had some tricks left up his sleeve, hence saying these things on purpose. "Brother Ho, have you seen an immeasurable soul-forging crystal before?" Mo Wuji was unwilling to elaborate further on the extent of his strength, and on top of that, he really wanted to know if what he had obtained were immeasurable soul-forging crystals, so he inquired about it. Ho Yuching chuckled, "Immeasurable soul-forging crystals are even more valuable than flowers of the true gods from some perspectives, so how could I have seen such a thing before? What I do know is that an immeasurable soul-forging crystal is a crystal with 4 corners and a light yellow tint." Listening till this point, Mo Wuji's heart sank. He finally understood what he did wrongly. What he obtained was not the immeasurable soul-forging crystal. Not only was it so, but the object he got appeared very different from one. What Ho Yuching described to be an immeasurable soul-forging crystal indeed existed down below, because not far away from where he got the 2 ice flowers, there was a row of 4-cornered, light yellow crystals which fit Ho Yuching's description. But that row of things seemed as though they were thrown to one side like a pile of trash. Based on his first impression, Mo Wuji naturally thought that the things being nurtured on the icy altar were the most precious. Who knew that the stuff that was thrown to one side were the immeasurable soul-forging crystals? No wonder the man and woman said that they saw the immeasurable soul-forging crystal. They saw what he thought was a pile of rubbish. There's one more day before the day that will leave the 5 elements desolate domain, let's pick up the pace. Seeing that Mo Wuji and Ho Yuching's conversation ended, Chuan interjected with a sentence of her own. It was too late for him, and Mo Wuji could only sigh to himself. If there was still time, he would definitely make a trip back to the icy hall. Regardless whether he froze to death or not, he had to bring back the immeasurable soul-forging crystals. The worst part was that when he first decided to go to the ice mountain with Ho Yuching, he only asked Ho Yuching if there were any immeasurable soul-forging crystals up there, but did not find out what it looked like. Even if Mo Wuji was sure that he would not make the same mistake again, he would not be able to take it if such an error was committed again. "Your father just doesn't want to hand it over, what can you do?" A booming voice woke Mo Wuji up from his bout of regret, followed by the explosive sounds of energy colliding into each other. "Jin Xiaoru?" Mo Wuji saw Jin Xiaoru in combat with a skinny bearded man, so he leapt over without hesitation and landed at one side to observe the fight. If Jin Xiaoru could not defeat the other party, it didn't matter that his level of cultivation was insufficient, he would still take action to help. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149, Without a Bracelet. Chapter 149, Without a Bracelet. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Ha, Wuji. Jin Xiaoru could obviously see Mo Wuji approaching, and welcomed him with a bellowing laugh. The cultivator locked in combat with Jin Xiaoru slowed down as he saw that a friend of his opponent had arrived. When he observed that Mo Wuji's spiritual energy was ordinary, he was relieved. Mo Wuji's cultivation definitely was not at the spirit building stage, and his talent was ordinary, hence there was nothing to worry about. "Brother Mo, is this a friend of yours?" Hou Yuqing followed Mo Wuji and asked. Behind Hou Yuqing, Chuaner and Yuji also came. The cultivator that just thought that he did not have to worry about Mo Wuji immediately changed his expression. Hou Yuqing was famous, and the man was aware of his identity. Just by Hou Yuqing's hands, he would die in seconds, and the two people following behind Hou Yuqing were not that simple either. With both that group and Jin Xiaoru present, he would be seeking death if he continued to stay here. Before Mo Wuji could reply Hou Yuqing's question, the cultivator swiftly backed off, immediately turning tail and bolted. No one went after him, and Mo Wuji also began introducing Jin Xiaoru to everyone. Jin Xiaoru's eccentric personality kicked in, so he broke into a wide smile after that cultivator fled. "Wuji, this time I've struck the jackpot." It was already rather near the exit, with many people approaching, hence Mo Wuji had to reply, "Xiaoru, why don't we leave this for after we've gotten out?" "Okay, we'll carry on after exiting. Let me tell you, even though I did not manage to obtain a flower of the true gods, the thing I got definitely is no worse than one. That guy just now was after what I have, and had been chasing me for days already, ha ha ha." This guy finally could not hold it in anymore, and bragged about his haul, stopping short of mentioning what exactly he was talking about. The few people around also picked up on Jin Xiaoru's words, and turned their gazes in his direction. But once they saw that Mo Wuji was in a group of 4, they skirted around them and left. Mo Wuji whispered to Jin Xiaoru, "You're really asking for trouble. I hope that you didn't actually get something even better, because if you did, it probably won't end up as yours." "Wuji, have you found the immeasurable soul-forging crystal? What does it look like?" Jin Xiaoru only just recalled Mo Wuji's aim after he finished showing off, and quickly asked about it. Hou Yuqing could finally understand why Mo Wuji kept asking around about the immeasurable soul-forging crystal. It turns out that he wanted to obtain it. "Brother Mo, so you wanted to obtain an immeasurable soul-forging crystal?" Jin Xiaoru, who was standing at the side, had already become acquainted with Hou Yuqing by then, and responded loudly, "Of course, Wuji asked my brother for a lot of information regarding the immeasurable soul-forging crystal, but sadly, my brother and I did not know anything. Even after inquiring some pill refiners, we came up with nothing, but immeasurable soul-forging crystals are very rare, and I've never seen one before either. I've only heard about them through my master, so it's natural that ordinary people have not seen such a treasure before." Hou Yuqing nodded in agreement. Hou Yuqing thought of something after he ended his sentence, so he asked again, "Brother Mo, are you looking for the immeasurable soul-forging crystal to beg for Granny Linglong's help?" With a sigh, Mo Wuji answered, "Indeed this is the case. Back when we were going to the Ice Mountain, I wanted to ask you if there were any immeasurable soul-forging crystals there, and since many pill refiners were not familiar with their characteristics, so the thought of asking you about its appearance did not come to mind at all, but..." At this point, Mo Wuji suddenly felt that something was not right, and stopped abruptly. Hou Yuqing sighed to himself. "Even if you asked, you couldn't have done anything with the information. You were trapped at the Ice Mountain for 2 months, where would you have had the chance to search for the immeasurable soul-forging crystal?" "That's not right." Mo Wuji finally remembered what didn't add up. If the immeasurable soul-forging crystal was so rare that even Jin Xiaoka and other pill refiners that opened pill houses did not know about them, how could the man and woman at the icy hall have known what they looked like? Now, Mo Wuji forcefully pulled out his memories of that situation to re-evaluate everything. There were tens of meters between the icy staircase and the ground, so while standing on the icy stairs, it would be very difficult to see the row of small immeasurable soul-forging crystals. Even if they did, the 2 ice flowers on the icy altar would have caught their attention first. The 2 ice flowers were so prominent, anyone would have definitely looked in their direction first, instead of those trash-like 4-cornered crystal objects. The only explanation for what happened was that the immeasurable soul-forging crystals that the two of them pointed out were the two ice flowers that he had harvested. If that was the case, then Ho Yuqing's description of immeasurable soul-forging crystals was incorrect. Mo Wuji asked again, "Brother Ho, are you sure immeasurable soul-forging crystals are slightly yellowish four-cornered crystal objects?" Ho Yuqing replied confidently, "It can't be wrong, immeasurable soul-forging crystals are indeed slightly yellowish four-cornered crystal objects. They appear a little shiny too." Seeing that Mo Wuji became silent again, Ho Yuqing tried to comfort him. "Brother Mo, immeasurable soul-forging crystals are extremely hard to obtain treasures in the five elements desolate domain. They're even rarer than flowers of the true gods. Moreover, even if you did encounter some, with our current strength, it would be difficult to get close enough to obtain it." "I know," Mo Wuji replied. He knew better than anyone else how difficult it was to get close to immeasurable soul-forging crystals. If he did not coincidentally train in the 7-style Lightning Sky's first style, he would not have been able to get close to those two ice flowers. Everyone fell silent, because no one here could help Mo Wuji to beg Granny Linglong to help him. Even the first dean of Heaven-Seeking Palace would be helpless. In the end, the insensitive Jin Xiaoru also realized that Mo Wuji was in a bad mood, and hence he shut up. Half a day later, when 5 of them arrived at the exit, there were already a couple of thousand people, and even more were streaming in. As for the poison fog that welcomed them when they first arrived, it was not present this time. The cultivators that made it to the exit were all very cautious, and most of them were standing in groups, everyone with their guards up. Evidently, the cultivators that entered the 5 elements desolate domain had a great haul from their time here. Another 4 hours of waiting later, rumbling noises could be heard, and at the same time, the fog surrounding them became denser. Mo Wuji took a casual glance around, noticing that the number of people that were going out was much less than the initial number that entered. 5,000 people went in, but not even 3,000 were going out. Over 1,000 men had somehow went missing in the 5 elements desolate domain. He spotted Yin Xianyin in the crowd, but was just not in the mood to go over to say hello. When the rumbling stopped, a jet-black tunnel opened up, and without any discussion, everyone rushed straight into it. Thankfully, the tunnel was sufficiently broad, and the cultivators entered fast enough too, so there was no jam even though thousands of people were passing through. Mo Wuji and company were sandwiched in the center, and this time, they had reached the small square from before in less than an incense's time. The entrances of the square were sealed up as they were previously, so everyone could only wait quietly in the center. An hour or so passed before the tunnel gave out a rumbling noise again. The tunnel connected to the 5 elements desolate domain slowly closed up, and finally disappeared completely. "There's much less people than before," Jin Xiaoru commented heartlessly. No one bothered with him though. Mo Wuji spotted the second dean of Heaven-Seeking Palace, Feng Zhenxiu. 2 red-robed cultivators, who seemed like guards, stood behind Feng Zhenxiu, totally stationary. Feng Zhenxiu's gaze swept across the whole crowd, then he spoke, "Congratulations to all who managed to come back safe and sound, regardless whether each of you managed to obtain some treasure in the 5 elements desolate domain. This trip must have given an immeasurable amount of benefits to your cultivation. Now everyone please return your bracelets, and wait quietly." Other than Mo Wuji, who found out the function of the bracelets after entering the 5 elements desolate domain, everyone else knew that they must not lose their bracelets. After all, they still had to return them. After Feng Zhenxiu finished his speech, the 2 red-robed men started collecting bracelets. When they reached Mo Wuji, he quickly bowed and apologized. "I met with a lightning strike when picking lightning-splitting grass in a lightning lake and almost died. My bracelet was lost in the lake then." The red-robed cultivator in front of Mo Wuji turned to look at Feng Zhenxiu, who in turn gazed upon Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji bowed respectfully once more, not daring to make any movement. Even his spiritual will was withdrawn completely within him. Because he had trained his spiritual will, Mo Wuji was more sensitive to it than ordinary cultivators. He could clearly feel someone's spiritual will sweeping onto his storage bag. A moment later, the spiritual will disappeared. This let Mo Wuji heave a sigh of relief. It seemed as though Feng Zhenxiu still cared about his reputation, and did not use spiritual will to do a body search of Mo Wuji. Since you have no bracelet, please stand to one side. Feng Zhenxiu nodded his head lightly, and did not say anything worrying. Half an hour later, both red-robed men had already collected all the bracelets. Only then did Feng Zhenxiu announce with a smile, "Everyone, you can leave now. Those who want to join the Heaven-Seeking Palace can go to our encampment to register. We will grade everyone fairly based on their talent and contributions to Heaven-Seeking Palace. We will be recruiting 300 people this time, so I hope everyone grasps this opportunity well." The exits linked out of the 5 elements desolate domain opened up and everyone left swiftly. Jin Shaoro still said annoyingly beside Mo Wuji's ear, "This time I will definitely join the Heaven-Seeking Palace, Wuji. I'll help you look for that Granny Linglong then." This guy haven't even joined the Heaven-Seeking Palace, and he thinks that finding Granny Linglong is as easy as saying it. Inside, Mo Wuji was speechless. He guessed that the Heaven-Seeking Palace was evaluating who would obtain more valuable treasures. They would likely choose their disciples based on these treasures, and if it was a top-grade treasure, perhaps they would take some underhanded measures to obtain it for themselves. However, for a place like Heaven-Seeking Palace, the definition of a top-grade treasure would definitely be of much higher quality than what he thought to be top-grade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150, Granny Linglong. Chapter 150, Granny Linglong. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Wuji, Shaoru. Just as Mo Wuji exited the doors of Heaven-Seeking Palace, he heard Jin Shaoka's exuberant voice. Jin Shaoka, together with Fei Bingzhu, Tao Ao, Xiong Xiuzhu, and Yan Er stood at the doors of Heaven-Seeking Palace encampment, sandwiched together with the large crowd of cultivators. "It seems like your friends are here. I'll see you again soon." Ho Yuqing bade farewell to Mo Wuji and company courteously. While Mo Wuji wanted to invite Ho Yuqing to catch up with him sometime, he thought of Yan Er's condition and he no longer had the mood to do so. Yan Er had automatically walked to his side, and her hand naturally wrapped around Mo Wuji's own. "Senior Mo, I knew that nothing would happen to you." Fei Bingzhu clasped his fist, before going forward to greet Mo Wuji. Tao Ao and Xiong Xiuzhu also came forth to greet him. They had been equally worried about Mo Wuji after he entered the 5 elements desolate domain. If anything happened to him, they would have no future either. "Shaoka, let me introduce you, this is Wuji." Even though Mo Wuji was very depressed as he did not obtain the immeasurable soul-forging crystals, he still took the initiative to introduce Wuji. After Jin Shaoka briefly got to know Wuji, he sensed that Mo Wuji was not in a good mood. He guessed that Mo Wuji did not find the immeasurable soul-forging crystal. "Come on, let's talk after we go back." 3 months without seeing Mo Wuji, Yan Er seemed to be inseparable with him. Thankfully Jin Shaoka could read the situation well, and entertained Wuji, allowing Mo Wuji to spend time with Yan Er. Mo Wuji spoke with Yan Er for half a day, then had a private meal with her before she left with Xiong Xiuzhu. During this time, Wuji waited for Mo Wuji in a room that Jin Shaoka arranged for him, but only then did he realize that while Mo Wuji was a rogue cultivator, Mo Wuji's network of friends was distinctly wider than his own. Whether it was Ho Yuqing or Jin Shaoka, they were people that Wuji had completely no access to. At this point, Wuji could only hope that Mo Wuji would stand by his words, and help him concoct the body-constructing pill. "Brother you're aware that I have to make a request to Granny Linglong. Even though I didn't manage to obtain the immeasurable soul-forging crystal, but I will have to meet her. If I don't resolve this issue, I really will not be in the mood to help you refine pills. But be assured that after I've met with Granny Linglong, regardless of the outcome, I will fulfill my promise, and help you make a batch of body-constructing pills." Mo Wuji directly said to Wuji after helping Yan Er settle down. Without making arrangements for Yan Er's issue, he really could not calmly refine pills. After the trip to the 5 elements desolate domain, he obtained neither the immeasurable soul-forging crystal, nor the flower of the true gods. His hope for Granny Linglong helping him just fell to the lowest. Pillmaster Mo, please carry on with your plans first. I've waited for years already, these few more days mean nothing. Wuji respectfully answered. After speaking to Wuji, Mo Wuji returned to his room. He took out one of the ice flowers and placed it into the storage bag that Wuji gave him, and hid his own storage bag in his room. Thereafter, he left to find Fei Bingzhu. He instructed Fei Bingzhu that before he returned, no one was allowed to enter his room. With all these settled, Mo Wuji brought Yen Er to the heaven-seeking palace encampment with great uncertainty hanging over him. In the largest room of heaven-seeking palace's temporary pill pagoda, a woman in brown clothes sat in front of a giant pill furnace, deep in thought. The fire within the pill furnace was burning fervently. At the door of the room, two nearly identical ingredient girls Saturday. Has it been a day since 5 Elements' desolate domain closed? The brown-clothed woman suddenly looked up and asked. The two girls by the door bowed and replied in unison, "Yes, Granny." Has there been anyone that's come here looking for me? The brown-clothed woman followed up with another question. Not as of now. Both girls responded together again. The brown-clothed woman seemed rather frustrated, and she threw another stalk of spiritual herb into the pill furnace, before sinking back deep in thought. The spiritual herb soon gave off a charred smell, but the woman did not seem to notice. After some time, the brown-clothed woman raised her head abruptly, and said, "If anyone comes to look for me, let him come in immediately." "Yes, Granny." Both girls replied at the same time. The brown-clothed woman threw another stalk of spiritual herb into the pill furnace, and carried on in deep thought again. Mo Wuji did not know what Granny Linglong was thinking, so he dared not bring Yen Er to find her straight away. Instead, he headed for Muing first. But the disappointing thing was that Muing was not at the heaven-seeking palace encampment. As Mo Wuji was about to man up to find Granny Linglong, he finally met someone he knew, Zhuo Shaohui. Beside her, there was a woman that looked similar to her, possibly even slightly prettier than her. Mo Wuji could guess that was Zhuo Shaohui's sister. Zhuo Shaohui had previously visited him with Muing, just that he looked very wild back then, and frightened her away. As Mo Wuji's current appearance was very different from his hellish appearance then, Zhuo Shaohui could not recognize him immediately. Mo Wuji humbly greets Senior Zhuo. Mo Wuji quickly bowed respectfully and greeted. You are? Zhuo Shaohui stared at Mo Wuji for some time before finally realizing who was in front of her. I remember you, you're that tier 3 mortal pill refiner Mo Wuji that stays in the 9 Moons pill house. A smile appeared on Mo Wuji's face, and he replied, yes, that's me. Zhuo Shaohui furrowed her brows. Why are you here? To this, Mo Wuji answered, last time I almost went astray while cultivating, and neglected Senior Mu and Senior Zhuo. I'm here to make up for my past mistake. Zhuo Shaohui waved him off. There's no need to make amends, Senior Mu is not around, and I'm about to go out too. With that, Zhuo Shaohui pulled the woman beside her and left. Mo Wuji frantically called out, Senior Zhuo, I need a favor from you. Zhuo Shaohui's expression immediately turned cold. Mo Wuji, I am not related to you in any way, so there's no reason for me to help you. I'm also busy with other things and have to leave now. After saying her piece, Zhuo Shaohui did not bother to care about Mo Wuji anymore. She pulled the woman beside her and left swiftly. Not only couldn't he get Zhuo Shaohui's help to bring him to Granny Linglong, neither could he get her to point him in the right direction. Shaohui, he's that capable young pill refiner that senior apprentice Sister Mu was talking about? The person you wanted to introduce to me? Once they were some distance away, Zhuo Shaohui asked. Zhuo Shaohui restlessly responded, yes, that's him, someone with low-grade spiritual roots. I never kept my hopes up for him, but he actually almost went astray in cultivation at his house. If you could see the situation for yourself, he was practically no different from a dead man. Who knew how he lucked out, and advanced to become a tier 3 mortal pill refiner? Elder sister, this time it's my fault, I almost sabotaged you. You saw that guy? He never spoke a word to me before, but he's actually asking me for a favor on our first encounter. This kind of guy is really, Zhou Xiaoying remained quiet for a while, before replying, Shoei, actually I think that he's not that bad a person. I'm quite untalented too. Her tone had a tinge of loneliness in it. Compared to Zhou Xiaoyi, she felt that she was closer to someone with no talent like Mo Wuji. She could empathize with Mo Wuji prostrating himself before her sister, and his helpless greeting of her. Even in front of her powerful and talented sister, she did not really have the right to speak. In reality, she did not truly understand Mo Wuji's intention behind those actions. If it were for himself, even if it were the Dean of Heaven-seeking palace before him, Mo Wuji would not have prostrated himself before him, much less in Zhou Xiaoyi, an inner disciple. Elder sister, this time I can confirm that you will be able to join the outer sect of Heaven-seeking palace, because I obtained something good. Once you join Heaven-seeking palace, you'll be able to meet all sorts of handsome hunks. Let's go. Zhou Xiaoyi said from the side. Brother, may I inquire where Granny Linglong stays? After Zhou Xiaoyi left, Mo Wuji waited for a while, before finally catching a male disciple to question. This male disciple surprisingly did not mind, and pointed out the general direction for Mo Wuji, then taking his leave hurriedly. Mo Wuji responded with a word of thanks, and quickly brought Yan-Er along. He was worried that Granny Linglong was also going to leave this place, because she was here in search for spiritual herbs. A full day had passed since the 5 elements desolate domain closed, so if someone had obtained an immeasurable soul-forging crystal, he might have come knocking at her door already. Once Granny Linglong left this place, it would be near impossible for Mo Wuji to meet her anymore. When the 4 words Heaven-seeking pill pagoda appeared before Mo Wuji, he immediately became much more nervous than usual. He had found it. This must be the place that Granny Linglong stays at. Below the sign of Heaven-seeking pill pagoda, a young girl clothed in red stuff, and Mo Wuji pulled Yan-Er forward to her. Can I ask if Granny Linglong? Before Mo Wuji could finish his sentence, the girl in red interrupted, Are you here to look for Granny? Yes I am, I'm here to look for Granny Linglong, because... Mo Wuji quickly replied. That's enough. Just follow me. The girl in red did not even bother listening to Mo Wuji's explanation, and interrupted him once again. It's this easy? Mo Wuji was stunned. From what he knew, it should be very difficult to gain an audience with Granny Linglong. Because regardless whether it was Yan Chenin, Jin Shaoke, or Hou Yuqing, all did not get their hopes up for his attempt to find Granny Linglong for help. Now he did not explain anything, took out nothing but someone was leading him to her? This made Mo Wuji feel so surreal. Perhaps Granny Linglong changed her personality, and Yan Chenin and company simply did not know about it. Mo Wuji really wronged Yan Chenin and company. The reason he could meet Granny Linglong so easily was because the people in the 5 elements desolate domain had just exited today. Sister Qi, Sister Xiang, these 2 people are looking for Granny. The girl in red brought Mo Wuji and Yan-Er in front of a door to a room, then respectfully reported to the 2 girls in front of the door. These are a pair of twins. Mo Wuji thought to himself as he gazed upon these 2 girls that looked almost identical to one another. Is there someone looking for me? Let them in. Not waiting for either of the girls to speak, a raspy female voice came from within the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151, What Immeasurable Soul-Forging Crystal. Chapter 151, What Immeasurable Soul-Forging Crystal. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Granny asks both of you to enter. Finally both girls did not speak in unison, but only the girl on the left gave Mo Wuji instructions. After thanking her, Mo Wuji pulled Yan-Er along and carefully entered the room. Once inside the room, the burnt smell of spiritual herbs wafted into Mo Wuji's nose. This made him even more worried. At his current pill refining level, he would not burn any spiritual herbs while refining pills anymore, so if Granny Linglong would occasionally burn some, was she really as impressive as others made her to be? Then the lady behind the giant pill furnace came into view. She looked at most 30, with a brown dress draped over her body. On top of that, she was rather beautiful. A pair of doll-like eyes paired with slender eyebrows, with silky black hair tied in a bun, she appeared pure yet carrying an aura of nobility. This is Granny Linglong? She's obviously a beauty in her prime. Mo Wuji almost thought that they were pulling wool over his eyes. But immediately, he realized that this was not possible. No one would have the ability and the courage to impersonate Granny Linglong at the temporary encampment of Heaven-Seeking Palace. What have you sought me out for? Seeing that Mo Wuji stared at her without uttering a word, Granny Linglong frowned slightly. This jolted Mo Wuji back to his senses, and he quickly bowed respectfully. Junior Mo Wuji greets Granny Linglong. He dared not expose a single bit of the thoughts in his mind. Speak. Granny Linglong was much more direct. With another bow, Mo Wuji spoke worriedly, this is Yenair. She is the person closest to me. I, Junior Mo Wuji, have made this trip to request. Granny Linglong interrupted Mo Wuji at this, you want to beg me to save her? Yes, Junior Mo boldly requests you to do so. Mo Wuji could sense that Granny Linglong was not as bad as what Yin Xianyin and others made her out to be, but the only thing out of place was that she seemed a little too young. The term Sister Linglong would perhaps have been more appropriate. Granny Linglong's gaze swept across Yenair's body, then replying, someone tried to steal her spiritual roots but failed, which made her spirit channel network turn into a mess, her mind's gone haywire and her memories have disappeared. She has at most 2 years left to live. The news came as a shock to Mo Wuji. At this moment, there was nothing holding him back anymore, so he bowed even lower than before and pleaded, please Granny Linglong, please help her. I will do anything. With a glance, Granny Linglong knew Yenair's condition. She could not have faked this level of skill. While spiritual roots snatching and the spiritual roots transfer Xin Lian mentioned was different in their name, but from Mo Wuji's perspective, there was no difference in meaning. At this moment, Mo Wuji felt even more strongly how Yuji felt when he came to beg him. He was now in a similar situation. I can save her. Granny Linglong was straightforward in her reply. These words were like the words of an angel to Mo Wuji's ears, and his voice trembled as he said, I beg you, Granny Linglong, to be merciful, and use your skills to save Yenair. Yenair has always been lonely and suffering. To Mo Wuji, while Yenair was always by his side, she was an orphan, and never could enjoy life. Instead, she always kept taking care of him. But why should I save her? How is she related to me in any way? Granny Linglong's rebuttal made Mo Wuji sink into the depths of despair. He finally understood how difficult it was to get Granny Linglong to help. This was just the start, and he could not find any reason to back himself up. If you cannot give me a reason to do so, then please leave. I won't be so calculative with you. A tinge of irritation appeared in Granny Linglong's voice. Granny, while I do not have any immeasurable soul-forging crystal. Before Mo Wuji could complete his sentence, Granny Linglong angrily interrupted him. What are you even doing here without a single immeasurable soul-forging crystal? Get out. A killing aura immediately enveloped Mo Wuji, and gave him the feeling that he would be torn to pieces the next moment if he made a wrong move. Ah! Mo Wuji was shocked. Even though he thought that it was hard to talk to Granny Linglong, she did not seem like someone who did not know how to interact with others. However, within a blink of the eye, she had such a drastic change in attitude. At this point, Granny Linglong became very agitated as she pointed at Mo Wuji and chided him, do you know how difficult it is to save her? She has to follow me for 10 years, and learn my heart technique. If I did not desperately need immeasurable soul-forging crystals, even if you gave me 10,000 pieces of them, I would not even bother. Screw it, as long as you can give me one piece of immeasurable soul-forging crystal, I'll help to save her. As Granny Linglong reached the end of her speech, she seemed to be rather sad and tired of things, before returning to her depressed and disappointed state. Mo Wuji then took out a jade box. Granny, while I do not have any immeasurable soul-forging crystals, I managed to obtain an ice flower. Afraid that Granny Linglong would not even bother to take a look, he opened up the box for her. Get out right now. Granny Linglong's voice abruptly stopped, and both eyes widened to their maximum as she stared at the jade box in Mo Wuji's hands. Countless breaths later, she broke into a high-pitched scream before rushing to his side, snatching the jade box from him. Ha ha ha. The next moment, Mo Wuji could only hear the wild cackling of Granny Linglong. If he did not have to beg this woman to save Yenair, he would have thought that she was crazy, and brought Yenair away a long time ago. An immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. You actually found an immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. Ha ha, Linglong, what I've been waiting for has arrived. It's arrived. Granny Linglong kissed the jade box while laughing like a mad woman. Mo Wuji calmed down immediately. From Granny Linglong's words, it seemed as though the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower was useful to her, and what he just produced was exactly that. A few minutes passed. Granny Linglong's laughter slowly died down. She carefully took out a new jade box and transferred the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower into it. Then, she threw Mo Wuji's jade box to one side. After completing all that, she took a deep breath, before gazing warmly at Mo Wuji and saying, Mo Wuji, thank you for the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower you brought. I'll help you heal Yenair now. For one immeasurable soul-prolonging flower, other than having me save Yenair, I can still agree to another request of yours. Tell me what you want. Granny Linglong's tone was very warm and friendly, giving off the vibes of a proper lady. It was no longer the demeanor of a crazy woman which was present until a moment ago. The only thing was that her voice was trembling slightly, an apparent sign that she had not completely calmed down from the excitement of receiving an immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. Mo Wuji steeled his nerves, then went into a relaxed state. As long as Granny Linglong agreed to save Yenair, he did not have to worry any further. With his worries behind him, his mind became much clearer. Granny, what is this immeasurable soul-prolonging flower? It's even better than the immeasurable soul-forging crystal? Now Granny Linglong's mood seemed to be exceptionally good, as she patiently explained, what's the immeasurable soul-forging crystal compared to the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower? Even if there was a house full of immeasurable soul-forging crystals, they would not be able to match up to a single immeasurable soul-prolonging flower petal. Strictly speaking, the previous incarnation of an immeasurable soul-prolonging flower is an immeasurable soul-forging crystal. But for an immeasurable soul-forging crystal to turn into an immeasurable soul-prolonging flower, it's really too difficult. Only an extreme minority of immeasurable soul-forging crystals will form its own will under extremely cold conditions, and these crystals with wills of their own will absorb the soul energy from the surrounding crystals, slowly turning into an immeasurable soul-prolonging flower over time. For one to grow into an immeasurable soul-prolonging flower of similar caliber to the one you took out, the conditions are so tough to an extent that you can't even imagine. Granny Linglong carried on, your luck is not bad, to be able to actually obtain an immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. For your information, I would have expected you, as a channel opening stage cultivator, to have frozen to death before even getting anywhere close to this flower. I really don't have the faintest idea how you did it. Tell me about the whole process. Were there other things in the area where the flower grew? Mo Wuji quickly responded, I obtained it at the bottom of an ice mountain. Back then, I entered a large hall in the ice mountain, which had many tunnels, and in one of the tunnels, I was able to obtain this stalk of immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. It was indeed freezing cold in there, but I could still endure it. It's such a pity that there was only one stalk of the flower, and nothing else. There was at least 90% truth in his words, because with Granny Linglong's ability, she could find out that he went into the ice mountain from the bracelet. However, the lie was that he had no bracelet on him, so Granny Linglong naturally had no way of finding out which tunnel he got the flower from. As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Wuji could feel a powerful spiritual will entering his storage bag. This made him celebrate in his mind. Luckily he hid his own storage bag at his accommodation before coming here. Granny Linglong's spiritual will circled Mo Wuji's storage bag for a while, before being withdrawn, and she nodded, "Not bad, your luck is indeed rather good." With that, Granny Linglong paused for a moment before continuing, "Yener's spirit channel network is rather messed up, and she's not really conscious. Because the spiritual root stealing caused her to lose her memories, it would be very difficult even for me to restore them." "Elder, but you just said." Mo Wuji got a shock, and frantically asked. Granny Linglong waved him off, "You don't need to worry. As long as you've come to me, her life is in no danger. But as for her memories, I'll have to take a look at her spiritual roots first." After speaking, Granny Linglong grabbed the wrist of Yener, and soon announced confidently, "It's indeed a valuable mutant wood affinity spiritual root." "Elder, what's a mutant wood affinity spiritual root?" Mo Wuji questioned. "There are often only wind, lightning, and ice affinity mutant spiritual roots, but once a 5-element spiritual root mutates, its future potential even exceeds that of the wind, lightning, and ice affinity spiritual roots. Mutant wood affinity spiritual roots are the best for pill refiners." With some hesitation, Granny Linglong carried on, "I've only taken in 2 disciples my whole life, and since you've offered an immeasurable soul-prolonging flower, if you're willing, I can take her under my wing as a closed disciple." However, Mo Wuji immediately bowed. "It's Yener's good fortune for Elder to take her in as a disciple. If you have any further instructions, please speak freely." He himself did not have a master, and Granny Linglong's abilities were extremely advanced too. Furthermore, she was number 1 within the heaven-seeking palace's pill pagoda. Why wouldn't Mo Wuji agree if she wanted to take Yener as a disciple? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, Live for Herself. Chapter 152, Live for Herself. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Granny Linglong was extremely satisfied with Mo Wuji's attitude, and she continued, "Yener lost her memory due to the failed spiritual transfer. If she cultivates under me, her abilities will improve, and her consciousness will become stronger. However, this would mean that her memories from the past would become more distant, and even eventually disappear." But Mo Wuji was momentarily shocked still. If Yener loses her memories, will she still be the same Yener? "Senior, is there no other way?" Mo Wuji asked with a hint of unwillingness. Granny Linglong shook her head. "It's not as though there is no other way. But there's one thing I can confirm with you, the higher her cultivation, the harder it would be to regain her memories. By the time she reaches the spirit building stage, the shadows of her past will completely disappear. Perhaps if my grasp over the pill Tao takes a step forward, I might be able to recover her memories. But I know my own capabilities. It would be very, very hard for my pill Tao to improve, unless I choose to leave the lost continent." Mo Wuji sank into silence. Granny Linglong's proficiency over the pill Tao could be considered the highest in the entire lost continent. If even Granny Linglong finds it impossible, what about others? "Senior Linglong, if one day, Senior's pill Tao makes a breakthrough, will you be able to recover her memories?" Mo Wuji held a bit of expectation as he asked again. Granny Linglong sighed, "That would be impossible. With her talent, she will definitely reach spirit building in a short time. Once she is in spirit building, even the mightiest of pill refiners cannot help her find her memories. Unless you don't let her cultivate, and even if you do that, her memory will still fade away gradually. It's just a much slower process. Furthermore, to treat her, you would need to allow her to cultivate. May I ask how far Senior is in the pill Tao?" Granny Linglong turned to gaze towards an empty space with a misty look in her eyes before she said desolately, "I'm a Tier 7 heavenly pill refiner." She really isn't a Tier 6 earth pill refiner, but a Tier 7 heavenly pill refiner? Mo Wuji's heart trembled. Previously, he was simply speculating over Granny Linglong's tier, and didn't truly know whether she was a Tier 7 heavenly pill refiner. He guessed that not even Mo Ying knew about Granny Linglong's level. If Granny Linglong makes a breakthrough, what realm would that be? A Tier 8 heavenly pill refiner, how great would that be? Yen Shenyin did not lie to him. Within the 5 empires, only Granny Linglong might be capable of saving Yen Er's life. Mo Wuji looked at the clueless Yen Er by his side, inhaled deeply and made his decision. He bowed towards Granny Linglong and said, "Senior, please help. As long as Yen Er's life can be saved, nothing else is important." Even if Yen Er couldn't regain her memories, he still had to save her. Granny Linglong nodded towards Mo Wuji. "You're not bad. How about I give you this opportunity? Before Yen Er reaches the spirit building stage, you should interact with her more, talk to her more, and chat about the past. This is the only way for her to find her memories before the spirit building stage. But my spiritual roots are poor, and I'm completely unable to enter the heaven-seeking palace, much less the heaven-seeking palace pill pagoda," Mo Wuji said helplessly. Granny Linglong laughed gently. "On the account that you helped me find the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower, I will help you one more time." With that, Granny Linglong sent a jade token into Mo Wuji's hand. "Take this jade token to the heaven-seeking palace, and say that I allowed you to be a heaven-seeking palace outer disciple. When the time comes, you can bring the jade token to find Yen Er. This is as much I can help you with, Yen Er." "Many thanks, Senior." Mo Wuji received the jade token and bowed respectfully and excitedly. He was just worrying over how he could enter the heaven-seeking palace and visit Yen Er, and now Granny Linglong helped him out. How could he not be happy? When a person reaches a certain stage, his magnanimity would also reach a certain stage. Compared to that Jing Filan, how many times stronger was Granny Linglong? But when she wanted to take Yen Er in as her disciple, she still sought his opinion. At the same time, Granny Linglong did not mind his inferior spiritual roots, and allowed him to visit Yen Er, and even found him a way to recover Yen Er's memories. She didn't even say any heart-wrenching words. Even though this was his immeasurable soul-prolonging flower taking its effect, it also had something to do with Granny Linglong's magnanimity. If you have any other requests, please feel free to say them. I will help you to the best of my abilities, Granny Linglong asked once more. Senior helped me save Yen Er, and even allowed me to enter the heaven-seeking palace as an outer disciple. That's already more help than I could ask for. If I were to ask for anything else, then I would be far too demanding. My wish has already been fulfilled by Senior. I have no other requests, Mo Wuji replied sincerely. He was also clear that one must not be too greedy. If he asked for too much, he would only call for disdain. Who is Yen Er to you? Granny Linglong was a little touched with Mo Wuji's selflessness. Yen Er was my servant, but in my heart, she's my only close one. Mo Wuji looked at Yen Er and spoke with a tinge of melancholy. He was truly worried that Yen Er's memories of him would completely disappear. Ever since he came to this world, Yen Er was the only one he truly cared for. One woman stabbed him in the back, while one girl took care of him at the expense of her own happiness. It was only through these experiences that he knew how precious and lucky he was to know the latter. Granny Linglong sighed. For your own servant, you used your channel opening stage cultivation and risked your life to enter the 5 elements desolate domain and find the immeasurable soul-forging crystal. Perhaps you are the only person in the entire lost continent who would do that. With that, she looked at Mo Wuji with a gentle gaze and said in a warm tone, "Why don't you go back first? Yen Er can stay here with me. You can visit me whenever you want." Mo Wuji thanked Granny Linglong once more. Thereafter, he nagged at Yen Er, telling her to be careful and take care of herself well before he left unwillingly. He knew that when he leaves, the Yen Er he meets in the future might be a complete stranger. Nonetheless, he would still do what he did. For Yen Er's life, nothing else is important. Yen Er was already so old, but she did not truly live a single day for herself. If Yen Er truly lost her memories, then she could live for herself. She did not need to treat herself as others' belongings, nor did she need to live as a servant. Regardless of the outcome, he would always protect this girl who lived for him for more than 10 years. Seeing the distant Mo Wuji's lonely and desolate figure, Granny Linglong stroked Yen Er's head and said, "Regardless of what happens, you must not forget him. Remember, he's called Mo Wuji. He is a man with poor spiritual roots, yet risked his life to save yours. Furthermore, he did not ask for you to remember him. He just wants you to live on." Granny Linglong sighed as Yen Er looked at her quizzically. Mo Wuji made his acts sound casual, but as a heavenly pill refiner, how could she not understand the difficulty Mo Wuji had to go through to obtain the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower? For any 10 cultivators below the Yuan Dan stage to even attempt to grab the soul-prolonging flower, 9 will die and only 1 would survive. Mo Wuji could only cheat little kids with his story about how he easily found the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. There was only one condition to obtain the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower, that is to sacrifice your life. Up to now, she still didn't know how Mo Wuji did it. He actually survived and obtained the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. However, since he didn't talk about it, she would not ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. "Wuji, where's Yen Er?" Seeing Mo Wuji's lone figure, Jin Shaoke, who was awaiting Mo Wuji's arrival, asked anxiously. Fortunately, Yen Er's spiritual roots were not bad, so Granny Linglong decided to take her in as her personal disciple, allowing Yen Er to have an opportunity to live on. Mo Wuji replied. "The matter with the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower is too huge." Despite his good relationship with Jin Shaoke, he would not casually mention it. Moreover, this affair had no influence on Jin Shaoke, so why would he needlessly put himself in danger? He heard that all cultivators who obtained the immeasurable soul-forging crystal had all disappeared. According to Granny Linglong, his immeasurable soul-prolonging flower was far more valuable. If this affair gets exposed, could he retain his peaceful and stable life? If he knew that the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower was so valuable, he might not have brought it to Granny Linglong. Fortunately, Granny Linglong was not like the rumors. She was indeed hard to move and request, but once she accepted his request, she would be especially accommodating. Furthermore, Granny Linglong did not specifically instruct him not to leak the matter of the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. He could tell that Granny Linglong wasn't one of those scheming seniors. He believed that Granny Linglong herself would not talk about the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. If she did not talk, nor did he, then no one would know that he ever possessed the immeasurable soul-prolonging flower. Jin Shaoke heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. Yen Er is such a cute, young girl. If anything happens to her, I would also be upset." With that, Jin Shaoke hurriedly added, "Oh right, I forgot to tell you, Xiaoru had become an inner disciple in the heaven-seeking palace." Mo Wuji nodded. Jin Xiaoru said that he obtained something good, and now the heaven-seeking palace was accepting disciples. As long as Xiaoru offered it up, he would naturally have a chance of becoming a disciple. "You don't have to worry about Yen Er. Granny Linglong is definitely the #1 pill refiner in the Lost Continent. As long as she acts, there's a good 80 to 90% chance that nothing bad will happen to Yen Er. If you are willing, you can temporarily stay in the 9 Moons Pill House. I can help you get the status of an elder." With Xiaoru joining the heaven-seeking palace, Jin Shaoke's mood was high. Now that Yen Er could be saved, Mo Wuji could also stay in his 9 Moons Pill House. Others might feel that Mo Wuji's talent was bad, and that he did not have a good future, but he did not feel so. He felt that Mo Wuji was definitely not an ordinary Tier 3 mortal pill refiner. Asking Mo Wuji to be the 9 Moons Pill House elder, it wasn't Mo Wuji who was at the advantage, but 9 Moons Pill House. Mo Wuji replied apologetically, "Granny Linglong gave me a jade token, promising me a place in the heaven-seeking palace as an outer disciple. I guess I won't be going to the 9 Moons Pill House." "Ah." Jin Shaoke was momentarily at a loss, before he said gleefully, "Wuji, that's good I will not be at the heaven-seeking palace, and I was just worrying about that brainless Xiaoru. Now that you're going there too, you two can take care of one another." Jin Shaoke was secretly shocked at Yen Er's talent. Not only did Granny Linglong accept Yen Er as a disciple, she even promised Mo Wuji a place as an outer disciple in the heaven-seeking palace. What ridiculous talent was that? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Tier 4 Earth Pill Refiner. Chapter 153, Tier 4 Earth Pill Refiner. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Pillmaster Mo, you are back. The moment Mo Wuji entered Wuji's house, he stood up to greet him as if he had been waiting for Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji forced a smile as he replied, "Brother Yu, I shall start my preparation to help you concoct the body-constructing pills. Please follow me." "Many thanks, Pillmaster Mo." Wuji knew that he should not keep pressing Mo Wuji for it and that he could tell Mo Wuji was feeling a little dejected, but the body-constructing pill was really too important for him. Having brought Wuji to his house, Mo Wuji asked both Wuji and Fei Bingzhu to wait outside his room as he entered his own room to retrieve his storage bag and pill furnace. Mo Wuji took out a bunch of spiritual herbs as he started by concocting the Earth Yuan pill. The Earth Yuan pill was also a Tier 4 Earth spiritual pill, and it was in fact the lowest grade pill out of all the Tier 4 Earth spiritual pills. It could be used to replenish a cultivator's elemental energy. Back when Mo Wuji first started to learn to concoct Tier 4 pills, he chose the Earth Yuan pill. Previously, when Mo Wuji first tried to concoct the Earth Yuan pill, he always fell through before the complete purification of the ingredients. This time round, Mo Wuji could easily purify and extract the medicinal essence before starting the fusion of the essence. The final step of condensing the pills was completed without any difficulty, and within an hour, Mo Wuji managed to retrieve a batch of Earth Yuan pills from the furnace. Mo Wuji looked thankfully at the 12 Earth Yuan pills on his hands as he finally advanced to become a Tier 4 Earth pill refiner. This was despite the fact that he was actually confident of concocting a Tier 4 Earth spiritual pill even before this, as he could clearly sense the advancements in his cultivation level, spiritual will, and his understanding of the pill Tao. One must know that he used a red firestone and a very basic pill furnace to concoct these pills. Even so, he managed to concoct the Earth Yuan pill without any difficulties at all. Using his spiritual will, his pill techniques in the pill furnace was like a fish in the water. Whether it was purification, extraction, fusion, or retrieval, he did not face any hiccups or used much of his strength at all. This could perhaps be the true way of pill refinement. If he was to participate in the 5 Elements Desolate Domain pill competition now, he was 90% confident that he could achieve first place. The fact that he finally advanced to become a Tier 4 Earth pill refiner made Mo Wuji finally feel a little better. Within the 5 big empires, a Tier 4 pill refiner was definitely regarded very highly. Yan Shenyin was a Tier 4 pill refiner who was well respected by Formless Blade Sect head, Guran. As for Mo Wuji, he was definitely worthy of the title of a Tier 4 Earth pill refiner. After keeping his pill furnace, Mo Wuji walked out of his house. Wuji was the first to welcome him as he looked anxiously at Mo Wuji, wondering about the progress of the body-constructing pills concoction. Mo Wuji gave Wuji a pat on his shoulder. "Brother Yu, do not worry, as I've just did a preliminary test to confirm I can definitely help you concoct this pill. The only drawback was that the conditions here are too poor, hence, I will be heading out to purchase an orange firestone." Mo Wuji did not dare to take the risk of using a normal red firestone to concoct, as the body-constructing pill was more valuable than the Earth Yuan pill after all. He would not be able to face Wuji if he was to fail to concoct the pills. "Pillmaster Mo, I have a yellow firestone here. Does it work?" Wuji took out a pale yellow stone from his own storage bag as he asked. Even without touching this stone, Mo Wuji could feel the blazing fire burning from within the stone. This was Mo Wuji's first time seeing a yellow firestone. After grabbing the yellow firestone from Wuji, he stared at it for a few moments before exclaiming, "What a marvelous stone!" He immediately said with a lot of conviction, "Brother Yu, the yellow firestone is 2 grades higher than a normal red firestone, which even the orange firestone is not comparable to. Using the yellow firestone, I will definitely be able to help you concoct the Tier 4 body-constructing pills." Wuji always had his doubts on whether Mo Wuji was actually capable enough to concoct the body-constructing pills. However, Mo Wuji's assuring words coupled with his interaction with Mo Wuji till today made him believe that Mo Wuji was not a person who would say things he did not mean. Mo Wuji could tell that Yuji still had his doubts, hence, he simply said, "How about you follow me in?" "Thank you, Pillmaster Mo." The moment he heard Mo Wuji's request for him to follow him in, he agreed instantly because the body-constructing pills were as important as his life to him. After bringing Yuji into his room, Mo Wuji brought out his pill furnace and ignited the yellow firestones simultaneously. He did not start concocting the body-constructing pills straight away but started with the Earth Yuan pills again. Yuji sat by the side as he watched Mo Wuji so nervously that he did not even dare to breathe out loud. This time round, Mo Wuji spent an even lesser amount of time to produce a batch of higher quality Earth Yuan pills. If it was not for the heavy exhaustion of the yellow firestone, Mo Wuji wanted to continue concocting a few more batches of Tier 4 pills to practice his techniques. Yuji recognized the Earth Yuan pills, and as he saw Mo Wuji producing the Earth Yuan pills so comfortably, his confidence in Mo Wuji increased tremendously. The yellow firestone was not only valuable, it was also very hard to obtain, which was why Mo Wuji did not dare to waste such an ideal resource. After concocting just one batch of Earth Yuan pills, he immediately took out the ingredients for the body-constructing pills. After cleaning the furnace a few times, Mo Wuji started to purify the ingredients accordingly. As compared to Earth Yuan pill, Mo Wuji was actually more familiar with the body-constructing pill. This was because he had this pill formula in his pill manual, and as for the actual steps to concoct the pills, he could tell if there was any changes in steps at one glance. Mo Wuji purified the ingredients very professionally before starting to fuse the essences. Comparing with the Earth Yuan pill, the body-constructing pill required much more effort from the pill refiner. Even though Mo Wuji had not concocted the body-constructing pill before, because of his familiarity with the pill formula coupled with the perfect combination of his spiritual will and pill techniques, it seemed as though he was born to concoct this pill. Seeing how Mo Wuji purified the ingredients so smoothly without any hiccups, Yuji's confidence grew yet again. In the end, he totally forgot that he was the one who pleaded for the pills, as he was simply too amazed by Mo Wuji's majestic hand techniques. After an hour, only when the scent of completed pills emerged did Yuji realize that he was here for the pills. At this very moment, he was so excited as he stood up, clenching his fist extremely tightly. Even though he knew nothing about pill refinement, he knew Mo Wuji had reached the most crucial step as he was about to complete his concoction. At the same time, his heart felt an indescribable fear, a fear that Mo Wuji would fail to complete it. As the scent got more concentrated, Mo Wuji suddenly stopped his repetitious hand techniques. Yuji's heart almost jumped out of his mouth as he witnessed this moment. Just as he thought that there was something wrong with this batch of pills, a batch of gorgeous-looking pills fell gracefully like a rainbow into the jade vase beside Mo Wuji's hand. Yuji looked anxiously at the jade vase, and he would have grabbed it at the first moment if not for his respect and gratitude for Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji retrieved a handful of light red-colored pills to sniff, and when he was satisfied, he placed them back into the vase before handing the entire jade vase to Yuji, saying, "Brother, by the stroke of luck, 12 body-constructing pills have been successfully concocted. Many thanks, Pill Master Mo. From today onwards, you shall be my greatest benefactor." Yuji could no longer contain his gratitude as he fell on his knees. Mo Wuji hurried to help Yuji up. "Brother, we are brothers, hence, there is no need for this. Hurry, go save your wife as I continue to make full use of the flame to concoct more batches of pills." Yuji nodded his head before turning his back, preparing to leave. Sometimes, actions are better than words to show gratitude. Pillmaster Mo, will you still be staying in Nine Moons Pill House after this? Just as he reached the doorstep, Yuji turned to ask this. Mo Wuji shook his head as he answered, "I am now a heaven-seeking palace's outer sect disciple. If you still need to concoct any pills, you can find me at the heaven-seeking palace." Alright, Yuji did not question any further as he sped out of the room. The moment the firestone was ignited, it could not be stopped halfway. Naturally, Mo Wuji would not want to let this yellow firestone go to waste just like that. After concocting yet another batch of body-constructing pills, he took out the ingredients for the earthly soul protecting pill. Even though concocting the earthly soul protecting pill might be tough, it should not be much tougher than the body constructing pill. With his strong spiritual will and hand techniques, he successfully concocted 2 batches of earthly soul protecting pills. As the yellow firestone's flame died down, Mo Wuji decided to stop any more concoction. After keeping the furnace and cleaning up the place, Mo Wuji walked out of his house. Other than Fei Bingzhu, Mo Wuji also saw Tao Ao and Xiong Xiuzhu standing outside his door. Mo Wuji understood the situation very quickly. Xiong Xiuzhu was specifically hired to take care of Yan Er, and now that Yan Er was left under the care of Granny Linglong, there was nothing for Xiong Xiuzhu to do now. Xiong Xiuzhu and her husband were probably worried about their own future, hence coming over to ask Mo Wuji. Seeing the duo's uneasy eyes, Mo Wuji hurried to say, "Brother Tao and sister Xiong, please do not worry. I am intending to open a small shop to sell various pills in a cultivation city near the heaven-seeking palace. I would probably be too busy to tend the shop, which is why I intend to let Bingzhu take charge while the 2 of you assist him." Wuji's thinking was just the exact opposite of mine. My 9 Moons Pill House was intending to open a new outlet in the heaven-seeking city. If Wuji was intending to open a shop, you can simply leave this matter to me. Jin Shaoka's clear voice could be heard from a distance away. Mo Wuji was pleasantly surprised as he heard Jin Shaoka's words. He wanted to put all his energy and focus on opening more meridians and advancing to the next cultivation level. He would definitely not have enough energy to open and manage a shop. Other than helping himself fight for more cultivation resources, his main reason to open a shop was to help Fei Bingzhu and the couple. Now that Jin Shaoka voluntarily chose to do this, it was considered to be a tremendous help to Mo Wuji. "Shaoka, I would have to trouble you then." Mo Wuji did not stand on ceremony as he needed this help. "Many thanks, young master, many thanks, young house master." Xiong Xiuzhu and Tao Ao were both very pleased as they were already very close with Fei Bingzhu, so being able to work beside him would be very pleasurable. "Wuji, leave this matter to me. I will discuss it further with Bingzhu. You should hurry report to the heaven-seeking palace because it would be very troublesome if you were to report late even if you have Granny Linglong's jade token." Jin Shaoka hurried to remind Mo Wuji as his purpose here was exactly to rush Mo Wuji. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 154, Heaven-Seeking Palace. Chapter 154, Heaven-Seeking Palace. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji made another visit to the heaven-seeking palace encampment, and discovered that there were truly registration signs there, leading to the hall where they had the pill refiners' interaction session. The doors to the hall were wide open, with many people going in and out. Mo Wuji entered the hall and saw 2 application signs. The left was the registration site for outer disciples, while the right was for inner disciples. At this moment, there was no one registering. Clearly, the key period for registration was over. Mo Wuji was about to fetch the jade token Granny Linglong gave him when he heard a slightly pleasantly surprised call from behind him. "Senior apprentice brother Mo, you're also here to register?" The one speaking was a lady dressed in gray robes. The lady looked delicate and pretty, and she wore a pleasant smile on her face. "It's you?" Mo Wuji could roughly recognize this lady. Previously, when he went to find Granny Linglong, this lady was by Zhou Xiaoyi's side. She should be Zhou Xiaoyi's older sister. When Zhou Xiaoyi saw him, she looked as though she had seen a ghost. He would never expect her sister to take the initiative to call him senior apprentice brother, and even with such pleasant surprise. Actually, Zhou Xiaoyi's older sister was much prettier than Zhou Xiaoyi. It was just that she seemed to intentionally dress herself older than she actually was, and also tried to look inconspicuous by wearing gray robes. Even though he wasn't clear of the situation, Mo Wuji still bowed. "Yes, I came to try my luck. I'm Zhou Xiaoying." Before she could even finish her sentence, a hand pulled her to the side, and a cold voice could be heard. "Mo Wuji, don't think that you're amazing just because you're acquainted with senior apprentice sister Mu. Sister, if such a person comes to talk to you, you can just ignore him. Zhuo had walked over, and Mo Wuji could not help but frown. This woman was truly loathsome. He was too lazy to explain as he turned and tried to leave. You're Mo Wuji, the trashy pill refiner who climbed from that formless blade sect? Another pride-filled voice could be heard. This voice had an imperious tone, as though he was talking to an ant. Mo Wuji turned to see a young man dressed in purple robes. This fellow was standing by Zhuo's side and had a face like a horse. Most importantly, he did not even recognize this person. He was flaming in his heart. He could tone down for the sake of yen air, but he really couldn't care about anything else. He clearly did not know who this horse face was, but this horse face had a mouth full of sh*t. Oh, you're that onion, ah. Just because you ate a gold-plated xiang, then you'll also be a xiang? And you even present yourself in front of a crowd? Idiot, even if you're a xiang, you can't even compare to a pile of sand. Mo Wuji did not hold back and simply let loose. Very good. I, Zhu Qijian, want to see how big your balls are. The horse-faced man was more infuriated than Mo Wuji. He had never seen such an arrogant ant. Just because he could enter the heaven-seeking palace as our sect, then he deserved to be arrogant? Senior apprentice brother Qijian, you recognize him? Xin Shui asked. Zhu Qijian? Why does this name sound so familiar? Mo Wuji soon recalled where he heard this name from. Wasn't this Zhu Qijian the Formless Blade Sect's 7th Sword Summit Lord? Initially, he wanted to stay in the 7th Sword Summit, but after knowing that the Lotus Sword Summit was nearer to the Hanging Sword Cliff, he decided to choose the Lotus Sword Summit. Zhu Qijian replied disdainfully, this person is a guest pill refiner from the Formless Blade Sect. I never expected that his balls were big enough to cover the sky, as he wanted to stay in my 7th Sword Summit. Eventually, he seemed to know what was good for him. After hearing that the 7th Sword Summit was mine, he did not dare go up. Mo Wuji's eyebrows twitched. Could this fella paste any more gold on his face? Him not staying at the 7th Sword Summit had nothing to do with this Zhu Qijian. More accurately, he chose the Lotus Sword Summit because of its proximity to the Hanging Sword Cliff. Haha, brother Mo, you called this fella a xiang, but what is a xiang ah? A loud laughter could be heard, seemingly helping Mo Wuji. Seeing Ho Yucheng walk over, Mo Wuji thought in his heart, this fella really comes at the right times. Yeah, Wuji, what's that? Haha, I'm already a heaven-seeking palace outer disciple. Following behind Ho Yucheng was Jun Xiaoru. His loud and boisterous attitude was still the same. It's what comes out of your ass when you eat too much. As Mo Wuji was about to complete his sentence, he suddenly felt something wrong. With Xin Xiaoru's talent and contribution to the heaven-seeking palace, how could he simply be an outer disciple? Ho Yucheng chortled. Mo Wuji's words were really snideful. On the other hand, the other disciples in the hall looked at Mo Wuji with contempt, looking down on his low-level humor. Zhu Qijian's face had long turned green. If this wasn't the heaven-seeking palace registration site, he would have used his magic treasure and shred this Mo Wuji into pieces. Zhuo coldly said, all talk and no action. If he really has guts, then why didn't he stay in senior apprentice brother Qijian's summit? Mo Wuji was thoroughly annoyed with this woman. What does my living area got to do with you? The air on the 7th Sword Summit is especially manly, and this old man likes it. Okay? Shui, let's not continue. Just now, Zhuo wanted to pull Zhuo away. Zhuo snorted and interrupted Zhuo words, sister, I already told you before. Don't go close to this kind of people, seeing his vulgar appearance really disgusts me. Mo Wuji, I have remembered you. I hope that you can live happily in the heaven-seeking palace. Zhu Qijian glared at Mo Wuji pugnaciously and threw out that sentence before leaving with the Zhuo sisters. He did not even put Ho Yucheng in his eyes. When placed in front of the heaven-seeking palace, the heaven demon sect did not count for much. Wuji, hurry and register, Jin Xiaoru said excitedly by the side. He did not bother about that Zhu Qijian, he only scared if both he and Mo Wuji could successfully be accepted into the heaven-seeking palace. Mo Wuji asked doubtfully, Xiaoru, why are you an outer disciple? Shouldn't you be an inner disciple? Jin Xiaoru chuckled, you think it's so easy to enter the heaven-seeking palace's inner sect? Not only does your cultivation need to reach a certain level, you would need to go through various tests. Unless you can be like Ho Yuqing, and offer a flower of the true gods. Mo Wuji looked at Ho Yuqing in shock. He did not expect that in his 2 months' confinement in the ice mountain, Ho Yuqing actually obtained a flower of the true gods. Ho Yuqing snickered, Brother Mo, don't look at me with that gaze. I only found the flower of the true gods by chance. Hurry and register. I believe that with your capabilities, you will soon become a disciple of the inner sect, but Ho Yuqing had no doubts over how Mo Wuji obtained his registration qualifications. He did not even ask Mo Wuji where he obtained it from. It was as though it was totally natural that Mo Wuji could become a heaven-seeking palace outer disciple. Mo Wuji was extremely ecstatic. Both Ho Yuqing and Jin Xiaoru were his friends, and now that they were both going to the heaven-seeking palace, he wouldn't be that lonely there. Rogue cultivator, Mo Wuji, registering for heaven-seeking palace's outer sect. Mo Wuji retrieved his jade token and placed it on the counter. The recording disciples saw Mo Wuji's jade token and almost stood up in shock. He carefully sized Mo Wuji up before carefully recording Mo Wuji's name. He then passed that outer disciple Mo Wuji jade token to Mo Wuji. If he could, he truly wanted to ask Mo Wuji what was his relationship with Granny Linglong. 3 days later. Except for a few permanently stationed merchant houses, the various houses and sects have left the 5 elements desolate domain gathering venue. Mo Wuji and Jin Xiaoru bid their farewells to Jin Shaoka before leaving on the heaven-seeking palace's gigantic flying ship. Fei Bingzhu, Tao Ao, and Xiong Xiuzhu, the 3 of them followed Jin Shaoka to the 9 Moons Pill House. Thereafter, they followed Jin Shaoka's arrangements to the heaven-seeking city. Compared to Jin Shaoka's flying magic treasure, the heaven-seeking palace's flying ship was a huge giant. Even an outer disciple like Mo Wuji was allocated his own room. Perhaps he was restricted by the heaven-seeking palace sect rules. Zhu Qijian did not come to bother Mo Wuji. Besides the occasional meetups with Ho Yuqing and Jin Xiaoru, Mo Wuji spent most of his time silently in his room, cultivating his spiritual will. He was really eager to start brewing his channel opening solution, but he truly did not dare do so. After all, there were heaven realm experts on this flying ship such as the second Dean Fengjinsho. If someone discovers the purpose behind his drug, then he would be screwed. 3 days later, Mo Wuji suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet, followed by sounds of chatter outside. Wuji, we're here. Hurry up! The loudmouth Jin Xiaoru called out. We've arrived? Mo Wuji remembered that when he first went to the 5 elements desolate domain with Jin Shaoka, he took a good half of a month. But now he had arrived in just 3 days? Mo Wuji hurriedly left his room. As he stood on the flying ship deck looking onto the heaven-seeking palace, he was truly transfixed. The heaven-seeking palace was like a planet hung up within the white clouds. Beneath the white clouds, a towering gate was revealed. The entire sect was shrouded within the clouds, and no buildings could be seen, giving off an extremely surreal and mysterious feeling. The heaven-seeking palace wasn't truly heaven, but to the transfixed Mo Wuji, it was King awesome. Stop staring. There's nothing much to see here. When we enter the sect, you will realize it's not much different from other sections. Ho Yuqing walked over and laughed gently. Who asked me to have been stuck in a well for all my life? Mo Wuji laughed in return. The first to alight were the heaven-seeking palace elders and deacons, followed by the disciples who entered the 5 elements desolate domain. The last to alight were the new disciples like Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was searching within the crowd, trying to find the figures of Granny Linglong and Yenair. Disappointingly, they were long gone, and he didn't get to see them. He didn't even see the twins who were with Granny Linglong. At the same time, he did not see the second Dean, Fengjin show. However, he did get to see Pill Master Ming Ning and Muing. Let's go, Jin Xiaoru pulled the blank Mo Wuji and followed the crowd of new disciples. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, A Bunch of Trash. Chapter 155, A Bunch of Trash. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. The moment inner disciples, like Ho Yuqing, entered the heaven-seeking palace, there were personal guides to bring them around. On the other hand, outer disciples, like Mo Wuji and Jin Xiaoru, were gathered together and herded around. Mo Wuji did not mind, he had even been a service disciple before, so how would this treatment be bad? Since he entered the heaven-seeking palace, he was constantly looking up and down. Within the heaven-seeking palace, there were truly less sights where clouds pervaded in the air. A 20 to 25 meters wide bluestone path extended forward. There were rows upon rows of magnificent buildings, imbuing a majestic atmosphere. Mo Wuji also saw an unfathomably deep valley. There were many clouds hovering within the valley. Far away, there was a mountain. On that mountain was an extremely eye-catching structure. This eye-catching structure was a colossal tower which extended into the clouds. No one could even see the top of the tower. That's the heaven-seeking palace's immortal training tower. It's one of the symbols of the sect. Seeing Mo Wuji mesmerized with the high tower, Jin Xiaoru chuckled and said, "Immortal training tower?" Mo Wuji immediately recalled the Fringe City's immortal training tower. He heard from Yan Xianin that the Fringe City immortal training tower was modeled after the one in the heaven-seeking palace. Not even a year had passed, and he already got to see the heaven-seeking palace's immortal training tower. Since this was the heaven-seeking palace's immortal training tower, it would definitely have a lightning tempering room. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji's heart burned furiously. He couldn't wait to concoct his new channel opening solution before entering the lightning tempering room to open his meridians. A black-robed man landed in front of the crowd of outer disciples. His gaze swept across the outer disciples before saying quietly, "The heaven-seeking palace is a gathering of geniuses. Here, there are no trash, only geniuses." Everyone else was silent. They knew deep in their hearts whether they were geniuses or not. Clearly, many of the people here felt themselves to be geniuses. The black-robed man suddenly stopped before snorting, "But this legacy has been broken. Because today, the heaven-seeking palace is accepting a pile of trash, and the pile of trash is you." The group of outer disciples immediately became restless. Clearly, they were not comfortable with those words. Besides Mo Wuji, almost everyone was a glorious hero or a chosen of their sect. To think that they would actually be treated as trash the moment they entered the heaven-seeking palace. Quiet down. Whoever mutters another word will immediately be kicked out of the heaven-seeking palace. The black-robed man's words were filled with killing intent. The crowd instantly went silent. Waiting for the crowd to quiet down, the black-robed man continued with a cold face, "Because all of you depended on the spiritual herbs within the 5 elements desolate domain to enter the gates of our heaven-seeking palace. If not for the 5 elements desolate domain, you all are trash." Mo Wuji thought in his heart, "This guy has balls." Exchanging spiritual herbs for an opportunity to enter the heaven-seeking palace was definitely decisions made by the members of the upper echelons. This fella is actually criticizing those people for breaking the rules. So all of you can only stay in the most trashy outer sect mountain. As he said this, the black-robed man waved his hand, and an extremely vivid and lifelike image of a mountain appeared in front of everyone. The mountain was even stratified under different districts. Mo Wuji saw that District A was at the peak, while District C was at the foot of the mountain. In the middle, there were Districts B and D. After everyone had a clear look at the mountain, the black-robed man coldly continued, "Before you enter the mountain, you will need to climb the heaven-seeking staircase. 10 steps will get you into District C, 11 to 15, District B, while climbing above 15 steps would allow you into District A. If you can't even climb 10 steps, then you can F***CK off to District D. The moment the black-robed man finished his introduction, someone asked, "Senior, why is the District D the worst when its height is no lower than District B?" The black-robed man coldly replied, "Because District D is positioned at the back of a spiritual energy-gathering array, and the spiritual density is extremely low. Furthermore, District D disciples get allocated the least resources. But there are advantages to District D too. At least District D is broad and vast, everyone can have space for their own backyard. So if you want to live comfortably, don't take that 10th step." Everyone instantly understood. But why did they come to the heaven-seeking palace? To live more comfortably? All of them were the prides of their sex. Why in fart's world would they want to seek comfort in the heaven-seeking palace? Wouldn't they be able to be as comfortable as they liked back in their own sex? There's only one goal here, that is to enter the inner sect and become a true disciple of the heaven-seeking palace. Staying in a place without spiritual energy was akin to destroying their own future, much less becoming a true disciple. Perhaps there was only one person who would think otherwise, Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was clear about his own situation. The amount of spiritual energy he absorbed during cultivation was crazy. Staying in a spiritual energy-sparse environment might affect him, but it was still better than staying with a crowd. If he stayed in a crowd, someone would immediately notice when he starts cultivating, and even find out how absurd his absorption speed was. Everything else was secondary. The primary thing for Mo Wuji was to avoid the crowd and have place of his own where he could cultivate and concoct his channel opening solution. As for spiritual energy, he had so many spirit stones and he was a Tier 4 earth pill refiner, so what's there to worry about? District D was at the side of the outer sect mountain, so the flow of people was naturally lesser. Furthermore, no one would want to specially visit a spirituality-sparse district. Most importantly, the area was very vast, and there were few people staying there. This was the perfect place for Mo Wuji to settle in. So District D it is then. Of course, if everyone wasn't able to climb more than 10 steps, then he would try to charge to somewhere higher. As long as he stayed somewhere with fewer people, that would be good enough. Now, all outer disciples will follow me to the heaven-seeking staircase. Thereafter, according to your individual results, you will choose your residences in the outer sect mountain. With that, the black-robed man turned and walked off. Mo Wuji and company hurriedly followed behind him, stepping onto that broad bluestone path. As they followed the bluestone path for a little more than 10 minutes, a huge square appeared in front of everybody's eyes. The square was on the right of the bluestone path. At the edge of the square, there was a towering statue. By the side of the statue was a bluestone staircase extending upwards. There didn't seem to be many steps, but as Mo Wuji looked at the top, it seemed to look very obscure. As they followed the black-robed man to the bluestone staircase next to the statue, Mo Wuji could clearly see 3 huge words erected by the side of the statue: Heaven-Seeking Staircase. This was the heaven-seeking staircase? Each step was no more than 50 centimeters tall. Was it so hard climb 10 steps? Mo Wuji wasn't the only one thinking this, almost everyone else had similar thoughts. The black-robed man's gaze swept across these 200 to 300 outer disciples before saying indifferently, "Everyone will now start climbing the heaven-seeking staircase. Thereafter, report to the Hall of Affairs to exchange for your residential allocation jade token and some miscellaneous items." Feeling rather unsatisfied, the group of outer disciples were very eager to try their hand at the heaven-seeking staircase. With the black-robed man's words, they all started charging towards the staircase. Mo Wuji stayed at the back. He saw those outer disciples climbing the heaven-seeking staircase. Climbing without much difficulty, they easily climbed up to the 3rd step. Mo Wuji also tried stepping onto the heaven-seeking staircase. The instant his foot landed, a strong pressure acted against him, pushing and pulling him at the same time. However, this force was nothing much for Mo Wuji. He easily took the 2nd step. The pressure on the second step was 2 times that of the first, but it still wasn't much for Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji came to understand why these outer disciples' speed was so fast. His cultivation should be the lowest here, and even he could climb to the second step easily. It must have been more of a breeze for these people. Soon, Mo Wuji discovered that the heaven-seeking staircase wasn't so simple. As he climbed the third step, he felt a pressure more than 2 times that of the second step. At the fourth step, it was close to 4 times the third step. Mo Wuji looked up the seemingly endless staircase and understood the might of the heaven-seeking staircase. At the rate of increase, the higher you went, the more terrifying the pressure. One can imagine, if one could only barely climb up the 20th step, then it would honestly be impossible to climb the 21st step. Under this rapid increase in pressure, simply pushing yourself would not work. As Mo Wuji climbed the 6th step, the majority of cultivators had already reached the 10th step. Even though it was still easy for Mo Wuji, for the sake of not climbing the 10th step, he acted as though he was getting out of breath. As he climbed the 7th step, he found that he was the only one left. Even the weakest one had already reached the 8th step. A few of the stronger cultivators had even passed the 15th step and made their way into the 16th step. At the 8th step, Mo Wuji truly felt an intense pressure. He needed to start putting in some effort. Mo Wuji did not continue to climb the 9th step but looked up. He estimated that he should not have any problems reaching the 13th step. But to reach the 15th step did not look likely. As he looked up, he saw that most of the cultivators were already pressed as they passed the 10th step. Close to 2 hours passed. Except for the rare few who were struggling to push themselves up, a majority of the cultivators stopped at where they were. Many of them tried to force themselves up, only to roll back down. Mo Wuji looked around and noticed that there were only 18 others who were below the 10th step. Only one of them was at the 8th step with him. The other 17 were all on the 9th step. The black-robed man cried aloud, "Time's up. Everyone is to record down your own results, then report it to the sect's outer sect hall of affairs for your residences. Learn from this lesson, and treat the top of the heaven-seeking staircase as your target. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 156, Heaven-Seeking City. Chapter 156, Heaven-Seeking City. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor, Mo Wuji only climbed to the 8th step and was ranked bottom out of the 200 over outer disciples. The other fella who was ranked at the bottom with him was a guy called Chao Buhong, who was also a channel opening stage cultivator. Chao Buhong was at the Great Circle of the channel opening stage level 9 and was only 1 step away from advancing into the spirit building stage. Even though everyone would be staying at the outer sect mountain, there were separations even within the mountain itself. Mo Wuji, Chao Buhong, and the 17 others who did not make it to the 10th step were naturally looked down on by the rest who made it. They were made to queue at the back even for their registration to check in to their residence. Jin Xiaoru climbed to the 13th step and therefore, was able to stay at the District B. It would simply be impossible to expect Jin Xiaoru to comfort Mo Wuji because of Jin Xiaoru's huge ego, and in fact, Jin Xiaoru could barely wait to brag in front of Mo Wuji. When it was time to check in, Jin Xiaoru hurried to the front impatiently to get it over and done with. The outer sect mountain was located nearest to the border of the heaven-seeking palace, of which the spiritual energy in the surrounding was the thinnest and weakest. The good thing was that this mountain was very near to the heaven-seeking city, and it would be very convenient for cultivators who wished to leave the heaven-seeking palace for training. After completing the registration, Mo Wuji headed over to the mountain to realize that the 200 over disciples were not the only ones staying there. There were already at least over 1,000 cultivators residing there. Most of the disciples were allocated to stay in the District A and B of the outer sect mountain. While there were only a few people staying in District C, District D with the thinnest spiritual energy had almost no one staying in it. District D was already broad and spacious to begin with, so even though Mo Wuji arrived last, he could still freely pick his own residence. Mo Wuji chose a residence with a rather remote courtyard, and there was even a pond outside the courtyard. Despite the weaker spiritual energy around this region, the living conditions here could be considered to be wonderful and ideal for Mo Wuji. The reason for choosing a residence with a pond was because Fei Bingzhu was still nurturing 2 treasured blood lotus. He could probably throw them in there to see if the conditions were suitable for the nurturing of these lotuses. Mo Wuji loved this place that many people despised. Even though the level of spiritual energy cannot be compared with other places, the spiritual energy here could be considered to be a heaven for cultivation when compared to his previous residence at the Lotus Sword Mountain. Even the district where nobody wished to stay because of its weak spiritual energy would be considered as a wonderland by an earth-grade sect like the Formless Blade sect. This proved how great the heaven-seeking palace truly was. The total number of people residing in District D did not exceed 30, and the number could be further reduced after a period of time. Because of this, everyone in District D was able to choose their own turf. After choosing his turf, Mo Wuji placed a simple trigger array in front of his residence. Given his capabilities now, he was only able to design a simple trigger array which was neither capable of defending, attacking, nor holding intruders captive. It could only notify Mo Wuji the moment someone entered. After fixing up his residence, Mo Wuji was in no hurry to concoct his channel opening solution. Despite having all the ingredients readied, he still needed some orange firestone. Whether it was the 100,000 years pine pulse or any tier 4 spiritual herbs like the lingji and sky ginseng, Mo Wuji regarded them as extremely rare herbs. Before concocting the pills, he needed to purify and extract the medicinal essences of the herbs. Other than these, there was an even more important spiritual ingredient called the purple lotus strip. Mo Wuji might still be able to purify the other spiritual ingredients with the normal red firestone. However, he had zero confidence in purifying the purple lotus strip with a simple red firestone. Furthermore, Mo Wuji decided to pay the heaven-seeking city a visit as he was still intending to open a pill shop there. As he headed towards the heaven-seeking city, Mo Wuji remembered visiting a cultivation city before. In fact, it was just a fringe city and nothing more. Changluo might hold many cultivators, but it definitely could not be considered to be a cultivation city. If the fringe city made Mo Wuji feel like it was rich in history, then the heaven-seeking city made Mo Wuji feel like it was a paradise. Mo Wuji believed that this was probably due to the influence of the heaven-seeking palace. If there was still a true heavenly sect in the entire lost continent, then it had to be the heaven-seeking palace. Even though he was only an outer disciple of the heaven-seeking palace staying in the neglected District D of the outer sect mountain, many genius disciples of the other sects were still very envious of Mo Wuji's status and position. After entering the heaven-seeking city, Mo Wuji was shocked at the hustle and bustle of this city. He was very confident that there was at most only 1 out of 10,000 people here who would actually be a heaven-seeking palace's disciple, because there was really far too many people here. Every broad street was extended out like arrows without obstruction. People continuously come and go, crowding out every single shop out there. After seeing only a few shops, Mo Wuji knew how difficult it would be to open a new shop here. Without considering the other factors, how much would a shop cost after borrowing the bustle that the heaven-seeking city naturally provides? It was likely that Jin Shaoka had not inquired about the cost of setting up a shop here too. Mo Wuji shook his head helplessly as he felt that it would be better to just bring Fei Bingzhu and company to stay with him in District D. Luo High Merchant House. The moment Mo Wuji saw this name, he entered without any shred of hesitation. He did not expect that Luo High Merchant House was actually capable enough to open a branch here in the heaven-seeking city. Furthermore, the Luo High Merchant House here in the heaven-seeking palace did not look any smaller than the one in Changluo. Mo Wuji was definitely not unfamiliar with the Luo High Merchant House. He bought both his and drug refining equipments from the Luo High Merchant House. Even up till today, he still had the Luo High Merchant House's orange contribution card. "Friend, may I know what are you looking for?" The moment Mo Wuji stepped into Luo Hai merchant house, a friendly doorman came forward to welcome him. Even though Mo Wuji did not like such an approach to welcome customers, he understood the rationale for doing so because he could tell how competitive every shop in the heaven-seeking city was due to the large crowd. I wish to take a look at some spiritual herbs introduction books, and I would like to purchase some firestones as well, Mo Wuji answered. Could this senior be a pill refiner? The doorman suddenly felt the urge to show some respect as he changed his tone and the way he addressed Mo Wuji. Senior, please follow me. Mo Wuji followed the doorman up to the 3rd level. The moment he saw all sorts of different colored firestones arranged in one line, it was certainly an eye-opener for him. Mo Wuji was not interested in the red firestone as he already had a few of them with him. As he took a glance at the price of the orange firestone, he realized that an orange firestone would cost him 1,000 Xian grade spirit stones. Mo Wuji heaved a sigh of relief as he was not too stressed out over the pricing of the orange firestone. He had close to 800,000 earth grade spirit stones with him. Mo Wuji landed his sight on the yellow firestone and saw that each cost 100,000 Xian grade spirit stones, which was 100 times the price of an orange firestone. Fortunately, he was still able to afford it. Following which, Mo Wuji saw the green firestone, which cost 150,000. Looking at the price, Mo Wuji still felt relieved. The price of 150,000 Xian grade spirit stones was still not enough to stress him out, and it seemed like he could afford to buy the green firestones. In the next moment, Mo Wuji was dumbfounded as he realized that it was not 150,000 Xian grade spirit stones but 150,000 earth grade spirit stones. If he was to use the few spirit stones he had to buy the green firestone, he would not have much spirit stones left with him. There was even a blue firestone behind the green firestone as Mo Wuji shook his head without having the mood to even check out the price. Senior, have you chosen your firestones? Seeing how Mo Wuji's sight left the firestone, the doorman at the side hurried to ask. Mo Wuji nodded his head. Give me 10 orange and 3 yellow firestones. Afterwards, do bring me to look at the book collection for spiritual herbs. Great! The doorman answered enthusiastically as guessed that only a pill refiner would purchase as many as Mo Wuji did. One must know that there were not a lot of pill refiners who would purchase firestones, and even if they did, they would only purchase 1 or 2 at a time. Majority of the pill refiners would choose the earth fire to concoct pills, and a good earth fire would be of better quality than a green firestone. Also, as compared to the price of a green firestone, the earth fire would be like free. The doorman brought Mo Wuji to level 4 as level 4 contained all sorts of book collections including martial techniques, magic skills, travel notes, cultivation pointers. As long as you want it, you can get it here. Get me a book which has the most complete introduction of spiritual herbs. Mo Wuji swept across a stack of collection before giving up the idea of finding for it himself. The doorman struck his own chest as he said, Senior, do not worry. I am the most familiar with pill manuals here, and I will help you find the book which Senior Mo Shui wrote called the... Why did she has the same surname? Mo Wuji casually asked, who is this Senior Mo Shui? Why have I not heard of her before? This time round it was the doorman's turn to be shocked as he did not expect Mo Wuji to not heard of Mo Shui before. He took a while before responding. Senior Mo Shui was the most benevolent rogue pill refiner of the lost continent. She opened up countless of pill Dao precedents and was a heavenly pill refiner about 1,000 years ago. After she became a heavenly pill refiner, she wrote a book called The Before Leaving the Lost Continent in Search for a Higher Pill Dao. There were countless of pill refiners and some heavenly pill refiners back in the days of the Lost Continent, but Senior Mo Shui was the only one to have left a legacy behind. Afterwards, many sects insisted that the was a must to learn for pill Dao and was the most fundamental book of many pill refiners. At this moment, the doorman started to suspect if Mo Wuji was actually a pill refiner because he initially thought that Mo Wuji wanted to buy some professional book about spiritual wills. He definitely did not expect Mo Wuji to be looking for a complete introduction on spiritual herbs, and the most ridiculous part was that Mo Wuji did not even know who Senior Mo Shui was. I want this Mo Shui together with the firestones. How much would it be? Mo Wuji immediately made up his mind as a work of a heavenly pill refiner must be really incredible. No matter how suspicious he was, the doorman was very satisfied with Mo Wuji as a customer. Senior, it would be a total of 301,100 Earth-grade spirit stones. After paying the spirit stones with his spirit stones card, Mo Wuji no longer had any mood to walk around the heaven-seeking city, and he used his fastest speed to return to his residence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, Difficulties at Every Corner. Chapter 157, Difficulties at Every Corner. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Back at his house, Mo Wuji flipped open the immediately. When he spent 100 Earth-grade spirit stones to purchase this book, he felt that it was a little expensive. However, once he opened the book, he knew that the price of 100 Earth spirit stones was not a high one at all. This was because the was already disseminated to the masses, otherwise even with 1,000,000 Earth spirit stones it would be difficult to buy this book. The whole book was almost 10 centimeters thick, each piece of paper as thin as an insect's wing. But this was not what shocked Mo Wuji the most. The most shocking thing was that there was a picture of every spiritual herb mentioned, and even the living conditions and main uses of each spiritual herb were detailed down clearly. The only flaw with the book was the lack of pill formulas and any analysis of possible combinations of spiritual herbs. For these aspects, the wordless pill manual was much more superior, just that it only detailed how to refine pills, combinations of spiritual herbs, and some pill formulas. As for introductions to spiritual herbs, it was not as in-depth as this book. There was definitely a must-have spiritual herb encyclopedia for all pill refiners. Only after reading 2 pages, Mo Wuji already had a newfound respect for Mo Shui. For a pill refiner to spend the time and leave behind such a momentous work, it was a highly revered act. Moreover, this pill refiner was very generous, with nearly no information being held back. Obtaining this book was as good as obtaining the knowledge a heavenly pill refiner had about spiritual herbs. It was Mo Wuji's greatest desire to study the book now, but the more pressing issue on hand was opening his meridians. Hence he quickly flipped through the pages to search for what exactly the purple lotus, that he had dug up, was. A mere 10 minutes later, his hand stopped flipping the pages. The picture of a beautiful light red lotus flower greeted him, identical to the one he had harvested. He found the page at last. His eyes landed on the uses section of the spiritual herb instantly. Purple jade toad lotus, tier 7 spiritual herb. Mo Wuji's heart almost jumped out of his chest upon seeing the term tier 7 spiritual herb. Although he was able to obtain some tier 6 spiritual herbs, and tier 7 spiritual herbs were only a tier away from tier 6 spiritual herbs, but in reality there existed a vast gap between the two. Even 10,000 stalks of tier 6 spiritual herbs might not be enough to trade for a proper tier 7 spiritual herb. An example of a tier 7 spiritual herb would be the flower of the true gods. Who didn't know how valuable it was? It was a treasure that gave Earth Realm Nihility God Stage cultivators a chance to step into the Heavenly Realm Real God Stage. Out of all the people that entered the 5 elements desolate domain, most of them were gunning for the flower. The purple jade toad lotus flower is light red in color. Its stem gives off a slight fragrance which makes people feel mentally refreshed and more energetic. The lotus is purple, lotus strips green, and its most valuable parts are the lotus flower and lotus strips. The greatest effect of this spiritual herb is that it can open and repair spirit channels, and is one of the best spiritual herbs for targeting spirit channels. His hands slowly curled into a fist. It turned out that his guess was spot on. The purple jade toad lotus was the best spiritual herb for meridians. After flipping through this page on purple jade toad lotus, he carried on looking, this time spending less time than he did previously, before stopping at the page with a gem-like red crystal on it. This was exactly the object that he obtained from the bottom of the ice mountain, and the only thing he knew was that it had some relationship with firestones. Initially he was still a little afraid that they would not have information on this type of crystal, but unexpectedly, he found it, and not only that, its write-up was very detailed too. Fire jade, the purest of all fire affinity spiritual objects, can be found at the mouth of volcanoes or within earth fires. It appears transparent and shiny, with a pure red color. There are many grades of fire jade, and high-grade fire jade can be used to cultivate firestones. So what he had was actually a piece of fire jade, and at the same time the mystery behind why there were so many firestones surrounding the fire jade was solved. Those were the firestones that it cultivated. Since this piece could perform such an act, its grade must be quite high. Normally fire jades that can cultivate firestones or are gold in color, are tier 7 and above. This sort of spiritual objects are very rare, and can help a cultivator enhance his potential. Another tier 7 spiritual object. Closing the Mo Wuji tried to force himself to calm down, before taking out a pill furnace, drug refining equipment, and ingredients for the new channel opening solution. With his current level in pill Dao, purifying the rest of the ingredients shouldn't be a problem. Only for the purple jade toad lotus and fire jade was he slightly worried. According to Mo Shui's write-up, the piece of fire jade in his possession was a tier 7 spiritual object. At his current level of cultivation, whether he could purify a tier 7 spiritual ingredient was the most crucial part. Regardless of the result, he had to try it out. Mo Wuji started with purifying the purple jade toad lotus strips, and as a precaution, this time he used a yellow firestone. A blazing flame rose up, following which the pill furnace was cleaned multiple times, before he carefully placed a piece of green-purple jade toad lotus strip inside. The green lotus strip melted easily, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief, but as his pill techniques landed on the newly melted green lotus strip, wild spiritual energy was unleashed and could not be put under control. Pill technique after pill technique was thrown out fervently by Mo Wuji, as both his hands moved at a speed that even he could not follow anymore, in an attempt to suppress the wild spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy started to break down, and within half an incense's time, a poof rang out from the furnace, followed by a faint burnt smell. Mo Wuji fell to the ground, pale as a sheet. With the fast pace of using pill techniques, it had drained his elemental energy and spiritual will greatly. Even though it only lasted for half an incense's time, his hands were already trembling uncontrollably. After a good half-day's rest, only did Mo Wuji begin to clean up the pill furnace begrudgingly. One piece of precious purple jade toad lotus had been ruined, but that was secondary to the fact that he could not make a new batch of channel opening solution. No way, not being able to produce channel opening solution meant that he could not cultivate further. If he could not cultivate, then would he just wait for death there? Yen Er had Granny Linglong to take after her, and did not need him to worry about her anymore, but he could not just die here. Why did he choose District D, which had sparse spiritual energy? Wasn't it to open new meridians? Within the shortest amount of time, Mo Wuji was determined to succeed. He would make another trip to heaven-seeking city, in order to buy a green firestone. Although a yellow firestone could melt the purple jade toad lotus strip, but to use it to purify tier 7 spiritual ingredients was still a little inadequate. The flame's grade was too low, and as a result, it did not allow him to control the explosion of spiritual energy from the purple jade toad lotus. If it were something else, perhaps he would have gone to ask for Granny Linglong's help in purifying. However, both the purple jade toad lotus and fire jade were too sensitive, and once they were purified, he had to refine the solution immediately, which definitely could not be done by someone else other than himself. As for the sex pill refining rooms, even if he could borrow one as an outer disciple, he wouldn't dare to. There would be expert pill refiners all around there, and once the fragrance of his purple jade toad lotus leaked out, they would immediately notice that he had tier 7 spiritual herbs. Elder. Seeing Mo Wuji visit Luo High Merchant House again after such a short period of time, the shop assistant was elated, hence frantically going forward to greet Mo Wuji. In his heart, a rich king was before him. Wouldn't one be considered to be rich if he could purchase yellow firestones at a whim? Mo Wuji nodded in response, but as he was about to speak, a rather familiar figure appeared. Dong Luan? He almost exclaimed. However, Mo Wuji soon noticed that this man had some differences from Dongluan. His eyes were more shady, and he was also a little taller than Dongluan. From his aura, Mo Wuji could see that this guy was much stronger than himself. Quickly retracting his gaze, Mo Wuji acted as though nothing happened and carried on asking the shop assistant, "I want to buy a green firestone." Once these words landed on the shop assistant's ears, he became so excited until he almost bit his own tongue. A green firestone cost 150,000 Earth-grade spirit stones, and if he could sell one, he would at least earn over 100 Earth-grade spirit stones. "Yes, please follow me." The shop assistant even became slightly incoherent, then guiding Mo Wuji to the third floor. "All right, there was a man on the first floor with a vicious gaze. Who is that?" Mo Wuji casually asked. The shop assistant's mind was already preoccupied with the 150,000 Earth-grade spirit stones worth of business he was about to get, so he did not really take note of what Mo Wuji was saying, and just replied automatically, "That guy's name is Dongmingzi. He's an expert, and since his arrival in Heaven-Seeking Palace, it seems like he's been trying to buy a few things. He's made a few rounds at the various shops already. Even for our shop, he's been here a few times already, just that his requests were too weird, hence he probably hasn't obtained them yet." So that man indeed had the surname Dong. Mo Wuji was sure that this guy had some relationship with Dongluan. Many of Dongluan's things got blasted to bits by the Iceburst talisman. Luckily he did not touch any of Dongluan's things, much less even taking any out to sell. This guy was definitely looking for the person that killed Dongluan as he asked around. Deep inside, Mo Wuji laughed coldly. Killing Mo Wuji was just the start. Once he grew in strength, he would strut into Supreme Sword City and wipe out the whole Dong clan. This encounter of Dongmingzi made Mo Wuji even more desperate to raise his cultivation level. As soon as he completed the purchase of the green firestone, he sprinted back to the outer Sec Peak. Without strength, it would be a joke to desire revenge at Supreme Sword City. As a mortal without spiritual roots, the only reason he could cultivate was that he had opened a completely separate path for cultivation. Other people opened spirit channels while he opened meridians. Hence, in order for him to climb to greater heights in cultivation, he would have to open even more meridians. Back at his house, Mo Wuji brought himself back to tip-top condition, then took out a bottle of earthly soul protecting pill. His current level of cultivation was definitely insufficient to purify the Tier 7 purple jade toad lotus and fire jade. Thankfully he had his own strengths, and while his strength was not up to standard, he possessed spiritual will of a decent level. This was the spiritual will that others would only start cultivating at the Nihility God stage. On the Lost Continent, how many people could condense their spiritual will at the channel opening stage like him? However, his cultivation was after all much too low, and in the purifying process his spiritual will might not hold out all the way. This was not an issue though, as he had the earthly soul protecting pill, which was made specially for recovering spiritual will. In order to make the new channel opening solution, Mo Wuji decided to put everything on the line. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Difficult Success. Chapter 158, Difficult Success. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Once the preparations were done, Mo Wuji ignited the green firestone. A green flame instantly engulfed the entire bottom of the furnace. Mo Wuji's spiritual will fell on the pale green flame and the frightening temperature gave him a trembling sensation. Mo Wuji started to focus as he carefully inserted the bluish-purple jade toad lotus. The temperature of the pill furnace immediately melted the purple jade toad lotus into its medicinal essences. After which, Mo Wuji's pill techniques were immediately in place to start purifying the essences. Even from the start, Mo Wuji knew he had a chance of success. The green firestone was great not only because of its high temperature but more because of the purity of its flame and its stability. This made it much easier for him to purify the medicinal essences. The first time Mo Wuji tried to purify the purple jade toad lotus, he lost control of his pill techniques. Because of that, he was unable to control the spiritual energy of the essences, resulting in multiple impurities and hence, the collapse of the purification. This time, he managed to keep it under control despite using a lot of energy. After an incense worth of time, Mo Wuji swallowed an earthly soul protecting pill before he continued to purify the purple jade toad lotus. After 1 hour, even with the aid of the earthly soul protecting pill, Mo Wuji still felt completely exhausted, but he finally completed his purification of the purple jade toad lotus. He used the extraction technique to retrieve the medicinal essences of the purple jade toad lotus from the pill furnace. Mo Wuji could no longer care about pill poisoning as he desperately swallowed a handful of different healing pills at once so that he could recover both his spiritual will and elemental energy in the shortest possible time. He then immediately sent the 1/10 of a fire jade which he cut earlier into the pill furnace. It was not that he did not wish to rest longer, but once the green firestone had been ignited, it was almost impossible to put the flame out. Mo Wuji simply could not bear to waste the firestone worth 150,000 earth-grade spirit stones just like that. Fortunately, the green firestone had a high enough intensity to last for a long duration. Mo Wuji constantly took short breaks in between his concoction to replenish his energy, and just like that, the flame finally died down after more than 6 hours. For Mo Wuji to continuously overexert his spiritual will and elemental energy, he had reached his limit, even though it was not till the extent of complete exhaustion. In slightly over 6 hours, Mo Wuji managed to purify and extract 3 out of the 10 cut pieces of fire jade and 3 purple jade toad lotus. This resulted in him using up almost all of his healing pills, and causing damage to his elemental energy. His whole face turned pale and he was feeling not too different from when he first started to cultivate the 7-style lightning sky. As much as Mo Wuji really wanted to continue purifying the other herbs, his body was simply too worn out. The moment he transferred the extracted medicinal essences into a bottle, he immediately fell asleep on the floor. Ever since he had his spiritual will, Mo Wuji had never consumed so much of his spiritual will before. It was the first time he overconsumed his elemental energy too. This time round, he was even sacrificing his health just to purify 2 tier 7 spiritual herbs. As he opened his eyes after sleeping for 1 day and 1 night, his body still felt feeble. Mo Wuji resisted the temptation to rest longer as he got up to start purifying the lingji, sky ginseng, pine pulse, and the other tier 4 spiritual herbs. For a tier 4 pill refiner like himself, purifying a tier 4 spiritual herb was considered resting. After just 2 hours, Mo Wuji completed the purification and extraction of all the tier 4 spiritual herbs before pouring the medicinal essences into a jade vase. As he was cleaning the pill furnace, Mo Wuji noticed a small crack on his pill furnace. The pill furnace was a gift from Jinshaope and it could be considered to be a low-grade spiritual item. He did not expect himself to damage it just by purifying the herbs. Mo Wuji did not mind the fact that the pill furnace was damaged. After keeping the damaged pill furnace, he cleaned up once again before taking out his drug refining equipments. Nothing was more important than successfully concocting the drug. It would be decided at this stage if this would be a success or a failure. If he failed, it was likely that he would never be able to achieve much in this life. His channel opening solution had helped him advance to where he was today, but there was also a limit to how much it could help him. As compared to concocting pills, Mo Wuji was more familiar with concocting drugs. As he finished purifying over 10 normal herbs, he started to add in the spiritual herb essences. Even though Mo Wuji could do these steps with his eyes closed, he opened his eyes as wide as he could to make sure that he would not miss a step. After a full 4 hours, the solution was successfully concocted as they flowed into a small bottle that Mo Wuji pre-prepared earlier. The size of each bottle was probably slightly smaller than an adult's pinky. This time round, Mo Wuji successfully concocted 12 bottles of channel opening solution. As soon as the 12 bottles were out, Mo Wuji was feeling so exhilarated as he immediately grabbed 1 bottle to pour into his mouth. A familiar hotness which Mo Wuji had not felt for a long time almost burnt his throat. However, Mo Wuji did not feel much from such a piercing pain. Instead, there was almost tears of happiness coming out from his eyes. It was yet another success, as his judgment was proved right again. As his cultivation level increased, there would be an increasing number of open meridians in his body, and he would naturally expect more from the channel opening solution. His channel opening solution this time round was so much better than the previous 2 times. One could even say that this channel opening solution was the qualitative change for Mo Wuji. The line of fire directly opened a new meridian in his body. Mo Wuji clenched his fist because he desperately needed a few lightning bolts to open this meridian fully. This was the 7th day since Mo Wuji entered the heaven-seeking palace, and it was a while since he left his house too. Within 7 days, he finished all the ingredients that he had initially and managed to concoct a total of 36 bottles of the channel opening solution. Pill Master Mo, are you okay? The moment Mo Wuji left his courtyard, an average-built, simple and honest-looking teen was standing outside. This young man was looking at Mo Wuji astonishingly, as he was evidently worried about him. Even though Mo Wuji cleaned up the place, his hair and beard were still not tidied up. "Are you Brother Chow?" Mo Wuji hesitated for a while before finally recognizing the young man in front of his eyes. It was indeed the brother who was stuck with him on the 8th step back then, Chow Buhong. Mo Wuji knew that Chow Buhong stayed in District D2, but he had no idea where exactly was his residence located at. Seeing Mo Wuji recognizing him, Chow Buhong grinned as he said, "That's right, I am indeed Chow Buhong. I've noticed that Brother Mo had not left your house for a few days and looked really exhausted, therefore I was wondering if anything happened and decided to pay a visit." Mo Wuji felt a little touched, as he believed that Chow Buhong would be the only person in the entire heaven-seeking palace to remember that Mo Wuji had not left his house for a few days. Chow Buhong's cultivation level was about the same as Mo Wuji, but he was a very honest man who constantly undermined himself in front of others. Even towards Mo Wuji, who was at the same step as he was, he addressed Mo Wuji as a senior. "Senior Mo, there will be an elder imparting the Tao techniques at the technique hall. If you're interested, why don't we head over together?" Chow Buhong asked cautiously. Mo Wuji could tell from the way Chow Buhong asked that this was probably not the first time he came looking for him. "Junior Chow, thank you for your invitation. I wish to visit the Immortal Training Tower first, and maybe I will head over to the class afterwards." Mo Wuji's main priority after concocting 36 bottles of brand new channel opening pills would be to open more meridians instead of listening to some lesson. Chow Buhong hurried to say, "All right, I shall not disturb Senior Mo then." Finishing his words, Chow Buhong turned and left, as if Mo Wuji would become angry if he was to stay any longer. Mo Wuji felt sympathetic for Chow Buhong. For a person who was honest, timid and always feeling inferior to others, it would be difficult to achieve anything much in a place like the heaven-seeking palace. Very quickly, Mo Wuji started to self-deprecate for worrying about Chow Buhong, as Chow Buhong was probably worried about him too. Heaven-seeking palace Immortal Training Tower. Mo Wuji stood in front of the Immortal Training Tower feeling slightly emotional. Half a year ago, when he was at the Fringe City's Immortal Training Tower opening meridians, he was wondering when he will ever be able to visit a real Immortal Training Tower like the one in the heaven-seeking palace. He certainly did not expect himself to be standing in front of the heaven-seeking palace's Immortal Training Tower in less than a year. Compared to the Fringe City's replica Immortal Training Tower, the heaven-seeking palace's Immortal Training Tower was the true training tower. The square located in front of the Immortal Training Tower was spectacular. The many cultivators here each gave out a stronger aura than the previous ones who came before them. Mo Wuji suspected that he was the one with the lowest cultivation level here. There was a steady stream of cultivators entering to cultivate. Mo Wuji arrived at the receptionist of the Immortal Training Tower. "May I ask how many spirit stones would 2 hours in the lighting tempering room cost? Do you wish to use the sex contribution points or spirit stones to pay?" The receptionist was a cute female cultivator with a very sweet and pleasant voice. Mo Wuji only recently entered the sect, and even after he entered, he had been fully focused on concocting his channel opening solutions. Where would he have found time to earn contribution points? Now that the receptionist asked, he hurried to answer, "I want to pay using my spirit stones." The female cultivator gave a slight smile. "Then which lightning tempering room do you wish to use?" "There are the low grade, intermediate grade, high grade, and the supreme grade lightning tempering room." Mo Wuji believed that the one he visited at the fringe city should be a low-grade lightning tempering room. Now that both his spiritual will and strength increased tremendously, coupled with the fact that he could even purify a Tier 7 spiritual herb, going to an intermediate-grade lightning tempering room should not be a problem for him. "I want the intermediate lightning tempering room," Mo Wuji said confidently as he chose the intermediate-grade lightning tempering room. The female cultivator revealed an adorable smile. "Intermediate grade lightning tempering room would cost 200 earth grade spirit stones per 2 hours. Mo Wuji could not believe what he heard as he asked suspiciously, "So expensive?" Without questioning, Mo Wuji guessed that the second lightning tempering room in the fringe city should be an intermediate grade lightning tempering room. However, the cost there was not even a fraction of the cost here. The female cultivator kept her smile and said patiently, "You could choose to use the sex contribution points to book the room. You would only need 20 contribution points to spend 2 hours in the intermediate grade lightning tempering room." In fact, there was very little people who used spirit stones to rent the room, as the majority used their contribution points instead. Earn the contribution points now? Mo Wuji naturally did not want to delay himself from opening more meridians, so he took out 2,000 earth grade spirit stones before saying, "I will first book the room for 20 hours. The female cultivator looked suspiciously at Mo Wuji, casually booking the room for 20 hours despite knowing that it is not worth it if you pay by spirit stones. "You must be a wealthy owner, but may I ask if there are any empty intermediate grade ice tempering room?" Just as the female cultivator said this, a soothing voice sounded beside Mo Wuji. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 159, You Will Definitely Die. Chapter 159, You Will Definitely Die. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji subconsciously turned his head, only to be shocked still. Albeit on Earth or in the entire lost continent, Mo Wuji had never seen such a beautiful woman. Her completely indifferent expression was unable to conceal her heart-pounding facial features and shapely figure. From her two faint, beautiful eyebrows, to her pair of clear eyes, to her jade-like nose, her features were like a perfectly crafted piece of art, with no flaws whatsoever. Her rosy red lips only made her beauty all the more perfect. Mo Wuji looked by the side as light shone onto her, reminding him of the Hayaka fairy. A person can be so beautiful? This Tao friend, your jade token. Seeing Mo Wuji's listless expression, the cute girl from the immortal training tower could not help but pull him from his daze. She did not think that Mo Wuji was being disrespectful. After all, she was equally stunned when she first saw senior apprentice sister Shuin. Being stared at by Mo Wuji caused the female cultivator to frown. Mo Wuji awoke from his daze and smiled at her apologetically. Thereafter, he received the lightning tempering room jade token and left hurriedly with a simple thanks. He did not have any ideas towards that female cultivator, he was only inwardly shocked at how a woman could grow to be so beautiful. Even in his imaginations, he could never picture such a gorgeous woman. It was like a beautiful, fresh flower, or an enrapturing scenery. After taking a look, your eyes couldn't help but linger. Don't forget that you're going to the intermediate grade lightning tempering room C. Seeing Mo Wuji anxiously leaving, the cute attendant could not help but use her unique, soft voice to remind him. As the frowning female cultivator heard that reminder, she could not help but ask, "He's going to an intermediate grade lightning tempering room, dot." "Yes, senior apprentice sister Shuin," the attendant replied respectfully. Thereafter, she added, "There's still an intermediate grade ice tempering room. May senior apprentice sister Shuin please hand over your immortal training token to me." The beautiful woman, Shuin, retrieved a jade token and handed it over. "I just need 4 hours." She was still thinking about Mo Wuji, and it wasn't because of his disrespectful gaze. In reality, among all who first set eyes on her, Mo Wuji could be considered one of the most polite. After being enraptured by her looks, he recovered in the shortest time possible and did not carry on with any disrespectful gestures. The real reason why she was thinking about Mo Wuji was because it was simply unbelievable for Mo Wuji to choose the intermediate grade lightning tempering room. The spiritual ripples surrounding Mo Wuji was simply non-existent. Clearly, his spiritual roots were of poor quality. Moreover, she could not sense any ripples of elemental energy from him, nor did he have the aura of a cultivator, indicating his low cultivation. With this, she could roughly deduce that Mo Wuji was in the channel opening stage. For a channel opening stage cultivator, going to an elementary grade lightning tempering room was already dangerous. Going to an intermediate grade lightning tempering room, wasn't that looking for death? This thought only ran through her mind for a short while before she chucked it to the side. She then took her own jade token and rushed into the immortal training tower. The intermediate grade lightning tempering room was on the 12th floor of the immortal training tower. When Mo Wuji arrived on the 12th floor, he finally understood the difference between an imitation and the original. The entire 12th floor was like a small-scale square. At the sides of the square, there were over 20 training rooms. Each of the training room were labeled, such as intermediate grade wind tempering room, intermediate grade ice tempering room, etc. However, in this big space, Mo Wuji only saw 2 to 3 other people. Mo Wuji soon came to realize that the 12th floor contained the intermediate grade training rooms of the unique elemental attributes wind, lightning, and ice. He very quickly found the room he was allocated to, Lightning Tempering Room C. As Mo Wuji walked to the doors of Lightning Tempering Room C, he found that it was the same as the Lightning Tempering Room back in Fringe City. At the door, there was a groove for him to insert his jade token. Mo Wuji's hand trembled as he slowly pushed the jade token into the groove. He was still a little agitated in his heart. Even though he was sure that his channel opening solution had worked, before he truly opened a few meridians, everything was uncertain. If he could really open his 73rd meridian, then it would mean that he might very well open more than 100 meridians. In the entire Lost Continent, opening 99 spirit channels would already make you a genius among geniuses, an existence like a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. If he opened 100 meridians, what would that mean? Wait, are you in the channel opening stage? An extremely sweet voice called out to him. Mo Wuji turned to see that breathtaking beauty. Even though it was his second time seeing her, his heart still skipped a beat. Senior apprentice sister? Were you asking me? I am in fact in the channel opening stage. Mo Wuji replied doubtfully. He did not know this beauty. Don't tell me my mustache is very man? And I attracted the attention of this pretty lady. The matchless beauty's reply shattered his fantasies. If you're in the channel opening stage, entering the intermediate grade lightning tempering room will definitely kill you. With that, the woman couldn't be bothered to talk any further and placed her jade token into the groove of another room. Mo Wuji noticed, it was the intermediate grade ice tempering room. Many thanks. Mo Wuji smiled as he inserted his jade token into the door groove. The door to Lightning Tempering Room C slowly opened and Mo Wuji casually walked right in. The woman's mouth went agape, and then she shook her head. If not for Mo Wuji choosing the Lightning Tempering Room before her, she might have thought that Mo Wuji was simply putting on an act for her. After all, the number of cultivators who put on a front before her were far too many. She had already advised Mo Wuji, but the other party was not willing to heed it. Then there's nothing else she could do. As the intermediate grade ice tempering room opened, she walked in. As Mo Wuji entered the intermediate grade lightning tempering room, he was shocked still by the immense size of the room. It was at least 5 folds bigger than the one in Fringe City. At the wall, there was a series of buttons instead of a lever. These buttons made it look like a modern control room. Raw lightning trial, sandblast lightning trial, swamp lightning trial, hallucinogenic lightning trial. There were various kinds of lightning simulations, and there were also special parameters he could tune, such as the time, the attack sphere, the lightning thickness, etc. Mo Wuji inhaled a breath of cold air. No wonder why the price was so steep. From the looks of it, the price wasn't too high, but too low. If this was not for internal use for heaven-seeking palace, its price might be 10, or even 100 times higher. Unfortunately, these functions were not of much use to him. Mo Wuji chose the raw lightning trial, and set the time at 1 hour. After all, he did not come to train using the lightning, but to open his meridians. The reason why he set the timing at 1 hour was because this was his first time in this intermediate-grade lightning tempering room. He was worried that the power might be too intense, and he might not be able to bear it. After setting up, Mo Wuji pressed the start button. Large numbers of lightning bolts descended with an intensity multiple times higher than the one back in Fringe City. Even though Mo Wuji was standing at the extreme edge of the room, a few bolts of lightning still struck him. Mo Wuji jumped up in fright. This place was completely different from the one in Fringe City. There was no safe place at all. The moment he initiated the room, lightning bolts started striking everywhere. Moreover, the power of the lightning bolts was much higher than the one in Fringe City. It looks like this room was meant to force cultivators into desperation. But this was not what he wanted. Gotcha. Multiple lightning bolts ripped Mo Wuji's clothes apart. Some of the stronger ones directly sent Mo Wuji flying and crashing against the wall. Fortunately, he still had his Heaven Crow natural silk armor on him. Mo Wuji desperately wanted to press the stop button, but he discovered that there was only a start button. It would only stop when the time ends. At this moment, how could Mo Wuji still care about opening his meridians and treating his injuries? The first thing he did was to place his storage bag into his Heaven Crow natural silk armor. Physical injuries were not important, but if his storage bag got destroyed, he would be screwed. Over the past 7 days, he purified all his spiritual herbs into 36 bottles of channel opening solution. A small piece of fire jade and a strip of purple jade toad lotus strip could get 12 small bottles of channel opening solution, and he had used 3 of each. But his leftover fire jade and purple jade toad lotus were waiting inside his storage bag. If it gets destroyed, then what fart solution could he concoct? The instant he kept his storage bag, a few thick bolts of lightning landed on him. This time, Mo Wuji did not waste the opportunity and drew the lightning to perforate his new meridian. The lightning raged within his meridian, almost causing Mo Wuji to faint in shock. This time around, he had the best possible channel opening solution, and he had the strongest possible lightning. However, under this thick bolt of lightning, the meridian actually only widened by a bit, and did not have a single sign of breaking through. As more lightning bolts struck him, Mo Wuji tried his best to draw the lightning into his 73rd meridian. A tearing sensation could be felt and his 73rd meridian expanded. However, that was the end to it. It still did not show any signs of complete opening. Mo Wuji retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it, his heart gradually calming down. He was opening his 73rd meridian, not his 7th one. If it was so easy to perforate his 73rd meridian, then wouldn't it be a piece of cake to be a genius? Bolt after bolt of lightning landed on him. Even with his Heaven Crow natural silk armor, Mo Wuji's body was still riddled with wounds. His bones broke and recovered, they recovered and broke. His entire body was drenched in fresh blood, but in the next instant, that fresh blood would be burnt into some maroon liquid. It wasn't clear exactly how many bolts of lightning had been drawn into Mo Wuji's meridian, but it finally showed signs of opening. With a final strike of a lightning bolt, his 73rd meridian was completely perforated. A sense of clarity rushed into his mind. Even if his ability remained the same, Mo Wuji still felt a huge change. It was also at this same instant that an hour passed. The lightning in the lightning tempering room finally came to a stop. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, Xin Shuin's Request. Chapter 160, Xin Shuin's Request. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Mo Wuji clenched his fist as his heavily wounded body fell to the ground. The opening of this meridian brought about a greater change to his body than the 72nd meridian did. However, Mo Wuji was very clear that without opening his 72nd meridian, he would definitely not be able to open his 73rd. After resting for about an hour, Mo Wuji drank yet another bottle of channel opening solution as he set the duration to 1 hour for the lightning quenching. If not for his inability to withstand the powerful lightning bolts, Mo Wuji would wish to try the high-grade lightning tempering room. Even in the intermediate-grade lightning tempering room, Mo Wuji took about an hour to open up a meridian. If he had chosen the low-grade lightning tempering room, it would have been highly unlikely for him to even open one meridian. Even though Mo Wuji was more prepared the second time, he still ended up charred black at the end of the hour. As these lightning bolts fell on Mo Wuji's body, other than his front chest and back which were protected by the Heaven Crow natural silk armor, the other parts of his body was horrifically wounded. If Mo Wuji was not a pill refiner, he would not have lasted an incense worth of time. Other cultivators purchased pills to increase their cultivation level while Mo Wuji concocted pills for recovery. Ever since he started cultivating, he had suffered countless of wounds, with each wound being more severe than the previous one. It was through these severe wounds that he could sublimate himself time after time. Mo Wuji had no power to resist against the lightning bolts, hence, he could only forcefully direct the lightning bolts to open his meridians. He lost his ability to block or avoid the incoming lightning bolts. Plop! After an hour, Mo Wuji could no longer hold on anymore as he fell to the ground desperately trying to catch his breath. Meridian number 74 had finally been successfully opened. After suffering inhumane torture in this lighting tempering room for 2 hours, he managed to successfully open 2 meridians. Despite wishing to continue, Mo Wuji knew very clearly that his body could not take it anymore. If he were to force himself to continue, he might not be able to keep this small life of his. More importantly, he had finished all his healing pills. He needed to purchase a new furnace or make use of the sex pill refinement lab to concoct a new batch of healing pills. After resting for yet another hour, Mo Wuji cleaned himself up very quickly and changed into a fresh set of clothes before opening the door of the lightning tempering room. As compared to Mo Wuji's messy hair and face filled with scars, the woman from next door only looked a little pale. "Are you okay?" The woman stared surprisingly at Mo Wuji after scanning his entire body with her eyes. She did not think that Mo Wuji was sleeping inside for 4 hours. From his shabby appearance, she could tell that Mo Wuji had been tempering himself with the lightning bolts. As long as one had been to an intermediate lightning tempering room to cultivate before, they would usually stay for minimally half an incense worth of time. The fact that Mo Wuji could come out after half an incense worth of time without sustaining any major injury made her extremely astonished. From what she could recall, there was definitely no channel opening stage cultivator who could survive half an incense worth of time in an intermediate lightning tempering room. One must know that she was at transcending mortality stage level 7 with an ice attribute spiritual root, and she could barely hold on for 4 hours in the ice tempering room. During the 4 hours, she even had to rest for a full hour. Mo Wuji laughed as he nodded to express his gratitude for the senior's reminder before preparing to leave level 12. He was too worn out to even say anything. All he wanted to do now was to rush back to rest and then head out to purchase a new pill furnace or visit the sex pill refinement lab. How could Mo Wuji look so shabby if he had any lightning affinity body tempering techniques? However, he dare not admit that he had nothing at all because it would not have been possible for him to stay so long in the lightning tempering room without any body tempering techniques. Yes, Mo Wuji gave a simple answer before speeding up his steps. "My name is Xin Shuin, a legacy disciple of the Sword Lake sect," the woman suddenly reported her name. Mo Wuji looked cautiously at this woman as he wondered why a legacy disciple would be so interested to befriend him. All he did was to stay slightly longer in the lightning tempering room. Unless she saw something special on him? He did heard of Sword Lake sect before because Wuji was from that sect. My name is Mo Wuji, an outer disciple of the outer mountain, Mo Wuji laughed as he answered. When someone took the initiative to introduce herself first, it meant that she was interested to know more about him, hence, Mo Wuji would definitely not ignore her as a form of respect. Sin Shuyin was shocked before sizing Mo Wuji up as she simply did not expect Mo Wuji to be an outer disciple. However, she was not surprised to not feel any spiritual aura from Mo Wuji. For a person with poor spiritual roots, it was already very incredible that Mo Wuji could enter the heaven-seeking palace. She did not continue questioning about Mo Wuji's background as she said with a little awkwardness, "Can you sell me your lightning affinity body tempering technique? Don't worry, I will offer a good price for you." For a cultivator of poor spiritual roots to be able to stay for such long duration in the intermediate grade lightning tempering room, Mo Wuji must have had a very incredible lightning affinity body tempering technique. Sin Shuyin had always longed for a lightning affinity body tempering technique, but the pity was that even though there were many of them in the market, the grade of these techniques were too low. "I am really sorry, but my technique is not for sale. I will not sell my technique for any amount of money," Mo Wuji said apologetically. It was not that his technique was truly not for sale, but Mo Wuji did not have any lightning affinity body tempering techniques to begin with, so how could he sell it? If he actually had something like that, he would not mind selling it because once he learnt the technique, why would he not sell it for money? Sin Shuyin revealed a face of disappointment because honestly, she had never pleaded anyone for anything. Therefore, this was actually her first time being rejected without any shred of hesitation. The duo walked to the first level of the Immortal Training Tower together, and as Mo Wuji was unwilling to sell his lightning affinity body tempering technique, Sin Shuyin had no choice but to give up persuading him and then walked off in a hurry. Many cultivators on the first floor of the tower were so shocked that their eyeballs almost dropped out when they saw Mo Wuji walking shoulder to shoulder beside Sin Shuyin. Who on earth was this shabby-looking lad? Why does he deserve to walk beside Sin Shuyin? Even though nobody stopped Mo Wuji in his tracks to question him, a lot of people took notice of him. They were all curious to know who on earth was Mo Wuji. He did not bother about the glares of others as he immediately returned to his residence to start cultivating again. Given his current condition, even if his cultivation level could not be further improved, he could at least speed up his own recovery. 2 days later, Mo Wuji left his residence heading towards the Heaven-Seeking Palace's Pill Refinement Lab. The Heaven-Seeking Palace's Pill Refinement Lab was divided into 3 different grades: low, intermediate and high-grade pill refinement labs. Because of the high cost of the intermediate grade pill refinement lab coupled with the fact that he did not have any contribution points, Mo Wuji chose the low-grade pill refinement lab. He turned all the spiritual herbs he had left into pills and even ended up concocting 9 bottles of Tier 4 healing pills. The reason why he concocted so many healing pills was so that he could continue opening more meridians in the future. He only dared to cultivate in the intermediate grade lightning tempering room because he knew that he would survive with these healing pills. After leaving the pill refinement room, Mo Wuji did not even return to the outer mountain but headed straight to the Immortal Training Tower. Mo Wuji still had 16 hours of training time in his Jade token, but to prevent any hassle in the future, he handed over 8,000 Earth-grade spirit stones to extend his duration by another 80 hours to the dumbfounded female receptionist. With a bunch of Tier 3 and 4 healing pills, Mo Wuji was confident that he would not need to waste his time by going back to concoct more pills for another 2 days every time he opened 1 or 2 meridians. After arriving at the Immortal Training Tower level 12, Mo Wuji realized that there were more people here today than the previous days. Fortunately, nobody was occupying his lightning tempering room C. Mo Wuji inserted his Jade token before entering his lightning tempering room once again. Shortly after Mo Wuji entered his lightning tempering room, Sin Shuyin reached level 12. She subconsciously noticed that the lightning tempering room C, which had been vacant for a few days straight, had a Jade token on it. She thought to herself that maybe the outer disciple was back here to cultivate. When Mo Wuji arrived on level 12, all the other cultivators continued doing whatever they were doing. However, when Sin Shuyin arrived, the whole level 12 quietened down almost instantaneously. The pity was that Xin Shuyin did not stay for long, as she entered her intermediate grade ice tempering room very swiftly. Having been here once, the first thing Mo Wuji did was to remove his shirt and place them inside the storage bag. He then kept the storage bag into his Heaven Crow natural silk armor before setting the timer to 1 hour and drinking a bottle of his channel opening solution simultaneously. The newly improved channel opening solution was very effective, unlike the first few solution he concocted where he had to drink a few bottles to open one meridian. For a solution where fire jade and purple jade toad lotus were added, he could open one new meridian with every bottle drank. After pressing that start tempering button, bolts of lightning appeared. Mo Wuji was simultaneously trying to block himself from getting wounded any further, as well as directing the lightning bolts to open his 75th meridian. The lightning tempering room stopped exactly after an hour, and Mo Wuji opened exactly one meridian in the same hour. Mo Wuji set his restoration to be half an hour, and exactly half an hour later, he continued working on his 76th meridian. 4 hours passed, and as Xin Shuyin opened the door of the ice tempering room, she was surprised to see the door of the lightning tempering room still shut. Xin Shuyin slowed down on purpose, as she even tidied up her own boots before leaving. However, even when she needed to leave level 12, the lightning tempering room's door was still shut. Junior apprentice Sister Shuyin? As she reached level 1, a handsome cultivator shouted out for Xin Shuyin enthusiastically as he saw her. Normally, Xin Shuyin would give a quick greeting before leaving immediately. However, Xin Shuyin stopped in her tracks today and even continued conversing with this cultivator. This handsome cultivator was so excited his heart started to beat very quickly as Xin Shuyin actually took notice of him today. This made him continue going on about his cultivation result without any respite. He was extremely pleased as he could feel the envious eyes all around him. Xin Shuyin did not stop to wait for Mo Wuji but to see how long Mo Wuji could actually last for. This was Mo Wuji's second visit here, so if he could last longer than the first time, the only possible reason would be that he truly had an incredible lightning affinity body tempering technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 161, Ushering in an Era. Chapter 161, Ushering in an Era. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Even though he prepared large sums of healing pills, the wounds on Mo Wuji's body only increased. At the same time, his number of open meridians increased one by one. 78th. At the instant his 78th meridian opened, multiple lightning bolts landed on him. In his anxiety, Mo Wuji gave up on his immortal mortal technique's circulation technique and tried the 7 styles lightning sky. After opening a meridian, he would rest for half an hour. But with so many lightning bolts striking him, wouldn't there be more wounds upon his wounds? The immortal mortal technique could help him guide the lightning to strike his meridians, but it was unable to protect him from the lightning, nor could it lessen his injuries. Utilizing the 7 styles lightning sky was simply an act of desperation. Kakaka. Numbers of lightning bolts descended on Mo Wuji's body. To his pleasant surprise, these lightning bolts did not cause much damage. The lightning had all been neutralized and absorbed by the 7 styles lightning sky's first style. An hour was up. The lightning tempering room went silent as no more lightning was generated. Mo Wuji did not immediately rest as he did previously. Instead, he stared at his own palms in wonder. He unknowingly discovered that the 7 styles lightning sky could absorb the lightning essence from lightning bolts. This was completely different from guiding the lightning to penetrate his meridians. Guiding the lightning to open his meridians was using the strength of the lightning to break apart the clogs within the meridian. But what he just did was absorbing the lightning essence from the lightning bolt. All these lightning essence was integrated into his 7 styles lightning sky's first style, lightning flash. Mo Wuji actively formed a few hand seals and lifted his hand. A few thick bolts of lightning emerged and tore the air apart. Its destructive power was ostensibly much higher than before. Mo Wuji's heart started pounding faster. He thought that with the rise in his cultivation level, his lightning flash would get stronger too. From the looks of it, the 7 styles lightning sky could be cultivated too. Like how typical cultivators absorb spiritual energy, the 7 styles lightning sky absorbed lightning essence. Ha ha ha. As he thought of this, Mo Wuji could not help but laugh out loud. How could he not be happy? Previously, he had to use an hour to open a meridian, then rest for half a day, and at the same time, waste countless pills and suffer torturous pain. Now, he just needed to circulate according to his immortal mortal technique to guide the lightning, and circulate the 7 styles lightning sky at the same time to absorb the excess lightning, increasing his lightning flash's destructive power. With this method, he would not even need to rest and could endlessly open his meridians. Mo Wuji hastily swallowed 2 healing pills. After resting for a few minutes, he eagerly started another hour of lightning. He wanted to try whether his method would truly work or not. Downing a channel opening solution, he started. Thunderclouds covered the ceiling and lightning bolts started descending. Mo Wuji maintained a calm state of mind. Using his spiritual will, he controlled a portion of the lightning bolts onto himself, and used the immortal mortal technique to circulate the lightning to strike his clogged meridians. At the same time, he used the lightning flash circulation technique to absorb the excess lightning which landed on him. In just an instant's time, his 79th meridian was fully perforated. At the same time, 2 to 3 bolts of lightning landed on his body. These excess bolts were completely absorbed by his 7 styles lightning sky, and were converted into a power source for his lightning flash. Another hour passed. In this hour, he had already opened his 80th meridian. Mo Wuji clenched his fists tightly as he strongly celebrated in his heart. Not only did he find a way to prevent injuries, he even found a way to make his lightning flash more powerful. She had waited in the tower hall for a whole hour, but Mo Wuji did not show any signs of emerging. Not only wasn't Sun Shui not disappointed, she was more eager to obtain Mo Wuji's lightning affinity body tempering technique. She apologetically bid farewell to that unceasingly talkative heroic-looking cultivator before turning and leaving the immortal training tower. As long as Mo Wuji was in the heaven-seeking palace, she would not give up on that lightning-quenching technique. 95th Meridian, 96th Meridian. Ever since he knew the use of the 7 styles lightning sky, Missouri Wuji did not rest and continuously opened his meridians. Each time a meridian opened, his entire body would feel more refreshed. At this moment, Mo Wuji had completely forgotten that he was opening his 97th meridian. One must know that in the entire lost continent, a cultivator with 97 spirit channels were as rare as a phoenix feather or a Qilin horn. Ka! In another incense's time, Mo Wuji opened his 97th meridian. Downing a bottle of channel opening solution, Mo Wuji guided a lightning bolt into his 98th meridian. By this time, except for the lightning which were drawn into his meridians, the rest which landed on his body would be completely absorbed to cultivate his 7 styles lightning sky. Without any obstacles, his 98th meridian opened. My 99th meridian. By this time, Mo Wuji finally recalled Xin Lian's words, only an infinitesimal number of geniuses actually open 99 spirit channels. As for those with 100 spirit channels, they were peerless, heaven-defying geniuses, and most likely had immortal roots instead of spiritual roots. And now, he was going to join their ranks and open his 99th meridian. Even though meridians and spirit channels weren't the same, in Mo Wuji's heart, they were the same. After all, his cultivation potential had never lost to those cultivators with spirit channels. His only weakness was his lack of spiritual roots. As a result, his body did not give off any spiritual ripples. But to Mo Wuji, it did not count for nuts. If he was immortal, then so be it. As long as he could cultivate, so what if he was immortal? Cultivators could charge towards immortality as they set off on this cultivation path. But as immortal, he could do the same. Others had to depend on countless years of legacies and knowledge of cultivation techniques and spirit opening measures. On the other hand, he depended on himself and found ways to open his meridians. Who said that meridians were necessarily weaker than spirit channels? If he advertised his cultivation technique, then you could say that Mo Wuji was a pioneer in this era where mortals could cultivate. Bang bang bang. Ka. 10 bolts of lightning landed on Mo Wuji's body. This parameter was specifically set by Mo Wuji. Previously, at most 4 to 5 lightning bolts would land on him. With both his immortal mortal technique and his 7 styles lightning sky, 4 to 5 bolts were far from enough. Thus, he directly adjusted the lightning intensity. A portion of these lightning were guided by his immortal mortal technique into his 99th meridian, while the other portion were absorbed with his 7 styles lightning sky. With such an intense strike, even Mo Wuji could feel his 99th meridian tearing open. Another 10 bolts of lightning descended. Mo Wuji did not rest and guided the lightning to strike his meridian. By the 4th cycle, Mo Wuji's 99th meridian was completely perforated. An intense desire to fly clouded his mind. His entire body felt light and relaxed. Mo Wuji could not help but roar out loud, expelling the dirty and noxious air from his body. Seemingly feeling Mo Wuji's excitement, the lightning tempering room stopped. Mo Wuji's 10 hours were up. Mo Wuji stood unmoving in the center of the room, his fists were still clenched, and his eyes were filled with confidence and expectation. After a while, Mo Wuji sat down. He did not continue to set a time for the lightning tempering room, but retrieved a pile of earth-grade spirit stones and started cultivating. At this moment, Mo Wuji had a premonition that he was going to break into a new stage. The spiritual energy within the spirit stones was like a whirlpool as it was madly absorbed by Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji's channel opening stage level 9 cultivation was now being raised rapidly. Bang! A flood of spiritual energy came bounding over. It was like the opening of a dam. His elemental energy were released into a more spacious place. Channel opening stage level 10. Mo Wuji opened his eyes, his entire body surprisingly became more mortal-like. Even though Mo Wuji did not have a master guiding him, he was sure that he had advanced into channel opening stage level 10, and not spirit building stage level 1. Mo Wuji did not continue cultivating. Even if he wanted to, he would not do it here. The prices here were startling. Cultivating here for 2 hours was equivalent to a few hundred earth-grade spirit stones going down the drain. Setting the lightning tempering room for another 2 hours, Mo Wuji continued to open his meridians. Didn't Xunlian say that there was still a 100th spirit channel? Today, he would open his 100th meridian. He drank a bottle of channel opening solution, and the familiar burning sensation comforted him. A new meridian opened, and like before, this meridian only opened to a fixed length before it was clogged. Bang bang bang. More than 10 bolts of lightning descended. This time around, Mo Wuji drew 7 to 8 of them to strike against his 100th meridian. From his experience, he only needed to do this for another 3 to 4 times for his 100th meridian to open completely. A searing pain spread from his 100th meridian. However, there was not even a half bit of reaction from the clog in his meridian. Without a target, the lightning started raging within his meridian. Even though Mo Wuji had experienced various kinds of pain, the combined strike of 7 to 8 lightning bolts within his meridian was still unbearable. He instantly collapsed onto the ground and started rolling in pain. Luckily, he still had the 7 styles lightning sky, and he immediately utilized it to absorb the lightning. The pale white Mo Wuji stared the descending lightning bolts and his mind went blank. This did not make sense. His channel opening solution had worked, but why wasn't the clogged portion perforated? Was the lightning bolt not strong enough? But if it wasn't strong enough, the lightning should have struck the clog, instead of raging within his meridian. Multiple bolts of lightning descended on Mo Wuji. The pain pulled him back to reality, and Mo Wuji retrieved and downed another bottle of channel opening solution. Another dumbfounding scene happened. From his experience, before a meridian was fully opened, consuming the channel opening solution again would only help expand the meridian by a bit. But now, his 100th meridian wasn't fully opened, and as he drank a bottle of channel opening solution, his 101th meridian appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 162, Where's this outer disciple from? Chapter 162, Where's this outer disciple from? Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Lightning bolts landed once again in the lightning tempering room, and Mo Wuji could only guide them to attack the 101th meridian. Identical to what happened with the 100th meridian, guiding the lightning bolt to strike the blocked meridian only increased his suffering, yet not causing the blockage to budge a smudge. At this point, he just downed all remaining bottles of channel opening solution, and just as expected, he opened up to the 108th meridian. However, Mo Wuji knew that these 108 meridians were really only 99 meridians. 9 of them were still blocked and could not be considered meridians. Blocked meridians could not be used for spiritual energy circulation, and did not allow spiritual energy to flow through. As long as they were not cleared, it was as though they were never opened in the first place. Regarding this, Mo Wuji was not that concerned. While he did not manage to open the 100th meridian, he still advanced to channel opening stage level 10, which meant that he had the chance to progress to the extreme mortality stage. 2 more hours passed by, and the lightning bolts eventually stopped. He cleaned himself up, then opened the doors to the lightning tempering room. His disheveled appearance was a total misrepresentation of the happiness he hid. Being able to open 99 meridians and advance to channel opening stage level 10 had placed him ahead of 99% of the cultivators with spiritual roots. Now what he needed most was to take some lessons in cultivation, and prepare for the spirit building stage. After this, he had to make a trip to the Pill Pagoda too, to take a look at Yenair, and hopefully speak with her for a while. As Mo Wuji just left the Immortal Training Tower, Sin Shuyin opened the doors of her ice tempering room. When she arrived 4 hours ago, Lightning Tempering Room C had a jade token inserted into the groove outside, but now the Immortal Training Tower jade token had been taken away, meaning that Mo Wuji, who had cultivated here for over a day, had just left. Hence, Sin Shuyin quickened her pace, wanting to catch up with Mo Wuji, but by the time she reached the first floor of the Immortal Training Tower, Mo Wuji was already far, far away. Apprentice brother Mo, you're finally back. Elder Dai is lecturing on spirit channels today, are you going to listen to him too? Before Mo Wuji even reached his house, he met the approaching Chao Buhong. As for Mo Wuji's constant disheveled and wounded appearance, Chao Buhong was already used to seeing it. Of course, let's go. I'll go with you. Without returning to his house, Mo Wuji decided to attend a lecture with Chao Buhong immediately. Upon receiving Mo Wuji's favorable reply, Chao Buhong responded excitedly, Apprentice brother Mo, let me tell you, Elder Daiju is an expert of the Yuan Dan stage, and his research into spiritual roots and spirit channels is the deepest in his field. Every time he lectures on spirit channels, the location will be bursting with people, hence we better reach earlier. For us outer disciples, we have 10 opportunities to attend lectures for free. Once we exceed the 10, we will have to spend contribution points. Thank you, Apprentice brother Chao. Mo Wuji gave Chao Buhong's shoulders a heavy pat. While Chao Buhong was cowardly, he possessed a thirst for knowledge. Since he had arrived at the heaven-seeking palace's outer sect peak, Mo Wuji spent most of his time opening meridians. On the other hand, most of Chao Buhong's time was spent on cultivating and attending lectures. He probably almost finished using his 10 free lectures by then. The location where Heaven-Seeking Pagoda's disciples went for lectures was the Heaven-Seeking Skill Technique block, a half-an-hour journey away from the outer sect peak. Indeed, Chao Buhong was early, and Mo Wuji followed him to register his identity jade token at the technique block. When they entered the technique block's lecture hall, there were only 2 or 3 people around. Apprentice brother Mo, let's sit here. Chao Buhong chose a seat at the back corner and sat down. Puzzled by his actions, Mo Wuji pointed at the seats in the center of the hall and asked, "Apprentice Brother Chow, sitting there will naturally allow us to listen to the lecture more clearly, and we can ask any questions that we may have immediately. Why should we sit at the back instead?" Xiao Buheng quickly explained, "Even if we were to sit there now, we'll have to give them up eventually. The people here are all experts, and once you don't give up the seat, they will attack you. Only those who are at the peak of channel opening stage dare to sit in front, and also some channel opening stage geniuses from the inner sect." Slightly surprised, Mo Wuji questioned, "Apprentice Brother Chow, aren't there any spirit building stage disciples coming to listen to the lecture?" It was not surprising for inner sect channel opening stage disciples to come for the lecture. Mo Wuji could remember that most of the outer sect disciples that climbed the sky staircase were spirit building stage cultivators, unless those people did not attend lectures. Explaining the situation, Xiao Buheng spoke, "This is where channel opening stage disciples go for lectures, but since it's Elder Dai lecturing on spirit channels, perhaps there will be spirit building stage disciples around. However, all of us only have 10 chances to go for lectures for free, so I guess many spirit building stage apprentice brothers won't likely waste that opportunity." Mo Wuji nodded in agreement. "Apprentice Brother Chow, let's just sit in the center. Listening to a lecture is different from climbing the sky staircase." Mo Wuji could lie low while climbing the sky staircase, because he was afraid it would affect his safety and interests. However, for something like listening to a lecture which also affected his own interests, he definitely would not keep quiet. What if he sat at the back and missed or misunderstood what the technique lecturer was saying but did not have the chance to clarify? It would be such a waste. Fighting for seats seemed rather ridiculous though. Couldn't it be based on first come first serve? Mo Wuji would be coming for lectures very frequently in the future, so once he sits at the back one time, he would be fated for the back forever. Moreover, this was the location of lectures for channel opening stage disciples, and as a channel opening stage level 10 cultivator, none of the other channel opening stage disciples scare him. When he saw Mo Wuji sitting down at the best seat in front, cold sweat dripped down Xiao Buheng's forehead. However, he wasn't that close with Mo Wuji, so he couldn't just pull Mo Wuji to the back. Seeing that Xiao Buheng did not move with him, Mo Wuji did not bother with him anymore. Both of them were merely neighbors at District D, so he could not force Xiao Buheng either. A few cultivators arrived next, and they seemed rather surprised to see Mo Wuji openly sitting at the best seats. They were soon waiting to watch a good show to happen. From what they saw, Mo Wuji would eventually crawl off the seats obediently. Another hour passed before people began to stream into the technique hall. By then Mo Wuji was already in admiration of Xiao Buheng's attitude towards learning, which was to the point that he would arrive much earlier for a lecture. The first thing that cultivators saw when they entered was Mo Wuji, who was an outer disciple with a head of messy hair, some scars on his face, and most importantly, was sitting in the best seat in the first row. Some of the cultivators even chuckled as they passed Mo Wuji, and greeted him, "Junior apprentice brother, I admire your courage." Half an incense's time later, when most of the hall was full of people, 5 yellow-robed inner sect disciples walked in. The guy in front was a youth with a tall physique, and a rather handsome appearance. By Mo Wuji's estimates, this youth was no more than 16 years old. He was obviously the leader of those 5, and he walked straight in front of Mo Wuji. After staring at Mo Wuji for a good while, he lifted up one leg, and stepped on the seat beside Mo Wuji, pointing to the area below him. "New guy, crawl through here, and I'll forgive your insolence this time." As the leader was speaking, the other 4 yellow-robed inner sect disciples had closed off all possible escape routes for Mo Wuji. The whole hall fell silent, and everyone's eyes were drawn to Mo Wuji, wanting to see if Mo Wuji would crawl off, or be beaten to a pulp before he got forced to crawl away. Regardless how events panned out, to everyone in the technique hall, Mo Wuji was sure to end up crawling between the youth's legs. By then, Xiao Buheng was panicking. Those guys were the top few out of the inner sect disciples, and each of them had a strong backer, even more so for their leader. Once Mo Wuji really crawled out, he would be destroyed. Mo Wuji slowly stood up. From what he observed, these few guys were at channel opening stage. He would definitely not give up this seat, as he had heard of the story of Hongyan before. Old man Hongyan was stripped of his status as a saint because he gave up his seat in the Purple Cloud Palace, and even lost his life in the end. Of course, this was just a Chinese legend, but the principles behind it was the same. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me? Slap. Before the youth could finish raging, he received a tight slap across his face from Mo Wuji, and flew backwards. At that moment, he felt as though he was struck by lightning, with buzzing sounds filling his head, and stars dancing in front of his eyes. Then, he hit the wall of the hall. The whole technique hall grew dead silent. After a few breaths, the few other yellow-robed cultivators reacted, and pounced onto Mo Wuji wildly, some even drawing their swords. With the swift motion of his arm, Mo Wuji drew his sword out too. Cling cling, clang clang. Sparks flew as the swords connected, and both men wielding swords felt a large wave of elemental energy flowing over. This was something they couldn't even hope to resist. During the time gap when all 4 yellow-robed disciples were stunned, Mo Wuji threw out 4 kicks in quick succession. Bang 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 bang. All 4 of the yellow-robed guys flew like sandbags, being kicked to tens of meters away by Mo Wuji, and hitting the wall of the technique hall. 2 of them had blood-stained chests, because they could not draw their swords in time, and were hurt by Mo Wuji's sharp blade. Mo Wuji was completely surprised by this. After advancing to channel opening stage level 10, he was not sure how strong he was. Now that he had exchanged blows with 5 channel opening stage cultivators, he could clearly sense how much strength he possessed. When facing these 5 so-called channel opening stage experts, he had crushed them without any doubt. If he did not hold back, those 2 cultivators that did not draw their blades would have had their hearts sliced into 2. The hall remained quiet. While these people were not the strongest channel opening stage cultivators in Heaven's Seeking Palace, but they were definitely in the ranks of channel opening stage experts. When did such a strong outer disciple appear? Defeating the 5 inner sect disciples in seconds? Could he be in spirit building stage? But that's not right. This guy did not have any spiritual energy disturbances around him, so how could he be a spirit building stage disciple? Mo Wuji took his time to proceed to the side of the yellow-robed youth, who had a face full of fear and disbelief. How could there be such a strong outer sect disciple? It can't be, this guy must be a spirit-building stage expert. Squatting down, Mo Wuji pat the yellow-robed youth a few times on the face. Do you know why I won't ask you to crawl between my legs? The yellow-robed youth shook his head, and the few others that were blown over by Mo Wuji did not dare to utter a word either. Although it was a simple exchange just now, but they knew that even the 5 of them combined would not be able to stand up to a few kicks from Mo Wuji. Luckily this was inside the technique hall. If it were outside, perhaps they would have been wiped out by now. Mo Wuji laughed coldly, because I'm afraid you'll dirty my pants, you idiot. Next time you better stay far away from me, otherwise I'll beat you up every time I see you. Don't just lie there, SCR*W off to the side, but. He asked them to go to one side because he was also worried about the lecturer seeing all these guys lying there like dead pigs and scolding him to no end, which would get in the way of his learning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 163, Elemental Storage Channel. Chapter 163, Elemental Storage Channel. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. Perhaps because he had never experienced such an incident before, the slap by Mo Wuji on the yellow-robed man destroyed his soul, causing him to be stunned for a moment. He subconsciously followed Mo Wuji's instructions as he walked over to the side before sitting down. The other yellow-robed inner disciples did not dare to step out to speak as they gave way in a hurry. These inner disciples might have top-grade spiritual roots, but their strength were no match for Mo Wuji. In front of a strong Mo Wuji, nobody dared to step out to say anything at all. At this moment, all the disciples had already filled up the seats in the technique hall, and there were even many people standing at the back. Mo Wuji sat alone in the middle of the first row because nobody dared to sit with him after witnessing how Mo Wuji taught the yellow-robed inner disciple a lesson. There was literally empty seats on the left and right of Mo Wuji. Those few disciples who had been lectured by Mo Wuji did not dare to return to their seats beside Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was feeling a little flustered too because all he wanted was a seat, not necessarily the best seat in the first row. Just then, a middle-aged black mustache man wearing a gray robe entered the technique hall. Even without learning how to sense a person's cultivation level, Mo Wuji knew that this black-bearded man would be the elder Dai speaking about spirit channels today. The aura emitted from this man made Mo Wuji realize that this man was clearly a lot stronger than himself. The black-bearded man stood on the speaker's altar and swept across the hall with his eyes. When he saw that the best row of seats was occupied only by Mo Wuji and noticing that Mo Wuji was probably only an outer disciple, he felt a little surprised. Very quickly, his eyes fell on the wall not too far away with a fresh blood stain. Mo Wuji was very calm as he was ready to take responsibility if Elder Dai did decide to pursue the matter. What Mo Wuji did not expect was that Elder Dai did not even mention anything about it or ask why Mo Wuji sitting alone as he started his talk straight away. Cultivators are people who cultivates. During the early days of cultivation, cultivators are always addressed as spiritualists. To become a cultivator, one must have spiritual roots, and those without spiritual roots are called mortals who will never be able to cultivate. Mo Wuji's heart disagreed with this claim that the black-bearded man made. Mo Wuji did not have any spiritual roots to begin with, and now he was sitting here as a cultivator like everyone else here. This was because he avoided the common approach to cultivate with spiritual roots and went on an alternative cultivation path on his own. Those with spiritual roots will naturally be able to cultivate. Of course, there are good and bad spiritual roots of high and low grade. So how do we tell whether a spiritual root is good or bad? High or low grade? The most common method would be a normal spiritual roots test. In fact, this was basically the most fundamental way of testing for spiritual roots, and it may not be the most accurate way to judge. Elder Dai's lecture content went from shallow to deep as it went on, and Mo Wuji was captivated from the start to the end, paying his fullest attention. I have personally seen a low-grade spiritual roots cultivator entering the true God stage. This was of course due to the many opportunities presented to him. The most accurate way to judge whether a person's spiritual roots are good or bad is not by testing the quality of the spiritual roots but by the number of spirit channels available. For a normal cultivator, he would be considered to be a genius cultivator if he had more than 10 spirit channels when the spirit was first opened. Of course, there are also cultivators who are able to open more than 20 spirit channels when they first open their spirit. As Elder Dai spoke till here, he scanned through the hall before using a warmer tone to speak. For those who only open 4 or 5 spirit channels when you first open your spirit, do not think that you're incapable just because of this. Opening spirit was only the first step to opening spirit channels. The number of spirit channels that one can open will depend on one's hard work and luck. In the heaven-seeking palace, there used to be a senior who only opened 3 spirit channels, initially managing to open more than 90 spirit channels in the end, all through his hard work. Voices of discussion burst out in the hall as those attending this lecture were not completely clueless. They knew that a person with average spiritual roots would never be able to open more than 90 spirit channels. Now let me explain the different spirit channels. There are many different spirit channels in a human body: main channel, odd channel, pivot channel, surface channel, skin channel, bone channel, alternative channel. Despite having a decent understanding towards his meridians, Mo Wuji admired Elder Dai's speech a lot, as he definitely benefited a lot from his detailed explanation. It was not just Mo Wuji, as many other cultivators were paying their fullest attention too, as they memorized the names of these spirit channels and its uses by heart. Nobody realized how quickly time had passed by. The Ju Dimension Spirit Channel is the central spirit channel of the alternative channels. It can not only guide my generation to cultivate our circulation technique. Alright, today's lecture about spirit channel ends here. If there are disciples who still have any queries, please ask now. Remember, you can only ask questions regarding spirit channels. Everyone was quiet throughout the whole 12 hours lecture until Elder Dai said this sentence. Everyone finally came back to their senses after being exposed to such vast knowledge about spirit channels. Mo Wuji felt that everything was worth it now that he was sitting in the first row. He stood up naturally without any hesitation before bowing and asked, Disciple Mo Wuji wished to inquire more from Senior. I've heard that previously, there was someone who was able to open 100 spirit channels. May I ask if this is true? The earlier incident where Mo Wuji violently beat up a few inner disciples was still fresh in everyone's mind. Now that Mo Wuji stood up to ask, none of the many disciples dared to say anything even if they were not happy with Mo Wuji's question. Because Mo Wuji asked an idiotic question which served no purpose at all. Who cares about the 100th spirit channel? However, nobody dared to say anything. Raising this question was simply wasting an opportunity to ask more questions. Daiju grunted before smiling, opening 100 spirit channels is not fake. In actual fact, I've heard of a genius senior who managed to open 101 spirit channels. Even those who were not happy with Mo Wuji's meaningless question were captivated by Daiju's answer. A genius who opened 101 spirit channels? Who could it be? The spirit channels that I mentioned earlier does not include the 100th spirit channel. The 100th spirit channel is called the elemental storage channel. This spirit channel is capable of storing elemental energy and more specifically, elemental energy that did not belong to the cultivator. There was suddenly an uproar in the hall. Capable of storing elemental energy? This meant that if one were to open his elemental storage channel, he would have one more trump card as compared to the other cultivators. If two people were fighting on par with each other, this extra elemental energy within the spirit channel could be an incredible killing weapon. Daiju laughed as he said, I believe that everyone understood the incredible strength of the elemental storage channel, and this was the sole reason that an expert who has opened 100 spirit channels is so much stronger than a normal cultivator. Of course, there are extremely few experts who can open the 100th spirit channel. There used to be one senior who has opened 100 spirit channels in my heaven-seeking palace. I've heard rumors that this senior has already crossed the 5 elements desolate domain into the true big world. Senior, may I ask how do one open the 100th spirit channel? Mo Wuji hurried to ask again. The crowd did not believe what they just heard. Mo Wuji asked yet another stupid question. Mo Wuji could sense the crowd's frustration, but he did not have a choice as he really needed to ask. This concerned his own future because for a person without any mentor, it was not easy to be able to meet Elder Daiju, a senior who did research on spirit channels. He simply could not let such a rare opportunity go to waste. For matters like this which could directly affect his future, he would not have any hesitation to ask what he needed to know even if it made the others unhappy. If he cared about other people's opinion, he would not have been sitting in the front row at all. The fact that the 100th spirit channel was named as the elemental storage channel came as a surprise to Mo Wuji. The opening of the 100th spirit channel would definitely serve as an extra hidden trump card. Daiju sighed before answering, it is everything but easy to open the 100th spirit channel. I've heard from others that only those who have reached channel opening stage level 10 will stand a chance to open the 100th spirit channel. As for the specific method to open the spirit channel, I have not done a proper research on it before. However, you can head down to the Heaven-Seeking Palace Ancient Texts Depository for a more detailed explanation of the spirit channels. Senior Dai, I am disciple Chuzhenxing. After opening 69 spirit channels, I was no longer able to open any more spirit channel. As soon as I force myself to cultivate, this would increase the risk of my cultivation level collapsing. May I ask if there is any other way to solve this problem? A man sitting behind Mo Wuji sounded out very quickly as he was afraid that Mo Wuji might snatch the opportunity to ask even more questions. As soon as the question was asked, the whole hall became silent as it was very evident that this was a question everyone was concerned about. If there was one person who was not worried about this, it had to be Mo Wuji. Mo Wuji was already thinking about ways to enter the heaven-seeking palace ancient texts depository. In the end, Mo Wuji made his decision to first visit Yenair and then head over to the ancient texts depository to research on ways to open his 100th meridian as well as ways to build his spirit. The moment Mo Wuji made his decision, the lecture that Daizhu was giving ended. Only after Daizhu left then the remaining disciples started to take their leave. Mo Wuji, I will remember you. Mo Wuji turned his head and saw that it was a man in a yellow robe with a face filled with scars who said this in a sharp voice. Mo Wuji stopped in his tracks, which made the young man took a few steps back subconsciously. Scram, don't be disgusting in front of me. If you dare talk to me in this arrogant tone the next time I see you, I will beat you till you don't recognize your father and mother. Mo Wuji gave the young man in a yellow robe a glare before shouting at him. The yellow-robed youth and his fellow friends took a detour to avoid Mo Wuji before hurrying out of the techniques hall. The other disciples around subconsciously maintained a distance between themselves and Mo Wuji as they hurried out of the hall too. Seeing Chao Buhong's hesitant look, Mo Wuji did not call out for him. Mo Wuji knew that Chao Buhong was worried about sticking too close with him and ended up being targeted by the inner disciples whom he offended today. Chao Buhong only heaved a sigh of relief after he saw Mo Wuji leaving the hall as he lowered his head, feeling a little guilty. In his heart, he was secretly shocked at how terrifyingly strong Mo Wuji was, and he was wondering just how such a strong person could only ended up climbing 8 steps on the heaven-seeking staircase. This person is so strong, who is he? After Mo Wuji left, many disciples started to discuss about him as they all witnessed how casually Mo Wuji managed to sweep these channel opening stage disciples away without any effort. I suspect that he is already in the spirit building stage. Let's go, this matter will definitely not end like that. This person called Mo Wuji was too reckless and he is bound to regret his actions soon. Mo Wuji did not mind at all even if he knew trouble would come his way after offending them. He definitely harvested a lot from this session as he got the answers for the 2 questions which were very crucial for him. If there was still another opportunity for such talks in the future, he would still choose to sit in front. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 164, Heaven-Seeking Palace Pill Pagoda. Chapter 164, Heaven-Seeking Palace Pill Pagoda. Translator, Sparrow Translations Editor. The Heaven-Seeking Palace Pill Pagoda was really a pagoda, but it wasn't a pagoda fit for living. The Pill Pagoda had a total of 10 levels. It was rumored that each level represented a Pill Dao realm. Every year, the Heaven-Seeking Palace's pill refiners would borrow the power of the Pill Pagoda to assess their attainments in the Pill Dao. A Tier 1 mortal pill refiner would never be able to climb up to the 2nd level. Similarly, a Tier 3 mortal pill refiner could not ascend to the 4th floor. At the same time, this was the 5 Great Empires' Alchemy Certification Pagoda. In the 5 Great Empires, there was only one place with the rights to certify the abilities of a pill refiner, that was the Heaven-Seeking Palace Pill Pagoda. Every 3 years, there would also be a large group of pill refiners who would pay the fees and head into the Pill Pagoda and obtain a certification. A pill refiner certified by the Pill Pagoda would be able to enjoy a 90% discount when they purchase spiritual herbs and pills. For 2 pill refiners of the same tier, with one certified by the Pill Pagoda, while the other wasn't, then the one without the certification could only look at the other with envy. The amount of gold the certified pill refiner would earn was significantly higher. From afar, Mo Wuji could already see the Pill Pagoda standing erect in the Pill Refiner Plaza. However, this was not the period for certification, so the people in the Pill Refiner Plaza was little. Across Pill Refiner Plaza was an unfathomably deep and wide stream. The deep stream was shrouded with clouds, and from time to time, it would emit a whistling noise. Above the stream, there were many various kinds of streams connected to the Pill Refiner Plaza. Just like rays of light from the sun, these bridges went in all different directions. Some bridges were simply an iron chain, some were constructed with wood, while some were wide enough to fit a carriage. Even though Mo Wuji had never visited the Pill Pagoda before, he knew that the bridges atop this steam would lead to the residences of the peerless pill refiners of the sect. A white-whiskered elder sat on a boulder by the side of the river with a fishing rod in his hand. His fishing rod hung over the deep stream, as though he was trying to hook some fishes. However, Mo Wuji could not even see a fishing line from the rod, much less a fish. Furthermore, this stream was like a deep abyss, and not a fish pond. What fish could he catch? Senior, Junior here wishes to visit Granny Linglong. May I ask which bridge leads to her residences? Mo Wuji bowed and asked respectfully. The white-whiskered old man swept his eyes across Mo Wuji before saying with much difficulty, the one that cannot be seen. With that, he concentrated back into the stream. Regardless of what Mo Wuji said or asked, he did not even mutter another word. Mo Wuji was truly helpless and could only stand and wait by the side. After some unknown length of time, the elder suddenly jerked the fishing rod in his hands. Mo Wuji gasped in astonishment as he discovered that this elder was really fishing. The fish's entire body was clear, just like a silver fish. The elder excitedly placed this transparent fish into a wooden bucket he had prepared. Mo Wuji could only take a rough glimpse at the fish's appearance before the elder covered the wood bucket. How could he catch a fish without a fishing line? Moreover, this deep stream was so deep, you can't even see its bottom. Where did the fishes come from? These two impossibilities actually ended up turning into reality? Mo Wuji could not hold it in any further as he used his spiritual will to scan the elder's fishing rod. Immediately, he discovered that it wasn't a case where the fishing rod was without a fishing line. It was just that the fishing line could not be seen with his physical eyes. Mo Wuji suddenly recalled the elder's previous sentence, and had his eureka moment. He used his spiritual will to scan across the deep stream. In 10 breaths' time, he found a bridge which could not be seen with his physical eye, but could be discovered with his spiritual sense. Even though this bridge was actually a chain, the chain was not thin. Not only wasn't the chain thin, it even had the thickness of an adult's thumb. Mo Wuji was unable to see it previously as this chain did not seem to have any color, and it camouflaged and blended perfectly with the surroundings. No wonder why the elder claimed that it was the bridge which could not be seen. He was truly unable to view this bridge with his physical eyes. At the instant Mo Wuji started using his spiritual will, the white-whiskered elder suddenly raised his head and stared at Mo Wuji's back for a good while. Many thanks, Senior. By the time Mo Wuji turned back to face the old elder, he had already looked down towards his precious wooden bucket. Mo Wuji knew that the other party didn't talk much, so after expressing his gratitude, he immediately stepped onto that unseeable chain bridge. Even though the wind was strong, and this chain bridge was constantly shaking, Mo Wuji did not face much difficulty traversing it with his channel opening stage level 10 cultivation. The bridge was very long, and Mo Wuji walked for at least a good half an hour before he reached the opposite bank. Welcoming him on the bank was a hexagonal pavilion. It looked a little like a pavilion from ancient times. Past the pavilion was a bluestone staircase. The steps were evenly spaced and led to a grand and majestic hall. Mo Wuji followed the bluestone staircase to the outside of the hall where he met someone familiar. It was the red-robed female cultivator who first brought him to meet Granny Linglong. This senior apprentice sister, I would like to see Yen Air. Mo Wuji bowed and said courteously. Follow me. The red-robed female cultivator did not even question Mo Wuji, nor did she mention anything about reporting to Granny Linglong. She directly brought Mo Wuji to bypass the hall over to a small loft surrounded by spiritual herbs. Mo Wuji had learnt a little about arrays. Seeing the dense spiritual energy encompassing over this loft, he knew that there was definitely some high-grade spirit gathering array here. Cultivating in this small loft would be more than 100 times better than his puny District D. Greetings, senior apprentice sister. As Mo Wuji arrived outside the loft, he immediately recognized the young lady watering the spiritual herbs. It was one of the twins serving Granny Linglong. Pillmaster Mo, you're here to see Yen Air? The young lady stopped watering and asked lightly. Mo Wuji eagerly replied, yes, may I request senior apprentice sister to help me inform her? The young lady was a little hesitant, and this was immediately picked up by Mo Wuji. May I ask, is it inconvenient? The young lady bit her lips and said, it's not exactly inconvenient, but because Granny Linglong had just repaired Yen Air's spirit channels, Yen Air is now cultivating behind closed doors. However, if Pillmaster Mo must meet her, I will immediately report your presence. Yen Air's spirit channels are already repaired? Mo Wuji asked in surprise. The young lady nodded, yes, Yen Air's spirit channels are all good now. It's just that she is in a critical point of her cultivation. If Pillmaster Mo comes 3 months later, she would have passed this critical moment. Of course, Granny has also instructed us to allow Pillmaster Mo to meet Yen Air whenever you visit. That's good, that's good. Mo Wuji muttered, he felt his eyes getting wet. Yen Air had suffered for so long, and now she can have a new life of her own. In his heart, Mo Wuji only had immense gratitude towards Granny Linglong, gratitude for saving Yen Air's life. Whether or not Yen Air could recognize him was secondary. As long as Yen Air was alright, nothing else was important. It's okay, I won't disturb Yen Air's closed-door cultivation. I will go off first, I'll come visit Yen Air in the future. As Mo Wuji replied, he stared intently at the loft. It was only after some time that he slowly turned back and walked away. He had this premonition that when he visited here again, Yen Air would already be a complete stranger. After Mo Wuji's figure disappeared, the other twin walked out from the loft and looked towards the direction he left. She sighed as she said, Donchi, wasn't that a little too much? Granny did instruct us to allow Pillmaster Mo and Yen Air to meet when Pillmaster Mo visits. She even told us to let them interact more often, The young lady, Donchi, bit her lips and said, Danshan, Yen Air is now in a key moment of her cultivation. Granny's heart is soft, but I truly believe that allowing Yen Air to meet Pillmaster Mo would waste all of Granny's efforts. Remember the large amounts of effort Granny sacrificed to save Yen Air? Even her cultivation regressed significantly. Danshan went silent. Donchi was right, if Yen Air's condition recurred and required Granny to save her again, Granny might overexpend her elemental energy, and it would be intensely difficult for Granny to recover from that. I'm worried that with Yen Air's peerless talent, she would already be in spirit building by the time Pillmaster Mo comes again, Danshan lamented. Donchi lowered her head and did not say anything. Danshan's worries were not unfounded, but definite. She was sure that by Mo Wuji's next visit, Yen Air would have successfully built her spirit. If Yen Air successfully entered the spirit building stage, all her memories would completely disappear, and the Mo Wuji who would appear before her would only be a complete stranger. It wasn't that she didn't want to help Mo Wuji, but Granny really couldn't afford to help Yen Air out again. When Mo Wuji returned, the fishing elder had already disappeared. Mo Wuji was feeling a little despondent, so he wasn't really in the mood to ask about where the elder went, or what kind of fish he was trying to catch. He did not even have the mood to return to the outer sect mountain, but went to the ancient texts depository instead. He had 2 goals at the ancient texts depository. One was to learn how to open the elemental storage channel, the other was to learn how to build his spirit. The Heaven-Seeking Palace Ancient Texts Depository was a total of 5 levels. As Mo Wuji arrived at the entrance of the depository, he presented his outer disciple identity token and asked, May I ask how many spirit stones would I need to pay to take a look at some cultivation-related scriptures and manual?